Chapter 1. Disciple Li Xianxiao, please lead the master to death. What's wrong with evil? Should it be eradicated? The melodious sound of a bell echoed through the clouds. Li Xianxiao traversed the ethereal peaks, holding a square box. From within the ancient black box emanated a persistent voice. Evil cultivators? Should they truly be condemned to death? You of Shushan pride yourselves on righteousness, why not attempt to redeem me instead? Even the Buddha, who relinquished his knife to attain enlightenment, offers us the chance for redemption. Li Xianxiao remained impassive, focused solely on his path. The peaks flowed with the three light, divine water, casting this box within would annihilate the devouring demon lord. Do you not wish to know why your senior brother, upon arriving here, chose to bring me back to Shushan instead of consigning me to the three light divine water? Li Xianxiao remained silent. The demon lord, visibly impatient, continued, your senior brother, endowed with exceptional talent, is an Ancient Millennium prodigy. Do you not yearn to uncover the reason he failed to complete his mission at the critical moment? Li Xianxiao pressed on, his steps swift. The demon lord exclaimed in disbelief, WW. Indeed, even the demon lord could not withstand such cold indifference. Very well, I shall reveal it to you. At that time, I was sworn brothers with your master. We pledged our lives to one another and intertwined our fates. If I perish, your beloved master shall also meet his end. Consider your master, who raised you with utmost care. Can you bear to slay him? How will you face your fellow disciples when you have personally taken your master's life? The demon lord nearly shouted. Li Xianxiao had reached the three light divine water. This divine water, composed of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, was unparalleled and possessed deadly properties. Sunlight, divine water, eroded flesh and bone. Moonlight, divine water, corroded the essence of the soul. Starlight, divine water, devoured the true spirit. Even the immortals who attained the great Tao would suffer grievous consequences upon contact. The demon lord was consumed with dread. Li Zuangxiu's gaze remained resolute. As a disciple of Shushan, it is my duty to vanquish evil. You, the demon lord, have slaughtered countless souls, and your continued existence is half your own doing and half the indulgence of our Shushan leader. Your master, despite being the head of Shushan, is ensnared by his own desires. Even in death, it is just and serves to atone for past sins. The demon lord. This is not what other Shushan disciples have said. Without emotions, can one still be human? The demon lord quickly reacted. I refuse to believe you harbor no evil thoughts. Even Shushan's senior brother, with his formidable prowess, was provoked into malevolent thoughts by the demon lord. This disciple before him seemed even more susceptible. The demon lord began to probe into Li Zuangxiu's dark thoughts. The demon lord must perish. To kill the demon lord, 1,000 cuts would be too lenient for him. 1,000 cuts. 1,000 cuts. The demon lord. What profound malevolence. Despite the overwhelming darkness, he dared not provoke it. For if he did, he might meet his own demise even sooner. This was a trap, a dilemma with no escape. Li Xianxiao formed a hand seal. Disciple Li Xianxiao requests the master to embrace death. The demon lord protested. Do you not wish to ask if your master is willing to die? I know him too. While he harbors many regrets, desires to ascend, and he has a first love. The demon lord was truly frantic. You are morally coercing me. How can one sacrifice another to satisfy their own desires? The demon lord began to chastise Li Xianxiao on moral grounds. Yet, Li Xianxiao simply replied with indifference, enough with the nonsense, into the water you go. The demon lord. No. The box plunged into the three light, divine water, unleashing heart-wrenching wails. Shushan, the master, unfazed, feasted upon a roasted whole lamb, perhaps the final moments of his life, yet he remained indifferent. The previous attempts by several disciples had all ended in failure. Even the proud senior disciple of Shushan had succumbed to dark impulses at the last moment. The master felt a tangle of emotions. Who truly desires death? Yet, if the demon lord was not vanquished, the reputation of Shushan would be tarnished. Alas, if that boy knew that killing the demon lord would also lead to my demise, he would never be able to do it. The master vividly recalled the moment he carried the ailing Li Xianxiao back from the foot of the mountain. Were it not for him, Li Xianxiao would have perished long ago. Li Xianxiao had grown up in Shushan, close to his master and his own revered ancestor. It was well known in Shushan that the master held great affection for Li Xianxiao. That boy was deeply loyal in his heart. The master was akin to a grandfather, warm and amiable. Contemplating this, the master shook his head. That boy would never be able to take such action. However, with time, the sealing box might no longer restrain the demon lord. Perhaps I should reconsider my approach. I should not burden the disciples with this task. After all, once they realize that killing the demon lord equates to killing their own master, none would have the heart to proceed. I am well-liked, approachable, treating each disciple as my own child. At this moment, the master's 5 disciples entered. Upon seeing the master calmly enjoying roasted lamb, they were not at all surprised. It's about time Li Xianxiao should have reached the 3 light divine water by now. Alas, Xianxiao is still young. He may not bear such a heavy responsibility. Indeed, not to mention his deep bond with the master. Disciple Li Xianxiao requests the master to embrace death. The 5 disciples whispered among themselves. Just then, a voice resonated through the heavens, akin to a rumbling thunder. The master looked up, his face displaying shock. An invisible, immense force surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping him in an instant. In a heartbeat, the master's body began to tremble violently. Immediately, the master's soul began to dissolve under the assault of this mysterious force, vanishing like snow under fire. In a mere moment, the soul of Shushan's master completely disappeared from this realm, leaving behind an eerie silence and the terrified gazes of those present. In the Middle Kingdom, year 21 of the Great Treasure, the master of Shushan passed away. Chapter 2. Traversing to exterminate evil, one sword slashing through a horde of demons. Li Xianxiao, a traveler from another realm. 2 decades prior, he arrived in this world, not as the favored child of destiny, nor equipped with any system. Thus, he could only rely on his diligence. Fortunately, he possessed considerable talent and was wholly dedicated to the pursuit of eternal life. By fortune's grace, amidst the chaos of demons and monsters, Li Xianxiao was discovered by the master of Shushan. Subsequently, he became a disciple under the master's guidance, growing up under the protection of Shushan. 20 years have passed. After completing his mission, Li Xianxiao returned to Shushan. Upon his return, the master's treasured sword emitted a resonant hum before transforming into a silver glimmer, vanishing from Li Zuangxiu's sight. He lifted his gaze to behold the ethereal Shushan, where a white crane soared forth. The white cranes of Mount Shu seldom take flight. Each time they do, it heralds the death and dissolution of a disciple of Shu Mountain. It is said that the cranes can guide the souls of the disciples back. This time, there are particularly many white cranes. The leader of Shu Mountain, that shameless old rogue, has passed away. On his return journey, Li Xianxiao was already prepared. As he walked, the other disciples cast him peculiar glances, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. Li Xianxiao made his way directly to the main peak, where he encountered his master, Taoist Lingshu. Lingshu extended his broad hand and patted Li Zuanshou's shoulder. "You have done well." Li Xianxiao lowered his head slightly. The other 4 uncles also regarded him with approving eyes. Li Xianxiao sensed their gazes. He had anticipated returning to Shu Mountain to face accusations and disdain from the elders. After all, he had effectively sent the leader away. In a certain sense, he was the one who had caused the leader's demise. However, contrary to his expectations, his master and the uncles treated him as they always had, even with an added measure of approval. "Go and see the leader after all. He was the one who found you, and now you have accompanied him on his final journey." "It is fate," Taoist Lingshu remarked. Yes, the leader had yet to be buried. Li Xianxiao adeptly entered the west side of the main hall and took the small path leading to the back mountain. The leader usually preferred the humble abode on the back mountain to the grand hall. Inside the cottage, the leader sat calmly in a chair, eyes closed, appearing as if he were merely asleep. The winds of Shu Mountain seemed to have slowed. Li Xianxiao suddenly recalled many years ago, during the 5th year since his transmigration. From the initial excitement of discovering his new world to the despair that followed over the years, no system, no cheat, no destined child of fortune, and no family protection. Devoid of all modern comforts, even food to stave off hunger was a luxury. After a severe illness, Li Xianxiao felt he might be the most unfortunate transmigrator in history. The cold winters were the hardest to endure, with countless lives lost to the chill each year. Li Xianxiao thought he would surely perish in that winter. Then he encountered the rather unorthodox old man, the so-called #1 leader of Shu Mountain. This shameless rogue saved him and deceitfully took him from his parents, clad in beggar's garb, with a gourd of wine, wandering the world. When injustice arose, he would shout and then flee. They galloped across the plains, lying atop mountains beneath the vast starry sky. They traversed renowned mountains and rivers, seeking the origins of streams, while the clouds morphed like a revolving lantern. Li Xianxiao closed his eyes. It was the hand of fate, a commonplace occurrence at the time. Suddenly, Li Xianxiao drew his sword amidst the snow. The wind howled, the snow fell more fiercely. This trio of heaven, earth, and man-sword technique had been learned by Li Xianxiao over many years, from the moment he met the old rogue until now. Yet, he had remained at a terrestrial level, never achieving celestial prowess. The voice of the old rogue echoed in his ears. That year by the lakeside, the rogue wielded a wooden staff, slicing through the great river with sword energy. Remember, as disciples of Shu Mountain, we take it upon ourselves to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Even when faced with formidable demons, we shall not retreat a single step. No matter how perilous the path, even in the face of death, we must wield our swords to defend the righteous path and protect the lives of all beings. We, disciples of Shu Mountain, shall advance courageously, unafraid of death. Even if it means facing 9 deaths, we shall have no regrets. Li Zuanshou's hand brushed the sword's blade, and the sadness in his eyes was gradually replaced by determination. With a sweep of my sword, I shall vanquish the wicked and slay the myriad demons. The sword energy surged forth, instantly tearing through the surrounding air and wildly stirring everything around. Simultaneously, the falling snowflakes in the sky seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, swirling rapidly in tandem with the sword energy. Snow and sword energy intertwined, forming a breathtaking yet deadly spectacle. Ha ha ha! This time, Li Xianxiao distinctly heard laughter. He looked up in astonishment to find the old rogue, who should have been dead, standing before him. The old rogue patted his head. "You didn't embarrass me." Li Xianxiao drove his sword into the ground and knelt on one knee. Disciple Li Xianxiao pays his respects to the leader. As he made his way along the small path from the back mountain, Li Xianxiao looked up to see a figure sitting in a tree. "Senior brother," Shui Yun said, sipping wine, "I could not accomplish what you have done. You are stronger than I." Li Xianxiao forced a smile, finding some merit in Shui Yun's words. The senior brother was a prodigious talent, even acknowledged by the devouring demon lord. Had they been of the same era, Li Xianxiao would undoubtedly have been overshadowed by him. There was no denying that the senior brother was far too radiant, sometimes making Li Xianxiao question if he were truly the destined child of fortune, while he was merely a supporting character. "The leader has died. That old man. Though he's my father, I never really liked him," Shui Yun remarked, tossing a jade box to Li Xianxiao. "The old man intended to leave this for me, but I am unworthy, so it is yours." Li Xianxiao accepted the jade box. Shui Yun sighed. "My father has died, and the woman I love is to be married. They say that a strong man can change everything. I am strong, yet I could not save my father, nor can I win back the heart of the woman I love." "Xianxiao, do you think I am a failure? If it were you, how would you reclaim the woman you love?" Li Xianxiao pondered for a moment. "I would devote myself to my training and strive to achieve immortality." Shui Yun clenched his fists. "Exactly. I will win her back." Li Xianxiao, "That is not what I meant." Shui Yun excitedly jumped down from the tree. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Xianxiao. I cannot live without her." With that, Shui Yun vanished from Li Zuanshou's sight. Li Xianxiao, "Senior brother, it's not. Your father just died. The mourning period hasn't even passed yet." Chapter 3. One should not encounter 2 astonishing individuals at the beginning. Master brother, remain calm. Li Xianxiao soared on his sword, chasing after the essence of his master brother Shui Yun, venturing beyond Mount Shu. "Having lost my father, I cannot afford to lose her as well. The saying rings true. One learns to cherish only after experiencing loss. My father was such, and she is no different. I shall not allow myself to be filled with regret again." Li Xianxiao exclaimed, Master brother, have you forgotten the original intent of your cultivation? You speak true. I love her. Li Xianxiao sighed, realizing that his master brother had completely disregarded his own words. Shui Yun's cultivation far surpassed his own, even at full speed. Li Xianxiao could not keep pace. Before long, he found himself distanced. Stopping amidst a dense forest, he sighed helplessly. From afar, the voice of master brother echoed. If I were to lose her, what does it matter if I gain the world? Li Xianxiao thought, oh, my love-struck master brother. He abandoned the pursuit of his master brother, preparing to return and report this matter to the sect. Just then, a cacophony of battle erupted below. Li Xianxiao glanced down and beheld a fierce clash not far off. A figure was struck down, plummeting directly toward him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch the person. The individual was clad in black robes, with delicate, pale legs and a breathtakingly beautiful face. Alas, this is troublesome, Li Xianxiao pondered, feeling conflicted. This scenario felt cliché. A tired trope, uncertain of the woman and Oppo's identity, whether she was righteous or wicked. He grappled with the decision to save her or not. To rescue her might invite unnecessary complications. Yet to forsake her contradicted the principles of a disciple of Mount Shu. At that moment, he noticed the woman and Oppo's injuries. It appeared she had been struck by the attacks of a practitioner of nefarious arts. Li Xianxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. After a brief hesitation, he made his decision. Zhao Lu slowly opened her eyes, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in a cave. Glancing at her body, she noted her clothes had been removed and her wounds treated. You are awake, a clear voice resonated. A man? Zhao Lu's expression shifted, a fleeting panic crossing her features. In that instant, a flood of romantic tales she had secretly read during her father's reign surged to mind, tales of fortuitous encounters between male and female protagonists. The voice undoubtedly belonged to a young man. Zhao Lu turned her head. She was momentarily taken aback, for the figure behind her was not a man at all, but rather a paper figure? Indeed, it was a paper figure. Zhao Lu blinked. You. Who are you? In a situation where propriety dictated distance between the genders, she had no choice but to resort to this unconventional method. But where are you? She surveyed her surroundings, finding no trace of anyone else in the cave aside from the paper figure. At that moment, utilizing the earth escape technique, Li Xianxiao concealed himself beneath the ground outside the cave, speaking through the paper figure. I cannot reveal myself. Please rest assured here. I have administered an antidote. Do you know who attacked you? Zhao Lu pondered for a moment. I do not know their identities. They ambushed me while I was on my way. An ambush? Li Xianxiao recalled the peculiar attire of her attackers when he bandaged her earlier. They did not appear to be common folk. Likely, they were offspring of noble families from the royal palace. Were there 3 of them? Yes. Zhao Lu nodded. Allow me to show you. Are they these 3? Following the direction of the paper figure's finger, Zhao Lu noticed 3 corpses within the cave. It is them. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Lu's face. She considered herself among the elite of her generation. Otherwise, she would not have ventured from the palace into the world. Who could have anticipated that she would be ambushed and rendered powerless? Now, witnessing these 3 slain by her assailants revealed the formidable strength of her attackers. With confirmation that no adversaries remained, Li Xianxiao said, Very well. Since the villains have been dealt with, you may recuperate in peace. I shall take my leave. Wait. Zhao Lu called out hurriedly. You saved me, and I cannot repay this great kindness without knowing your name or sect. How shall I repay you in the future? There is no need. Vanquishing demons and evil is merely my duty. You need not concern yourself. With that, Li Xianxiao vanished without waiting for her to respond. The paper figure ignited before her, quickly disintegrating into ashes that scattered with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Lu watched this unfold, realizing that he had departed. She regarded the exquisitely wrapped, white bandages adorning her wounds, marveling at the meticulous care taken. It was evident that the individual who helped her was exceptionally attentive. As her gaze wandered, Zhao Lu felt her cheeks flush, a hint of shyness creeping in, for she discovered the bandages encircled her chest, inner thighs, and other intimate areas. This cloth appeared to be infused with a special potion, possessing healing and detoxifying properties. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She hastily removed a purple crystal pendant hanging from her neck. The memory stone. This exquisite purple crystal was so finely crafted that any cultivator would not mistake it for a mere crude artifact. Fortunately, it had survived the battle unscathed. Zhao Lu activated the memory stone, and soon, an exceptionally handsome face materialized within it. His features were exquisitely defined, harmoniously arranged, and his attire, a snow-white robe, flowed gracefully in the wind. The robe fit him impeccably, accentuating his tall and upright stature, exuding an air of elegance and ethereal grace. Embroidered with intricate cloud patterns and crane motifs, it appeared as though these auspicious symbols came to life, dancing around him. He radiated an aura of righteousness and integrity. It was he who saved me. Zhao Lu blinked, watching as he slowly shed his garments, her cheeks flushing anew. Initially, he had intended for the paper figure to bandage her wounds, but it was evident that the figure could not act with the precision of a human. Zhao Lu was not the type of woman to be so easily flustered by being seen unclothed, especially under such pressing circumstances. Without his aid, she likely would have met her demise. His attire suggested he was a disciple of Mount Shu. Yet, why did he not even leave a name? To slay demons and eradicate evil, upholding justice, and performing noble deeds anonymously. Possessing extraordinary strength and such character, it was hard not to develop fond feelings for him. This marked Zhao Lu's first departure from the palace. From this moment forth, she realized one profound truth. One should not encounter individuals of such astonishing caliber at the very beginning of life. The master of Mount Shu has passed. Yet, the sect shall not descend into chaos. Among the 4 disciples, the most esteemed and capable is the second disciple, Lingshu Daozhong. In recent years, the master had been in seclusion, leaving Lingshu in charge of the sect and oppos, affairs, which were meticulously organized. Now that the master had died, Lingshu assumed leadership without dissent from others. Upon returning to Mount Shu, Li Xianxiao reported every detail regarding his master brother's affairs to Master Lingshu Daozhong. Chapter 4. Arriving so soon after hearing about the elder brother and aunt. Oppos, situation, Master Lingshu let out a deep sigh, lamenting the plight of one who suffers for love. Let him be, he murmured. Let him go. Li Xuanxiao questionat. Sensing a tinge of sorrow in Lingshu's demeanor regarding the death of his master and the affairs of Shuiyun. Life is unpredictable. Sometimes one ponders the necessity of enduring such hardship. Had I not let go in the past, perhaps we could have been together. Master, your resolve seems rather fragile. Li Xuanxiao interjecta. After bidding farewell to his master, Li Xianxiao returned to the peak, his heart heavy with concern. The most gifted disciple of Mount Shu, the elder brother, had now become ensnared in love. How could he possibly uphold the legacy of Mount Shu in the future? Moreover, Lingshu, his own master who was to succeed as the leader, also appeared to waver in his resolve. This is the best of times, a period when attaining immortality and enlightenment is a dream cherished by many. Yet it is also the worst of times, with a strong prey upon the weak, mercilessly stripping them of their lives. Li Xianxiao mused that every individual is a protagonist in their own narrative. Though few are the stars of a celebrated tale, while the majority languish in tales that fade into obscurity, Li Xianxiao aspired to be among the former. In his past life, he had succumbed to an incurable illness, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. He was compelled to leave school and reside in a hospital, where his condition deteriorated, rendering him bedridden for a decade until only his eyes remained mobile. In those moments, he longed for death, believing it to be a release from torment. As the respirator gradually ceased its rhythm, Li Xianxiao felt his life drawing to a close. Then, he discovered he had been reborn into this world. In this new life, he harbored but a singular wish, to live and attain immortality. He yearned to behold a broader world and to assume the role of the protagonist. However, Li Xianxiao soon realized that achieving this dream would not be an easy endeavor. Days later, upon receiving news of the late master of Mount Shu, various sects arrived to pay their respects. Visitors continued to flock to Mount Shu, including the royal family of the Great Xia. It was said that Empress Changsun had personally come to Mount Shu with her beloved daughter, Princess Zhao Lu, both to mourn the deceased master and to entrust the training of her daughter to Mount Shu. Li Xianxiao was tasked with welcoming the royal guests. Before him appeared a magnificent procession of silver-white war horses adorned with heavy, sturdy scales. These majestic steeds strode confidently, their hooves thundering against the ground. Following them was an opulent dragon carriage, exquisitely decorated with mysterious, ornate patterns, exuding an air of nobility and inviolability. Flanking the dragon carriage were the royal guards, clad in golden armor and wielding sharp spears. Li Xianxiao performed a respectful bow before the empress. "Greetings, your majesty." The empress nodded slightly, acknowledging the presence of the disciples of Mount Shu. "The master awaits in the main hall. Please lead me there." "Mother, that is him." "Huh?" Li Xianxiao raised his gaze to see the curtains of the palanquin lifted. Inside sat Empress Changsun and her cherished daughter, Zhao Lu. Li Xianxiao momentarily froze, regaining his composure. He wished to keep the incident of saving the great Xia princess discreet, treating it as a mere act of kindness for an ordinary individual. Associating with royalty was not a prudent choice. To be in close proximity to power was akin to walking with a tiger. Politics was a treacherous whirlpool that could swallow one whole with a single misstep. In the main hall, Empress Changsun remarked, "So, you're the one who saved my daughter, Lu'er?" Master Lingshu and the other three elders turned their attention to Li Xianxiao. With an unflinching demeanor, Li Xianxiao replied, "Your Majesty must be mistaken. I have never met the princess." "Is that so?" "Absolutely." Princess Zhao Lu produced a purple crystal from her chest, the recording stone. The assembly gazed upon the crystal, which displayed Li Xianxiao and Amp Oppo's face with astonishing clarity. Li Xianxiao narrowed his eyes. This was 4K ultra clear? No wonder he had not noticed it at the time. The recording stone was simply too extravagant. Royal artifacts indeed. Master Lingshu chuckled. "Your Majesty, please forgive my disciple. He is rather indifferent to fame and fortune." "Not all. I owe him my gratitude. Without him, my precious daughter might have been lost to me forever. He is indeed her savior." Li Xianxiao forced a smile, awkward yet polite. The empress continued, as Master Lingshu mentioned. The empress spoke again, recounting Lingshu's words. As a junior disciple, Li Xianxiao found little opportunity to speak. Yet he noticed Princess Zhao Lu occasionally casting glances in his direction. Whenever he looked back, she would hastily lower her head. An uneasy premonition stirred within him. Surely, he wouldn't be the object of the princess's affections, would he? The thought of marrying a princess was utterly daunting. Palace intrigue, dynastic upheaval, and political strife. Li Xianxiao and Oppo's thoughts drifted far and wide before he managed to refocus. Days later, following the master's funeral, Li Xianxiao, who had been preoccupied with hosting guests, had encountered Zhao Lu on a few occasions, but he had always hastily retreated, akin to a mouse fleeing from a cat. Once all matters were settled, Li Xianxiao returned to the mountain gate to resume his diligent training. His fourth senior sister arrived on her sword, bearing troubling news. Master had agreed to the Empress and Amp Oppo's request to take Princess Zhao Lu as his disciple. Li Xuanshou siga silanli. "Well, we shall face whatever comes." His fourth senior sister smiled. "I saw the princess. She is truly beautiful. You are in for a treat." "Just an empty shell," he replied. After exchanging a few more words, his senior sister departed. Fourth senior sister, Su Wan, embodied the ideal of a pure and innocent heroine, reminiscent of characters from fantastical romances. Sweet and naive, she garnered affection from her fellow disciples, which irked several female disciples who occasionally troubled her. Yet, regardless of the challenges she faced, Su Wan maintained her optimistic and cheerful disposition. Chapter 5, Doubts of Existence Before Long. Lingshu led Zhao Lu back to the mountain gate. Zhao Lu lifted her gaze and beheld the towering silver sword peak, reminiscent of an extraordinarily sharp giant sword piercing the clouds, exuding an aura of grandeur. The mountains were lush with verdant trees, adorned with a profusion of flowers, while birds chirped joyfully from the branches. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fresh fragrance of blossoms, instilling a sense of tranquility. Mist swirled among the mountains, appearing and disappearing intermittently. The enchanting scenery prompted Zhao Lu to exclaim, "This truly is a realm akin to a fairyland." Lingshu Daoist brought Zhao Lu before Li Xiandao. "Xiandao, from now on, she shall be your junior sister. You are no longer the youngest disciple in our sect. Remember to take good care of her. Disciple shall heed the master's command. Acquaint your junior sister with Shushan. I have matters to attend to." With that, Lingshu vanished. Zhao Lu shyly observed the youth before her. He was unlike anyone she had met in the royal palace. "Greetings, senior brother." Li Xiandao nodded. "Since you have entered Shushan, there are a few matters I must impart to you. Cultivation is not solely about enhancing one's magical powers. It is also about refining oneself. This is the essence of the unfeeling path of Shushan, though unfortunately it is never lacking in students, merely in graduates." The unfeeling path? Zhao Lu pondered. Does it mean severing emotions and love? It sounds rather cold. Li Xiandao clarified. Great love is devoid of selfish desires. It transcends petty affections, benefiting all living beings. It is compassionate towards all creatures, treating them with equality, rather than the severing of bonds you perceive. I understand now. Senior brother, you are quite mature. Unlike those noble offspring of the palace. Li Xiandao waved his hand, commanding her to ascend upon the flying sword. Zhao Lu blinked, but I still do not know how to. Should she embrace her senior brother's waist, or perhaps hold onto the hem of his garment? There was no alternative. Standing on a 3-foot sword would inevitably lead to close contact. As Zhao Lu stepped onto the long sword, Li Xiandao formed a sword seal, and in the next moment, the 3-foot sword extended to a length of over 10 meters. Li Xiandao stood at the sword in Appo's S-tip while Zhao Lu occupied the tail, seeming to be worlds apart. Zhao Lu exclaimed, "Oh." Shushan comprised 7 peaks: Silver Sword Peak, Lilqiong Peak, Tongtian Peak, Longzhou Peak, Luoxia Peak, Dezhu Peak, and Shaozhu Peak, with Tongtian Peak being the main summit. Li Xiandao elaborated on the essential details of Shushan. "Senior brother, I cannot hear you clearly." Zhao Lu stepped closer. In the next moment, he cast a spell to transmit his voice directly into her ear. "Is this clear enough?" "Yes, quite clear now. Remember, in cultivation, one must not act on emotions. If you have resolved to embark on this path, you must be prepared. Imagine a powerful cultivator who falls in love with you, willing to oppose the world and harm countless innocent lives for your sake. What do you think of such a person? Could there really be such a person? I think he is quite passionate." "Good. Now, let us assume you are an ordinary citizen, leading a mundane life. Although you do not enjoy great riches, you find contentment in your simplicity. Your parents arrange a splendid marriage for you, but on the day of your wedding, a crazed cultivator, emerging from nowhere, slaughters the entire town, and you miraculously survive. You gaze upon the corpses of your family, and your groom is still clad in his bright red attire." Zhao Lu fell silent. "Remember, this is not love. It is the consequence of countless lives lost, of families torn apart, and of countless bones laid to rest. When the immortal is moved, the mortal realm is thrown into chaos." I understand. Now, please close your eyes and envision this scene. A tall, handsome man, as if he stepped from a painting. This striking figure once emerged in a moment of peril to save you. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and all the surrounding clamor faded away, leaving only his resolute form etched in your heart. Since that thrilling encounter, your fates began to intertwine. Each accidental glance exchanged ignites ripples within your hearts. Every soft-spoken conversation feels like a gentle breeze, refreshing your spirit. Gradually, an indescribable emotion begins to blossom between you. Li Xiandao and Appo's magnetic voice, akin to celestial music, resonated softly. He meticulously narrated each scene, effortlessly drawing Zhao Lu into that dreamlike realm. Zhao Lu could not help but think of her senior brother, Li Xiandao, who had saved her life. At that moment, Li Xiandao shifted the conversation. "But one day, you discover he belongs to an evil sect, an enemy of the righteous path, and the innocent lives he has taken could fill mountains. What will you do? Zhao Lu bit her lip, her expression troubled. I should. Do not hesitate. Speak your true thoughts, Li Xiandao encouraged her. Zhao Lu took a deep breath. I should kill him. Exactly. That is the answer I sought. You must not appear as a lovesick girl before me. Wrong. Zhao Lu was perplexed. Then should I spare him, sever ties, and later kill him on the battlefield? Still wrong. The correct answer is to tell him you wish to take him home, to meet your parents, and prepare a dowry. With your strength, you cannot kill him. The safest and most prudent course of action is to lure him to the sect and strike together. Zhao Lu. Never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Do not naively believe the villain will ever love you alone, nor should you aid in their wrongdoing. Upon discovering the truth of their identity, do not act impulsively. Instead, plan your next move carefully. I understand, senior brother. Zhao Lu inhaled deeply. Today and Oppo's dialogue seemed pivotal in shaping her future. Now, please continue to imagine. 2 years hence. Chapter 6. A situation beyond defense. Behold, the woman before you, her heart as desolate as ash, is named Su Wan. At this moment, she kneels before the main hall, falsely accused. Fourth senior sister, I know not what grievance you harbor against me that would compel you to act with such malice. The weeping beauty, known as Jiang Luoshui, cries like a pear blossom ravaged by storm and rain, her tears flowing freely like a torrent unleashed. Her delicate form trembling as if it might wither at any moment, evoking a sense of pity. Now focus on fourth senior sister Su Wan. Her face is cold as ice. She casts a disdainful glance at Jiang Luoshui. It is her again, the one who has accused her. Wearied and weary, she is reluctant to offer further explanations. The law elder surveys Jiang Luoshui, then turns his gaze to Su Wan. Su Wan, the wounds on Jiang Luoshui bear the distinctive mark of your sword. What do you have to say for yourself? All eyes turn to Su Wan, who looks to her senior brother, Murong Mo, hoping he will speak on her behalf. But Murong Mo remains silent, and despair fills Su Wan's heart. Disciple. A situation beyond defense. A wave of murmurs rises from the crowd. The law elder speaks solemnly. Su Wan, do you realize that the critical moment of Jiang Luoshui's breakthrough, your sword nearly took her life? To harm a fellow disciple is grounds for expulsion from a sect. I possess evidence of your collusion with the evil sect. What do you have to say for that? I do not wish to explain. I willingly accept my punishment. Su Wan refuses to defend herself any longer. Her words incite an even greater uproar among the onlookers. How can this be? The fourth senior sister colluding with the evil sect? It is easy to understand Su Wan's jealousy towards Jiang Luoshui, who possesses greater talent and has overshadowed her at every turn. Furthermore, since Jiang Luoshui's arrival, Murong Mo seems to have lost that intimate regard he once had for Su Wan. Rumors spread like wildfire, voices rising in a cacophony. Su Wan lets out a cold laugh. Su Wan, you have violated the sect and Oppo's rules. Your cultivation will be nullified, and you shall be expelled. Su Wan notices the glimmer of triumph in Jiang Luoshui's eyes. Indeed, she has succeeded. Years ago, Jiang Luoshui was brought back to the mountain by her and Murong Mo, having saved her life. Su Wan had been her benefactor, providing her with the finest resources for cultivation, teaching her the ways of practice, and even risking her life to procure a life-saving medicine when Jiang Luoshui was in need, resulting in severe injury to herself. Now, Jiang Luoshui repays kindness with malice, even sowing discord between her and Murong Mo. What fills Su Wan with despair is Murong Mo's attitude towards her. Even if the whole world were to doubt her, he alone should not. Just then, a voice rings out. Hold on, I have something to say. A moment earlier, at Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao was immersed in cultivation. The box left behind by the deceased sect leader, which had been passed to him by the eldest senior brother before leaving the sect, lay before him. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a sword case housing 4 exquisite swords representing the seasons, a sword manual, and 2 cleansing elixirs. With his current strength, he could only wield the spring sword, which symbolizes vitality and growth. Senior brother, something terrible has happened. An enchanting face burst into Li Xuanxiao's view. resembling a finely crafted piece of jade, her skin radiating a soft glow akin to the warmth of mutton fat jade. Her brows arched like distant mountains, eyes shimmering like autumn waters, and her nose delicate and straight. Zhao Lu reached for Li Xuanqiao's sleeve, only to be gently brushed aside. Speak of the matter at hand. Fourth senior sister is in trouble. When is she not? Li Xianxiao replied with a hint of exasperation. As the sect's most innocent and naive flower, he had long discerned Jiang Luoshui and Appo's ulterior motives when she was brought to the mountain years ago, having subtly warned Su Wan multiple times, but to no avail. Li Xianxiao recalled the novels he had read, recognizing the pattern. The younger sister would accuse the elder sister, leading to a cascade of blame. The elder sister being stripped of her powers and tortured, all at the hands of the man she loved, Murong Mo. Eventually, the elder sister would despair and depart from Shushan, only to rise anew and reverse her fate. If the world turns against me, what meaning is there in clinging to righteousness? She might then turn to the evil sect, seeking revenge against Shushan, while he, along with the innocent, would be long reborn. Why do I know so much about these narratives? It is but familiarity. In my previous life, confined to bed, my greatest joy was reading novels. This storyline is all too familiar. Even if there is but a 1 in 1,000 chance, I must do everything in my power to prevent it. They say fourth senior sister attacked Jiang Luoshui and conspired with the evil sect. Zhao Lu exclaimed. I am aware of the entire situation, Li Xianxiao calmly replied. Let us investigate further. The sect truly offers no peace these days. And so, he and Zhao Lu proceeded to Tongtian Peak. I have something to say. At that moment, Li Xianxiao stood, drawing the attention of the crowd. Fourth senior sister Su Wan, having closed her eyes in despair, opened them once more, gazing at her junior brother in confusion. Li Xianxiao cleared his throat. Jiang junior sister, did you witness with your own eyes that it was senior sister Su who attacked you? Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. The wounds on my body provide testament. Yes, I witnessed it as well, another female disciple cautiously interjected. When did this attack occur? Li Xianxiao inquired further. At the hour of the tiger today. Fourth senior sister was in her cave. Not having left at all, Jiang Luoshui shot a hostile glance at Li Xianxiao, signaling to the other female disciple who had spoken. That disciple responded, Your one-sided account cannot prove she remained in her cave, especially since Su Wan herself has admitted it. My apologies, senior sister, Li Xianxiao interjected. Su Wan was bewildered by his sudden apology. Li Xianxiao held up a twin shadow stone. I have been monitoring senior sister and Appo's every move in her cave for 5 years. I can attest that she did not leave during the hour of the tiger. Su Wan fell silent, as did all present, the weight of his words settling upon them. Chapter 7. Why can't it be me? Everyone present was rendered speechless. Surveillance began 5 years ago. Does that imply that everything fourth senior sister did in her cave, including bathing and changing clothes? Could it be that another disgrace has emerged in Mount Shu? Fourth senior sister Su Wan quickly sensed something amiss. Her delicate face flushed, and she cast an annoyed glance at Li Xianxiao. Zhao Lu looked at Li Xianxiao in disappointment. Brother, has someone taken you away? Brother is interested in women? Then why can't it be me? Without allowing anyone to react, Li Xianxiao continued, Please look, everyone, at the circumstances of fourth senior sister today. He activated the recording stone, revealing its contents before the assembly. The image displayed Su Wan preparing to loosen her garments. Li Xianxiao remained composed, swiftly skipping over that alluring scene. Some male disciples glared at him, displeased. Could he not be so hasty? The footage showed the time as with Su Wan meditating in her cave, remaining there until Chun without leaving a step. This. Jiang Luoshui protested loudly, but I saw it with my own eyes, and how do you explain this wound on my body? A nearby female disciple echoed. Exactly. I witnessed it too. I wooed and Appo's. Team mistake it. Su Wan refrained from defending herself, merely gazing at Jiang Luoshui with disappointment. Li Xianxiao expressed his utter exasperation. You're utterly useless. Why not speak up? If others wrong you, defend yourself. Thus, he reluctantly asked, All right, then may I inquire why fourth senior sister would ambush you? In other words, why would she brazenly attack you? even eschewing disguise and using her own treasured sword? If fourth senior's sister truly harbored such deep-seated hatred for you, do you think she would resort to such a foolish method? Even if successful, what benefit would it bring her? If she truly wished to retaliate, wouldn't it be more effective to ensure you were lost to the world during a mission together? Jiang Luo Shui was rendered speechless. The other disciples, who had been spectators, began to nod thoughtfully, recognizing the logic in Li Xuanxiao's words. Su Wan cast a complex glance at him. Li Xuanxiao continued, "Thus, to summarize, the assailant could not possibly be fourth senior sister. So, who do you believe it to be?" Jiang Luo Shui was beside herself with fury. Perhaps someone was secretly attempting to frame fourth senior sister. Li Xuanxiao maintained his calm demeanor, stating that the matter required thorough investigation by the sect. Consider this. Evidence linking fourth senior sister to collusion with the demonic sect has surfaced in succession, clearly indicating someone has orchestrated a trap for her. The elder of law enforcement nodded, recognizing that it was not entirely his fault for being misled, especially since Jiang Luo Shui had presented the evidence before him. Su Wan remained cold-faced, as if the world owed her a debt. Ultimately, the elder remarked, "It is unacceptable for someone to sow discord among our disciples. This matter must not be brushed aside. Su Wan, you have endured considerable grievances today. Jiang Luo Shui, rest assured, the sect will unearth the true culprit behind your attack. It appears you have misunderstood fourth senior sister." Jiang Luo Shui bit her lip, harboring intense hatred for the unexpectedly intervening Li Xuanxiao. She wondered where he had emerged from. Despite her meticulous planning, Su Wan had remained as reticent as before, unwilling to utter a word in her defense. According to her scheme, Su Wan should have been stripped of her roots and expelled from the sect, allowing her to ascend smoothly and win the affection of Brother Muro. Who could have foreseen this turn of events? Nonetheless, Jiang Luo Shui was a consummate actress, even with her heart full of loathing. She forced a smile and addressed Su Wan, fourth senior sister. "It was my misunderstanding. Please do not hold it against me. It is merely that the hidden instigator is exceedingly cunning. Thankfully, Brother Xiao is here to vouch for you. In truth, I trust fourth senior sister's character. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to the malicious puppeteer behind the scenes." Su Wan shot a frigid glance at Jiang Luo Shui before turning to leave. Jiang Luo Shui, feeling wronged, let tears fall, pondering, "What should I do? It seems sister is upset with me." The others comforted her. "It's all right. Ultimately, this is not your fault. Indeed, junior sister, you too are a victim." Brother Moron, who had always maintained a good relationship with fourth senior sister, was approached by Jiang Luo Shui. "I know fourth senior sister must be angry with me. Could you please apologize on my behalf?" Jiang Luo Shui looked at Murong Mo with a pitiful expression. Murong Mo nodded, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Wan and Amp, Oppos, is generally magnanimous. She Wooden and Oppos, hold a minor incident against you. I will go and speak with her." "Thank you, brother. You are the best." Observing this scene, Li Xuanxiao sighed. "I just wish to cultivate in peace. Could you refrain from creating such drama?" As he prepared to leave, the voice of the elder of law enforcement rang out. "As for you, Li Xuanxiao, you spied on a senior sister and even installed a twin recording stone within her cave. What penalty do you deserve?" All gazes turned to Li Xuanxiao. He shrugged, having anticipated this moment when he secretly installed the recording stone in Su Wan and Oppo's cave 5 years prior. He had thus prepared himself for the consequences. 5 years ago, Jiang Luo Shui had already engaged in various schemes, considering Su Wan's character, along with Brother Muro. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but draw parallels to countless tales of female-centric novels and dramas involving ancient cultivation. Su Wan was wrongfully accused by Jiang Luo Shui and expelled from the sect, only to turn dark and exact vengeance upon Mount Shu. To safeguard against any eventuality, Li Xuanxiao had taken many precautions. Li Xuanxiao merely wished to cultivate in tranquility and survive in this world. Yet, that aspiration seemed far from simple. Ultimately, due to his courageous intervention at a critical moment, his merits and demerits balanced out, resulting in a 6-month house arrest as punishment. This consequence was, in fact, quite agreeable to him, providing ample time for focused training. As Li Xuanxiao made his way back to the peak, he noticed the peculiar gazes from the disciples. Clearly, his intrigue with Su Wan had spread like wildfire. However, he paid little heed to his reputation, grateful as long as Su Wan did not succumb to darkness. Along the way, junior sister Zhao Lu remained silent, departing quietly upon their return to the peak. Li Xianxiao hesitated before the door of his humble abode, ultimately stepping inside. As expected, a cold gleam flashed, with a sharp sword poised against his throat. Chapter 8. The distinction is clear, a cold light flashed. The blade's edge pressed against Li Xuanxiao's throat. Just an inch further, and it would pierce that vulnerable spot. Su Wan's face was a blend of shame and anger. If only you could be this resolute in the presence of Jiang Luoshui, she thought. Li Xianxiao replied calmly, "Is it not different? Speak. Why did you place the twin reflection stones in my cave?" Su Wan demanded. Li Xianxiao shrugged. "Isn't the reason rather simple? You." A blush akin to blooming peach blossoms in spring graced Su Wan's originally pale face, rendering her already exquisite features even more enchanting. Unfortunately, Li Xianxiao remained oblivious to the subtleties of romance, his gaze unwavering, his breath steady. Su Wan had believed their relationship was relatively amicable, yet she never anticipated that he harbored such thoughts. Not a hint had she perceived, even after 5 years of the reflection stones being secretly installed in her cave. I certainly anticipated this day would come. Ever since my senior sister brought Jiang Luoshui back to the sect, I warned her against bringing strangers to our abode. Years later, I discovered Jiang Luoshui's insidious intentions, a facade of virtue masking deceit. Thus, in precaution, I resorted to this desperate measure. You must be jesting, Su Wan retorted coldly. Had she known someone had installed twin reflection stones in her cave to monitor her every move for 5 years, and likely had seen her in her most private moments, she would have long since slain him with a single strike. Yet, he had stood up for her at a critical moment, which sowed seeds of conflict within her. Li Xianxiao remained unfazed, confident in his ability to subdue Su Wan, even with her blade at his throat. His apparent weakness was merely a ruse to mislead others into underestimating him, though he lacked any extraordinary advantages. His relentless pursuit of cultivation and profound understanding of the emotionless path placed him on par with his peers in Shushan, save for his elder brother, Shui Yun, a true prodigy with a penchant for romance. Su Wan's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected Li Xianxiao to remain so composed, his demeanor unruffled. Even as he earnestly explained himself. "I can swear an oath by the great Tao," Li Xianxiao asserted, "I have never once spied on you in your cave. My actions were solely to prevent Jiang Luoshui from scheming against you." His earnest declaration, reinforced by a solemn oath, instilled a degree of belief in Su Wan. "Why? Why would you do this?" she asked. "What? Why help me? We are fellow disciples. Aiding you is akin to aiding Shushan, which ultimately benefits myself." Su Wan and oppose. S expression softened slightly, merely so. "Moreover, I must remind you, senior sister, when faced with such matters, do not merely adopt a cold demeanor. Not everyone will understand your silent explanations. You must articulate your defense, seizing even the slightest opportunity to clarify. Otherwise, today's events may recur." She lowered her sword. Li Xianxiao smiled faintly. "Senior sister, I hope you exercise caution in the future." "Thank you for today," she replied. "No need for thanks. And do refrain from installing twin reflection stones in my cave again." "Understood." With that, Su Wan departed. Li Xianxiao shook his head with a smile. "Fourth senior sister, Morong, is not as you imagine. Be wary." As she left the Silver Sword Peak, Su Wan's heart was a tempest of thoughts. Does Li Xianxiao harbor feelings for me? If he did not, why would he go to such lengths for her? He had been plotting for 5 years, or perhaps even longer, since she had brought Jiang Luoshui to the sect. He had warned her then, though she had paid little heed. Yet upon reflection, there had been no signs indicating Li Xuanxiao's affections. He was known as the sect's diligent disciple, consumed by his cultivation. Afterward, he had rescued Princess Zhao Lu of the Daxia Kingdom, who then became his junior sister. The sect remarked that he had gained an advantage due to proximity. Yet for 2 years, their relationship remained purely that of siblings. Even with Zhao Lu, a paragon of beauty, he displayed no interest. Of course, She considered herself no less than Zhao Lu in allure. The notion that Li Xianxiao secretly loved her, quietly guarding her from the shadows, seemed entirely plausible. From the evidence at hand, it appeared so. With this thought, Su Wan's cheeks flushed. What a lovesick lad, silently protecting her, even aware of her deep bond with Murong. As long as she remained safe, he would find peace. Unable to contain herself, Su Wan imagined a scene under the moonlight, where Li Xianxiao, in solitude, let out a pained cry, his longing for her unheard by anyone. By day, he feigned normalcy, diligently pursuing his cultivation, likely for her sake. As these thoughts welled up, tears threatened to spill. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared before her. Murong Mo, clad in a pristine white robe, his attire billowing gently, wore a subtle smile that radiated warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. His calm confidence exuded an air of kindness and gentleness. His bright, star-like eyes held a depth that seemed capable of uncovering the most secret corners of the heart. Typically, Murong Mo's smile would stir Su Wan's emotions. But now she regarded him with a blank expression. "Junior sister, you haven't gone to seek out Li Xianxiao, have you? You didn't do anything to him, did you?" "No, he protected me. I merely wished to thank him, and I never anticipated he would speak up for me at such a critical moment." Su Wan and Appo's, as usual gentleness had dissipated. "Junior sister, are you blaming me for not speaking up for you then? How could you harbor such childish thoughts? I am quite displeased." Taking a deep breath, Su Wan recalled Li Xianxiao's parting words. She scrutinized the man before her. Compared to Li Xianxiao, their approaches were starkly different. One plotted meticulously for her safety, while the other remained silent during her time of need. The distinction was clear. Chapter 9. Rumors? "Senior brother, I'm truly disappointed in you." "Disappointed?" Murong Mo furrowed his brows slightly, for the first time experiencing a sense of losing control over a cherished pet. This sensation left him unsettled as he fixed his gaze on Su Wan, who refused to meet his eyes. "Do you know? Junior brother Li Xianxiao has been silently guarding me, harboring unspoken affections, yet he has buried this sentiment deep within his heart, while you, senior brother, have truly let me down." "Li Xianxiao? That peculiar one who placed a twin image stone in your abode? He is not peculiar. He loves me. He would even sacrifice his life for me." At this moment, the two had not yet departed from the Silver Sword Peak, still under Li Xianxiao and Appo's as watchful eye. "Li Xianxiao, oh, I saved your life, and this is how you repay me? Spreading rumors about me?" Ultimately, Su Wan and Murong Mo parted on unfriendly terms. As Murong Mo left, he cast a fierce glare in the direction of Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao felt quite helpless. "Sister, I saved you. It would suffice if you did not reciprocate. But why must you harm me?" Resigned, Li Xianxiao took out a small notebook to jot down the date when Murong Mo expressed dissatisfaction towards him. To alleviate this discontent, Li Xianxiao devised several strategies. First, to avoid entanglements with Murong Mo and Su Wan as much as possible. Second, to maintain surveillance over Murong Mo, who might harbor resentment due to Su Wan's words, potentially leading to dire consequences. Third, to ensure that in future missions he keeps his distance from Murong Mo and Jiang Luoshui, diligently avoiding any tasks involving them. Fourth, to gather intelligence on Murong Mo and Jiang Luoshui and Appo's magical artifacts, cultivation levels, and combat strategies, ensuring his survival in the event of a confrontation. Upon reaching this point, Li Xianxiao shook his head. Indeed, he despised complications. To prevent Su Wan from possibly turning against him, he had inadvertently offended both Murong Mo and Jiang Luoshui. With a sigh, he thought, come what may, the ensuing days would be anything but idle. The following evening, Li Xianxiao returned to his humble abode. He had intended to take advantage of Murong Mo and Appo's absence to place a twin image stone in his cave, but found no opportunity. Through indirect inquiries, he gleaned information about Murong Mo's too frequently used magical artifacts. As for Jiang Luoshui, although her cultivation was far inferior to Murong Mo's, caution was paramount. One could never know what hidden card she might possess. The techniques of qi refiners were numerous. and it was not uncommon for one to produce artifacts capable of leveling the playing field. Li Xianxiao pushed open the door to his abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene that quickened his pulse and made his heart race. The room was adorned in lavish splendor, candlelight flickering, casting a dreamlike glow throughout. A rich and enchanting fragrance lingered in the air, seemingly possessing a magical quality that captivated the senses. In one corner stood an exquisite incense burner, releasing wisps of delicate smoke that curled like gossamer, adding an air of mystery to the already intimate atmosphere. Following the tendrils of smoke, he beheld a grand and soft bed at the center of the room. Upon it lay a woman, her figure graceful and curves alluring, clad only in a sheer, translucent garment that tantalizingly veiled her porcelain skin, rendering her irresistibly enticing in the dim light. Through the fabric, one could faintly discern her slender waist and long legs, as well as the gentle rise and fall of her bosom, all of which invoked boundless imagination. The woman turned her head slightly. Senior brother Li Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged. "Who allowed you to lie on my bed?" "Senior brother, I think I am poisoned." "Poisoned?" Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I feel dizzy, my vision is blurred, and I feel warm all over," Zhao Lu said, resting her hand on her forehead. Li Xianxiao sat calmly in a chair. "Are there any other symptoms?" "I don't know. I feel so dizzy." "Senior brother, please come closer and check my pulse," Zhao Lu exclaimed before collapsing onto the bed, seemingly fainting. Li Xianxiao nonchalantly poured himself a cup of tea. Such acting skills, truly befitting a young star. With a swift motion, he placed a black pill precisely between Zhao Lu and damp, Oppo's lips. "Senior brother, what is this?" "You claim to be poisoned. This is an antidote," Li Xianxiao explained calmly. "It will help expel the toxins from your body through elimination." Zhao Lu's expression changed drastically. "Senior brother, how would you give me such a thing?" "I did it to save you," he replied. Zhao Lu intended to protest further, but her stomach growled audibly. Clutching her belly, she exclaimed, "You've all seen your brother? I will never speak to you again." With that, she dashed out of the abode. Li Xianxiao waved his hand, restoring the room to its original decor. The pill he had given her was not a laxative, but rather a beauty-enhancing elixir. Li Xianxiao was not oblivious to his junior sister's feelings. However, he understood that women could significantly disrupt one's cultivation. There were attempts in Shushan to pursue dual cultivation, as exemplified by the sixth elder and his wife, which resulted in incessant quarrels and chaos, ultimately hindering their progress. Furthermore, with his junior sister being a princess of the great Xia kingdom, complications could arise easily. "Vile senior brother, wicked senior brother." Zhao Lu vented her frustration on a tree at Silver Sword Peak. "Why can the fourth senior sister do it, but not me? What makes her so special? Is my face not attractive enough?" She lamented, feeling aggrieved. After returning from the main peak, Zhao Lu searched her dwelling thrice, only to be met with disappointment. No twin-image stone had been placed by her senior brother. Why won't you look at me? Why must you secretly observe the fourth senior sister?" Zhao Lu was perplexed, even on the verge of tears. 2 years had passed without winning over her senior brother, and now he seemed to have affections for another. Was there something extraordinary about the fourth senior sister? Contemplating her figure, she realized that being younger, she did not measure up to the fourth senior sister. Thus, she resolved to visit Shushan's renowned alchemy hall, intent on procuring some elixirs to enhance her allure. Unbeknownst to Li Xianxiao, his junior sister had embarked on an irreversible path. Chapter 10. The mission of the sword-holding pavilion. Half a year had swiftly passed. On this day, a message was dispatched from the sword-holding pavilion, the task hall of Mount Shu, where all peaks must go to receive their assignments. Each year, every peak has a specific task quota, and today the pavilion informed Li Xianxiao that their targets for the year had not been met. A significant reason for this shortfall was the departure of their senior brother, Shuiyun. Historically, Shuiyun had been the backbone of Silver Sword Peak, and with its limited number of disciples, Li Xianxiao had no choice but to undertake the task himself. Upon arriving at the sword-holding pavilion to report, Li Xianxiao encountered the last individuals he wished to see: Morong Mo, Jiang Luo Shui, and his fourth senior sister, Suan. Li Xuanxiao's expression remained unchanged. Despite his prolonged efforts to evade them, fate had led him to this moment. This time, I will be leading the mission to seek the human-faced snake in the Wuwang Mountains on the southern frontier, Murong Mo announced. Li Xianxiao hesitated briefly. The moment he noticed Murong Mo and Jiang Luoshui in the team, he considered feigning illness. By consuming one of his self-crafted pills, he could soon appear convulsed and breathless. However, upon hearing that the mission destination was the Wuwang Mountains, he abandoned that thought. The Wuwang Mountains, located on the southern outskirts, were rife with venomous insects and snakes. Yet for cultivators, they also represented abundant resources. The materials required for his crafted automatons could indeed be sourced from this perilous region, making it an optimal choice. Furthermore, although Murong Mo was leading, an additional junior elder would accompany them due to the location. As they departed the sword-holding pavilion, Murong Mo summoned his spirit pet, a magnificent white bird that emerged from the swirling sea of clouds, its wings gracefully dispersing the mist around them. When the bird fully revealed itself, its silky feathers shimmered with a faint silver light, reminiscent of moonlight cascading upon it. Only Murong can afford such a spirit pet. Someone remarked enviously. Murong Mo beckoned everyone to mount the spirit pet. The journey to the southern region was long, and flying with swords would be quite exhausting. One by one, they ascended the creature, though Su Wan seemed reluctant to board Murong Mo's spirit pet. Yet, observing the others climbing aboard, she silently followed suit. The junior elder, named Feng Yun, engaged in light banter with Murong Mo. There were many junior elders like Feng Yun in Mount Shu, merely enduring through time, and at his age, he had reached his peak. In contrast, Murong Mo was young, talented, and well-born, with a promising future ahead. Junior brother Li Xianxiao caught Su Wan's gaze. It had been a considerable time since they last met. Li Xianxiao appeared to be intentionally avoiding her, which discomforted Su Wan. She worried that her past actions had caused him to shy away, prompting her own retreat. Yet at that moment, Li Xianxiao maintained a composed demeanor, devoid of the anticipated fluster. Su Wan mused, he continues to act indifferent on the surface, yet inside, his heart races at the mere thought of conversing with me. If Li Xianxiao were to overhear her thoughts, one could only wonder what expression he would wear. Senior sister, you have quite the imagination, he would think. Junior brother Li, if there is anything you require in the southern region, I would gladly assist you in searching, Su Wan offered. Thank you, senior sister. But these trivial matters do not warrant your concern. Li Xianxiao politely declined her offer, still feeling quite nervous. Su Wan noted this and thought to herself, he is indeed still anxious. Meanwhile, Li Xianxiao noticed Murong Mo casting glances in their direction while conversing with Feng Yun. Was he displeased by their interaction? Senior sister, please refrain from drawing attention to me, he mentally lamented. 3 days later, they arrived above the Wuwang Mountains. The group dismounted from the great bird and landed upon a forest path. The southern region was perpetually shrouded in toxic miasma. Though the Wuwang Mountains were on the periphery, they were not to be underestimated. Junior elder Feng Yun awaited them in the air. Murong Mo briefly assigned roles, entrusting the clearing of paths to Fan Jiyu and 3 other disciples, including Li Xianxiao. Due to the miasma, cultivators typically could not replenish their true essence promptly. However, they often encountered various creatures and venomous insects along the way, necessitating someone to clear the path. As the most skilled, Murong Mo was the primary force against the human-faced snake and could not afford to waste his true essence on such tasks. Xianxiao, be cautious, Murong Mo advised, patting him on the shoulder with a gentle smile. Li Xianxiao acknowledged him with a neutral nod. Senior brother, I am weaker in cultivation. Please protect me. Jiang Luoshui playfully implored Murong Montauk. He affectionately ruffled her hair in response. Observing this, Su Wan let out a soft huff and turned to Li Xianxiao, suggesting, let me take over the path-clearing duty. Though Su Wan acted with good intentions, Li Xianxiao felt a sense of unease. Am I not part of your team? He shook his head, choosing to decline her offer. The group pressed onward, with Li Xianxiao leading at the forefront. After a brief while, they encountered their first obstacle, a venomous green snake that emerged unexpectedly, catching Li Xianxiao off guard. Be careful. Fortunately, a disciple behind him acted swiftly, drawing his sword and slicing the snake in two. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, thank you." The onlookers could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. The green snake bore low cultivation, having concealed itself in the trees, which they had all noticed. Li Xianxiao had merely rushed ahead too quickly. Su Wan stepped in front of Li Xianxiao, assuming the responsibility of clearing the path. "I will take over from here." Murong Mo observed the situation with a cold gaze. The group continued onward and soon faced an attack from a slightly more formidable spider. Yet, through their cooperation, they swiftly vanquished the creature, avoiding attracting attention from others lurking in the forest. Progressing at this pace, they reached the lair of the human-faced snake within just an hour. Murong Mo, who had remained still until now, finally took action. With a flick of his wrist, the renowned Thunder Sword transformed into a dazzling array of light, akin to brilliant lightning streaking across the night sky. In an instant, the thunderous energy surged forth, sweeping toward the human-faced snake with fierce momentum. The creature, however, was not to be underestimated. It nimbly dodged Murong Mo and Appo's initial strike. Yet, before it could catch its breath, it found itself ensnared within a perilous trap set by Murong Mo's sword energy. At this moment, Murong Mo gripped the Thunder Sword tightly, each swing producing radiant arcs of lightning, while his other hand deftly altered the incantations, causing mysterious runes to emerge from his fingertips and merge with the surrounding sword energy, amplifying its ferocity. Before the others could react, the human-faced snake succumbed to Murong Mo and Appo's onslaught, collapsing to the ground. The group erupted in exclamations of admiration. "Indeed, Senior Brother Murong is exceptional. Senior Brother Murong is truly unparalleled. We are humbled in comparison. We might simply accompany Brother Murong on a leisurely stroll. The completion of our mission has been remarkably smooth." Naturally, upon the conclusion of this task, it is customary for the disciples who have carried out the assignment to attend to their personal matters. Each of us must seek out the herbs or other items we require. Chapter 11. Hunting and counter-hunting. I intend to seek a rare spiritual herb and venture deeper into the southern wilderness, Murong Mo declared. This was customary. After completing their tasks, most disciples of Shushan would choose to part ways, each in search of their own objectives. However, due to the dangers lurking in the depths of the southern wilderness, it seemed that only those of exceptional cultivation, like Murong Mo, would dare to tread there. Jiang Luo Shui initially wished to follow her senior brother Murong, but upon hearing his intentions to delve further into the treacherous terrain, she abandoned that thought. "Xianxiao, what medicinal herbs are you in search of? How about we travel together?" Although Wuang Mountain lay at the edge of the southern wilderness, it remained perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to an unfortunate encounter with fierce plant spirits, resulting in dire consequences. "Thank you, senior sister, but I prefer to hone my skills alone." Li Xianxiao politely declined Su Wan's offer once more. His repeated refusals left Su Wan somewhat puzzled. Was he really that shy? Had he not moved on from past grievances? She had already forgiven him. "Xianxiao, there and amp, Appo's. There's no need to be so formal with me." Li Xianxiao smiled, feeling a surge of frustration within. If possible, he truly wished to distance himself from this fourth senior sister. An onlooker advised, "Xianxiao, perhaps you should accompany fourth senior sister. With her assistance, you'll be able to gather the herbs you need. Finding herbs is secondary. The primary goal is my own cultivation. My fellow senior brothers and sisters need not worry. I hope you all exercise caution," Li Xianxiao replied, and without waiting for further discussion, he took flight towards the east. In the southern wilderness, soaring through the skies was unwise, so he advanced close to the ground, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Wan frowning in his wake. What is wrong with Li Xianxiao? Fan Jiu expressed envy, puzzled that he would refuse to travel alongside Su Wan. Indeed, Don and Appo's, to be upset, fourth senior sister. Perhaps Li's senior brother has his own reasons, Jiang Luo Shui remarked, implying that Su Wan's advances had been met with indifference, leading to her current vexation. Su Wan shot a cold glance at Jiang Luo Shui, ignoring her. "Su senior sister, why don't you and I journey together into the depths of the southern wilderness?" Murong Mo suggested. Su Wan feigned ignorance, realizing that Li Xianxiao truly did not wish to accompany her, and thus relinquished her pursuit. After a moment's hesitation, she set off in another direction. Murong Mo cast a lingering glance in Su Wan's direction, softly uttering, "This was my final opportunity." He then departed as well, leaving Jiang Luoshui and the remaining two to form a small party and continue onward. Li Xianxiao moved swiftly, weaving through the forest. After covering more than 30 miles in a single breath, he sighed quietly. Is it truly so? He wished fervently that he was overthinking the situation, yet appeared otherwise. After resting briefly, he pressed on. As day turned to night, Li Xianxiao set up a simple array, drawing a circle in the earth with his sword before sitting within it, closing his eyes to meditate. The bright moon hung overhead, casting a cool, silvery light that illuminated the tranquil, shadowy woods. Amidst the darkness, Li Xianxiao, who had been deep in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes without warning, their depths sparkling with a fierce light, as if he could unveil all secrets concealed in the night. In an instant, a cold gleam shot towards him like lightning. The speed was astonishing, leaving little room for reaction. The glimmer was a remarkably sharp, flying sword, piercing through Li Xuanxiao's body at an exceptionally acute angle. Remarkably, despite the sword and Appo's tremendous power, the sword energy it emitted was both razor-sharp and extremely precise. It did not stir the surrounding air, nor did it wreak havoc on the environment. The sword effortlessly pierced the fallen leaves on the ground, as if slicing through thin paper. Then, it vanished silently into a sturdy tree trunk ahead, leaving behind a barely perceptible hole. Throughout this breathtaking sequence of attack, no trace of its presence was revealed, not even the faintest sound escaping. The attacker appeared exceedingly cautious, fearful that even the slightest noise might betray their presence. The assailant emerged slowly. Murong Mo gazed down at Li Xianxiao's lifeless body with an expression of indifference. Yet in the next moment, the corpse erupted in a cloud of poisonous mist. Murong Mo raised an eyebrow, hands clasped behind his back, displaying no sign of tension. A clever illusion, but alas, your cultivation is too weak. The poisonous mist did not affect Murong Mo in the slightest, lingering harmlessly outside his protective aura. Li Xianxiao reappeared. Brother, was it truly necessary to resort to such deadly measures? You revolting scoundrel, you meddled in affairs that were not your concern, snatching away what belongs to me. Are you not courting death? Moreover, you possess the cleansing elixir bestowed by the sect leader. Hand it over to me. At this moment, Murong Mo had completely shed the amiability he once displayed at Shushan. To the eyes of his fellow disciples, Murong Mo was a refined gentleman, courteous and kind, even to the lower-ranked disciples. Yet, the Murong Mo before them was a stark contrast to that persona. What is mine, you cannot take it, let alone seize it. Li Xianxiao silently scoffed at the domineering rhetoric. I had hoped to end your suffering swiftly, but it seems you lack understanding. Murong Mo was acutely aware of Li Xianxiao and Appo's capabilities. He had witnessed Li Xianxiao and Appo's prowess not long ago and could only describe it as unremarkable. Even against someone of equal cultivation, Murong Mo had absolute confidence in his victory, especially since he held an advantage in realms. Your fate is to perish here. From the moment you accepted the task from the Sword Exchange Pavilion, you stepped into my trap. I shan't explain further. You shall remain oblivious until your last breath. Murong Mo stated coolly. You're also digging your own grave. Had you journeyed with Su Wan, I would have hesitated. However, you chose to roam alone. I have granted you multiple opportunities, yet fate has turned against you. Li Xianxiao smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He unbuckled the sword sheath from his back. Spring. The sound of the sword echoed as a blade of cold light surged forth from the sheath. Brother, you may have misunderstood. I am not your inferior in the slightest. Li Xianxiao ceased to suppress his cultivation. Murong Mo's expression shifted slightly. Foundation establishment. How can this be? Sensing the aura of Li Xuanxiao's advanced foundation establishment, he was taken aback. Murong Mo attempted to summon his sword back. It was too late. Li Xianxiao and Appo's sword came swiftly, and as Murong Mo raised his hand to summon his magical artifact, Li Xianxiao seemed to anticipate this, revealing his carefully laid traps hidden in the underbrush behind Murong Mo. Two scorpion puppets fired their poisonous needles. Chapter 12. The true strong before him lay a flying sword. Behind him lurked two well-concealed puppet scorpions, poised to unleash their venomous stingers. At this moment, Murong Mo was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He had just been astonished by Li Xianxiao and Appo's cultivation levels, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Those at the third level of chi refinement and above could manipulate low-tier spiritual artifacts and talismans, while those at the sixth level could soar through the skies on flying swords. The foundation establishment stage was further divided into early, mid, late, and full completion stages. Once a cultivator reached foundation establishment, their lifespan could extend to 200 or 300 years. Though their appearance would age, elixirs could help maintain their youth. Transcending their physical form, they could absorb spiritual energy and no longer required sustenance. They developed spiritual consciousness to perceive their surroundings and manipulate objects. By this stage, they could wield mid-tier artifacts and talismans, as well as high-tier ones that demanded less spiritual energy. It could be said that there was a qualitative transformation between foundation establishment and chi refinement. While an ordinary martial artist might still slay a chi refiner under certain circumstances, they would stand no chance against a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Murong Mo sensed that the opponent's aura was only slightly weaker than his own. Concealed prowess. The other party must possess some artifact that masked their true cultivation level. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. As Murong Mo felt the lethal moves approaching from both directions, he prepared to summon his artifact. Yet, the poisonous stinger from behind had already pierced him. Remarkably swift, faster than the flying sword. As he attempted to channel his true essence, his right hand fell limply. The toxin had sealed 3 crucial acupoints in his right arm: liquid gate, central vessel, and yang pool. These acupoints coincided precisely with the flow of his true essence required to activate his artifact. If one were to liken the meridians to river channels, the acupoints would represent critical checkpoints, awaiting the surge of true essence to pass through. Only then could the corresponding magical power be invoked. However, at this moment, Murong Mo's vital checkpoints were temporarily blocked, preventing the flow of his true essence. Panic finally set in. Had the opponent come prepared? Little did Murong Mo know that he had devised this plan to eliminate Li Xianxiao, having learned that the disciples of Silver Sword Peak had failed their mission. He mistakenly believed himself the hunter. Unbeknownst to him, the true hunter had been on guard against him for over half a year. Since the fracturing of Murong Mo and Appo's relationship with Su Wan, he had cast a disdainful glance in the direction of Silver Sword Peak. From that moment on, Li Xianxiao had been vigilant. Over the months, through various means, he had gained intimate knowledge of Murong Mo and Appo's habits, from his culinary preferences to the colors of his undergarments, not to mention his commonly used artifacts. According to Li Xianxiao's calculations, there was a 70% probability that Murong Mo would habitually employ that silver-ringed artifact, which also served as an excellent defense against flying swords. This raised the odds by an additional 20%. The stingers of the scorpion puppets, modified by Li Xianxiao, sacrificed potency and toxin for speed, managing to briefly paralyze the vital acupoints essential for activating artifacts. Murong Mo's greatest mistake lay in his arrogance and underestimation of the opponent. After his initial strike, he failed to promptly recall his flying sword. Then, confronted with Li Xianxiao's onslaught, he was momentarily dazed as the latter ceased to conceal his aura, missing the chance to evade and confidently wielding his artifact. After that, he had no further opportunities. He faced a fully prepared adversary who had spent a considerable 6 months understanding him. Spring, known for its swiftness. The flying sword pierced the base of Murong Mo's skull. His eyes momentarily dulled before the light within vanished. The entire confrontation, minus Murong Mo's initial ramblings, transpired in an instant. He collapsed backward, producing a muted thud as the leaves scattered around him. Even in death, Murong Mo would likely remain perplexed about how he had met his end. still fixated on the moment when his opponent had unapologetically revealed his strength. Having concluded the battle, Li Xianxiao swiftly concealed his aura. The deceased sect leader had once imparted to him a secret to overcoming formidable foes. Appear ordinary, allowing enemies to underestimate you, leading everyone to believe you are merely an inconsequential figure. The world is not devoid of powerful cultivators, yet many have lost their lives due to minor oversights. One must deceive and eliminate their opponent by exploiting their misjudgment of one's strength. This is the simplest of tactics. Li Xianxiao exhaled lightly, retracting the spring sword into its scabbard. The two scorpion puppets dissipated into wisps of azure smoke. As for Murong Mo's corpse, it could not be left unattended, lest someone discover that his wounds were inflicted by Li Xuanxiao's own sword. Such an explanation would be untenable. Even if he could clarify the matter, Murong Mo's family and his close associates would pose a significant threat, putting Li Xianxiao in grave danger. He scattered powder that attracted ferocious beasts onto Murong Mo's body and swiftly concealed himself. Shortly thereafter, a black panther appeared. Li Xianxiao masked his aura and watched as the panther devoured Murong Mo's remains. The body of a cultivator was undoubtedly a substantial feast for such beasts. Witnessing this, Li Xianxiao followed the panther for 2 days before striking and killing it. In this age, where love could easily turn to darkness, leading one to slay countless innocents in a fit of rage, one must tread carefully while cultivating caution upon caution. Afterward, Li Xianxiao departed in the opposite direction, prioritizing the search for essential materials to create puppets. 2 days later, he had successfully gathered most of the materials he sought. On this day, Li Xianxiao stood in the midst of a valley, habitually casting divination with 3 bronze coins. 1 coin at a time, he cast 6 times to produce a hexagram. Just as he was about to cast the 5th coin, a powerful energy wave erupted like a surging tide, seemingly capable of tearing the very fabric of the world apart. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, reminiscent of thunderclaps on a clear day, sending chills down one's spine. Gazing outward, he beheld the radiant energy illuminating half the sky, dazzling to the point of being blinding. It resembled a cloud ablaze with fierce flames, spreading forth with an unstoppable momentum. Such an astonishing explosion of energy and deafening sound. Could it be that a formidable being was engaged in a life-and-death struggle? The true strong. Chapter 13. The heavens seek my destruction. Li Xuanxiao's expression changed dramatically. The fierce clashes among such formidable beings were truly terrifying. Due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, the residual force generated during their battles could easily claim the lives of ordinary cultivators. To slay you was as effortless as squashing an ant. Li Xianxiao had never anticipated encountering 2 powerful adversaries engaged in combat at this moment. Spectating? Out of the question. That was sheer folly. In that fleeting instant, the immense shock waves produced by their fierce conflict began to radiate outward with alarming speed. Great fireballs, colossal and ablaze, streaked across the sky like meteors, descending with a haunting howl towards the earth. When these colossal fireballs collided with the ground, they erupted with a deafening roar, as if the very world trembled in response. Immediately, a tempestuous shock wave of energy surged from the point of impact, rippling outward in all directions. The ground struck by the fireballs could not withstand such ferocious force, instantly transforming into a bottomless pit several dozen meters wide. Dust and debris flew into the air, turning the once solid and even terrain into a scene of utter devastation. Li Xianxiao was drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying! This was a battle far beyond his level of participation. It was akin to a novice attempting to loot in the midst of a clash among seasoned players in an online game. He fixated on the location of the fireballs nearby. According to the theory of craters, it was improbable for another explosion to occur in the same spot. Li Xianxiao swiftly darted over, employing his earth-escaping technique. Digging, he affixed an escape talisman to his forehead and continued to burrow underground. He did not cease until much later. Indeed, the realm of cultivation was exceedingly brutal and ruthless. Even in such dire straits, Li Xianxiao felt a lingering sense of danger. To wield a sword that could move mountains, part seas, pluck stars, sever rivers, topple cities, and cleave open the heavens? Far too perilous. After enduring a full day and night, the tumult outside finally subsided, yet Li Xianxiao remained concealed, reluctant to emerge. The supervising elder dispatched this time was not particularly strong, likely hiding just as he was, rendering him unable to rely on anyone else. In such circumstances, it was prudent to remain hidden. After waiting for approximately half a day, Li Xianxiao cautiously resurfaced from the depths of the earth, resembling a groundhog emerging from its burrow. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring safety before fully emerging. However, just as he took a few steps, a figure materialized not far away. His steps halted abruptly. Was his luck truly this dire? Were the heavens conspiring against him? Before him stood a striking woman clad in red, resembling a blood rose blooming in the dark of night. Blood flowed ceaselessly from her body, saturating her vibrant crimson attire, rendering it an even deeper scarlet, as though scorched by fierce flames. Her tightly pressed lips bore a hint of purplish hue, and a few disheveled strands of hair clung to her damp forehead, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a touch of tragic beauty. Li Xianxiao turned and fled. Run! Run fast! The overwhelming demonic aura emanating from her indicated she was undoubtedly a formidable enchantress. He could not possibly contend with her. Despite her seeming vulnerability, she could easily extinguish his life in the blink of an eye. With the sword in hand, Li Xianxiao invoked the sword art of spring thunder. The blade shimmered with a dazzling radiance in the air, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the sky. At that moment, his expression turned grave as he channeled every ounce of true essence within him, sparing no effort. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to be stirred by the powerful aura he exuded, racing toward his target at an astonishing speed. Run! The singular thought consumed him. In the next moment, Li Xianxiao collapsed to the ground. The flash of red appeared before his eyes. It was over. His life was forfeit. The woman in red fixed her gaze upon the sword sheath on his back, which vibrated incessantly, emitting a low hum. A disciple of Mount Shu? Are you that old man's apprentice? Li Xianxiao felt his mind reel. Merely her words, laced with faint energy, overwhelmed him. The gap in power was insurmountable. A chasm as wide as heaven and earth. This was not something that could be compensated for by a flying sword or a puppet's poison needle. He had barely exited the novice village only to encounter a major boss. As he lay on the ground, the intense pressure suddenly dissipated. The red-clad enchantress lunged at him like a kite with severed strings, collapsing heavily onto his chest. After this fall, she lost consciousness, evidently due to her severe injuries. Li Xianxiao was immediately enveloped by a mingled scent of faint fragrance and potent blood, a unique aroma that flooded his nostrils. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt the soft, almost boneless form of the woman in his embrace. Her warmth transmitted through the thin fabric, sending a shiver through his heart. What? Li Xianxiao momentarily froze. What is this? Unconscious. The next second, Li Xianxiao sprang to his feet. Demoness, prepare to meet your end. He drew his sword, aiming a fierce slash at her neck. Pity for the fair? Who knew what vile visage lay beneath that exterior? With such overwhelming demonic energy, she must have committed countless heinous acts. Without hesitation, Li Xianxiao swung his sword towards her head. The strike could not sever it. He swung again. Clang, clang, clang. His hands trembled from the impact. Changing angles, he struck again, still ineffective. This was the disparity in strength. He was utterly powerless against her. Fine, so be it. Li Xianxiao turned and fled. If he could not kill her, he could certainly escape. His heart raced wildly. At that moment, he felt something settle upon his shoulder. Li Xianxiao's lips twitched slightly, ultimately ceasing his flight. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the figure behind him. Had she awakened? Would she drain me dry? Take me to a safe place, a voice called from behind. Understood. Li Xianxiao readily agreed. At this juncture, to utter a single word of dissent would be tantamount to courting death. In a secluded cave, the woman in red shed her inner armor. Treat my wounds. Very well. Li Xianxiao produced an array of vividly colored vials labeled with various inscriptions. He picked up a bottle marked hemostasis powder. This will sting a bit. Less chatter. Li Xianxiao bit his lip. The so-called hemostasis powder was, in fact, a 5-poison powder. As for why the label read hemostasis powder, it was because he did not wish for anyone to claim his belongings if they stumbled upon his storage ring. Chapter 14. You are hard to kill. Li Xianxiao poured the voodoo powder onto the wounds of his opponent, then kindly inquired, "Does it hurt?" The woman in red responded to his question with silence. Li Xianxiao then picked up a bottle of disinfectant, and with a sharp hiss, the corrosive liquid was applied. The woman in red shivered slightly. "Is it working?" Li Xianxiao began to remove the inner armor from her back, feeling the residual warmth and powerful aura lingering on it. The woman's bare back was fully revealed to him. If one were to overlook her wounds, her back showcased a graceful and flowing silhouette. Each inch of skin radiating a captivating luster that was so delicate it evoked an irresistible urge to touch, yet one would fear to defile such beauty. From her slender neck extending to her waist, the curvature was just right. However, Li Xianxiao had no time to appreciate it. He was diligently sprinkling a small green bottle over the wound. An anesthetic powder. A mere pinch could bring down an elephant. Yet, even half a bottle poured in the wound yielded no effect. "I'll give you a stronger dose." Li Xianxiao mixed several vials together. "What is this?" The woman in red suddenly asked. "You are gravely injured. These medicines need to be combined." The woman fell silent. Li Xianxiao smeared the colorful ointment onto her body, then wrapped her wounds with gauze, declaring, "I will not let you die from poison." The woman gasped and, after a moment, slowly said, "In front." The eyelashes of the woman in red fluttered slightly as she turned around. At that moment, Li Xianxiao noticed a layer of alluring blush blooming on her cheeks. It resembled the delicate petals of peach blossoms in early spring, lightly covering her porcelain-like skin, enhancing her already enchanting visage with an added allure. Li Xianxiao's expression remained unchanged, thinking, "I refuse to believe I cannot poison you." As he continued applying the medicine, the woman furrowed her brows, her exquisite features contorting slightly, seemingly enduring immense pain. A low, suppressed groan escaped her perfectly shaped nose. 30 years of hemlock, 50 years of peacock bile, 60 years of heartbreak grass and poison wine. Li Xianxiao mixed these substances together and quietly crushed a poisonous scorpion, evenly sprinkling it over the wound, before taking some gauze to wrap her injuries. Finally, "It's done." The woman in red appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, lying on a stone within the cave, her gaze slightly lifting to rest upon the young man who had aided her. "You are hard to kill," Li Xianxiao thought bitterly. At that moment, the woman in red remembered and tugged at her clothing. The wounds had been treated. She needed to avoid any major movements and refrain from engaging in combat. "As for the internal injuries, I am truly powerless, and you must rely on yourself for that. All I could do was stop the bleeding. Rest for now. I shall take my leave. No need to see me off." In the world of martial arts, encountering one another is fate. Li Xianxiao spoke to himself, then turned to walk toward the cave entrance. "Wait." The woman in red softly spoke. Li Xianxiao maintained his composure, saying, "No need for thanks. It is all understood in the heart." "Stop." This time, her tone was laced with a chill. Li Xianxiao halted. "I did not say you could leave," the woman in red coldly stated. Li Xianxiao, understanding the situation, sat back down, asking, "How may I assist you further?" "Before I depart, you must not go anywhere." I should clarify that our journey to the southern border is for training purposes. If I do not return for an extended period, the elders of our sect will launch a large-scale search, which could lead to complications." Li Xianxiao subtly reminded the woman of his background. "A mere golden core, little elder." The woman in red replied, her tone reeking of arrogance. "Well then, she has seen through my background." Li Xianxiao obediently fell silent. "I never leave debts unpaid." "You need not worry," the woman in red concluded before closing her eyes. Li Xianxiao was uncertain whether she had fallen asleep or was testing him, and for a moment, he dared not make any sudden movements. Thus, around a day passed. The woman in red awoke once more, her complexion considerably improved, and the bleeding had ceased. "What medicine did you use?" "The wounds are healing well." Li Xianxiao's lips twitched slightly as he could only attribute it to the excellent medicine from Shushan. "Damn it, She can't possibly be a body immune to all poisons, able to absorb any toxin as nourishment. The woman in red sat up, seemingly cultivating to recover from her injuries. Li Xianxiao felt a headache coming on. If she was already this formidable while injured, what would happen when she fully recuperated? Thinking of this, Li Xianxiao stood up. I will step outside to find something to eat. After all, he was still a novice cultivator, in need of sustenance to replenish his energy. This reasoning was perfectly reasonable. I will also gather some dew. Dew gathers spiritual energy, and for cultivators like the woman in red, it is likely deemed insignificant. However, given her current state, it would be a different matter. The woman in red nodded. Having received her consent, Li Xianxiao exited the cave. Nevertheless, he had no intention of fleeing. What a joke, with such a formidable presence sitting there. Escaping for a day would be a trivial task for her to retrieve him. As for seeking help from others, that was out of the question. The leading elder, a golden core practitioner, would be considered inconsequential in her eyes. Li Xianxiao stepped out of the cave and retrieved a blue bottle from his storage ring, scattering its contents around. This powder could attract fierce beasts and venomous insects in the forest. Once he finished scattering it, Li Xianxiao slipped away. After collecting some dew and waiting a while, he returned to the cave, feigning nonchalance. Inside the cave, Li Xianxiao gazed at the woman in red seated on the stone, then at the several large, powerful beast carcasses. What happened? Did you go hunting? Li Xianxiao quickly accepted the reality of his plan as failure, recognizing her exceptional acting skills. Something like that. It's just right to replenish my strength, the woman in red replied indifferently. Thus, feeling guilty, Li Xianxiao took on the tasks of dissecting the beasts and cooking. The small bottle of chili powder he poured out was also a red powder, indistinguishable from regular chili, even carrying a slightly pungent aroma. In truth, it was a heart-piercing powder. After a while, a pot of beast meat soup was prepared. Under Li Xianxiao as culinary skills, it appeared quite appetizing. The woman in red glanced at him, surprised that today's youth could indeed cook well. Chapter 15. Do not toy with me. The woman in red recalled that at this age, most cultivators were ambitious yet lacked practical skills. Who among them would willingly learn to cook? As she turned her gaze back to the pot of meat soup before her, a rich aroma wafted through the air, seemingly imbued with a magical essence capable of awakening even the most dormant of taste buds. Upon closer inspection, the soup revealed an enticing reddish-brown hue, glistening with a thin layer of oil. The pieces of meat within were uniformly sized, their textures vividly apparent, having been simmered to tender perfection, melting in one's mouth. The accompanying vegetables were cooked to just the right degree, preserving their own flavors and nutrients while absorbing the delectable essence of the meat. It is worth noting that this exquisite dish was crafted under extremely rudimentary conditions. There were no sophisticated utensils or a myriad of spices. Yet through the chef's remarkable skills and precise understanding of the ingredients, this ordinary meat soup had been transformed into something truly delightful. The woman in red nodded, declaring, "It is indeed delicious." Then to indulge further, "You should eat as well," she suggested, seemingly feeling it inappropriate to enjoy it alone. "No worries, you go ahead," came a reply. "If I say eat, then eat." Li Xianxiao blinked, gazing at the pot of soup. "What?" "Nothing," she responded. "Fortunately, I had anticipated this and took the antidote beforehand." With that, Li Xianxiao began to eat. "By the way, what is your name?" inquired the woman in red. "Morong Mo," he replied without hesitation. The woman nodded, then fell into silence for a moment before asking, "Are you not curious about my name?" My master taught me that while traveling, one should refrain from asking unnecessary questions." "Is your master that old fellow with the surname Wang?" she inquired. "He is my grandmaster," Li Xianxiao answered candidly. The woman in red glanced at the sword box strapped to his back. "He entrusted it to you, indicating he holds you in high esteem." "I merely safeguard it for my senior brother," Li Xianxiao modestly replied, fearing that the very next moment she might declare, "This fellow is destined to inherit the mantle. He must not be spared." "Why do I suddenly feel so warm?" the woman in red exclaimed unexpectedly. Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. "Is that line appropriate? What are you implying?" In an instant, a vivid flush akin to the evening glow crept rapidly across her fair and delicate cheeks, as if enchanted. This blush resembled a crimson plum blossoming atop a snow-capped mountain, resplendent and alluring. It spread from the base of her ears, gradually enveloping her entire visage, enhancing her already captivating beauty with a hint of shyness and allure. "What is happening to you? Is it the richness of the meat?" Li Xianxiao probed cautiously. The woman shook her head. "What seasoning did you use?" Only then did Li Xianxiao recall that in his earlier preparation, he might have inadvertently added an aphrodisiac to the mix. Goodness, administering such potent concoctions without any repercussions. Just one of those pills would suffice to have an effect. Li Xianxiao decisively placed an antidote into her mouth. The woman's gaze grew somewhat dazed, but after a brief moment, the heat subsided. Li Xianxiao breathed a sigh of relief. His pure yang physique had nearly been compromised. Thus, 2 full days passed. For Li Xianxiao, these days felt interminably long. In his mind, he repeatedly simulated various scenarios of how to eliminate the woman. Yet each simulation concluded in failure. To the woman in red, Li Xianxiao had attentively cared for her throughout these 2 days, a novel experience for her. Perhaps due to her injuries, she had shed her previous haughtiness and aloofness. Li Xianxiao was particularly attentive to her wounds, even assisting her with a change of bandages. Parasite, tetanus. I refused to believe this through Li Xianxiao's diligent efforts. Her external injuries healed more rapidly. He stifled the urge to slap himself. Incompetence abounds. During these days, Li Xianxiao deliberately left behind clues. Since the woman in red had been injured, the assailant must be nearby in the southern region. He hoped to lure them in, swiftly eradicating the threat. Heaven rewards the diligent. One day, under the guise of foraging for spiritual fruits, Li Xianxiao ventured out to seek opportunities. At that moment, a figure by the waterfall caught his attention. He beheld a woman clad in black, slowly raising her head. Blood trickled from her lips as she murmured, "Damn it, I've been trapped by this scoundrel for far too long." The black-clad woman locked eyes with Li Xianxiao, and he sensed that the malevolence radiating from her was no less than that of the woman in red. "Dear heavens, must you toy with me so?" Li Xianxiao thought, turning to flee. However, predictably, he was swiftly ensnared by the black-clad woman, bound tightly by enchanted ropes. Subsequently, she led him to a secluded cave. "A disciple of Mount Shu?" she inquired, shedding her garments and turning her back to him. "Can you heal? Tend to my wounds, or I shall end you." Li Xianxiao mused that this scenario felt eerily familiar. Had it not transpired before? He retrieved his small vial of medicine from his storage ring, still containing the same combination of 5 poisons powder and heart-piercing ointment, equally ineffective. Li Xianxiao found himself in a state of exasperation. Compared to the woman in red, the black-clad woman possessed a far more volatile temperament, often repeating threats. "No tricks, or I'll kill you. Don't look around, or I'll kill you. I'll kill you. What are you staring at? I'll kill you." Surely, this black-clad woman cannot be allied with the red-clad one. Li Xianxiao pondered in silence. Thus, he once again feigned an excuse to venture out in search of dew, returning to the previous cave. Upon his arrival, the woman in red raised an eyebrow. "I thought you had fled. Where have you been for so long?" "Ah, nothing much. The dew nearby ran dry, so I sought some from farther away." Li Xianxiao began by weaving a tale before subtly inquiring if she had any companions nearby and who had injured her. The woman in red shook her head, her voice low. "For your own safety, it is best that you know as little as possible." Li Xianxiao thus abandoned his attempt to gather intel from her. Once again, he sought an excuse to leave, redirecting his steps to the black-clad woman's cave. As he walked, an unsettling realization washed over him. Had he become that man, caught between a mistress and a concubine? Chapter 16. The imperial daughter foamed in the shadowy and profound cavern. A woman clad in black garments quietly leaned against the stone wall. Her head was slightly bowed, and her eyes were firmly shut. Unlike the woman in red, this black-clad figure exuded an intense sense of aggression. Even with her eyes closed, one could feel the sharp brilliance contained within them. Beneath her prominent nose, her lips appeared somewhat thin yet distinctly defined, with the corners of her mouth subtly curving upwards, as if perpetually holding a barely perceptible cold smile. This striking appearance enveloped her in an aura of danger and mystery. More importantly, quite ample, the black-clad woman opened her eyes and gazed at Li Xiandao, who had ventured out to collect dew. "You are indeed thoughtful," she remarked. "Clever, astute, and most importantly, pleasing to the eye." Nodding slightly, she added, "From now on, you shall be my servant." Li Xiandao responded, "I am unworthy, truly unworthy." He hastily declined. "If I say you are worthy, then you are worthy. This is a rare opportunity you could never hope to attain in several lifetimes. Consider yourself fortunate." The black-clad woman retorted with a light snort. Li Xiandao felt speechless within. "My storage ring has also been lost. Do you possess any other garments?" The black-clad woman glanced at her tattered clothes, revealing swathes of skin. However, for her, this was not the most pressing concern. The true issue lay in the fact that her attire was stained with blood, muddied, and reeking, conditions she found intolerable. Li Xiandao lamented that had he known this would occur, he would have brought more clothing. His outer robe had already been given to the woman in red. The black-clad woman shot him a look, declaring, "Give me your clothing, you wretched servant." Left with no choice, Li Xiandao removed his inner lining, exposing a small vest of his own design beneath. The black-clad woman gazed at his vest and gasped. "You, a lowly servant, possess quite the taste. This attire. Remove it." After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he complied, shedding the vest. "Alas, I have encountered a female rogue, and one with formidable strength at that." The black-clad woman discarded her black robe and donned Li Xiandao's vest. Quite nice," she mused, surveying herself. "By the way, what is your name, servant?" "Mu Romo." Li Xiandao replied without hesitation. "What a despicable name. I am called the Imperial Daughter Feng. In gratitude for your assistance, I permit you to rub your forehead against my feet," she proclaimed. Li Xiandao was taken aback. Has the demonic sect resorted to such depravity? Not enough. Imperial Daughter Feng propped her chin on her hand. Greedy and insatiable, are we? Very well, I shall grant you a little more. I will tread upon your head. Surely that will suffice. Of course, I must be cautious not to crush your little head, for that would be most unsightly. Li Xiandao quickly rejected the notion, asserting that it was more than enough to serve her. Imperial Daughter Feng nodded, raising her chin slightly, the joy evident on her face. Li Xiandao realized that this enchantress was easily flattered. Just a few compliments, and she was elated. Being a disciple of Mount Shu, Li Xiandao was well aware of her name. The Imperial Daughter Feng, the ruler of the Heavenly Calamity Hall, one of the 4 great demonic sects in the Central Plains, alongside the 9 Nether Mountain, the Shura Hall, and the Crimson Blood Manor. It was said that her cultivation was unfathomable, with countless righteous practitioners having perished at her hands, their corpses forming mountains and their blood flowing like rivers. Li Xiandao could not help but marvel at his fortune. To remain indoors would have been wise, but to step outside and encounter a figure of your caliber is truly astonishing. It is a stroke of luck beyond measure. "Oh, did not expect me to be so renowned?" Imperial Daughter Feng smirked, clearly pleased by the flattery. Li Xiandao assessed her in his mind. Indeed, ample yet lacking in intellect. Not as formidable as the woman in red, with a quick temper and a singular mindset. With her arms crossed, Imperial Daughter Feng huffed. "The more I look at this young man, the more I find him agreeable, especially since he has aided me." With a slight motion of her fingers, a pill landed directly in Li Xiandao's mouth. Observing his bewildered expression, she explained, "This is the life and death pill I concocted. Upon ingestion, your cultivation will greatly increase. Yet you shall remain under my control. You will require an antidote from me every year, lest you face certain death." Li Xiandao swallowed hard. Indeed, this was a demonic woman. Even with her assistance, she would not hesitate to strike when it suited her. One should not entertain any notions of forming a bond with her. A moment's inattention could lead to irrevocable consequences. This is troublesome, he thought. Yet he maintained his composure and continued to smile brightly. "You must change your name. I find Mu Roman appealing. From now on, you shall be called Wealthy. Wealthy. That is a dog's name. Fear not. Accompany me, and I assure you a life of comfort far superior to that of Mount Shu." Li Xiandao quickly accepted his new moniker. Imperial Daughter Feng nodded, satisfied. "Wealthy, I dare ask, who injured you?" "Why do you ask this?" Imperial daughter Feng replied coldly. Having been pricked by the question, Li Xiandao hurriedly clarified, I merely wish to know who would dare harm the esteemed Imperial daughter Feng. Such an affront cannot go unpunished. I shall ensure they are torn to shreds. Imperial daughter Feng nodded appreciatively, but then shook her head. You're no match for her. Nevertheless, your sentiment is commendable. It was Li Qiushui of the Shura Hall. Li Qiushui of the Shura Hall. Li Xiandao recognized yet another notorious demoness. It was said she had an affinity for red, often appearing clothed entirely in crimson. However, rumors are but whispers, and, as Li Xuandao's mind raced, he tentatively inquired, could it be that she is the legendary beauty, always adorned in red, unparalleled in allure? Indeed, upon hearing this, Imperial daughter Feng grew agitated, leaping to her feet. Unparalleled in beauty. Is she more beautiful than me? What makes her superior? Look at her face. Now compare it to mine. Imperial daughter Feng straightened her back. Now gaze upon my legs and my waist. As she spoke, she began to remove her garments, determined to prove her superiority in beauty to Li Xiandao. Where is her beauty compared to mine? Speak. Li Xiandao hurriedly intervened. Chapter 17, Without Any Novelty? Having finally placated the Imperial daughter Feng with a slew of disparaging remarks about Lu Qiushui, Li Xiandao swiftly extricated himself from her presence and hurried to seek out Lu Qiushui. He had now ascertained that it was indeed the Imperial daughter Feng who had instigated the conflict with Lu Qiushui. It was a case of dogs biting dogs. There were no righteous individuals seeking to eliminate the two. Thus, if he wished to survive amidst their rivalry. At this juncture, Li Xiandao found himself standing outside Lu Qiushui's cave. Lu Qiushui slightly lifted her gaze, her eyes as clear and captivating as a tranquil pool of autumn water. As her gaze flitted about, it seemed to shimmer with countless stars, and when her eyes inadvertently met Li Xiandao's, that fleeting moment felt as if it contained 1,000 unspoken words. Li Xiandao remained undisturbed, his face adorned with a smile. In the next breath, a black elixir fell into his mouth. This is a pill I concocted, Lu Qiushui remarked. It will greatly enhance your cultivation, yet it is also a poison. Li Xiandao. Oh, again? Can't you practitioners of the demonic sect come up with something new? Is this the only trick you have? Li Xiandao felt a bit unwell. Taking 2 pills with side effects in such a short span of time, both capable of enhancing his cultivation, would surely lead to discomfort. You'll feel better shortly. It's only natural to feel unwell, Lu Qiushui reassured him. Do not blame me. It is not that I do not trust you, but this is merely a precaution. Everyone who enters my sect must undergo this. However, this pill is only for those who are close to me. You saved my life. So from now on, you shall serve by my side. At that moment, Li Xiandao collapsed to the ground. He could distinctly feel the 2 pills, administered by Lu Qiushui and the Imperial daughter Feng, igniting within him like 2 bombs. The powerful and mysterious energies clashed violently within his body, reminiscent of 2 well-trained and well-equipped armies engaged in a fierce battle on the narrow battlefield of his being. They intertwined, collided, and tore at each other, each encounter eliciting intense tremors. One force was as scorching as fire, threatening to incinerate everything in its path, while the other was as frigid as frost, instantly freezing anything it touched. These 2 energies surged back and forth, refusing to yield, rendering it impossible to discern a victor. They rampaged through his meridians and acupoints, wreaking havoc on the once steady flow of his vital energy. He felt as though his internal organs were being painfully tugged, and his bones seemed on the verge of disintegration. My life is forfeit. Li Xiandao could no longer muster the strength to speak. Help! 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 Is this it? Li Xiandao opened his eyes, his small eyes filled with immense confusion. What is happening? He sensed the tumultuous energy within him swiftly calming. His cultivation had risen dramatically. However, the side effect brought by the pills, the poison, had somehow canceled each other out. Oh! Li Xiandao was filled with unexpected joy. The heavens have not forsaken me. The 2 pills not only elevated his cultivation, akin to forcibly instilling a vast amount of power within him, but they also conveniently eliminated the side effects. Even someone of Li Xuandao's temperament could not suppress a smile at this moment. Nevertheless, while he had gained substantial cultivation, he still required time to assimilate this newfound power. It was not akin to the martial arts novels where a master imparts a century of power to the protagonist, allowing them to possess it instantaneously. If such a thing were true, the protagonist would likely explode from the sheer force. In this instance, he had merely broken through a minor realm, necessitating sufficient time for digestion. Thus, in the following days, Li Xiandao oscillated between the imperial daughter Feng and Lu Qiuxue while absorbing his internal cultivation. The imperial daughter Feng resembled a headstrong underworld queen, more naive and easily deceived. Lu Qiuxue, although enamored with fiery red, was not explosive. Rather, she exhibited a cooler demeanor. Due to Li Xiandao's attentive care, both women gradually grew closer to him. It was not difficult to discern that they had somewhat lowered their previously lofty attitudes. The bridge effect could aptly explain the situation, wherein an individual traversing a swaying bridge experiences heightened heart rate. If at that moment they encounter another person, they may mistakenly attribute the increased heart rate to feelings of attraction, thus developing romantic sentiments. The imperial daughter Feng and Lu Qiuxue, accustomed to commanding respect, typically surrounded by attendants, now found themselves injured and resting in a cave, with only a stranger from Shushan to care for them, naturally developing fondness for him. This also elucidated why many cinematic narratives feature protagonists solidifying their bonds in such circumstances. After a few days of tranquil living, Li Xiandao concluded his training. Although he had not fully digested his cultivation, he had reached a state of temporary saturation and could commence his next plan. That day, Li Xiandao tended to Lu Qiushue's wounds. He carefully supported her arm and laid a clean white cloth nearby for use. Gradually, he unwrapped the bandages covering her wound, revealing a scar that had yet to fully heal. Lu Qiushue winced, the movement sending a sharp pain through her. Yet, upon witnessing the focused and earnest expression on the youth and Appo's face, the pain in her heart seemed to diminish slightly. The recovery is faster than I anticipated, Li Xiandao remarked. Lu Qiushue nodded. Then you should rest well. Li Xiandao, as was his custom, ventured outside. Lu Qiushue had grown accustomed to this and blurted out, "Come back early." The moment the words left her lips, she felt an odd sensation. Li Xiandao turned to glance at her, his expression unchanged, before departing the cave. After a brief interval, a figure stumbled back from outside the cave. "Run, run! It's people from the Heavenly Killing Hall." With that, Li Xiandao collapsed to the ground. The Heavenly Killing Hall. Lu Qiushue and Appo's expression shifted as she hurried to support him. Li Xiandao had already lost consciousness. Lu Qiushue stood frozen like a statue, unable to react for quite some time. The placid lake of her heart rippled ever so slightly, soon followed by a tremor. That youth, so full of life and vigor, lay lifelessly in her embrace, as peaceful as if in slumber. His body gradually grew cold, the essence of life slowly ebbing away. Reflecting on the brief time they had spent together, though it was not lengthy, those days were uniquely significant to Lu Qiushue. Each day was simple and pure, even somewhat monotonous. Yet for some reason, this unremarkable existence filled her with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. She recalled their initial encounter, where they had maintained an awkward silence, neither willing to break the tranquility. However, as time passed, they grew familiar, quietly gazing at the beautiful sunset together, sharing their joys and sorrows, exchanging laughter. With a loud clang, the sword was drawn from its sheath, and a fierce battle spirit surged within. Lu Qiushue clenched his silver teeth tightly. At that moment, another figure burst into the scene. Chapter 18. Have you lost your mind? The imperial princess Feng gazed at Li Xiandao, who lay lifeless in Lu Qiushue and Appo's embrace, initially taken aback. Then, her eyes blazed with fury. "You wretched being, is you again?" Li Xiandao had succumbed to death, undoubtedly at the hands of Lu Qiushue. She had promised the youth a life of luxury and splendor, drinking the finest wines, reveling with the most beautiful maidens, and riding the swiftest steeds. The imperial princess Feng was a woman of her word, especially when it came to this young man, for she held him in high regard. Lu Qiushui, equally enraged, glared at the imperial princess Feng. "You shall die." The two burst forth from the cave, Lu Qiushui gripping a shimmering long sword, its blade quivering as if resonating with her very spirit. In an instant, a brilliant sword light erupted forth, akin to a roaring inferno, illuminating the entire battlefield. The flames bore an overwhelming intensity and power that was blinding. Simultaneously, a fire dragon roared upwards from the sword light, its massive jaws revealing razor-sharp fangs. Its powerful claws poised to strike with the force of a tempest, lunging fiercely toward the imperial princess Feng. The dragon, encased in flames, radiated an awe-inspiring aura, distorting the air in its wake. Yet, the imperial princess Feng stood undaunted. With a graceful flick of her resplendent wings, she ascended like a celestial being, firmly clutching a lotus lamp that emanated a gentle glow. The lamp radiated vibrant hues, accentuating her ethereal elegance and nobility. This was not their first clash. Past grievances surged forth, intensifying the ferocity of their battle. Both fought with unwavering resolve, determined to determine their fates. The Wuwang Mountain swayed violently, resembling a drunken giant struggling to maintain balance. Amidst this tumult, colossal stones tumbled from the steep slopes, crashing into one another with deafening roars. The air was filled with flying debris and swirling dust, as the birds and beasts of the mountain fled in search of safety. As the two engaged fiercely, neither realized that Li Xiandao, once thought dead, had quietly vanished, employing a technique of concealment to escape towards a predetermined rendezvous. Let them fight it out. May they both suffer, he thought, fleeing from Wuwang Mountain after 3 days and nights of relentless running. It begins anew. Su Wan anxiously watched the distant Wuwang Mountain. The other disciples of Shushan exchanged worried glances. Could they be fighting, endangering us as well? Li Xiandao and senior brother Morong had not returned. Could they have already? No, don't say such things. Jiang Luoshui puffed her cheeks, indignant. The disciple who had spoken hastily slapped his own mouth, exclaiming, "No, no. Senior brother Morong and junior brother Li are certainly safe." Just then, a figure emerged from the ground nearby. Junior brother Li? Su Wan's eyes brightened. The young elder Feng Yun sighed in relief upon seeing Li Xiandao. But her heart sank when she noticed that Murong Mo was absent. "You didn't TC senior brother Morong?" Li Xiandao shook his head. "I did not see him. It was the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui." What? The name sent shockwaves through the gathered Shushan disciples, including the young elder Feng Yun. The imperial princess Feng of the Heavenly Kill Palace and Lu Qiushui of the Azura Palace. Both were formidable foes, notorious not only in Zhongzhou, but beyond. The young elder Feng Yun acted promptly, dispatching a message via flying sword to Shushan, urging immediate action against the two formidable foes. 3 days later, the chief of the 3 peaks of Shushan, accompanied by 5 elders and 36 disciples, arrived at Wuwang Mountain. However, by the time they reached, the battle between the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui had concluded. Uncertain of the victor, both had vanished from the mountain's grasp. Undeterred, the leaders scoured the southern territory, but even they hesitated to delve deep into its recesses, eventually abandoning their search. As for Murong Mo, no trace could be found in Wuwang Mountain. It was presumed he had perished within its confines. Certainly, the blame lay with the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui. Given Murong Mo and Appo's strength in the presence of a rescue talisman, it was improbable he could have been silently slain. Thus, it was highly likely that either the imperial princess Feng or Lu Qiushui had dealt the fatal blow. Shushan recorded this blood debt, adding another life of a disciple to their toll. Amidst Jiang Luoshui's weeping, the group concluded their journey to Wuwang Mountain and returned to Shushan. Throughout the journey, Jiang Luoshui continued to cry, while Su Wan gazed into the distance, her heart a tumult of emotions. This man had once been the object of her deep affection, though now they were like strangers. The news of his death pierced her heart with a dull ache. Memories flooded back like a rising tide, sweet, tender moments that seemed to belong to a distant past. They had strolled beneath the moonlight, sharing their innermost thoughts, and spent countless joyous moments together, experiencing life myriad emotions. Every smile, every embrace was indelibly etched in Su-won's memory, impossible to erase. But now, everything had changed, and the past was irretrievable. Su-won sighed deeply, her breath laden with profound resignation and sorrow. Perhaps this was the design of fate. Those destined to meet, yet remain apart, could only serve as fleeting interludes in life's grand narrative. Though her heart still held love, she could only bury it deep within, allowing time to heal the wounds of the past. Turning to Li Xiandao, she approached him. "Please, grant me a little time." Li Xiandao turned, perplexed. "A little time? After all, though those are stories of the past, I still feel pain. Please allow me this time to mend my wounds, and then I will consider our relationship." Li Xiandao. Oh, may I ask, are you out of your mind? Chapter 19. You make me a bit afraid for senior sister. Could it be that you have misunderstood something? Li Xianxiao could no longer restrain himself from asking. Su-won looked at him with confusion. Could it be? Indeed, Li Xianxiao believed that Su-won understood his meaning. For senior sister, you are a tad self-absorbed. Did you kill senior brother Morong just to have me? Su-won exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxiao was even more astonished. Although all of Su-won and Appo's deductions were erroneous, the outcome was strikingly accurate. How could she presume that he would kill Morong for her? Yet, she had indeed guessed correctly. It was he who had slain Morong. Li Xianxiao felt a sense of inner turmoil. This was utterly insane. If others were to learn of this and believe it, he would find himself in an inextricable situation. He hurriedly replied, "Senior sister, how could you entertain such thoughts?" Su-won took a step back, seizing the moment of chaos to suggest that he had transferred the blame onto the Imperial Maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui. With my abilities, how could I possibly contend with senior brother Morong? Su-won suddenly realized the flaw in her reasoning and continued. Could it be that you lured the Imperial Maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui into killing Morong using their hands? Li Xianxiao, senior sister, you are abstracting things. You frighten me a little. How could you harbor such wild notions? It was not me. I apologize. Su-won recalled how Li Xianxiao had covertly observed her in order to protect her. If he had indeed killed Morong for her, it could be comprehensible. Fourth senior sister, what I mean is that you seem to have misunderstood. I do not harbor feelings for you. What? Su-won stood frozen in place, as if she had heard something utterly inconceivable. What did you say? At that moment, Jiang Luoshui, who had been quietly weeping, lifted her head and perked up her ears. Intrigued, Li Xianxiao continued, "Senior sister, I have no ulterior motives towards you. My intention in placing the dual life stone within your cave was solely to protect you. For you. How shall I put it? Fourth senior sister, to speak candidly, please do not take offense. You're a natural punching bag. In the vernacular of my hometown, you wooden and Appo's, to be able to produce a sound even if struck thrice. When others malign you, you do not utter a word in defense, merely seething in silence, shedding tears. Even when accused of colluding with the demonic sect, you dare not explain. Thus, I step forward to protect you, having seen through this, to guard against any slander you might face. As for matters of the heart, I am wholly devoted to my cultivation and have no intentions in that regard. On another note, Li Xianxiao was acutely aware of his own mediocrity, both in talent and appearance, while his senior sister was exceptionally gifted and breathtakingly beautiful. He felt unworthy and thus harbored only admiration, never daring to overstep his bounds. If one day, senior sister, you ascend to the celestial realm, remembering me would be my greatest fortune. With that, Li Xianxiao performed a respectful bow. After he finished speaking, he left Su-won utterly dumbfounded. In the span of just a few days, she had endured two devastating blows. The first was the death of Morong, a mutual affection that had never crossed boundaries. The second was the revelation that her devoted little junior, whom she believed loved her deeply and protected her from the shadows, merely wished to assist her. Days later, the group returned to Mount Shu. After completing their mission, Li Xianxiao returned to Silver Sword Peak. As for the matters surrounding Morong, they would naturally be handled by Mount Shu. Upon his return, Li Xianxiao reflected on the harrowing experiences of recent days, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. First, There was Murong Mo's assassination attempt, which he had anticipated and had easily countered. However, encountering the likes of the Imperial Maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui had far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had emerged unscathed. The world of cultivation was exceedingly cruel. Striving to enhance his skills was the only path forward. Senior brother. As soon as Li Xianxiao arrived at the hut in Silver Sword Peak, he heard a melodious voice. Senior brother, you have finally returned. Oh, Zhao Lu clutched her head, plopping down onto the ground. Senior brother, you have bullied me again. Have you been diligently cultivating during my absence? Of course, she protested. I can smell the sin of idleness on you. How could that be? I have been diligently practicing. Zhao Lu defended herself. Without hesitation, Li Xianxiao shoved a pill into Zhao Lu's mouth. This is a new elixir I concocted. If you lie, you will be cursed with foot odor for life. Zhao Lu's complexion changed. A little fairy with foot odor. I can't live anymore. Have you truly been cultivating properly? Forgive me, senior brother. I was wrong. Zhao Lu sat on the ground, unwilling to get up. Please, don't let me have foot odor, I beg you. You are not to leave your room for half a month. After dismissing his junior sister, Li Xianxiao returned to his hut. He sat in meditation, continuing to digest the power he had gained, unwilling to waste a single moment. His thoughts drifted to the Imperial Maiden Feng and Lu Qiushui. Reflecting on the past few days, although brief, the experiences were indelibly etched in his memory. He vowed to remember this humiliation. Li Xianxiao shook his head, murmuring to himself. I wonder, do they perish together? Are they dead? If they are alive, will they seek vengeance upon me? Li Xianxiao was not particularly concerned about the possibility of them approaching Mount Shu. However, he realized he could not remain at Mount Shu for eternity. Anxiety gnawed at him. After half a month, having concluded his brief period of seclusion, Li Xianxiao stepped outside to see beneath the willow tree a graceful figure standing silently. One delicate hand gently playing with her cascading dark hair. Draped in an exquisite fringed gown, the fabric billowed softly in the breeze, the fringes swaying gracefully, shimmering with flecks of light. The dress perfectly accentuated her curvaceous silhouette, her slender waist barely graspable, her long legs partially obscured. It was not Su Wan, nor the little junior sister Zhao Lu, but Jiang Luo Shui? What's she doing here? Chapter 20. You two are true love brotherly. You have finally emerged. I have been waiting for you for quite a while, Jiang Luo Shui exclaimed enthusiastically as she approached, affectionately attempting to link her arm with Li Xianxiao's. However, he swiftly evaded her gesture. Junior sister Jiang? What brings you to me? Unfazed, Jiang Luo Shui's smile only brightened further. Is it so wrong to seek out brotherly? To be fair, Jiang Luo Shui was indeed stunning. Her delicate face resembled exquisite porcelain, fine and smooth, almost as if one could feel the softness of her tender skin with a mere touch. Her features were perfectly proportioned, with brows like distant mountains, gently arched, reminiscent of crescent moons. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with vitality, while her cherry-red lips seemed naturally tinted. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leaned slightly forward. Brotherly. For anyone else, such a tone might have prompted them to reveal their innermost secrets. Alarm bells rang in Li Xianxiao and Amp, Oppo's mind. What scheme was this young woman concocting? Could it be that she sought revenge for Murong Mo's demise? Jiang Luo Shui had harbored deep feelings for him. The news of his death had devastated her, leading her to seek retaliation. As for her targets, Su Wan, himself, or perhaps others, anyone was a potential adversary. Their romantic entanglements could not be comprehended through the lens of ordinary reasoning. In an instant, Li Xianxiao's mind conjured numerous scenarios. Though her abilities were inferior to his, one could never discount the possibility of hidden weapons. Nevertheless, the likelihood was minimal. Moreover, given their proximity, even if she possessed a weapon, there would be no time to wield it, unless it were poison. Indeed, poison. Li Xianxiao narrowed his eyes, his expression grave, holding his breath. His hands, concealed within his voluminous robes, began to move cautiously and quietly. He deftly retrieved a poison barrier talisman that emitted a faint glow. This seemingly unremarkable talisman once activated, could swiftly create a brief yet formidable defensive barrier around him, specifically designed to repel toxic gases, affording him precious time and safety. Junior sister, what is it that you seek from me? Li Xuanxiao's tone grew more emphatic. Nothing much, just a desire to chat, she replied sweetly. A conversation? Was she planning to strike during their exchange? Li Xuanxiao took a half step back. I wish to dine with you, brother Li. Jiang Luoshui fluttered her enchanting eyes. To poison me during our meal, seeking revenge from Murong Mo. Li Xuanxiao retreated another half step, his mind racing. Beware the venomous heart of a woman. Brother Li, with Murong gone, I have no one to converse with. So you wish for me to accompany Murong? Li Xuanxiao's eyes widened in alarm, prepared for an imminent confrontation. Then Jiang Luoshui whispered, Brother Li, may I inquire, what is the nature of your relationship with senior sister Suwan? Internally, Li Xuanxiao thought, is she suspecting that I conspired with Suwan to bring about Murong Mo and Amp? Oppos. And this logic seemed plausible. Jiang Luoshui had intruded upon the bond between Murong and Suwan. To the outside world, it might appear that he defended Suwan, indicating his affections for her, perhaps even acting as her silent guardian. Thus, in punishment for Murong Mo, they might have colluded to eliminate him. As he pondered this, Li Xuanxiao became increasingly convinced of her intentions. You and senior sister Suwan share no special relationship, do you? Her question caught him off guard, but he quickly asserted, none. Is that so? Jiang Luoshui laughed lightly. Then I am relieved. I thought you had feelings for senior sister Suwan. Oh. Jiang Luoshui's mischievous grin widened. That would be splendid. Senior sister Suwan has been saying you have always liked her. It seems she has misunderstood. I must clarify this matter. Otherwise, it would trouble you, wouldn't it? In truth, you have no feelings for senior sister Suwan, correct? Oh dear, I must inform everyone that senior sister Suwan has been spreading such rumors. Li Xuanxiao, brother Li, I shall come to seek you out again another day. Since we are all disciples of the same sect, please call me Luoshui from now on. It feels more intimate than calling me junior sister Jiang. In no time, Jiang Luoshui departed from Silver Sword Peak, leaving Li Xuanxiao in a state of bewilderment. He quickly assessed the situation. It appeared that Jiang Luoshui was not there to avenge Murong Mo, rather. She might have already put him out of her mind. Her visit today stemmed from a suspicion that Suwan harbored feelings for him, and thus she sought to entice him. Li Xuanxiao frowned deeply. Suwan loved Murong Mo, and Jiang Luoshui had attempted to provoke her jealousy. Now, suspecting Suwan's affections for him, Jiang Luoshui had come to ensnare him. To work Suwan. Could it be that Jiang Luoshui herself had developed feelings for Suwan? Truly, your heart lies with Suwan, he mused. Am I merely a pawn in your game? This world is turned upside down. Li Xuanxiao resolved to retreat into seclusion for another fortnight. Yet, this matter was far from resolved. Upon returning, Jiang Luoshui began to disseminate exaggerated tales. Indeed, it is Suwan who is infatuated. Yes, she clings to brother Li relentlessly. True. While Suwan harbors feelings for brother Li, he is enamored with junior sister Luoshui. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder senior sister Suwan gazes upon Jiang Luoshui with disdain. It is jealousy. These were the musings of bystanders, as well as the fervent supporters of both Jiang Luoshui and Suwan. Li Xuanxiao, emerge. Li Xuanxiao, perish. Li Xuanxiao does not deserve junior sister Luoshui. Li Xuanxiao is unworthy of senior sister Suwan. Who is this Li Xuanxiao? I wish to challenge him. As fellow disciples of Mount Shu, why should he enjoy such privileges, embracing both? It is profoundly unfair. Come, let's seek out Li Xuanxiao. Do not let me lay eyes upon him. At that moment, Li Xuanxiao on Silver Sword Peak felt utterly perplexed, unable to fathom the situation. Where have I gone astray? Rumors circulated that he and Suwan had a child, and even that he had fathered an illegitimate child with Jiang Luoshui. I cannot bear such weight. I shall retreat. Thus, Li Xuanxiao decisively vacated his abode, seeking refuge in the secluded mountains behind Silver Sword Peak, intending to wait until the storm passed and the world forgot this matter before re-emerging. 3 months elapsed as Li Xuanxiao diligently practiced in seclusion, simultaneously utilizing materials gathered from Wuang Mountain to fortify his poisonous scorpion puppet. Chapter 21. Mount Weihu, 3 months later. Within a cave on the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao took a deep breath as he gazed at the 3 puppet scorpions before him. Under the impetus of his magical energy, the puppets sprang into action. The primary issue with these puppets was their lack of agility and speed. The poison he had concocted was now potent enough to harm even those at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. However, the challenge lay in delivering this poison to such formidable practitioners, as not everyone was as mindless as Murong Mo. Li Xianxiao drew a large question mark on his planning sheet. Turning his attention to his swordsmanship, he realized he had only reached the 4th level of the Shushan sword technique, having stagnated for half a year without any progress. Am I truly becoming complacent? He pondered. His peers expressed their own burdens, remarking on the immense pressure they felt. If reaching the 4th level is considered laziness, what does that make us? Indulging in a life of excess? Suddenly, Li Xianxiao sensed an intruder within the array he had set up. In the next moment, he vanished from the cave and appeared outside the formation. "Potato, potato, I am a sweet potato," came the voice of his junior sister within a maze. Li Xianxiao dispelled the array. "Brother, as you instructed, I have obtained the mission for you," Zhao Lu said, shaking her hand, revealing a jade token. Li Xianxiao nodded and took the token, which bore the inscription, "Mission content, exterminate the tiger demons of Mount Weihu," along with a complete route map. "All right, I understand. Please report the latest happenings within the sect," he instructed. Zhao Lu pursed her lips and retrieved her notebook. "Latest news from the sect. Senior brother Shui Yun has been located. It is said he was seen drinking alone in Yinzhou. The rumors concerning you have lessened. After senior sister Su Wan entered seclusion, Jiang Luo Shui has ceased his relentless pursuit of you." Li Xianxiao nodded, increasingly convinced that Jiang Luo Shui harbored feelings for Su Wan and could not bear to see her with another. However, after he clarified matters with Su Wan, he believed Jiang Luo Shui would no longer cling to him, and the rumors would eventually fade. Zhao Lu continued, "There's one more thing. Senior sister San has returned from her travels, but she brought someone back with her. Who is it?" Li Xianxiao inquired. "I don't know. Even senior sister San is unaware of his true identity. It is said he has lost his memory." "Lost memory? A man?" Zhao Lu nodded, adding, "And he is quite handsome, though, not as dashing as you, brother." Li Xianxiao disregarded her latter remark. A handsome man with amnesia. This combination raised some concerns. It was rumored that his memory loss was related to senior sister San, which was why she had brought him to Shushan. Li Xuanxiao's eyes flickered as he instructed Zhao Lu on a few matters before departing the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak. He set out to find senior sister San, eager to see this so-called amnesiac man for himself. The notion of a mysterious, handsome stranger troubled him. Upon arriving at senior sister San's residence, he learned that she had been summoned by the sect leader. Waiting until nightfall without seeing her, and wishing to avoid the gossip of other disciples at Tongtian Peak, he decided it would be best to complete his current mission before seeking her out for more information. Thus, Li Xianxiao departed Silver Sword Peak alone. Mount Weihu loomed majestically, shrouded in mist. Legend spoke of 2 formidable tiger demons that had transformed from ordinary beasts into powerful entities within this mountain. Once, these tigers had shown gratitude to a passing immortal who, recognizing their potential, imparted to them the secrets of cultivation and awakened their intelligence. Initially, the demons practiced diligently, suppressing their primal instincts and desires, yearning only for enlightenment. However, as time passed, their strength burgeoned, and so too did their ambitions and cravings. Gradually, they grew increasingly brazen. Today, Mount Weihu had transformed into a forbidden zone, where merchants and travelers unfortunate enough to wander into this territory often met with grim fates. The tiger demons savagely relished in the slaughter of the innocent, treating them as mere delicacies. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, and torrential rain poured from the darkened clouds, rendering the already treacherous mountain path nearly impassable. Water cascaded down the slopes, forming turbulent streams that battered the legs of any who attempted to traverse them. "Brother, let's take refuge in that mountain shrine to escape the rain," "This path is too perilous," suggested a woman in green. The tall man, known as Zhou Yin, nodded in agreement, while the woman, by Shui, was his companion. Both were disciples of the Xiantian sword sect. Although their sect lacked the profound heritage of Shushan, they were formidable in their own right. They had come to slay the tiger demons. As they entered the dilapidated shrine, they found it already occupied by two young monks seeking shelter from the rain. The two monks introduced themselves, one named Qing Feng and the other Qing Ming, hailing from Fahua Temple. In this secluded wilderness, where tales of demons abounded, it was evident that their visit was not merely for sightseeing. After a brief exchange, they discovered they shared the same objective: to vanquish the malevolent tiger demons. With a common goal, there was no need for rivalry. Their numbers would only enhance their chances of success. Thus, the four of them settled in to converse amiably while the storm raged outside. None of them noticed the lifeless clay statue in the shrine, which had begun to observe them with keen interest. Li Xianxiao, disguised as the clay statue, felt a stir of intrigue. Through their conversation, he had gleaned their identities and intentions. He had come to the shrine first, intending to lie in wait for the tiger demons. Unexpectedly, he encountered four fellow seekers instead. However, this was neither a misfortune nor a blessing. Li Xianxiao was unaccustomed to collaborating with others, but he recognized that their combined strength should suffice against the tiger demons. With this realization, he decided to observe further. If they succeeded in dispatching the demons, he would quietly depart. Conversely, should they falter, he would be poised to strike the tigers unawares from the shadows. Chapter 22. A Brazen Ambush. At this moment, the door of the mountain god temple swung open once more. This time, a group of traveling merchants entered, their attire suggesting they hailed from distant lands. Had they not come from afar, they would not have dared to traverse the treacherous paths of Mount Tiger. Zhou Yin initiated a conversation, inquiring if they were unaware of the monsters that lurked in this cursed place. The leader of the merchants wiped the rain from his face and replied that they had no choice. If they did not hasten their pace, their goods would remain unsold, and their families would be left to suffer. Inquisitively, the young maiden by Shui interjected, suggesting that if they could not sell their wares, they might engage in other trades. "But we lack the capital," came the reply. Surely, borrowing a few hundred taels from relatives would not be difficult? The merchants exchanged glances, taken aback by the beauty of the young girl. Concealed within the shrine, Li Xianxiao observed by Shui, as if her words were a metaphor for the naivete of youth. Zhou Yin offered an apologetic smile to the merchants, explaining, "Forgive my junior sister. She is still naive to the ways of the world." The merchant waved a hand dismissively, and Zhou Yin continued, "A few hundred taels would hardly suffice. If you must borrow, consider a few thousand to support your business." He suggested that they might rent out their homes and fields to others, collecting rent as his own family had done. The merchants were left speechless. Li Xianxiao chimed in, "You need not refer to my brother as the second, just as you are." The merchant chuckled awkwardly, about to respond, when suddenly a deep roar reverberated from outside. The sound seemed to emanate from the annals of antiquity, penetrating the layers of wind and rain, piercing through the air like a sharpened blade. The merchants were taken aback, realizing they might indeed have encountered the tiger demon. Yet Zhou Yin, Bai Shui, Qing Feng, and Qing Ming remained composed, even slightly elated, for they had come specifically to confront the beast. They had anticipated a lengthy ordeal, but it appeared the tiger demon had come to them unbidden. The already dilapidated doors of the mountain god temple were ripped apart by the fierce winds, allowing a chilling gust, laden with rain and earth, to sweep into the temple, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Their gazes were drawn outside, where, amidst the torrential downpour, a colossal tiger head emerged from the darkness. Its massive frame exuded an aura of power, resembling a moving hillock. Its eyes, as large as bronze bells, glimmered with a fearsome light. Above this formidable creature, flashes of lightning illuminated the night sky, creating an almost blinding brightness. Each lightning strike reflected off the tiger and Amp, Oppos, Esfer, enhancing its terrifying visage. The merchants paled, having never beheld such a creature. The tiger paused, its eyes flashing with disdain. Another group of foolish cultivators. Zhou Yan scoffed, stepping forward to shield the merchants. Let us see how foolish you truly are. Qing Feng clasped his hands together, invoking, O Tiger Lord, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to find salvation. Lay down your blade and become a Buddha, Amitabha. The white tiger let out a thunderous roar, cutting through the air. Enough with your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. For figures surged forth from the temple, engaging the tiger demon in battle. Their swordplay appeared fierce, yet upon closer inspection, numerous flaws were evident. Though their movements were swift, the connections between their techniques seemed hurried and unstable. Particularly when executing more intricate sword forms, their lack of depth and skill became apparent, revealing their shaky foundations. The essence of the Xiantian sword sect lay in the continuity and stability of their swordsmanship. Yet the techniques displayed by the combatants, while somewhat resembling the form, failed to grasp the true intricacies within. As Li Xianxiao observed the battle, he noted Zhou Yan's prowess with the sword, affirming the reputation of Fahua Temple's techniques. Under the righteous assault of the four, the white tiger began to falter. In a fit of rage, it bellowed. Clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. With the tumultuous winds swirling around them, Li Xianxiao sensed the presence of another tiger demon. The second one had revealed itself. This new demon radiated an overwhelming aura that demanded attention, prompting awe among those present. Its pristine white fur glistened as if covered in fresh snow, without a single imperfection, shimmering with a faint cold light. Compared to the previous beast, its size was even more formidable, being over twice as large. Who dares to harm my husband? The scene shifted to a 2 versus 4 scenario. Zhou Yan's expression shifted slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Reports indicated that both tiger demons were at the mid-foundation stage. Yet the female tiger had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, nearing the golden core stage. This she-tiger was even more ferocious, relying on her immense physical strength. She attacked with reckless abandon, her combat intelligence vastly superior to that of the male. Feigning an attack, she lunged toward the weakest of the four, Bai Shui. Sister, be careful, Zhou Yan called, but it was too late. Bai Shui, sword in hand, thrust fiercely at the advancing beast. However, the she-tiger reacted with astonishing speed, swatting the blade aside as if it were a mere feather. In that critical moment, a flash of pure white light erupted like a bolt of lightning. This swift strike, imbued with ferocious intent, shot straight toward the she-tiger. Li Xianxiao emerged from his concealment, executing his attack with precision and decisiveness. This was a brazen ambush. With one swift strike, he did not linger for words, releasing a prepared talisman that soared forth. The talisman formed a cage, ensnaring the she-tiger, while he thrust his sword again. Just then, a furious shout rang out. Do not harm my lady. A figure interposed itself before Li Xianxiao's blade, the male tiger. Li Xianxiao's sword pierced through its body. Chapter 23. Why are you so indifferent? Li Xianxiao was taken aback by the unexpected loyalty of the male tiger. However, his movements did not falter as he delivered a swift kick, sending the male tiger sprawling. The strength of the female tiger far surpassed that of the male. First, eliminate the female tiger. Spare my wife. Take my life instead. The male tiger bellowed. Fear not. It is a mere trifling matter. None shall escape. Li Xianxiao turned a deaf ear, forming a sword gesture with his hands. The sword's tip aimed directly at the female tiger, trapped in the cage. Just then, another sword lunged from the side, intercepting Li Xianxiao's blade. Wait. Li Xianxiao frowned slightly. The figure before him was Zhou Yan. My dear brother, please show mercy and hear my words. Li Xianxiao assumed that the other intended to personally slay the female tiger for convenience in reporting. He did not contest this. As long as the female tiger perished, he would consider his task accomplished. Thus, he hastily replied, You may proceed. At this moment, the male tiger had leaped toward the cage. Yet, with its current prowess, it could not breach the cage's defenses. Meanwhile, the female tiger, already wounded by Li Xianxiao's surprise attack, cried out in distress. Wife, are you all right? Please, tell me you are unharmed. Wife, husband. Run, they are formidable foes. You must escape and leave me behind. No, no, wife, I will not leave you. It turned its gaze, filled with fury, towards Li Xianshao and the others. If you wish to kill me, then let my wife go. Amitabha, heaven has its laws, and immortals abide by their rules. Though heaven may be unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder, it is unaware that even demons possess genuine emotions. Qing Feng clasped his hands together in prayer. Beside him, his junior brother Qing Ming also murmured a prayer. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Shui could not help but be moved. May I inquire to which sect you belong? Zhou Yin clasped his hands in greeting. I am Li Xianshao, a disciple of Mount Shu. So you hail from Mount Shu. I thank you for saving my junior sister. No need for thanks. This is not the time for idle chatter. We shall discuss matters in detail after vanquishing the demon. Zhou Yin glanced at the pair of tiger demons, letting out a sigh. Does Li Daoist not feel a twinge of compassion upon witnessing this? Compassion? Such an obscure term. Please, spare my wife, I beg of you. The male tiger knelt in a human-like manner, its head pressed to the ground, exuding profound sorrow. Husband, please, do not. You must flee. Let's part for your sake. Li Xianshao brandished his sword to strike, only to be intercepted once more. Amitabha, please, hold your hand. Li Xianshao, just a moment. Did you not fight with greater speed earlier? At this instant, Li Xianshao began to suspect that he was ensnared in a trap. The strength Qing Feng exhibited earlier was not so formidable. Why do you stop me? To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. This applies to demons as well. The teachings of Buddhism are rooted in compassion, not solely for those we cherish, but also in forgiving and caring for our adversaries. Such a broad-minded spirit arises from the wisdom of unity, loving others as oneself. If you wish to kill me, then take us both. The male tiger pleaded desperately. No, husband, do not be foolish. You must escape. The female tiger and Appo's voice cracked, urging him to live on and care for their offspring. Without you, I would suffer in this world. Li Xianshao replied, rest assured, I will ensure that you and your children are spared from suffering. Benefactor, Li Daoist, please cease your actions. How can one be so callous? Li Xianshao blinked. Callous? Me? He turned to the speaker, Bai Shui. Wiping away tears shed from her compassion, she asked, do you not find them pitiable? Upon witnessing this, could you still strike? Grant them a chance. Zhou Yin interjected. You too must remember this day. Never again engage in malevolence. In light of your profound bond, I shall spare you today. Thank you, esteemed master. We vow to abandon our wicked ways and never commit acts of slaughter again. The pair of tigers repeatedly bowed in gratitude, their faces brimming with sincerity. Zhou Yin then addressed Li Xianshao. Li Daoist, while the extermination of demons is commendable, one must also consider the means. Slaughter does not resolve everything. As you can see, this is indeed a joyous outcome. Li Xianshao observed the 2 tiger demons, then glanced at the 4 individuals before him, reluctantly sheathing his sword. At that moment, the female tiger spoke. Esteemed masters, I previously received a secret letter from a cultist inviting me to join their ranks. Now that my husband and I have resolved to turn from evil to good, we wish to present this letter to you. You may use it to infiltrate the cult and assist in eradicating them. Is this true? Zhou Yin raised an eyebrow. Indeed. How splendid. Zhou Yin rejoiced. This mission not only concluded successfully, but also provided leads to the cult, marking a significant achievement. Esteemed ones, do not trust this demon entirely. I've already gathered information. This demon has wrought havoc for many years, having slain and consumed over 300 innocent lives. If a mere utterance could absolve one of their sins, what then of those 300 deceased? Li Xianshao spoke solemnly. The male tiger immediately retorted, Esteemed master, I had no choice. My wife was pregnant and gravely injured, forcing me to resort to blood offerings to sustain her life. It was a desperate measure. If you must punish, let me atone for those lives lost and spare my wife and children. No, husband, it was all my doing. You are blameless. Zhou Yin sighed, recognizing the plight of these 2 unfortunate creatures. Yet, since the deceased cannot be resurrected, you too shall descend the mountain and apologize to the families of the wronged. Qing Feng quickly concurred. When will the cycle of vengeance end? Zhou, esteemed benefactor, possesses great wisdom. I have no objections. Li, esteemed benefactor, what say you? Li Xianxiao understood that opposing this would yield little result. As the others prepared to accompany the tiger demons to retrieve the letter, he chose to depart quietly. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Shui internally scoffed. Senior brother, I have long heard that disciples of Mount Shu follow the path of indifference. It seems their hearts are indeed as hard as stone. Zhou Yin shook his head, recognizing that had they allowed Li Xianxiao to slay the tiger demon, they would have missed the information regarding the letter and the cult and Appo's, his whereabouts. Thus, this is what is meant by doing good deeds and reaping good fruits. Indeed, I understand. Senior brother, esteemed masters, please follow me. The male tiger helped the injured female tiger and led the way forward. Chapter 24. The cruelty of the cultivation world. They cautiously followed the two imposing tiger demons as they traversed the dense and shadowy forest. The surroundings were so tranquil that only the sound of their footsteps and the occasional chirping of birds could be heard. After an indeterminate time, they finally arrived at a massive cave entrance. The two tiger demons entered first, and the others quickly followed suit. Upon stepping into the cave, they were immediately struck by the breathtaking spectacle before them. The interior was adorned in resplendent gold and brilliant gems, a scene that could only be described as magnificent. Countless sparkling jewels were embedded in the walls. The ground was covered with luxurious carpets, and exquisite crystal chandeliers hung from above, illuminating the space as brightly as day. Venturing further inside, they beheld an array of rare and exquisite treasures. Some emitted a strange glow, while others boasted unique and masterful designs. Evidently, this couple of tiger demons had spent years plundering and gathering wealth to amass such an astonishing collection. Zhou Yin raised an eyebrow, remarking on the abundance of treasures. The male tiger quickly responded, expressing their willingness to present the cave's treasures to the four celestial beings as atonement for their previous misdeeds. Zhou Yin nodded, recognizing their understanding. This way, please. I possess a peerless celestial treasure. Curiosity piqued, the four followed the tiger demon to the cave's end. Where's the treasure? They inquired. The male tiger took a step back, then swiftly disappeared. In an instant, a cage sprang up from the ground, ensnaring the four within its confines. Zhou Yin immediately realized their treachery. You two demons have not changed your wicked ways. How dare you deceive us? He exclaimed. Amiba, I am furious. Bai Shui stomped her foot in anger, while Zhou Yin continued. You are the foolish ones. The mother tiger laughed heartily, mocking their naivety. You think this will trap us? Zhou Yin scoffed, drawing his sword. With a single stroke, he transformed one sword into a multitude. This was an advanced technique of the Xintian sword sect that could create countless blades. Yet, even with such formidable skill, the surrounding vines remained unscathed. The mother tiger chuckled. Stop wasting your efforts. These vines are a magical treasure born from a seed left by two celestial beings. Not even a perfected golden core cultivator could break through them. Undeterred, Zhou Yin continued to channel his energy and wielded his sword, joined by Bai Shui. However, despite their various spells and artifacts, they could not shatter the cage. Panic set in as the four, in a moment of desperation, resorted to pleading for mercy from the tiger demons. Yet, the tigers were not inclined to grant their enemies a second chance. Half an hour passed swiftly, and the four lay lifeless on the ground. The cruelty of the cultivation world could not be more evident. The tiger demons swiftly gathered their possessions, aware that the four Appo's sect would soon locate them through their unique marks. They cannot linger here. What a pity for this cave, the male tiger lamented. As long as we preserve our lives, that is more valuable than anything. The mother tiger, still reeling from the earlier ambush, felt her foundation shaken. Do not worry. If we encounter that cultivator again, I will flay him alive. With a final chuckle, the two tigers hastened down the mountain. As the sun descended, darkness enveloped the forest. Suddenly, a silvery beam of light pierced through the male tiger and Appo's body, pinning him to an ancient tree. The mother tiger gasped and roared, but could not discern the assailant and Appo's location amidst the myriad of energies surrounding them. A violent wind surged forth, a tempest unlike any ordinary gust. The tiger's fur whipped wildly in the storm. With a thunderous crash, the entire space trembled. The hurricane radiated from the mother tiger, sweeping uncontrollably in all directions. Sand and stones flew, uprooting vegetation and even lifting layers of earth. In an instant, the vicinity became desolate, devoid of life, save for the scattered remnants of shattered puppets. The mother tiger's expression shifted, but it was too late. Two sword lights struck her, and she fell to the ground, unable to rise. Li Xianxiao emerged from the shadows. "Wait, Celestial Master, you promised to spare our lives," the male tiger cried out. "It was you who made that promise, not I," Li Xianxiao replied calmly. "We have arranged with the 4 celestial beings to leave this mountain and seek atonement. If you truly wish to kill us, at least allow us to finish our penance first. Your atonement lies in dying here." Li Xianxiao raised his sword. "Wait, please." The mother tiger panicked, realizing that this man harbored only the desire to kill them, devoid of mercy. "We possess countless treasures and artifacts left by celestial beings. If you would spare us, we can offer them all to you." Li Xianxiao swung his sword, declaring, "Foolish. Killing you means all those treasures will still belong to me." With that, the mother tiger fell lifeless. The male tiger and amp, Appo's eyes widened in despair. "Wretched creature, I shall kill you. Do not be hasty. Your turn will come soon enough." Li Xianxiao wasted no words, releasing his flying sword. It pierced the male tiger and amp, Appo's head, and he quickly succumbed to death. After slaying the 2 tiger demons, Li Xianxiao collected their storage rings and retraced their path. Chapter 25. No more tiger demons in Weihu Mountain. Following the traces left by the 2 tiger demons, Li Xiandao found himself at the entrance of a tiger's lair. Upon entering, he discovered an array of treasures that the 2 demons had been unable to carry away. After a cursory glance, he ventured to the back of the cave, only to frown slightly. There, at the cave's end, lay 4 skeletal remains, devoid of flesh and blood, as if eroded by the passage of countless years. They were the remains of Zhou Yan, Bai Shui, Qing Feng, and Qing Ming. Li Xiandao was perplexed. He had believed the 4 had departed. How could the 2 tiger demons have slain them here? Logically, even at their peak, the 2 demons would have had little chance against the 4, let alone in their current weakened state. He began to search cautiously for any traps or formations, soon uncovering a hidden vine-based magical artifact, one that bore its own enchantments. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. The aura surrounding it suggested that even golden core cultivators would struggle to breach it. No wonder the 4 had met their demise. Li Xiandao shook his head, feeling a twinge of sorrow for them. After all, they were righteous individuals, likely naive from their extensive studies, having never witnessed the treachery of human hearts, let alone the malice of demons. This served as yet another stark reminder of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. A moment and Appo's carelessness could lead to irretrievable ruin, leaving no room for regret. The tiger demons had evidently been unable to take the vine artifact, as it could only be wielded by those with righteous intent. Thus, the demons, steeped in bloodshed, were incapable of harnessing it. Li Xiandao carefully stored the vine artifact, now a means of defense for himself. After casting another glance at the skeletal remains, he shook his head once more, anticipating that soon the disciples from Fahua Temple and Zuniang Sword Sect would arrive to recover the bodies, to prevent them from being devoured by wild beasts. He spread powder outside the cave to ward off any predators. In Taiping County, the name may evoke thoughts of tranquility and peace, yet the reality was starkly different. It was a place rife with dangers and instability, largely due to its proximity to the infamous Weihu Mountain. Each year, no fewer than 100 lives were mercilessly claimed, victims of the tiger menace. The unfortunate souls included those who might have been merely toiling in the forests, unsuspectingly encountering tiger attacks, or hunters and woodcutters who met with misfortune. Even more tragically, there were women laboring at home with their children, only to find upon their husband's return that they were left with nothing but the lifeless bodies of their loved ones, a heartbreaking scene. What was particularly terrifying was the local lore suggesting that Weihu Mountain was not merely home to ordinary tigers. According to the elders, two massive and exceptionally fierce tiger demons lurked in the shadows, their size said to surpass that of an ordinary horse. Imagine the horror of such colossal creatures roaming the woods. On this particular day, as dawn broke, the town crier yawned and stepped out of the county office, his gong in hand. Something caught his eye ahead, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. My goodness! The crier collapsed in shock, gazing at what lay before him, two tiger skins. The news spread rapidly, and the people from nearby counties rushed to witness the terrifying remnants of the tiger demons. However, from that moment on, Wehu Mountain was free of its tiger demons. The mystery of who had vanquished them and placed their skins there remained unsolved. Taiping County had truly become a place of peace. Years later, as time transformed the landscape and dynasties rose and fell, a farmer from Taiping County led a rebellion and ultimately ascended to the throne. Back on Shushan, Li Xiandao returned to Silver Sword Peak, handing his task jade slip to his junior sister, Zhao Lu, requesting her assistance in reporting to the sword-holding pavilion while he refrained from venturing out. Keen to avoid his senior sisters, Su Wan and Jiang Luoshui. Is our third sister here at Silver Sword Peak? He inquired. Yes, Zhao Lu nodded. After offering Zhao Lu further instructions, he set off to seek out the third sister, Lin Wanqing. Though her family background was unremarkable, Li Xiandao sensed from fragments of conversation with their master that she was extraordinary, possibly a reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Of course, this was mere speculation, lacking concrete evidence. Soon, he found Lin Wanqing in a bamboo grove, playing the zither. Rather than approaching directly, he observed her from a distance. Before long, a striking young man appeared, his enchanting features captivating, as if he could ensnare the very soul. His skin was as fair as snow, delicate like mutton fat jade, shimmering gently in the sun. He donned a deep blue robe, embellished with silver-threaded cloud patterns along the collar and sleeves, resembling flowing clouds. A broad azure ribbon cinched at his waist, adorned with exquisite designs that complemented the grandeur of his attire. His long, lustrous black hair was tied high, crowned with a small silver tiara embedded with jade, further enhancing his striking appearance. What a beautiful man! Li Xiandao furrowed his brow. Sister, the young man exclaimed, bounding toward Lin Wanqing. Sister, I caught a butterfly. Lin Wanqing smiled. Yes, the butterfly is lovely. Shall we set it free? The young man blinked innocently, playfully pouting. Lin Wanqing gently stroked his head. Sweetheart, the butterfly has a life of its own. It fears pain, just as we do. While we find it beautiful, it may be frightened right now. Perhaps someone is waiting for it. So, let's release it, shall we? Okay. The young man nodded obediently, reminiscent of a toddler, and released the butterfly. I will listen to my sister. Li Xiandao could not help but shudder, goosebumps prickling his skin. This is unbearable. Who is there? Lin Wanqing suddenly called out. Li Xiandao composed himself and stepped forward with a smile. Third sister, you have returned. Oh, it's little junior brother. Lin Wanqing's face brightened at the sight of him. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Individual Sister. Who is he? The man noticed Li Xuanxiao's wariness, even retreating behind Lin Wanqing. He is my younger junior brother. Younger junior brother? What does that mean? Well, he's like a brother to me, Lin Wanqing explained. The man pouted. He is your brother? Then who am I? How can my sister have another brother? Lin Wanqing affectionately replied, Dear, he is your sister Napo's junior brother, while you are your sister Napo's brother. They are not the same. So who is closer to you, sister? Lin Wanqing helplessly pinched his cheek. Of course, you are closest to me. The man smiled genuinely. It was then that Lin Wanqing recalled. Junior brother, what brings you here? Li Xianxiao clutched his chest, bowing his head, his expression grim. Junior brother, what is wrong? It's nothing, just feeling a bit nauseous. Nauseous? Did you eat something bad? Perhaps. Li Xianxiao brushed off the topic. Sister, he is. Oh, you could just call him Fanyue. Fanyue? Li Xianxiao searched for the name in his mind, but found no relevant information. Lin Wanqing elaborated, I met him 6 months ago. He was lying by the river, having lost his memory, and kept calling me sister. I had no choice but to take him in temporarily, hoping to return to Shushan to see if I could help him regain his memory. Is he a cultivator as well? Li Xianxiao asked a crucial question. Lin Wanqing shook her head. then nodded. He is a cultivator, but his cultivation is very low. It is almost imperceptible, and his meridians seem blocked, likely due to some sealing technique. Oh, Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his skepticism. An individual of unknown identity and origins, certainly not an ordinary character, with a sealing technique on him. How could one casually bring such a person into the sect? What did Master say? Master is in seclusion. I did not see him when I went yesterday. Of all times to be in seclusion, Li Xianxiao muttered. What about the other elders? Perhaps they could help. Most of the other elders are also busy. How coincidental. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xianxiao said, Sister, I happen to know some spiritual techniques. Perhaps I could try to help him regain his memory. Lin Wanqing nodded, not surprised that her younger brother possessed such knowledge. Li Xianxiao had been cultivating since childhood, traveling with the sect master and learning a variety of things. It was said that he could even channel divine spirits, muttering something about the sun setting behind the mountains. Li Xianxiao cupped his hands in a bow. I will prepare. Good, Lin Wanqing readily agreed. Fanhua, quickly thank you, brother. Oh, thank you, brother, Fanhua said timidly. Li Xianxiao offered a warm smile. Oh, by the way, sister, did you give him the name Fanhua, or did he tell you? He told me himself. He said he only remembers that name. Li Xianxiao nodded again, retrieving a wooden eagle from his storage ring. In a tone meant for a child, he said, Big brother has a toy for you, is that all right? What is this? Li Xianxiao activated the wooden eagle's mechanism. Without needing any magical energy, the eagle spread its wings, soaring into the sky, circling once before returning to Li Xianxiao's shoulder. Fanhua's eyes lit up. Do you want it? Yes. Come and take it. Big brother gives it to you. Fanhua hesitated, glancing at Lin Wanqing and then back at Li Xianxiao. Seeing Lin Wanqing nod with a smile, Fanhua rushed over to accept the wooden eagle. Thank you, brother. Li Xianxiao smiled and ruffled his hair before taking his leave. Upon returning to his hut on Silver Sword Peak, the smile faded from Li Xianxiao and damp, Appo's face. He raised his hand, revealing 2 strands of Fanhua and damp, Appo's hair. Fanhua. He murmured the name. With a flick of his wrist, the interior of the hut revealed a bookshelf. Li Xianxiao opened a book, writing down the 2 characters. After completing the writing, he continued with fluid strokes. Moments later, he sketched Fanhua's appearance on the paper. He then enclosed the 2 strands of hair within the book. As he uttered a spell, the page spontaneously ignited without fire. This spell was connected to Shushan's vast archives, akin to a Baidu encyclopedia in his previous life, encompassing a wealth of information and records from across the realm. As long as Shushan had any record of a person, this marvelous spell could effortlessly retrieve it. The depth of Shushan's heritage was profound. There were scarcely any individuals or events that could not be found. Li Xianxiao furrowed his brow tightly, his eyelids twitching slightly as he immersed his thoughts into the expansive realm of magic. In an instant, a torrent of hefty tomes surged in his mind, piling up like mountains. Some of these books were ancient and yellowed, exuding an aura of antiquity, while others appeared as fresh as new, shimmering with faint spiritual light. The books began to flip through simultaneously, as if vast data was being searched. Yet, as time ticked by, he had already perused countless volumes filled with dense text, yet found not a single fragment of information related to the individual. The absence of findings only heightened his alarm. Li Xianxiao pondered with a frown, feeling a looming threat. What on earth has the 3rd senior sister brought back? Yet, no one aside from himself seemed to care. To address this, Li Xianxiao prepared for 2 contingencies. The first was to employ a wooden cicada crafted using MO family mechanisms to monitor Fanhua. The advantage of this technique lay in its non-reliance on spiritual energy, making it difficult for cultivators to detect. The second was to compose anonymous letters to the law elder and the vice sect master, cautioning them to be wary of the individual brought back by 3rd senior sister Lin Wanqing. The decision to address these 2 was strategic, as despite there being 7 peak masters, none wished to involve themselves in the affairs of disciples from other peaks, deeming it a thankless task. The former peak master of Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao and Appo's master, had become a new sect master, while Silver Sword Peak temporarily lacked a master. The law elder oversaw Shu Shan's regulations, while the vice sect master acted on behalf of the sect master during his seclusion. Thus, writing to these two was undoubtedly the best choice. Having completed these tasks, Li Xianxiao sought out his junior sister, Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu was busy counting the treasures that her senior brother Li Xianxiao had brought back from the Tiger Demon Cave. According to Shu Shan's rules, items obtained during a mission belonged to the one who completed it. Li Xianxiao selected some suitable supplements and 2 magical artifacts for Zhao Lu. He entrusted her with a crucial task, to feign an accidental encounter with third senior sister and subtly inquire about where and when third senior sister met Fanhua. If Li Xianxiao were to investigate too thoroughly, it might raise suspicion, but entrusting it to Zhao Lu would be different. Moreover, conversations between girls were often more fluid. Zhao Lu accepted the mission, having grown accustomed to her senior brother's peculiar behaviors over the years. She even willingly joined his little schemes. Chapter 27. Zhang Tian's suite at the enforcement hall. The disciples responsible for law enforcement retrieved letters from the mailbox. These letters had been anonymously submitted by disciples from various peaks, allowing them to voice their opinions freely about those or events within Mount Shu that were deemed improper. However, anonymity was merely a fade. It was mostly just talk. Each day, the enforcement disciples would present these letters to the elder in charge of law enforcement. Today was no different. After sipping his morning tea, the elder opened the day's report. Someone had defecated on the back mountain of Xiaoqiong Peak, and a passing disciple stepped in it. The elder set aside his pastry and continued reading. There were reports of a certain disciple flying too fast on his sword within Mount Shu, another regarding a disciple intentionally damaging the flowers he had planted, and yet another about an inappropriate relationship between 2 individuals. Some even reported on gossip about others. Most of these were trivial matters. As he continued to read, he came across a report stating that Lin Wanqing of Silver Sword Peak had brought an unidentified individual back to Mount Shu, requesting a thorough investigation from the enforcement hall. The elder had already met this person, Fanyu. Could there be any issues with him? He was strikingly handsome, in fact, rather captivating. The elder coughed lightly and patted his fair cheek. Was it love at first sight? Perhaps not, but the allure was undeniable, especially with those soulful peach blossom eyes. The way he addressed others as sister stirred something within. Fanyu, a name that resonated beautifully. Alas, it was not he who had encountered her, but rather Lin Wanqing's nephew. It seemed that seclusion within the sect was no way to find love. Time had certainly aged him. The elder picked up a small mirror to inspect his reflection, thus neglecting the anonymous letter provided by Li Xianxiao. As the elder and the vice master failed to respond, Li Xianxiao understood that he needed to take further action. He checked the wooden cicada monitoring Fanyu. The cicada was intact and had not been discovered. Fanyu showed no signs of abnormal behavior. When Zhao Lu returned, he easily gleaned information about where Fanyu and senior sister Lin Wanqing had met. Zhao Lu beamed with pride, asking, "Senior brother, how do you plan to reward me?" "Close the door. Let me reward you properly," Li Xianxiao replied. Zhao Lu paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing. After spending so much time with him, he had finally acted like a man. She waved her hand, using magic to close the door with a bang. Moments later, sounds emerged from the cottage. "Senior brother. Senior brother. No, absolutely not. Senior brother, I can't take it. Senior brother." Zhao Lu collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Her body flushed red, as if her meridians were about to burst, her blood surging like a mighty river. For now, digest this tiger demon pill well. This pill had been concocted by Li Xianxiao from the remains of 2 deceased tiger demons. He had 4 in total, and had now given one to his junior sister, Zhao Lu, to enhance her vitality. Subsequently, Li Xianxiao departed from Mount Shu, soaring toward the location where Lin Wanqing and Fanyu had crossed paths. In silence, he journeyed forth, encountering no injured women along the way, but rather rescuing a merchant caravan from mountain bandits. Days later, he arrived at the riverbank where the two had met. Utilizing the water avoidance technique, he submerged himself in the river, attempting to locate its river god. However, he soon discovered that there was neither a river god present nor any moderately sentient beings in the water. He then sought to find the mountain god or the land deity, but they were also absent. As Li Xianxiao prepared to summon nearby, sentient beings to inquire. Three figures suddenly entered his field of perception. One was at the initial stage of golden core, while the other two had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Evil cultivators. The trio had concealed themselves well, but the sword box behind Li Xianxiao, containing the swords left by the former sect master, resonated with demonic energy, buzzing ominously. 3 against 1, with one being at the golden core stage. Direct confrontation was unwise. Li Xianxiao immediately concealed himself, sensing that these suddenly appearing evil cultivators were not so simple. This is the place. The golden core cultivator scanned the area. The signs pointed here. The last trace of the monarch's presence. How could it be? The hall master had tasked them with finding the monarch, yet the aura vanished here. The monarch? Could it be Fan Yu? Li Xianxiao quickly connected Fan Yu with this notion. Who goes there? The golden core cultivator suddenly bellowed. Show yourself. Li Xianxiao remained still, and from a distance, a figure suddenly darted forth. Want to escape? Not so easily. The golden core cultivator pointed with his hand, causing the figure to plummet to the ground, spitting blood. The two foundation establishment evil cultivators immediately flanked the person and brought them closer. A monk? No, merely a bald man. Who are you? Zhang Tian Sweet from the Golden Thunder sect. The three evil cultivators, including Li Xianxiao hiding in the shadows, fell silent. What a shameful name. Following me? You overestimate yourselves. Zhang Tian Sweet smirked slightly. How do you know this isn't my scheme, including being brought before you? Oh, bang. Zhang Tian Sweet suddenly erupted, launching a punch. Golden lightning danced around her. Although she was at the foundation establishment stage, in an instant, she unleashed strength rivaling that of a golden core cultivator, surprising even Li Xianxiao. She forced back the golden core cultivator and swiftly engaged the two foundation establishment cultivators in combat. The Golden Thunder sect was known for its golden thunder body refining technique. Although its disciples were few, each was said to possess extraordinary talent. Mastering the technique to its peak rendered one impervious to various attacks, a formidable skill indeed. It seemed the golden thunder body refining technique was indeed as remarkable as its reputation suggested. A foundation establishment practitioner was managing to push back a golden core cultivator and two foundation establishment evil cultivators. However, the golden core cultivator was still formidable. No matter how valiant Zhang Tian Sweet was, she was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Once the golden core cultivator regained his composure, the tide of battle quickly stabilized. Li Xianxiao restrained the eager sword box, preparing to seize a fitting opportunity for a fair ambush. Observing the current situation, it seemed Zhang Tian Sweet from the Golden Thunder sect could hold out a little longer. However, at that moment, Li Xianxiao and Appo's expression suddenly changed. The remaining sword hilts within the box began to tremble violently. This was not a disturbance that a single golden core cultivator could provoke. Chapter 28. The Cataclysm Descends? 3 perfected golden core cultivators and a seemingly formidable nascent soul elder. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Li Xianxiao's back. If it were merely one golden core cultivator alongside 2 foundation establishment practitioners, despite being at the foundation establishment stage himself, he would possess ample confidence to escape unscathed, perhaps even eliminate one of the foundation establishment cultivators. However, the addition of these 3 perfected golden core cultivators and the nascent soul elder rendered all hope futile. His concealment talismans could only provide protection against golden core cultivators. Against the nascent soul elder, a mere flicker of divine perception would easily unveil his presence. Zhang Tianxin evidently sensed the overwhelming aura as his expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a golden elixir from his storage ring and consumed it. This was the life-preserving medicine his master had bestowed upon him when he descended the mountain, capable of forcibly elevating his cultivation to the golden core stage for a brief period, albeit with significant side effects. For an ordinary cultivator, taking this elixir could irreparably damage their foundation, potentially halting their progress in cultivation for eternity. Once he ingested the elixir, Zhang Tianxin's cultivation soared. The nascent soul elder, an elderly man with white hair, merely cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Tianxin. At that moment, Zhang Tianxin, filled with newfound confidence, found himself stripped of any ability to resist. The chasm between the golden core stage and the nascent soul stage, though only one realm apart, was akin to a gulf between heaven and earth. Have you detected the aura of the monarch? The nascent soul elder inquired, disregarding Zhang Tianxin further. The monarch's aura has vanished from this location. Why are these two here? He pressed. The golden core cultivator, caught off guard, stammered too. The nascent soul elder snorted derisively. After all these years of training, you truly have wasted your efforts. Turning to another perfected golden core cultivator, he commanded, tell him where the other person is. The golden core cultivator blinked, pointing at Zhang Tianxin. I see now. He's pregnant, hence there are two individuals. The golden core practitioner suddenly grasped the implication. Have you lost your mind? The nascent soul elder struck him. Will you come out voluntarily, or shall I assist you? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanxiao's figure erupted from the ground, and without a moment's hesitation, he took to the skies on his sword. Trying to flee, the golden core cultivator, having just received a slap, felt incensed and immediately pursued. He moved with remarkable speed, but Li Xianxiao was not sluggish either. Halt! The golden core cultivator and amp. Oppose. S expression darkened as he raised a hand and gently clenched it. In an instant, the previously still trees around them sprang to life, twisting and elongating like colossal serpents, rapidly ensnaring Li Xianxiao. In the blink of an eye, these robust branches coiled tightly around him, binding him completely, rendering him utterly immobile. The immense force seemed intent on crushing him, making it difficult for him to even breathe. The golden core cultivator, feeling triumphant, approached the nascent soul elder. I have captured him. Slap. The nascent soul elder struck him again. Why do you still strike me? The golden core cultivator lamented. Fool, you brought back a mere illusion. The nascent soul elder waved his hand, causing the captured Li Xianxiao to transform into a paper effigy that erupted in a cloud of poisonous mist. Beware! Li Xianxiao, concealed in the shadows, fled in a frenzy. Had only these 4 golden core cultivators been present, he might have successfully escaped. Yet, with a nascent soul elder on sight, even the most cunning of ants would be inconsequential. Thus, Li Xianxiao was effortlessly dragged forth from the earth, bound alongside Zhang Tianxin. The monarch's aura has inexplicably vanished here. These two may possess some knowledge. Take them back to our master. A golden core cultivator queried. Why trouble the master with such trivial matters? We could simply interrogate them ourselves. Foolish. If you fail to extract information and lose the monarch and damp, Oppos, S-Trail, our master will deem us incompetent. They resolved to deliver the 2 individuals to their master. Should they uncover any leads, it would be a boon. If not, it would matter little to them. In the workplace, you must discern what tasks to undertake and what to avoid. The golden core cultivator realized, Uncle, what exactly should we do or not do? How many times must I tell you? Act with diligence in your duties. The other 4 golden core cultivators looked on expectantly at the nascent soul elder. The nascent soul elder spoke sagely, do not engage in tasks within the demonic sect that yield no new knowledge. Do not attempt what you do not know how to accomplish. Do not rush urgent matters, for haste breeds mistakes. Do not procrastinate on non-urgent tasks. Li Xianxiao could not help but applaud. Oh no, he has absorbed genuine wisdom. At the Thunderbolt sect, Zhang Tianxin and Li Xianxiao, the unlikely duo, exchanged words as they were led away. Brother, it seems our fate is dire, Zhang Tianxin remarked. Li Xianxiao sighed in resignation. The chances of encountering a nascent soul practitioner, especially one from the demonic sect, are slimmer than being struck by lightning. By the way, why did you follow these demonic sect individuals? Zhang Tianxin hesitated before confessing. I ventured down the mountain and heard an old fortune teller mention a cataclysm descending upon the world. Following his guidance, I ended up here, only to encounter them. A cataclysm descending? Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further when the surroundings were suddenly illuminated. The two found themselves in a palace, bound to pillars. Zhang Tianxin inhaled deeply, addressing Li Xianxiao. Though we are meeting for the first time, I perceive your righteous spirit. You are no coward. Today, Even in the face of the cruelest tortures from these malevolent forces, we must grit our teeth and endure, thus demonstrating the integrity of righteous individuals. Li Xianxiao was moved by his words and nodded earnestly. Indeed, at that moment, a thick wave of demonic energy surged around them, coalescing like a rolling black mist. In an instant, it surged towards their position, ultimately gathering above a nearby chair. As the demonic energy swirled and solidified, a humanoid figure gradually emerged. The figure was enchanting, with long, delicate legs and a languid demeanor, reclining comfortably with one leg crossed over the other, a slender hand propping up her cheek, exuding an aura of utter laziness. Finally, the figure fully materialized, lifting her head slightly, her beautiful eyes slowly opening, revealing a hint of weariness and indifference. It was as if she had just awakened, lazily surveying the two before her. "Hm, Morong Mo," the imperial daughter Feng exclaimed with delight. "You are still alive?" Li Xianxiao gasped in shock, realizing that the worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. They had fallen into the clutches of the demonic sect and Oppos, as leader, the very leader he had once plotted against. Chapter 29. Inhumane Morong Mo. You're actually still alive? The imperial daughter Feng looked incredulously at Li Xianxiao before her. Li Xianxiao blinked, completely unprepared to reunite with Feng in this manner. As expected, she did not perish alongside Lu Qiushui. That day, on Wuwang Mountain, after witnessing with her own eyes Li Xianxiao being killed by Lu Qiushui, Feng had engaged in a fierce battle with Lu, which further exacerbated their already grievous injuries. Subsequently, a third party intervened, forcing both to tacitly retreat from the battlefield to avoid being exploited. Upon returning, Feng even erected a ceremonial tomb for Li Xianxiao, vowing at his grave that she would one day return with Lu Qiushui's head to pay her respects. Little did she expect to encounter Li Xianxiao once more today. Li Xianxiao managed a weak smile. "Actually, I'm still alive." Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the Yuaning old demon who had brought Li Xianxiao and Zhang Tianxin back. The old demon quickly explained, "Your Excellency, these two are connected to the disappearance of our Lord. I suspect they have taken him captive." Feng nodded thoughtfully, then turned her gaze back to Li Xianxiao. "You are alive. Why did you not come to find me? Oh, you have returned to Shushan and reneged on your promise to be my little brother. I loathe those who go back on their word." With her hands on her hips, Feng stood up from her seat and began pacing. "How could I have erected a ceremonial tomb for you and offered sacrifices? You ungrateful wretch. Did you follow Shushan's orders and take our Lord away? Speak, or do not speak." Li Xianxiao forced a smile. "Boss, may I inquire who this Lord is?" Feigning ignorance, Feng replied coldly, brandishing a red whip. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as a scream pierced the air. "Speak, speak, speak. I shall make you regret your defiance." "Ah!" Li Xianxiao blinked, casting a glance at the battered Zhang Tianxin. Zhang's lips trembled wide-eyed. "You have the wrong person. Why strike me? If he won't speak, beat him instead. Stubborn as a dead duck, are we?" The red whip, seemingly infused with spiritual power, only intensified Zhang Tianxin's anguished cries. It was more painful this time. Li Xianxiao swallowed hard. This was inhumane. He feared that if this continued, Zhang Tianxin would soon meet her end. "Boss, I truly do not know who this lord is. I merely passed by. It has nothing to do with me." Zhang Tianxin and Oppos, S-Whales grew increasingly desperate. Finally, Feng seemed to tire of the beating, stretching her arms. "Lock them up. I shall interrogate them properly after I rest." "Yes." Zhang Tianxin and Li Xianxiao were each confined in separate cells. Zhang Tianxin was thrown onto the damp ground, gasping in pain. "Zhang, are you all right?" Li Xianxiao and Oppos' voice came from the opposite cell. Zhang Tianxin replied, "Do you believe me if I say I'm fine?" Li Xuanxiu admitted, "Zhang, you are indeed a true disciple of the righteous path. Even in this state, you remain silent." "I am in awe." Zhang Tianxin's lips quivered. She hadn't even been asked anything. All she received was a beating. She wanted to speak, but did she get a chance? It was only strikes directed at her. Zhang Tianxin glared at Li Xianxiao with resentment. "Who is that woman?" Li Xianxiao replied slowly, Feng. Zhang Tianxin's expression changed dramatically. Is she the foam from the heavenly calamity palace? Indeed, Li Xianxiao nodded. It seems our chances of survival are non-existent. I have heard that this foam is merciless, relishing in tormenting righteous disciples to their deaths, watching them beg for mercy, only to grant them hope before plunging them into despair. Zhang Tianxin glanced at her wounds. It appeared today was merely an appetizer. By the way, you seem to know that foam quite well. Sort of. We have a history. A history? No wonder she only struck you today. It must be psychological warfare, instilling fear within you, leaving you in a state of dread, constantly wondering when your turn will come. This is far more terrifying than physical pain. It is akin to the difference between a slap to the face and an impending slap that could come at any moment. Having realized this, Zhang Tianxin turned to face Li Xianxiao again, about to offer some comforting words when she suddenly froze. The cell where Li Xianxiao was held was spacious and bright, furnished with a soft, comfortable bed adorned with a thick plush blanket. Nearby stood an exquisitely crafted table, its surface polished to a mirror shine, with intricately carved legs resembling fine art. Above, a magnificent chandelier hung, sparkling with dazzling crystal pendants. In one corner, there was even a vanity. Zhang Tianxin looked again at her own cell, where the only item was a bucket for her waist. Zhang Tianxin, oh, you must be a spy for the demonic sect. Li Xianxiao calmly explained, Zhang, this is the demonic sect's trick, trying to sow discord between us. Do not fall for their schemes. Zhang Tianxin nodded thoughtfully, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the demonic sect was treacherous. It's time for food. At that moment, a demonic disciple approached, tossing a bowl of food into Zhang Tianxin's cell. Foundation establishment practitioners did not abstain from food, requiring sustenance to survive. Zhang Tianxin glanced at her meal, which was a mix of meat and vegetables, neither too lavish nor too poor. She then looked at Li Xianxiao, who had no food. The demonic disciple simply walked away. Zhang Tianxin now believed Li Xianxiao's earlier words even more. They were indeed trying to incite discord between them. Li, you should eat something too. Zhang Tianxin attempted to pass her food to Li Xianxiao, but the distance was too great. Li Xianxiao shook his head. Zhang, you have suffered severe injuries today. It is best you replenish your strength first. I can go without food for a while. Zhang Tianxin nodded, no longer refusing, and began to eat heartily. The food in her stomach did indeed bring some comfort. At that moment, the demonic disciple returned, pushing a small cart. Here, this is your food. Chapter 30. Vow to follow the leader in the dining car. A dazzling array of food overwhelmed the senses. Various bizarre and uniquely shaped beast meats were either roasted to a golden crisp, emanating an enticing aroma, or meticulously stewed to tender juiciness. Crystal clear, gelatinous liquids, reminiscent of exquisite agar, were housed in delicate glass cups, shimmering with enchanting light as they gently swayed. Additionally, vibrant vegetables complemented the delectable meats, crisp cucumbers, spicy bean curd, and more. The piece d'ar assistance was a steaming pot of thick, milky soup, rich and aromatic, brimming with assorted ingredients, likely a blend of rare herbs. Zhang Tianxin inhaled deeply. A disciple of the demonic sect cast a curious glance at Li Xianxiao, seemingly perplexed as to why such delicacies were afforded to a captured righteous disciple. Zhang Tianxin suddenly felt the rice in her mouth lose its flavor. Her eyes fixed on Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao remained silent for a moment. As I mentioned, the malevolence of these demonic sect individuals is evident. They employ such tactics to sow discord between us. Zhang Tianxin replied, then let us abstain from eating, as a form of resistance against them. Li Xianxiao fell silent once more, then said, why forego their offerings? Consuming their provisions enables us to resist them, and by doing so, we deplete the resources of the demonic sect. Why not relish it? You do make a compelling argument, but why do I feel so uneasy? Zhang Tianxin expressed concern for Li and Amp. Oppose as safety, wary of potential poisoning. Do not fret about me. If she intended to eliminate us, why would she bother with poison? Li Xianxiao began to eat quietly. This is quite good, and this too. Before long, Li Xianxiao realized that the food before him equaled the resources he had painstakingly gathered over half a year at Shushan. The treatment from the demonic sect. Was this generous? He couldn't help but slap himself, reciting the Shushan Heart Sutra 100 times. As a disciple of Shushan, how could he entertain such thoughts? He was merely critically consuming their offerings. Once he had cleared the table, Li Xianxiao sat back, satisfied, and began to meditate, seeking to calm the surging energy within him. From the very first bite, he had sensed the intricate pairing of these ingredients. Logically, one would expect that a practitioner consuming such an abundance of restorative items in a short span would face adverse effects. After all, excessive nourishment could harm one and Oppo's body rather than benefit it. However, these ingredients had been meticulously selected, each possessing a remarkable synergy with the others. Every ingredient found a complementary partner among the rest, creating a balance that mitigated potential negative impacts. This combination, while not flawless, was undoubtedly extravagant. Resources Li Xianxiao could not procure himself. Zhang Tianxin observed, "Are you actually cultivating now?" The following day, Zhang Tianxin and Li Xianxiao were once again presented before the emperor's phone. "Speak, or do not speak. Where is my lord?" Li Xianxiao glanced at Zhang Tianxin, then at emperor's phone. "Boss, I truly do not know who this lord is. Perhaps you can enlighten me? I see you are akin to a rock in a latrine, foul and unyielding." Empress Feng raised her whip and struck. A day passed in such manner. Empress Feng exhaled slowly, discarding her whip. "Even after such a beating, you remain silent. It appears you genuinely do not know." Zhang Tianxin interjected, "May I ask? You have beaten me to this state. Even if he knew, he wouldn't reveal it." Empress Feng explained, "The Lord is the inaugural master of the Heavenly Calamity Hall, which he personally founded. However, he has been deceased for millennia. This time, he has reincarnated, only to mysteriously vanish." Li Xuanxiao's small eyes widened with confusion. Is such confidential information permissible to disclose? It seemed evident that the missing lord had been taken back to Shushan by the third senior sister, Lin Wanqing. Li Xianxiao pondered this revelation, realizing that he had stumbled upon the first master of the Heavenly Calamity Hall, an existence from the previous epoch. A sense of impending crisis washed over him. Yet, a greater dilemma loomed in the present situation. Empress Feng scrutinized Li Xuanxiao's eyes, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. "You truly have no knowledge of my lord's whereabouts?" "Boss, I am entirely unaware," Li Xianxiao replied earnestly. Empress Feng pointed dismissively, liberating Li Xianxiao from his restraints. She then approached Zhang Tianxin. "And you? Do you know anything of my lord?" "I do not," Zhang Tianxin exclaimed frantically, genuinely perplexed by his unexpected capture and the sudden ties to the Heavenly Calamity Hall, encountering a legendary female demoness. Surely even his ancestral master would struggle against her. Empress Feng snorted disdainfully. "You think to deceive me? Do you believe I'm so easily fooled? Take him away and continue the beating." Zhang Tianxin struggled desperately. "I truly do not know." Li Xianxiao silently prayed for him as he watched Zhang Tianxin being dragged away. As for rescuing him in front of Empress Feng, he assumed his master could manage that. Boss, since this does not concern me, may I leave?" Li Xianxiao asked timidly. "Leave?" Empress Feng shot him a sideways glance. "You have saved me and witnessed my most disgraceful moment. You have only two paths. One is to follow me, and the other is also to follow me." Li Xianxiao interjected, "Boss, that still counts as one path." Empress Feng fell silent. Li Xianxiao remained silent as well. Empress Feng added, "I will offer a third option, death. I vow to follow the boss." Li Xianxiao immediately declared. Zhang Tianxin was once again cast back into the prison. The physical torment was far less brutal than he had anticipated. It was merely whipping. However, the psychological impact stemmed from the demonic sect's double standards. "Zhang Daoyu, are you all right?" Zhang Tianxin looked outside the cell. Li Xianxiao had donned the garb of the demonic sect. "You little rascal, you are indeed an undercover agent of the demonic sect," Zhang Tianxin shouted in fury. Li Xianxiao explained, "Zhang Daoyu, I comprehend your current feelings. This is all a temporary measure. I have infiltrated the demonic sect in hopes of escaping with you." Zhang Tianxin calmed down, realizing that in this situation, the demonic sect had no need to deceive him. And he nodded through tears. "I believe you." At that moment, a disciple of the demonic sect passed by. "Greetings, Protector." "Yes, you may proceed." Li Xianxiao waved his hand. Zhang Tianxin observed in disbelief. Chapter 31. This is my escape plan. Li Xianxiao had become the guardian of the demonic sect. He never anticipated that his story would unfold in such an unexpected manner. A proud disciple of the righteous Xu Shan, he found himself serving as a protector for the demonic sect. Li Xianxiao reassured himself that this was merely a pragmatic decision for survival. As the guardian, his role was not to protect the imperial daughter Feng, for who has ever seen an ant defend an elephant? His primary duty was to cater to the needs of the imperial daughter, serving tea and attending to her whims. Fortunately, Feng had no desire to consume pure yang energy. After several days of observation, Li Xianxiao noted that Feng and Appo's, as previous injuries had not fully healed, causing her to spend most of her time resting in her chamber. The formidable leader of the demonic sect, surprisingly, found her only solace in playing chess with Li Xianxiao, often resorting to underhanded tactics, retracting moves, and subtly using her powers to shift pieces. Li Xianxiao could only feign ignorance, fully aware that seriousness on his part could provoke Feng to unleash her wrath, potentially using the chessboard as a weapon to claim victory beyond the game. He would not allow himself to be beguiled by Feng and Appo's demeanor, mistaking it for any special significance he held in her eyes. Was this a game of romance? The worldly waves are vast and treacherous. Enduring humiliation with grace is the wisest strategy. The hard-strung bow may snap first, and sharp blades have always been prone to injury. Greed can lead to one's downfall, and the pursuit of sustenance can result in premature demise. No matter how cunning or crafty one may be, the hidden troubles of life cannot be evaded. Li Xianxiao clapped his hands and spoke aloud. The tale he was about to tell was not set in the present, nor could it be clearly placed in any specific dynasty. It transpired long ago in a segment known as the struggles within the officialdom. Across from him, Feng nibbled on a fragrant fruit, listening intently, her posture relaxed as she reclined on a luxurious couch seemingly woven from clouds. Her eyes, as clear and bright as autumn waters, sparkled with vibrant energy. Nearby, the guards cast envious glances at Li Xianxiao, their hearts filled with jealousy. Since his arrival, he had captured the attention of the sect leader, leaving them neglected and unrewarded. It was well known that entertaining the imperial daughter was a task filled with ease and delight, requiring only that one placate her and keep her in good spirits. Feng was generous, and even the smallest of her offerings could yield great benefits for them. Feng held a deep appreciation for Li Xianxiao, bringing him along wherever she went. Yet, her treatment of him resembled that of a cherished pet, as if all the followers within the demonic lair were mere creatures to her. Feng had even domesticated a few formidable figures, once powerful beings whose abilities had been stripped by her, now reduced to being her obedient pets. They were chained at the doorway, barking eagerly whenever Feng passed by, their tongues lolling out in anticipation. In moments of joy, she would toss them a fruit or a sweet treat, delighting in their scramble for the food. Of course, Feng had her moments of displeasure as well. One day, as she was recovering from her injuries, she winced in pain, and when a stray droplet of saliva from one of her pets splashed on her garment, she responded with an expressionless demeanor, crushing its head underfoot. Li Xianxiao witnessed all of this unfold, his eyes taking in every detail. The following day, he noticed that the unfortunate pet had been replaced by another. Feng reclined languidly on her soft couch, one delicate foot elevated while the other swayed gently. Clad in a resplendent silk gown that flowed like clouds, she appeared even more graceful and elegant. Li Xianxiao sat respectfully beside her, gently grasping her jade-like foot, beginning a careful massage. His movements were deft and delicate, and as he worked, a satisfied smile gradually bloomed on Feng's face, her slanted eyes narrowing in pleasure, filled with allure and charm. Feng gazed at Li Xianxiao with a smile, and he understood the implication behind her look. However, he had no desire to become a mere pet. He was a disciple of Xu Shan. On this day, having earned Feng's favor, Li Xianxiao returned to the prison to visit Zhang Tianxin. "Zhang, my friend, you have suffered. Zhang Tianxin glanced at Li Xuanxiao's opulent attire, a hint of resentment in her voice. Why do I feel as if you are thriving in this place? This is merely an illusion to deceive them. I have obtained the entire layout of the demonic sect, and tonight we shall escape together. Oh, really? Zhang Tianxin and Appo's eyes brightened with hope. Indeed, I will come for you at the third watch of the night, Li Xianxiao whispered. Zhang Tianxin nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. Li, I misjudged you. Recalling her previous doubts, she could not help but slap herself. How could I ever doubt you, Li? You have endured so much for us. At the appointed hour, Li Xianxiao slipped away from Feng and Appo's chamber, where she lay fast asleep. He placed a sound stone on the table, which played back his pre-recorded voice. He then approached the prison, deceiving the guard and using a copied key to unlock the cell door. Everything proceeded smoothly, and Zhang Tianxin's eyes sparkled with hope. Li, where shall we go now? Li Xianxiao smiled confidently. I have discovered numerous secret passages within the lair, intricately woven and perilous. A single misstep could trigger deadly traps. However, I obtain a map from Feng, and we can slip away through the hidden routes. Zhang Tianxin nodded eagerly. What are we waiting for? I can no longer endure this existence. But as they ventured forth, footsteps echoed behind them. There they are. Quick, pursue them. Zhang Tianxin's expression shifted in alarm. Li, this path seems wrong. We have been discovered. They appeared to have entered a dead end, with their only retreat blocked by advancing sect disciples. Zhang Tianxin bore no animosity towards Li Xianxiao, sighing softly. It seems fate does not favor us. Very well. If we must die, let's fight to the end. She tore her garments, revealing her sculpted muscles, her robust physique evident. Li, we shall meet in the underworld. As Zhang Tianxin gazed at the approaching disciples, her eyes were filled with resolve. Zhang Tianxin of the Golden Thunder sect shall confront you all in battle. In the next moment, Li Xianxiao delivered a powerful kick, sending her crashing against the wall, followed by a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. You, a prisoner, dare to escape? Brothers, teach him a lesson. The pursuing disciples charged in without hesitation, surrounding Zhang Tianxin with fierce kicks. Once they had subdued her, Li Xianxiao intervened. One of the Golden Core disciples shouted angrily, "Take him to the special cell. Let him experience the consequences of his escape." As the disciples of the demonic sect dragged the battered Zhang Tianxin, who could not even recognize her own mother, towards the infamous Tianzi prison, Zhang Tianxin struggled to open her eyes and gazed at Li Xianxiao, her lips moving feebly. "Why, my mother?" Li Xianxiao wiped away the droplets of blood that had splattered onto his head and remarked, "Did I just faintly hear a greeting directed at my mother?" In the Tianzi prison, Zhang Tianxin lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The torment she had previously endured paled in comparison to the brutalities of this place. Here, she could feel the most ferocious tortures of the mortal realm, enough to revive the memories of her past life. Although the Imperial Maiden Feng appeared rather simple-minded, she was unyielding in her methods against foes. Otherwise, the Tiansha Hall would not have gained a notorious reputation as the most ruthless demonic sect in Zhongzhou. At that moment, Li Xianxiao reappeared. "Daoist Zhang, are you all right?" he inquired. Zhang Tianxin replied, "What do you think? Daoist Zhang, our plan has already succeeded halfway," Li Xianxiao declared. Chapter 32. Breached defenses. Zhang Tianxin rose, her face resembling that of a pig as she gazed at Li Xianxiao. What? Li Xianxiao replied, "In truth, this is my true plan. Although there are many entrances to the secret passage, to my knowledge, we can only escape from here through the entrance of the heavenly cell." He opened the cell and pulled Zhang Tianxin out, leading her to a corner within the cell. He whispered the incantation. The Imperial Maiden Feng, the most beautiful in the world, with the largest bosom. Lu Qiushui from the Shura Palace is a despicable scoundrel, a dog's offspring. Upon finishing the incantation, the entrance to the secret passage slowly opened. Zhang Tianxin was momentarily stunned. Li Xianxiao handed her a spiritual fruit. Seeing this, she eagerly took the fruit and sank her teeth into it. The sweet, delicious juice instantly filled her mouth. In no time, she devoured the fruit completely, leaving not a single pit behind. Just as she swallowed the last morsel, a cool and refreshing sensation surged from her abdomen, swiftly spreading through her entire meridian system. The spiritual energy, previously diminished due to overexertion, began to surge forth like rain after a long drought. As the spiritual energy circulated within her body, Zhang Tianxin felt her strength gradually returning. "Follow me." She nodded vigorously, harboring no doubts about Li Xiandao. Together, they swiftly traversed the secret passage, her heart racing with anxiety. If one were unaware of the crucial elements, even those at the nascent soul stage could perish within the passage. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhang Tianxin seemed to hear the sound of crashing waves. Moving forward, the scene before her suddenly brightened. They emerged into the open, revealing the vast ocean, with their exit wide and expansive, allowing them to behold the entire sea's surface. "Li Daoyu, let us hurry," Zhang Tianxin urged, excitement coursing through her veins as they neared escape from the den of demons. However, Li Xiandao blocked her path, stating, "This is the fabled Dead Sea." "The Dead Sea?" Zhang Tianxin gazed toward the mysterious waters not far off. The Dead Sea was said to be a place where not even birds could fly across. Throughout history, numerous terrifying legends about this region had circulated. Cultivators flying through the air upon nearing the Dead Sea would fall under its strange influence, losing control of their bodies and plummeting toward the water's surface. Regardless of the spells or divine abilities they employed, it was nearly impossible to resist the powerful and mysterious allure of the Dead Sea. Li Xiandao retrieved the sword box from his back. "In a moment, I will release a flying sword that will carry us away. But it may be somewhat difficult to control, so be prepared, Zhang Daoyu." Zhang Tianxin nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xiandao swiftly formed a sword gesture with his hands. At that moment, it seemed as though a mysterious and potent force resonated with the gesture in his hands. Suddenly, the once quiet sword box erupted with a deafening roar, resonating like thunder across the sky. Simultaneously, a piercing shriek rang out. In an instant, countless razor-sharp sword energies burst forth from the box, rampaging like a torrential flood. These sword energies intertwined and collided, creating a dazzling sea of light. Zhang Tianxin was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. She noticed that even Li Xiandao was injured by the sword energies he had summoned. Among them, one particular sword energy shone brilliantly, resembling a white rainbow that pierced the sky with unstoppable force. Wherever this sword energy passed, the air was torn asunder, leaving visible trails in its wake. A gleaming, cold sword shot forth from the box, racing through the night sky with lightning speed, almost too swift to behold. Li Xiandao coughed up blood. It must be said that his recent recuperation within the demon sect had significantly improved his physical condition. He reached out to grasp the flying sword, which seemed intent on tearing apart his meridians. Yet, he did not let go, using his other hand to grasp Zhang Tianxin. The flying sword sped away, completely disregarding the influence of the still waters. They escaped. The Empress Feng, awakened by the disturbances caused by Li Xiandao and Apos, has sword, initially thought that the righteous sect's elders had come to attack. Upon receiving a report, she learned that her guardian, Li Xiandao, had fled with Zhang Tianxin. The Empress Feng and Apos' expression was devoid of emotion, her fist clenched tightly, the veins on the back of her hand bulging as if they would burst. A subordinate timidly presented a letter. This is the letter left for you by that traitor." The Empress Feng waved her hand, and the letter appeared in her grasp. "I have practiced the path since childhood. My master taught me to help the world and eradicate evil. Since ancient times, righteousness and evil cannot coexist. Thus, we part ways here, hoping never to meet again. Lastly, let me just say, Lu Qiushui is far more beautiful than you." The last line from Li Xiandao directly breached the Empress Feng's defenses. "You scoundrel, I will kill you. Lu Qiushui, I will settle the score with you." The Empress Feng charged out, placing all blame for this on Lu Qiushui. "I will tear your face apart." Chapter 33. The plan. Thud, thud, thud. The flying sword was finally laboriously returned to its sheath by Li Xiandao. After this incident, he realized he was quite injured, and Zhang Tianxin was no better off. The two confirmed their location and bid each other farewell, with Li Xiandao returning to Mount Shu. Although this descent had been perilous, he had ascertained one vital piece of information. Fanuel was, in fact, the inaugural master of the Heavenly Evil Hall, the very founder of the sect, and had lived through the previous epoch, reborn into a new life. This revelation needed to be reported to his master immediately. Report to his master? A wave of doubt washed over Li Xianxiao. At Silver Sword Peak, brother, why have you returned so late? You scare me to death. Upon seeing her elder brother, the younger disciple, Zhao Lu, burst into tears. You've been missing for days. I thought you were dead. Li Xianxiao comforted her with a few words, merely mentioning a minor mishap without elaborating on the specifics. What about third senior sister? How is that man named Fanhua? Zhao Lu inquired. Everything is normal, she replied. He seems to be almost inseparable from third senior sister, and he is quite handsome. She doesn't seem to mind. At this point, Zhao Lu hastily corrected herself. Of course, no matter how handsome he is, he cannot compare to you, brother. Li Xianxiao ignored his younger sister as flattery. Is there any other information? Zhao Lu shook her head, but curiously asked. Does that person third senior sister brought back have any issues? There are no issues, but I feel uneasy without thoroughly investigating, Li Xianxiao replied. Withholding the truth from Zhao Lu, she was Navi, and in her continued contact with third senior sister, she might inadvertently let something slip or provoke an unnecessary incident. Turning away, Li Xianxiao made his way to the main peak, Tongtian Peak. His master was in seclusion, but if there were pressing matters, he could always seek the sect leader directly. Li Xianxiao wandered around Tongtian Peak, contemplating how to explain his situation to his master. He envisioned the aftermath of such an explanation in his mind. His master would likely believe him. Even if he didn't, he would verify Fanuel's identity. This would lead to two possible scenarios. First, his master could uncover Fanuel's true identity and then decide to eliminate him. Would the reincarnated Fanuel awaken strange powers? Uncertain one. Would third senior sister, Lin Wanqing, hold a grudge against him? Uncertain two. If Fanuel were killed, would there be another reincarnation specifically seeking his demise? Uncertain three. Would Lin Wanqing darken due to Fanuel's death? Uncertain four. Second, his master might be unable to ascertain Fanuel's identity and would not believe Li Xianxiao's word, leading to Fanuel's expulsion. This might lead to third senior sister's reluctance to part with him, potentially causing her to leave the sect. Regardless, Fanuel would harbor resentment against him for breaking them apart, leading to his own demise. Li Xianxiao propped his chin on his hands, brow furrowed. There were far too many uncertainties. He tossed 3 copper coins aside, ominous. Just then, he abruptly lifted his gaze to see Fanuel and third senior sister Lin Wanqing approaching Tongtian Peak. The moment Fanuel appeared, he drew numerous gazes. If Li Xianxiao blended into the crowd, he would be akin to a single bean lost among many. However, Fanuel was like a watermelon appearing among beans. Fanuel's extraordinary beauty was simply astonishing, transcending the boundaries of reality, as though he had stepped forth from a magnificent painting. Every contour and line perfectly sculpted his enchanting visage. From any angle, Fanuel was undeniably flawless, captivating all who beheld him. Fanuel timidly trailed behind Lin Wanqing. Suddenly, the guardian beast of Mount Shu, the water Qilin, leapt forward. The water Qilin had accompanied the founder of Mount Shu on his journeys, eventually remaining at Mount Shu due to its longevity, serving as the guardian beast of the sect. Typically docile, the water Qilin suddenly approached and positioned itself in front of Lin Wanqing. Li Xianxiao felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that the water Qilin sensed something amiss? As a divine beast, it was within reason for it to detect Fanuel's identity. In such a situation, Li Xianxiao wesa bro furuba. Lin Wanqing reached out to stroke the water Qilin's large nose. Its gentle disposition was well known among the disciples, even when students rode on its back to take photographs. It wouldn't mind. However, at this moment, the water Qilin bore a serious expression, circling Fanuel twice before scratching its head with a paw, its long whiskers twitching. Subsequently, it wandered off to resume its slumber. To onlookers, this appeared to be the water Qilin's wariness towards outsiders. Its lack of any further suspicion suggested that Fanuel was not a person of ill intent. Lin Wanqing, turned to Fanuel with a smile, the slightest hint of doubt dissipating from her heart. Fanuel reciprocated with a radiant smile. Sister. Lin Wanqing reached out, standing on tiptoe to ruffle his hair. Fanuel lowered his head, beaming with delight. Sister, play with me. Be good. Wait until I finish my important tasks first. Witnessing this scene, Li Xianxiao completely abandoned the thought of reporting to the sect. Third senior sister Lin Wanqing's eyes clearly sparkled with affection. It was over. She had fallen in love. It seemed he would need to devise a new plan. As the reincarnated master of the heavenly evil hall and an ancient being who had lived for untold millennia, he would be no match for Fanuel on his own. The only force capable of suppressing all evil within Mount Shu was the renowned Shu Mountain Sword Array. Centered around the Shu Mountain Sword, the array was constructed using the 7 peaks of Mount Shu as its main framework. The outer sword array likely lacked sufficient power. He would need to employ the core sword array from within Mount Shu. Sister. A whisper echoed in his ear as Zhao Lu peeked from outside his room. She held a pouch of recently purchased enchanting powder, intending to sprinkle it beneath his pillow so that he would unknowingly succumb to its effects while sleeping. Just then, Li Xianxiao's voice startled her, causing her to quickly hide her hands behind her back and straighten her posture. Brother, I was just planning to help you make your bed. Nothing else. Li Xianxiao ignored her explanation. I will likely enter seclusion for a while. During this time, you must focus on your cultivation, avoid wandering, and do not cause trouble. Do you understand? Brother, you're going into seclusion again? Zhao Lu's delicate brows knitted slightly. Yes, if anyone inquires, just say, I am in seclusion. Understood, brother. I hope you emerge soon. Chapter 34. Even if the whole world is against you, time passed swiftly, and 2 months had already elapsed. Fan Yu become accustomed to life on Mount Shu, for wherever his sister was, he would be. In this world, only his sister treated him with kindness. He recalled the bitter cold of every winter, yet as long as he was by his sister and Apos, Hess sighed, fear was banished. As long as his sister was present. Fan Yu clutched his head, jolted awake from a nightmare. The pain. It was excruciating. It felt as though something within him had awakened. I shall annihilate everyone. I will bring destruction to the 9 provinces. This is my path to immortality. The scene before him was terrifying, as if the entire world had plunged into the abyss of apocalypse. The earth had utterly crumbled, with gaping fissures resembling the gnarled jaws of a beast, mercilessly devouring everything. Flames blazed with an unquenchable fury, illuminating the sky in a crimson hue. In this land, engulfed by fire and ruin, mountains of corpses lay scattered. Some bodies were dismembered, others bore grotesque expressions, and blood stained the ground, forming ghastly pools. Countless lives perished in this calamity, their final wails and cries intertwining, echoing a mournful elegy in the desolate space. Yet, amidst this hellish scene, a figure stood out starkly. Fan Yu laughed maniacally in the heart of the inferno, his laughter akin to the shriek of a night owl, sharp, grating, filled with madness and insanity. His gaze was hollow, as if his soul had fled, leaving only an obsession with destruction and ecstasy. No! Fan Yu opened his eyes anew, gasping for breath. He found himself back on Mount Shu, beside his sister. In tears, he rushed into her embrace. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. She seemed accustomed to such physical closeness. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare again? Fan Yu nodded through his tears. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Wanqing reassured him. Sister, I dreamt that I killed many people. What should I do? Am I a bad person? Not at all. You are the kindest person in the world. If you did kill someone, they must have been bad. But what if I harmed good people? What if innocent ones sought revenge on me? Everyone would bully and despise me. Would you still love me, sister? Lin Wanqing paused for a moment, tenderly pinching Fan Yu's nose. Even if the whole world is against you, I will stand by your side. I love you most, sister. Fan Yu tightened his embrace. Sister will protect you with her life, Lin Wanqing added. As long as you are here, no one will harm me. If anyone dares to touch a hair on my head, I will eliminate everyone in the world to avenge you. Lin Wanqing chuckled softly. Your sister didn't end amp. Apos, T raise you in vain. Now let into amp. Apos, let's get some sleep. The bond between Lin Wanqing and Fan Yu deepened daily. Concerned that Fan Yu might feel bored while she practiced, Lin Wanqing often brought him small toys from Mount Shu. This time, she had purchased a mechanical dog crafted by the Mo family. Mount Shu had a market where disciples gathered to sell various trinkets. Many disciples enjoyed selling items they no longer needed. This mechanical dog was created by a disciple from the Little Cheongfeng sect, who had taken up the study of Mo family machinery several years ago. Over the years, he had crafted many gadgets, often setting up a stall to sell them. The most easily sold item was this little dog, and he had made numerous copies. Little did he know, one of the mechanical dogs had been discreetly replaced with another, indistinguishable from the rest. One day, under a clear sky and warm sun, Fan Yu played alone with the mechanical dog on Silver Sword Peak. Suddenly, the mechanical dog began to run uncontrollably. Fan Yu hastily chased after it, but the dog sprinted faster. As the distance between them widened, he quickened his pace. "Don't run. Stop." Suddenly, a pair of wooden wings unfurled from the dog's back, and it took flight. Fan Yu's mouth fell open in surprise as he witnessed the dog soar. He wanted to pursue it, but he could not fly himself. Just then, he noticed a flock of cranes passing nearby. These were the cranes raised on Mount Shu, which regularly circled the area. After a brief hesitation, he timed his leap perfectly and jumped onto the back of a crane. The crane showed no resistance. It was a common sight for the disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Some disciples would accidentally fall off, yet the cranes would often pull them back up. Fan Yu had seen an older brother, namely Xianxiao, do this before, and thus he had learned the technique. The white crane soared with Fan Yu, cutting through the misty clouds. Standing atop the crane, he watched the peaks glide by beneath him. Today marked the annual day of quiet cultivation on Mount Shu, a tradition passed down through the years. Although few adhered to it now, most remained within their gates to avoid attracting the attention of the law enforcement hall. Thus, Fan Yu saw no sign of other disciples or the mechanical dog, and anxiety began to creep in. Just then, a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. He leapt from the crane and landed atop a peak. "Thank you," he called out to the crane, which responded with a resounding cry. The mechanical dog, having arrived here, seemed to have lost all its energy and fell to the ground. Fan Yu hurriedly picked it up, checking for any damage. Once he confirmed it was unscathed, a smile spread across his face. He looked up and finally took note of his surroundings. Where was he? A thick fog enveloped the area, making it impossible to discern direction. The back mountain of Tontian Peak was often shrouded in dense mist during specific seasons. This fog originated from deep within the earth, enveloping the entire back mountain. Within this thick haze, all senses seemed obscured, be it the gentle breeze through the trees or the tracks of birds and beasts. All vanished without a trace. There have been many instances where disciples got lost in the back mountain, unable to find their way out, forced to remain until the fog dispersed months later. As a result, during this season, Mount Shu would have guardians stationed to prevent disciples from wandering in. Guarding the mountain was an exceedingly dull task, leading the guards to often sneak away for a drink. Fan Yu scratched his head. Just then, the sound of a flute echoed, as if guiding lost souls toward the right path. Following the melody, Fan Yu ventured forth. Chapter 35. How did love, bound by its ties, come rushing forth? The sound of the flute resonated, imbued with a captivating magic that seemed to penetrate the very soul. Following the melody, Fan Yu walked forth, ultimately discovering the source of the enchanting sound. However, it was not a person, but rather a wisp of ethereal spirit. Who are you? Fan Yu inquired cautiously. The spirit beckoned. Come with me. Your sister, Lin Wanqing, sent me to find you. At the mention of Lin Wanqing, Fan Yu's eyes brightened, and he took a couple of steps forward. Did my sister send you for me? Suddenly, he stepped into an abyss, oblivious to the fact that there was no solid ground beneath him, enshrouded by a thick fog that obscured his path. With the presence of another before him, he naturally assumed there was a way ahead. Unaware of how long he had been falling, he finally landed heavily. After a brief pause on the ground, he lifted his head to survey his surroundings. Where is this place? Before him stood a colossal jade gate, now ajar. Only the current leader of Mount Shu possessed the ability to open such a gate, for it was only the past masters who knew the incantations to manipulate the sword array of Mount Shu. Of course, this excluded the deceased former master. Once a disciple of the late master, Li Xiandao had also been entrusted with this knowledge. Yet, aside from the late master, no one else was privy to it. Curiosity piqued, Fan Yu ventured inside. In the center of an expansive terrain lay an enormous sword, as monumental as a towering peak, thrust into the ground. Its blade shimmered with a chilling light, as if capable of slicing through the void itself. Surrounding this great sword were countless other swords of various sizes and forms, some adorned with resplendent gemstones, while others bore intricate, enigmatic runes. This place resembled a storied pool of swords, where each blade emanated its own unique aura and power. Since the inception of Mount Shu, renowned swords from across the realm, along with those wielded by its practitioners, had been gathered here, with the weapons of the deceased converging in this sacred space. Over countless years, this sword pool had transformed into a remarkable spectacle. The air thrummed with the intertwining essence of sword energy, immense and grand, akin to an infinite river spanning the heavens. Suddenly, a memory flickered within him. He clutched his head, overwhelmed by pain, collapsing to the ground. A hazy figure materialized before him, stepping forth as if traversing the river of time, shimmering with golden light. Why? Why must you tear us apart? Fan Yu cried out. I had resolved to retreat into the deep woods, to live a simple life of farming alongside her. Indeed, he had decided to withdraw from the demonic sect, to abandon his violent past and embrace a peaceful existence. The righteous had promised to overlook his past transgressions. Yet this relentless swordsman had pursued him for 3 days and nights. Fan Yu, your sins run deep. In your quest for power, you slaughtered 6,000 miles, sacrificing countless innocent lives. Have you considered those people? They too had fathers, mothers, wives, and children. Now you dare to speak so brazenly? Prepare to meet your end. The golden sword light severed all. Glancing at the sword of Mount Shu, Fan Yu gradually recalled everything. Musha, no. It is Zhao Shui Lin Wanqing. I have come for you across 3 lifetimes. It is all you, they are all you. He covered his head, desperate to escape this place. Confronted by the sword that had once claimed his life, he felt a profound fear welling from within. The jade gate slammed shut. Signs of disturbance rippled through the formation that had ensnared the sword pool. No, no. Behind Silver Sword Peak, Li Xuandao's lips began to move rapidly, uttering a stream of obscure words that flowed forth from his mouth like fireflies flickering in the night. Though he stood atop Silver Sword Peak, this did not hinder his activation of the deepest sword array of Mount Shu. Old man, lend me your strength one last time. Li Xiandao produced a talisman, imbued with a power far beyond his own capabilities. Sweep away the demons, with one sword to slay the multitude. The sword array of Mount Shu was set into motion. Fan Yu sought to flee, to burst through the jade gate, but his current strength was evidently insufficient. What is happening? Who is plotting against me? That old coot should be dead by now. Good news. Memories restored. Bad news. Inexplicably trapped within the sword array of Mount Shu, in a tranquil mirror-like sword pool. The sharp, glimmering swords stirred as if awakened, vibrating with a newfound awareness of Fan Yu's presence, akin to sharks sensing blood, suddenly turning restless and agitated. In an instant, they surged towards him like wild stallions breaking free. Swords flashed and energies intertwined, the very fabric of space seeming to tear under the onslaught. Faced with such ferocious attacks, Fan Yu and Amp Appo's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dense black aura erupted from his palm, resembling a fierce black dragon, clawing and lunging at the incoming flying swords. With a thunderous crash, the first wave of swords, upon nearing him, were sent flying as if severed from their strings. Yet, more powerful swords followed in rapid succession, each one more formidable than the last. Fan Yu struggled desperately. Mushan, Zhao Shui, in this life, you are Lin Wanqing. I cannot perish here. I have yet to introduce myself to you. Indeed, you do not know me. You have forgotten me. How can I die here? You cannot sever the bond that exists between us, not even with the sharpest of swords. In his self-dialogue, Fan Yu's strength surged, the demonic energy swelling, pushing back the torrent of swords. Li Li Xiandao furrowed his brow. How can shouting about love's bonds lead to such an increase in power? Are you the protagonist of a heated anime? Without hesitation, Li Xiandao pressed the talisman to his forehead, synchronizing it with his unique dance, shouting fervently. As the sun sets behind the western hills, darkness envelopes the sky, each household closing its doors. The noble traveler seeks the inn, while birds flee to the mountains, and tigers return to their dens. Birds find refuge in the woods, while tigers must return to the mountains in peace. Beneath the seven-star glazed tiles, upon the eight-sided golden bricks, I tread earth beneath my feet, sky above my head, striding forth in unbroken sequence. Chapter 36. Not for one, but for all standing firm at the encampment, an altar was arranged to summon the deities. First, the fox spirit was invited, followed by the yellow spirit, and then the long python and the sorrowful king. The fox family was the leader, the yellow family served as the vanguard, the long python was to hold the ground, and the sorrowful king was the gateway. Li Xianxiao could not fathom why the old man, the esteemed leader of Mount Shu, would impart such summoning techniques to him, techniques that were, in fact, of the old man's own making. Soon, Li Xianxiao felt another force entering his being, causing his body to move uncontrollably. Only the pure and unfeeling path could truly harness the Shu mountain sword. If one's heart lacked purity, one would inevitably suffer at the hands of the Shu mountain sword. The old man's words echoed in his mind. Li Xianxiao opened his eyes, now shimmering with golden brilliance. With his right hand forming a sword gesture, he raised it above his head, then swiftly brought it down, as if severing some unseen tether, while exclaiming "Die!" Simultaneously, within the sword formation, streams of sword energy crisscrossed like a tempest, striking towards Fan Yu. Though Fan Yu managed to repel the torrents of sword rain. Amidst this intense clash, the Shu mountain sword suddenly erupted with formidable power, humming loudly, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light. "No! Please! Do not kill me! I implore you!" Fan Yu, realizing he could not struggle against his fate, wept with desperation. "All I ask is to see Lin Wanqing one last time. I have never sought anything from anyone else. Will you not spare me? I have already paid the price for my actions. Even if I have erred in the past, why can't I be granted another chance? You claim I have committed unjust murders, yet what they lost was merely life, while I have lost my love. I have atoned for my sins. Why can't you let me go just this once?" Without further ado, a muffled sound echoed as the golden light pierced through Fan Yu's body without hindrance. No blood flowed from his wounds. Instead, golden threads began to seep from the openings as if imbued with life, rapidly engulfing Fan Yu's form. As the golden threads multiplied, his once solid body began to disintegrate like fragile porcelain, crumbling piece by piece. Each fragment flickered with a faint glow, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Li Xianxiao removed the talisman and made a precise gesture. The wraith from the back mountain of Tongtian Peak vanished without a trace. This wraith was a ghost he had previously captured, a pawn to the tiger demon, destined to lure more innocents to their demise. The mechanical hound was also obliterated in the explosion, its corrosive fluids leaking out, leaving no trace behind. After erasing all remnants, Li Xianxiao finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. The Shu mountain sword formation was indeed formidable, were it not for the old man's possession of his body. Coupled with Li Xianxiao's unwavering resolve, even knowing the incantation of the Shu mountain sword formation would not have spared him from its wrath. Li Xianxiao consumed the prepared elixirs, but did not rush to depart. Instead, he meticulously replayed the operation in his mind, approximately 7 to 10 times. Yes, it should be fine. The success of his plan exceeded Li Xianxiao and Oppo's expectations. Initially, he had devised 5 contingency plans and simulated hundreds of unexpected scenarios. After all, not everything unfolds as planned. What if Fan Yu encountered a Shu mountain disciple on his way and inadvertently captured the mechanical hound? What if he reached the back mountain of Tongtian Peak without searching for the hound? What if he ignored the sound of the flute? The efficacy of the Shu mountain sword formation against Fan Yu remained uncertain. In any case, the execution unfolded with astonishing smoothness. Throughout, Li Xianxiao never revealed himself, nor did he betray his presence. 3 reincarnations. Could there be a fourth? Let fate take its course. The Shu Mountain sword formation trembled, startling the entire upper echelon of Mount Shu. When the deputy leader and his entourage arrived, they were completely unaware of what had transpired, assuming the leader had entered the sword formation, for only the leader knew its incantations. Reluctantly, they summoned the reclusive Master Lingshu. Upon opening the jade door, Master Lingshu quickly discerned the anomalies within the sword formation. Signs of battle were evident, yet nothing else remained. After a thorough inspection, it was clear that someone had intruded into the formation. But who, apart from the leader of Shu Mountain, could breach such a place, let alone invoke the Shu Mountain sword? Master Lingshu was filled with questions. To uncover the truth, Mount Shu enforced a 3-month lockdown. While not entirely fruitless, they uncovered no significant leads. The man named Fan Yu, brought back by Lin Wanqing from Silver Sword Peak, had vanished without a trace. Some disciples claimed the last they saw of him was on the back of a white crane, after which they paid little heed. The Shu Mountain sword formation remained intact, and no anomalies were reported within Mount Shu. Thus, the matter faded away. However, following these events, disciples were stationed outside the Shu Mountain sword formation for vigilance. On the day Li Xianxiao concluded his seclusion, he coincidentally encountered his third senior sister, Lin Wanqing, preparing to descend the mountain. Lin Wanqing believed Fan Yu must have left the mountain. What if he is so foolish and naive that he gets deceived? I must find him, she declared. Li Xianxiao consoled her. Sister, perhaps he has suddenly regained his memories and forgotten the time spent in forgetfulness, thus hastily descending the mountain. Such is the nature of life. Some come and some go. Each individual possesses a unique mission and journey. Some encounters may merely be fleeting moments orchestrated by fate. When they turn to leave, it is but a minor interlude in the grand symphony of life. If fate has brought us together, then even in parting, why cling too tightly? Life is inherently filled with countless uncertainties. Let everything flow naturally, trusting that what is meant to come will arrive, and what is meant to leave cannot be retained. In response to Li Xuanxiao's counsel, Lin Wanqing simply shook her head. You do not understand. Since our meeting, he has become my sole hope. Li Xianxiao paused for a moment, then said, Sister, did you endure countless hardships to join the immortal sect merely to find someone to entrust your life to? The disciples of Shu Mountain do not serve one, but all. Lin Wanqing smiled wryly. I lack your unwavering spirit. It seems I am truly unfit for cultivation. Yet, to live my life according to my heart's desire, even if briefly, is a remarkable achievement. Li Xianxiao chose not to respond further, offering only a heartfelt farewell. Chapter 37. The Golden and Silver Blood Serpent at the Shushan Book Pavilion. Li Xianxiao perused tomes concerning reincarnation. Only those who have transcended tribulations and attained the Mahayana stage possess such divine abilities. Recalling the words spoken by Fan Yu at the time of her demise, he pondered that he had searched for Lin Wanqing across 3 lifetimes. This led him to conclude that perhaps his third senior sister was also a reincarnation of some celestial being. Such thoughts were indeed perplexing. Li Xianxiao meticulously replayed his actions from beginning to end. They could only be described as flawless. Even if Fan Yu could somehow reincarnate, she should never suspect that it was he who orchestrated her downfall. Yet, who could truly fathom the capabilities of a Mahayana cultivator? He questioned whether his modest methods could indeed deceive her. As Li Xianxiao was lost in contemplation, he felt a sudden movement from the jade pendant at his waist. Departing the book pavilion, he sought a secluded spot to unveil the pendant. Upon opening it, he discovered a concealed box containing a pair of twin goo worms. One resided with Lin Wanqing. This pair of twins was obtained during his travels in the southern frontier, initially designed to bring life and death to one another. In the past, southern maidens would often bestow such goo upon their husbands. Should one partner perish, the goo would penetrate the heart of the other. However, that was a tale from a bygone era. In the present day, the twin goo had been refined, becoming gentler in nature, functioning more like a remote sensing device capable of perceiving the state of its counterpart at any moment. At this juncture, the goo worm revealed a crucial piece of information. Lin Wanqing was in peril. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xianxiao swiftly exited the mountain gate. The existence of the twin Gu alleviated his fears of losing track of Lin Wanqing. Presently, it had only been a little over half a month since she descended from the mountain. Within the desolate forest, Li Xianxiao concealed himself within the embrace of an ancient tree, observing with keen interest. There, not far off, was Lin Wanqing, still alive, though her vitality seemed diminished. No visible injuries marred her form, yet she appeared to be afflicted by poison. Had she been attacked? Or had someone discovered the presence of the Gu and plotted against her? Rather than rushing to her aid, Li Xianxiao engaged in fervent speculation. Had the anguish of Fan Yu and Appo's death awakened memories of their past lives? He summoned forth a puppet scorpion. He had successfully crafted 3 thus far, one possessing the strength of the first layer of qi refinement. The scorpion scuttled towards Lin Wanqing, confirming her condition. Indeed, she was poisoned, with the wound on her ankle indicating snake venom. In the next instant, a shadow darted past with astonishing speed, too swift for even Li Xianxiao to detect. It was a slender serpent, no thicker than an earthworm, yet measuring the length of an arm. It struck the puppet scorpion. Thankfully, the puppet was immune to toxins. The golden and silver blood serpent. Li Xianxiao recognized it at once. This serpent was said to thrive amidst rare treasures and had become a sought-after prize among cultivators in the previous era. To possess one was to be led to hidden riches, yet it could not be domesticated. Aware of its captivity, it would soon refuse food and perish, vanishing altogether. This serpent had an extraordinarily long lifespan, and its venom was exceedingly potent, capable of killing a golden core cultivator within a century. This particular serpent had likely lived for over 100 years. Li Xianxiao felt a wave of relief, grateful for his restraint. The golden and silver blood serpent excelled in concealment. He would have been oblivious to its presence. A single bite would spell certain doom. He commanded the puppet scorpion to engage the serpent, which, upon failing to strike, swiftly retreated. The serpent possessed little combat prowess, relying instead on stealth and venom. Li Xianxiao deftly maneuvered his 3 puppets to block its escape route, capturing it and preventing its flight. Yet he remained vigilant, suspecting that where there was one serpent, another might lurk nearby. Suddenly, a tempest surged forth, like a wild stallion breaking free, sweeping in from all directions. Leaves danced in the gale, and the once tranquil earth was uprooted, creating waves of yellow dust that surged forward. Even the stoutest trees succumbed to the ferocity of the wind, collapsing under its might. The area within a mile was engulfed in chaos, and ultimately, all was swept away into the distant horizon, leaving only a desolate landscape behind. In this tumult, the golden and silver blood serpent found itself bereft of sanctuary. Li Xianxiao remained steadfast upon his flying sword, prepared for any emergence from the earth. He first compelled the serpent to expel its venom, capturing it in a specialized vessel before vanquishing the creature. Though rare, the serpent itself held little intrinsic value, its worth overshadowed by that of unrefined beasts. Setting the serpent ablaze, he then turned his attention to Lin Wanqing's condition. To his surprise, her state was far better than he had anticipated. Although she bore the burden of poison and her energy was waning, it did not resemble the frailty of a flickering candle. Instead, there were signs of imminent recovery. Lin Wanqing had fallen into unconsciousness, and Li Xianxiao gently laid her aside. Yet he was left wondering why she had ventured here. Upon inspecting the contents of her storage ring, amidst various magical artifacts and elixirs, he stumbled upon an incongruous item, a crudely drawn map penned in Fan Yu's handwriting. Li Xianxiao recognized Fan Yu's script from their past encounters. "Sister, here." Fan Yu had once illustrated by the riverside with a branch upon the ground. Lin Wanqing glanced at it, observing that it appeared to be a map. "Where's this place?" she inquired casually. Fan Yu shook her head, admitting ignorance, only recalling that it seemed significant. "A place of importance? What could that be?" "I have forgotten." Lin Wanqing smiled, seemingly unperturbed. "Very well. Once we return to Shushan, I shall take you there when I have the time, shall I?" Fan Yu nodded, adding, "In truth, I care not for how important it may be. As long as I am with you, that is all that matters." Lin Wanqing reached out, affectionately ruffling Fan Yu and Amp. Oppos, S. Chapter 38. 3 lifetimes and 3 worlds. The sealed doors slowly creaked open before Li Xianxiao. The unlocking of this portal required blood, specifically that of a chosen one, undoubtedly Lin Wanqing. Indeed, as Li Xianxiao had anticipated, a vast expanse revealed itself within. Initially, he suspected the presence of traps, but soon realized his misjudgment. This space seemed to be a place once inhabited by someone, imbued with a subtle aroma of sandalwood that enveloped the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and mystery. His gaze was drawn to the exquisitely carved lattice windows, and inside the room stood a soft, inviting wooden bed adorned with intricately embroidered silks. Both the headboard and footboard were adorned with delicate patterns. In one corner, an ancient, elegantly crafted guqin stood silently. A bronze mirror was placed upon a finely carved vanity, equally intricate in design. Suddenly, Li Xianxiao clutched his head as a torrent of memories surged forth. Not his own, but those belonging to Fan Yue and Lin Wanqing. More accurately, they were the memories of their past lives. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. It became clear why Fan Yue had created the map. It was part of a premeditated plan. He believed that by bringing Lin Wanqing here, she would regain her memories of their shared past. However, he had underestimated the situation. He never anticipated his own amnesia or that he would be ensnared by Li Xianxiao within Shushan. Ultimately, it was Lin Wanqing who fell victim to the gold and silver blood serpents hidden here, leading to this fateful encounter with Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao witnessed the memories left behind by Fan Yue. One, the master of the Heavenly Calamity Hall, infamously known as a demon. The other, the foremost female sword cultivator in the realm, a paragon of the sword path. In a fateful confrontation, Fan Yue eliminated everyone except Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing pursued Fan Yue for 3 months. Initially resolute in her sword heart, she gradually found herself developing a profound affection for Fan Yue. Ultimately, she resolved to sacrifice herself in an attempt to redeem him, hoping he would abandon his path of slaughter. To save Lin Wanqing, Fan Yue had no choice but to cast her back into reincarnation, seeking her future incarnation. In her second life, Lin Wanqing joined Shushan, rising to fame at a young age. Dazzling all, yet she found herself entangled with Fan Yue, and together they weathered numerous trials of life and death. Lin Wanqing eventually reclaimed her memories, and, in her anguish, relinquished all her cultivation, becoming immortal and departing Shushan. Fan Yue promised to forsake evil, and together they retreated into the depths of the forest. However, the first sect master of Shushan relentlessly pursued them, and in a tragic turn of events, Lin Wanqing perished beneath the Shushan sword while protecting Fan Yue. Witnessing the death of his most exceptional disciple at his own hand, the sect master did not hesitate to execute Fan Yue. In the aftermath, to preserve Shushan's reputation, he erased all records of Fan Yue and Lin Wanqing from the sect's history. After absorbing the entirety of these memories, Li Xianxiao paused, exhaling softly. So this was the entire tale. He could scarcely fathom why such a prodigy, a paragon of the sword path, would fall in love with a bloodthirsty demon. He shook his head. Aside from the memories left behind, Fan Yue had also bequeathed 3 treasures, which likely attracted the gold and silver blood serpents. Everything seemed preordained. The treasures included spiritual weapons of varying grades: inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary. Fan Yue and Amp, Oppos, S artifacts were meticulously chosen for Lin Wanqing. One was a postnatal spiritual treasure crafted by Fan Yue, a silver-white armor known as the Armor of the Flood Dragon, which could be donned regardless of one's cultivation level. Li Xianxiao could not help but acknowledge its thoughtfulness. Wearing this armor would significantly enhance the absorption of spiritual energy and restore one's true essence. Its formidable defensive capabilities ensured survival in battle, as long as one's head wasn't obliterated by other cultivators. The second treasure was a wind chariot, small enough to be stored in a spatial ring, which could transform into a vehicle. Its axle was a beam with a carriage atop and wheels on either end. The exposed ends of the axle bore pegs, enabling astonishing speed, perfect for fleeing or traveling. The third treasure was the repairing heaven pill, which, upon consumption, could gradually enhance a cultivator's physique, allowing for remarkable progress in their practice. It could refine impure spiritual roots and had no restrictions on cultivation levels, usable by those in the nascent soul stage or even the foundation establishment stage. The potency of the pill was contingent upon the skill of the alchemist, and reckless consumption could lead to physical harm or even death, making it unsuitable for mortals. Yet, the repairing heaven pill posed no such limitations and could significantly extend a mortal's lifespan, equating it to that of a golden core cultivator. It seemed Fan Yue had prepared this pill specifically for Lin Wanqing, fearing she might reincarnate as a mortal. The treasures revealed Fan Yue and Appo's deep affection for her. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Li Xianxiao decided to take all three treasures for himself, thoroughly inspecting them. These artifacts could not be left for Lin Wanqing, nor should she even glimpse them. Who knew what memories they might trigger? Boom! Moments later, the cavern space collapsed, buried beneath rubble. The seemingly indestructible exterior was easily breached from within. The blazing true fire consumed everything. Li Xianxiao felt it was insufficient, so he employed the earth escape technique to dig a deep hole beneath, further burying everything with earth escape magic and large stones atop. After completing this task, he carried the still unconscious third senior sister Lin Wanqing to a safe location, ensuring that Fan Yue had left nothing behind. Li Xianxiao erased any lingering traces of his presence and departed quietly. If only he had never encountered Fan Yue. If only third senior sister had not developed feelings for this demon, or gone so far as to forsake her life and cultivation for him. Third senior sister, perhaps being an ordinary person would be better than being a cultivator. I hope you never cross paths with Fan Yue again. After Li Xuanxiao's departure, Lin Wanqing gradually awakened. Residual toxins lingered, clouding her mind. She was unaware of how she ended up in this cave, where she had been recuperating for several days. Venturing outside, she followed the map to the location Fan Yue had left for her, only to find it utterly empty. With a gentle sigh, Lin Wanqing set off alone into the distance. Chapter 39. Preparations for the tribulation. After a series of events, tranquility finally returned. For Li Xianyao, a joyful, ordinary, and fulfilling cultivation life was more than sufficient. 3 months later, Li Xianyao resolved to break through to the foundation establishment stage. He had already suppressed his own realm twice, once and twice, but not thrice. Initially, it was the 2 poisonous pills from Princess Feng and Lu Qiushui that he ingested. Then, he consumed numerous nourishing substances from Princess Feng. Now, he had taken the Celestial Restoration pill meticulously prepared for Lin Wanqing by Fan Yue. With such extensive nourishment, Li Xianyao felt it impossible to refrain from breaking through. Naturally, the breakthrough could not occur within the sect. He had long since identified a secure location for his tribulation. Before departing, he offered some words of caution to his junior sister. "Brother, are you finally going to become a foundation establishment cultivator?" In the eyes of Zhao Lu and the other disciples, Li Xianyao had always been at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. "Brother, may I protect you during your breakthrough?" Li Xianyao promptly declined, stating, "Your current task is to focus on your cultivation and strive to become a 7th-layer qi refinement cultivator this year. During my seclusion, avoid causing trouble. Do not leave Mount Shu, and especially do not bring strangers back, particularly men." "Understood, brother," Zhao Lu replied with a wink. "Brother, are you worried I might be taken away by another man?" After advising his junior sister, Li Xianyao proceeded to meet his second senior brother. Currently, Silver Sword Peak lacked a peak master. The eldest brother had left the sect, his whereabouts unknown. Thus, the second senior brother was temporarily in charge. "Ouch, it hurts. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you a joke. I once believed in love." The second senior brother was drinking alone in his room. Seeing him in such a state, Li Xianyao quietly withdrew, asking Zhao Lu to inform the second senior brother when she had the chance that he was going down the mountain to face his tribulation. The second senior brother had ended yet another relationship. This had become a norm, and he would recover in due time. In Li Xuanyao's opinion, the second senior brother posed the least danger, as his romances were fleeting. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Hall, Princess Feng was fervently calling for Fan Yue. "In the realm of the 9 heavens, I chant your true name. Princess Feng had sensed that Fan Yue was dead, though the circumstances remained unclear. Would Fan Yue undergo a fourth reincarnation? This troubled Princess Feng, prompting her to act swiftly to eliminate him, lest his true form be constantly on edge. Come back, my lord. I shall continue to follow you. It seemed as though Princess Feng was engaged in a sincere dialogue across the endless river of time with Fan Yue. Yet, Fan Yue remained silent, merely fleeing. First, put down your soul-destroying artifact. Fan Yue severed the connection with Princess Feng. With a sigh, she lamented, "How stubborn are the remnants of the old era." Fan Yue reformed his soul, drifting through the world like a lost spirit. His true soul was no longer permitted to reincarnate. The third time had erased all memories, serving as the best proof. By the fourth time, he could only manifest in the world as a soul. His cultivation had been entirely consumed. Curse be! Who plotted against me? Fan Yue was bewildered, unable to comprehend who had schemed against him. The third reincarnation had been on the brink of success, only to be thwarted at the last moment. Yet, he could not fathom who had struck him down from the shadows. Souls could not linger in the world for long. The Tao was rejecting him. He had to find a suitable body, but where could he seek one now? Li Xianyao left Mount Shu, swiftly traversing the landscape. He did not head directly to his tribulation site, but deliberately made a few detours to ensure he was not being followed. Only then did he plunge into the mountains, heading straight for the location he had previously prepared for his tribulation. In a vast cavern, the first level appeared as an ordinary cave dwelling, surrounded by precious elixirs. However, those who dared to touch these items would meet with disaster, for they were rigged with traps. For instance, the seemingly benign nurturing pill would explode upon contact, releasing a dense cloud of poisonous mist. Likewise, the spirit stone concealed mechanisms that, upon the slightest movement, would unleash poison needles. Li Xianyao descended to the second level of the cavern. There, he encountered a figure identical to himself. This was a paper effigy crafted by Li Xianyao, made from materials nurtured by the scholarly Taoist masters, imbued with innate laws. However, there was only one such effigy. Li Xianyao possessed many similar treasures. Some were acquired during his travels with an old mentor, while others were collected over the years. The third level was the true site of Li Xianyao and Appo's as tribulation. Additionally, there were formations in place. The first was to thwart any prying eyes from detecting his presence. The second was a grand array designed to obliterate the souls of intruders, preventing anyone from seizing his body during his most vulnerable moment. Furthermore, at last, the golden core stage awaited. The spiritual energy within would coalesce into a golden core, the quality of which would determine the cultivator and Appo's as future potential. Any issues with the golden core could lead to severe injuries, a decline in realm, and a halt in future cultivation, or even complete loss of power, jeopardizing one and amp, Appo's life. The golden core is categorized from 5th grade to 1st grade, with the 1st grade golden core being the most desirable. Attaining a 1st grade golden core requires more materials and presents greater challenges. Initially, Li Xianyao had intended to form a 2nd grade golden core, having gathered materials over a long time. However, after acquiring treasures left by Fan Yue, he reconsidered. Perhaps it was worth attempting to forge a 1st grade golden core. Now, let us partake in a brief lesson on tribulation. Those who have experienced tribulation know well that timing is crucial. This moment must not coincide with your birthday or that of your parents. Avoid the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month, and steer clear of the birthdays of various deities. After evading these dates, one may cast the divination. The location of the life gate should correspond to a specific hour, and the tribulation should be faced at that time. The thunder of the heavenly tribulation is formidable. Yet, even more troublesome is the inner demon. Under the influence of the inner demon, cultivators may find themselves ensnared by their deepest fears and vulnerabilities. Many highly skilled cultivators have failed their tribulations due to the inner demons resurfacing past failures, leading to instability during the ordeal. A calm mindset is paramount. One must maintain emotional equilibrium to remain composed amid the tumult of thunder and the rampant inner demons. As the storm clouds gathered, Li Xianyao resolutely lifted his head. Chapter 40. The Way of Heaven's Nourishment, the Bestowal of Fortune. My heart and actions are as clear as a pristine mirror. This heart is like a sword, severing all misfortunes. This heart is like a mirror, reflecting the sun and moon. My heart and actions embody righteousness. I am loyal to my own sense of justice, dedicating myself tirelessly to it until death. I shall progress along my path, never resting until I reach the pinnacle. Li Xianxiao shook his robes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The surrounding winds swept around him. The sky appeared to be shrouded by a colossal black curtain, so dense that it seemed almost suffocating. Layer upon layer of dark clouds piled together like towering peaks, pressing against the horizon. In the thunderclouds, dazzling flashes of lightning intermittently illuminated the darkened sky, resembling silver serpents dancing wildly. Each bolt of lightning seemed intent on tearing apart this oppressive world, accompanied by deafening roars as thunder rolled and rumbled through the clouds. The booming sound grew louder, akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses or a cataclysmic landslide, reverberating through the heavens. Who among the world does not strive to cross the river? Even mortals may contend for immortality. Li Xianxiao was fully prepared, yet in the final moment, he wore an air of nonchalance. A golden elixir was swallowed, and he realized that his fate was not dictated by heaven. Boom! At that instant, the first bolt of thunder plummeted from the pitch-black clouds. Li Xianxiao and Appo's expression turned grave. He dared not show even a hint of carelessness, as the immense power within him surged like a torrential river, beginning to flow wildly. The first bolt of lightning struck, followed by the second and third, almost simultaneously. After the thunder tribulation, Li Xianxiao and Appo's eyes gleamed brightly, as he intently sensed the fierce clash and collision between every thread of power within him and the recently descended thunder. The sensation was akin to tumultuous waves crashing against rocks, or a blazing fire scorching steel. After undergoing this thunderous trial, that feeling became all the more pronounced. He understood that the 3 bolts of thunder were merely an appetizer. The true test was yet to come. Li Xianxiao clasped his hands, chanting loudly, "With my true energy, in harmony with the creation of heaven and earth, may the Thunder Lord assist me. Who among the fellow cultivators is crossing the tribulation here?" Someone called out, but received no response. The speaker did not expect an answer. He was merely curious. Bystanders halted, gazing at the distant spectacle. Such a thunder tribulation was naturally not to be approached lightly. Yet, there would occasionally be some daring souls with ulterior motives, such as the current Vanduo. Approaching the thunder tribulation indeed stirred Vanduo's spirit, yet he quickly recognized this as an opportunity. During the tribulation, a cultivator is at their most vulnerable, presenting a chance for seizing their body. Foundation establishment, breaking into golden elixir. Was this a first-grade golden elixir's thunder tribulation? Was this not a perfect vessel prepared for himself? The 4th, 5th, and 6th bolts of thunder fell in succession. Vanduo widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the one undergoing the tribulation. He was not astonished by the person's strength. For Vanduo, there seemed to be no one worthy of the title of strong. Moreover, Foundation establishment cultivators were, to him, merely a smaller type of ant, differing only from larger ones. Yet, Vanduo had never witnessed anyone refining their foundational cultivation to such immaculate perfection. This body appeared not to be forged by a mere mortal, but rather crafted through the meticulous efforts of countless masters, resulting in a transcendent work of art. Vanduo smiled. The way of heaven grants protection. This body is now mine. Heaven assists me, yet not a single protective spirit stands by my side. Should anyone guard him, Vanduo's current soul would be powerless. Overjoyed, Vanduo charged straight towards the one crossing the tribulation. He silently recited incantations, summoning his last vestiges of strength. He traversed the layers of thunder, tribulation, and plunged headlong into the soul destruction formation. "Huh," Vanduo scoffed. "Not foolish after all, having set up a soul destruction formation. What a pity. Mere grains of sand." Vanduo dismantled the formation, moving through the 2nd layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer. Vanduo, is this correct? Even with Vanduo and Appo's as formidable strength, he was momentarily overwhelmed by such a formation. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to believe there was more. Yet there was indeed more. Vanduo clenched his jaw, exerting all his effort, and finally broke through a staggering 12 layers of his soul destruction formation, just as he thought to catch his breath. He was met with the searing blaze of true fire. The intense flames instantly enveloped him, emanating from the alchemical chamber of Mount Shu. Vanduo felt as though he had been thrown into a massive furnace. He barely managed to escape the furnace. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and exquisite, translucent ice lotuses began to bloom gracefully. These ice lotuses radiated a chilling aura, piercing through Vanduo like countless icy arrows. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless ice pit, the cold penetrating to his very core. Thus, Vanduo found himself alternately engulfed in flames, suffering the searing heat of true fire, and then ensnared in ice, enduring the frigid embrace of the ice lotuses. This torment of alternating ice and fire rendered him nearly lifeless. Yet, Vanduo did not relinquish his resolve. Within his heart lay a singular belief. Love? Indeed, love. The visage of Lin Wanqing emerged before him, conjuring memories of the past, each moment vivid. In this lifetime, I have yet to tell you that I love you. Vanduo roared. Finally, the figure he sought appeared before him. Your body is now mine. Vanduo chanted incantations, diving towards Li Xianxiao. In the blink of an eye, the power of his soul surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding into Li Xianxiao and Appo's body. However, just as Vanduo succeeded in seizing the body, believing all was within his grasp, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In that very moment, he sensed an unprecedented sense of wrongness. This is bad, Vanduo silently exclaimed. But it was too late to flee, for the body tightly bound his soul within. No matter how Vanduo struggled or resisted, he could not break free from the shackles of this body. Simultaneously, Vanduo was horrified to discover a towering figure materializing before him, the golden body of a Confucian sage. This sacred embodiment radiated an overwhelming golden light. The dazzling golden rays, like countless arrows, mercilessly shot towards Vanduo's form. Piercing screams echoed, as Vanduo and Appo's soul was left battered and torn by the assault of the golden light. He desperately sought to withstand this terrifying onslaught. Yet the disparity in power rendered his efforts utterly futile. Li Xianxiao sensed an intrusion, yet he did not know it was Vanduo. He remained focused, confident in the defenses he had set. All he needed to do was face the thunder tribulation wholeheartedly. Li Xianxiao shook his robes. A first-grade golden elixir. The 49 lesser heavenly tribulation. Each bolt of thunder bore different might, but it seemed less formidable than he had anticipated. Has it been achieved? Li Xianxiao felt the power within him. Wait, it appears I have triggered a hidden mechanism. Unbeknownst to him, having just vanquished Vanduo, the karmic retribution returned to him. The way of heaven nourished him, and the bestowal of fortune commenced. Thus, the generous heavens decided to concoct something grand for Li Xianxiao. Chapter 41. The Great Tribulation of 69, Li Xianxiao severed Fan Yu's last chance of reincarnation. The weight of karma was upon him, and he garnered immeasurable merit. At this critical and sensitive juncture of transcending tribulation, the originally concluding 49 minor tribulation began to transform. The colors of the lightning changed. This was the Great Tribulation of 69, a trial that cultivators experience upon the emergence of their nascent soul, divided into 6 paths of thunder. Each path and Appo's power was exponentially more formidable than that of the 49 minor tribulation. Li Xianxiao observed the scene with a furrowed brow. The situation had taken a turn for the intriguing. His meticulous preparations had not been in vain. The materials he had compiled for this tribulation could fill several tomes. 5 years of foundation, 3 years of golden elixir, essential cold knowledge for golden elixirs, a flurry of minor topics. Although everything unfolding today was a series of coincidental collisions, Li Xianxiao had already braced himself for the worst. Thus, everything remained within a controllable range. He swallowed a pill, revealing another robe beneath his tattered Taoist garment. In total, he donned 3 robes. While his shirt was woven from rubber tree fibers, rich in spiritual energy and over 200 years old, effectively resisting the onslaught of the thunder. Beneath his shirt lay a vest, also a product of celestial craftsmanship. Underneath the vest was another layer, followed by the armor of the dragon serpent. Li Xianxiao laid out his treasures in an orderly fashion, touched the jade pendant rumored to enhance luck, and pinched the peace talisman of the Taoist sect. He then picked up a spray bottle and dispensed a few puffs around him. Do not misunderstand, this was no perfume, but a powdered medicine that accelerated the condensation of surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, as if the very world trembled. The long-anticipated thunderstorm descended like an enraged purple dragon, roaring from the heavens toward Li Xianxiao below. In an instant, dazzling violet lightning engulfed his figure. The furious power of the thunder surged like a torrential flood, wreaking havoc upon everything in its vicinity. The very fabric of space appeared distorted by this overwhelming energy, producing a series of disconcerting buzzing sounds. Alas! Stay back. What is happening? Is the tribulation not over yet? The distant onlookers, initially gathered to witness the spectacle, now stood frozen in disbelief, their faces painted with incredulity. They had never anticipated that the thunderstorm, which should have dissipated into nothingness, would suddenly undergo such a staggering transformation. Above, the previously waning and nearly vanishing lightning suddenly surged with an unparalleled vigor, becoming wildly turbulent. The golden elixirs that could be forged during the Foundation establishment to golden elixir stage were classified into 5 grades. Those of exceptional talent aspired to attain the first grade elixir. Yet few were aware of what lay beyond. The supergrade golden elixir. At that moment, an elderly man muttered to himself. The surrounding cultivators instinctively turned to look. Startled, they beheld an old man with a crippled leg, leaning on a cane, his sparse hair fluttering in the wind. Beside him were several cultivators, some missing an arm, others devoid of eyes. They were remnants of the world, infamous for their malicious practices in the Jiangbei region. It was rumored they were being hunted by the Jiangbei alliance. To their astonishment, they had fled all the way here. Let us move away from them. No sooner had the cultivator spoken than he let out a scream, his eyes snatched away by an unseen assailant. Feng Sanyang smiled seductively at her companion. He hesitated for a moment before sprinting away. Feng Sanyang clicked her tongue, lamenting the fickleness of human nature. What kind of brother abandons another in times of crisis? The hobbled elder spoke gravely. It is a super-grade golden elixir. This individual is unprotected. Once the tribulation concludes, he will be at his most vulnerable. An opportune moment to seize his elixir. Indeed, the elder's subordinates echoed in unison. As the lightning continued to rain down, Li Xianxiao's robes and undergarments were reduced to ashes, leaving only the dragon serpent armor to shield him. This treasure truly proved its worth. Fan Yu had indeed played his part well, willingly entering the fray, first bestowing Li Xianxiao with the armor, then allowing himself to be slain during Li's tribulation, enabling him to accrue boundless merit. Who could resist such an opportunity? This should be the final strike. Li Xianxiao raised his head, gazing into the heavens. He inhaled deeply and lifted his hands. As they moved, they traced smooth arcs in the air, gradually intertwining to form a perfect circular trajectory. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his hands, coalescing into a distinct golden character, Dao. It hovered around him, resonating subtly with the surrounding air. Cough, cough, cough. As Li Xianxiao expelled a torrent of blood, silver needles shot from the scorpion puppet behind him, piercing his vital points. These needles had been pre-soaked in medicinal herbs. Once more, he could sense that the golden elixir within him was on the brink of perfection, requiring only one final push. The last thunder strike plummeted from the heavens. Amidst the suffocating radiance, everything was swallowed into oblivion. Mountains, rivers, forests, and all living beings lost their original hues beneath the terrifying lightning. The intense currents wove a dense web in the air, triggering landslides and cataclysms. This is bad, Li Xianxiao thought grimly. He had chosen this secluded place for his tribulation to prevent any innocent lives from being caught in the crossfire, thereby avoiding entanglement in karmic retribution. Yet, with the current turmoil, he knew countless beings in the mountains would be affected, and he would inevitably bear the consequences. With this thought, Li Xianxiao's figure flickered as he vacated his tribulation site, redirecting the lightning into the sky. What is he doing, crashing into the tribulation? Feng Sanyang asked, perplexed. The hobbled elder snorted coldly. These righteous cultivators are compassionate, unwilling to let others suffer due to their tribulation, even at the risk of their own failure. Feng Sanyang raised an eyebrow, amused by such noble intentions. Dealing with people like this is my forte, brother. I have a brilliant plan. Chapter 42. Superior Quality Golden Elixir. The limping old Taoist calculated with his fingers, his face beaming with joy. It is done. The Superior Quality Golden Elixir. Congratulations, my brother, on acquiring the Superior Quality Golden Elixir today. The one-armed man beside him immediately flattered in agreement. Be cautious. Do not let the opportunity slip away. The limping old Taoist suppressed his excitement and cautioned gravely. Indeed, at this moment, the Superior Quality Golden Elixir was quietly suspended within Li Xuankong's dantian. After enduring the tribulation of thunder, he finally emerged slowly from the tumultuous storm clouds. Although his garments had been torn to shreds by the lightning, Li Xiankong stood tall and proud. Yet, only he could comprehend the excruciating pain his body was enduring. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were being seared by fierce flames, a torment that pierced to the bone. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, causing him to involuntarily spew forth copious amounts of blood. This was the most vulnerable state following the successful transcendence of tribulation. However, as long as he possessed this extraordinarily rare superior quality golden elixir, it would all be worth it. Li Xiankong was not so easily blinded by the fleeting taste of victory. He sensed numerous presences around him, unable to ascertain which would pose a threat. Normally, the foundation building and golden elixir stages would not attract such a multitude of cultivators. Yet the commotion caused by Li Xiankong and Appo's superior quality golden elixir was simply too great. Even the city lord from the nearby town swiftly dispatched individuals to this location. When faced with uncertainty, the first instinct is to retreat. At that moment, Li Xuankong's figure suddenly halted. Feng Sanyang appeared in the distance, her face adorned with a smile, each hand grasping a cultivator, a man and a woman, presumably a pair of partners. Both had been blinded and rendered powerless by Feng Sanyang. A little friend, look how pitiable they are. They have become this way because of you. I am about to dispose of them. To her left lay a green python, and to her right, a black python. Should she cast the two down, they would be devoured by the pythons. Feng Sanyang feigned a pitiful expression. You, a disciple from a prestigious sect, walk the righteous path. In such circumstances, whom will you save first? She emphasized again, they are so innocent. Perhaps this woman is already with child. What shall we do now? If it weren't into Appo's tea for your tribulation attracting us here, they would not have encountered us and met such a fate. You must seize this last opportunity to redeem your error. Li Xiankong cast a glance at the pair of partners in Feng Sanyang and Appo's grasp. My spirit snake and Appo's venom will ensure their demise with a single bite. I hope, dear friend, that your speed is sufficient to save them. With that, Feng Sanyang exerted a gentle force, flinging the two in opposite directions. Simultaneously, the black and green pythons sprang into action, their speed swift. Feng Sanyang narrowed her eyes, fixated on Li Xiankong. From her left sleeve, she held a binding spirit rope, and from her right, a hairpin, both artifacts, deadly weapons. If he attempted to save the female cultivator, the binding rope would strike from behind. If he went for the male, the hairpin would attack him. In any scenario, he would be compelled to save, while simultaneously contending with the serpents and her artifacts. Feng Sanyang and Appo's schemes were not uncommon. They possessed fewer scruples than righteous cultivators, whose moral standing was often higher, making it difficult for them to counter such tactics. This seemingly simple maneuver had proven effective countless times, relying on overt strategies. Many righteous practitioners had fallen victim to her schemes. Li Xiankong and Appo's figure flickered. Feng Sanyang and Appo's eyebrows twitched. Indeed, most individuals would choose to save the female cultivator. Her earlier remark about the woman possibly being pregnant had likely tugged at his heartstrings. Feng Sanyang smiled slightly, her right sleeve flicking, activating her artifact. You shall regret your choice. In the next instant, Feng Sanyang spat blood as Li Xuankong's sword finger pierced through her skull. So fast. How could he appear here? Feng Sanyang had yet to comprehend. Her eyes glazed as her consciousness swiftly faded. Until her last moment, she never imagined he would charge at her without hesitation. Meanwhile, the unfortunate couple had already met their demise at the serpent's jaws. Li Xiankong scarcely spared them another glance. A gentleman does not save the unworthy. At the very least, I avenged you. After slaying Feng Sanyang, he did not linger and swiftly darted away. 3 Sanyang, bastard, do not flee. A furious shout echoed behind him, followed by the sound of rushing air. Li Xiankong plunged into the forest, closely pursued by 2 one-armed men, each missing a limb. The brothers held a fondness for Feng Sanyang. Yet now that she had been slain by this man, how could they not harbor hatred? Though he was in the golden elixir stage, having just survived the tribulation and weakened, they believed they could still vanquish him to avenge Sanyang. Be careful. The voice abruptly ceased. Poisonous mist erupted, disorienting the 2 men. Following that, poisonous needles shot forth from all directions. Li Xiankong had lured his pursuers into a trap he had previously set. He had meticulously planned his escape route to prevent such a situation from occurring. Those who relentlessly pursued him were either struck by the poison needles or ensnared by the vine's embedded array, subsequently succumbing to the toxins, or perhaps triggering a series of explosions. After running 100 miles, his pursuers had vanished. It is resolved. You little thief, do you think my golden elixir stage is merely for show? The limping elder descended from the sky. Incensed by the loss of his entire retinue, he was furious. The opponent was indeed worthy of possessing a superior quality golden elixir. However, the thought of acquiring such a treasure made the loss of his subordinates worthwhile. The limping elder prepared to pierce through Li Xuankong's chest with a single strike. There are disparities even within the golden elixir stage. Moreover, the other had just completed his tribulation and had yet to fully assimilate the power of the superior quality golden elixir. A heavy thud resonated as his strike failed to penetrate Li Xiankong and Appo's chest. Instead, the elder fell to draw, as if all his strength was being absorbed. Roar! It faintly seemed as if he heard the sound of a dragon's roar. The heavenly spirit treasure. The limping elder was both astonished and elated. With the heavenly spirit treasure in hand, combined with the superior quality golden elixir, he could not help but laugh maniacally. However, in the next moment, he felt dizzy and weak. He had not even noticed the minute wound that had appeared on his finger. The venom of the golden-silver blood serpent. Previously, Lin Wanqing, a consummate golden elixir cultivator with bloodline enhancement, had lost consciousness instantly. The limping elder's strength paled in comparison to hers. With the toxin entering his body, he was doomed to perish. The blessings and perils from the heavens always arrive simultaneously. The key lies in seizing which one. Li Xiankong, concerned that the toxin would not kill his adversary, did not forget to deliver a final blow. Without looking back, he continued his flight, even neglecting to search the corpse. He could not afford to be greedy at this moment. Greed could easily cost him his life. He felt a bit dizzy, as if he were on the verge of collapse. He needed to find a place to recuperate. Chapter 43. Rules 5 puppet clones scurried away in different directions. While the true Li Xianxiao employed the art of earth escape, swiftly traversing beneath the ground like a small mole, he urgently needed to find a place to rest. This perfected golden core would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, and he feared he had already become a target. Li Xianxiao continued to dig at a diagonal angle, ensuring both forward movement and depth. The 2 puppets worked frantically, while he, nestled between them, closed his eyes in deep slumber. He felt overwhelmingly weak. Before succumbing to sleep, he commanded the puppets to slow their digging speed. Though they were not to cease their labor, they would simply alternate their tasks. Then, Li Xianxiao adjusted his breathing rhythm, gradually relaxing as if entering a tranquil realm, detached from the world. He sat there quietly, resembling a slumbering statue. Yet, beneath his seemingly calm exterior, a wondrous series of events unfolded. His consciousness gradually delved within, meticulously exploring and repairing the meridians and acupoints damaged during his previous tribulation. Simultaneously, he remained acutely aware of subtle changes in his surroundings, ever vigilant of the external world. The realizations following his tribulation brushed against the depths of his spirit like a gentle breeze, creating ripples of thought. Guided by this power, Li Xianxiao found himself involuntarily plunged into deeper contemplation. He reflected upon the myriad hardships and fortuitous encounters he had faced since embarking on the path of cultivation, savoring the cycle of life and death, the impermanence of existence, and pondering the true significance and value of his being in this vast universe. Thus, 3 months passed before Li Xianxiao awakened once more. In the golden core stage, he thrived on the essence of heaven and earth, no longer needing sustenance from grains. Therefore, even after 3 months without food or water, he felt invigorated. This sensation was delightful. After savoring this feeling, he finally recalled his present situation. The 2 puppets, noticing his awakening, turned their gaze toward him. Strangely, at that moment, Li Xianxiao sensed an air of resentment emanating from the puppets. Indeed, even puppets could not withstand prolonged labor. He promptly summoned them back into his palm, transforming them once again into wooden figurines. Like a mole, he broke through the surface. However, as soon as he poked his head out, he sensed something was amiss. He could not channel his spiritual energy. What was happening? He hastily attempted to burrow back underground, but it was futile. Even extricating his body from the earth proved arduous. With beads of sweat dotting his forehead, he exerted tremendous effort to free himself from the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, preparing for a potential ambush, he found no immediate signs of hostility. It seemed he was situated within a small town. Just as Li Xianxiao pondered this, lines of text materialized before him. Rules of Luoshui Town. Rule 1. Entry into the town is permitted, but exit is forbidden. One must not leave at will. Rule 2. At night, one must have a candle by their side, and the candle must not be extinguished. Rule 3. Wearing red clothing is prohibited in Luoshui Town. Rule 4. Within 7 days, find a suitable partner and conduct a grand wedding in front of witnesses. Rule 5. New residents must report to the government office within 3 days. Rule 6. Anyone who enters the government office will permanently lose their 5 senses. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is safe. Rule 8. Dangerous beasts lurk within the mountain god temple. Rule 9. There are no constables in the town. Rule 10. Those dressed in black are constables. One must heed their words. Rule 11. Residents of the town are forbidden from disclosing information about it. A total of 11 rules lingered for a moment before vanishing from view. What am I doing here? Is this still the central continent? Li Xianxiao sat down to collect his thoughts. It appeared he had inadvertently wandered into a certain realm of paradise. In truth, these so-called paradises were places where many powerful beings had perished. These beings, having achieved a unified body and spirit, could alter the fabric of reality with their will. However, the rules they established could not deviate excessively from reason, nor could they contradict reality too profoundly. Upon their demise, these powerful beings would dissolve into the essence of the heavenly Tao, ultimately dissipating within the world. Many of them, unwilling to accept death, created rules to seal off certain areas, preventing their spiritual energy from leaking. The more individuals they ensnared, the stronger their power became, potentially allowing them to achieve a resurrection. Yet, these locations, ensnared by powerful beings, were rich in spiritual energy, making them conducive for cultivators, hence the designation of paradise. Some daring cultivators sought out these rule-bound domains, recklessly entering, only to meet their demise. If every powerful cultivator engaged in such recklessness, or if they relied on the might of a specific sect's powerful beings, countless innocent lives would be lost. Thus, this practice was strictly forbidden by various sects. Once discovered, the rules would be forcefully dispelled, and the souls of the powerful would be scattered. How fortunate I am, truly blessed. Li Xianxiao reflected on the rules he had just encountered. There were numerous contradictions within them. For instance, Rule 5 mandated that new residents must report to the government office within 3 days, while Rule 6 stated that anyone entering the government office would lose their 5 senses permanently. Rule 9 claimed there were no constables in the town, yet Rule 10 declared that those in black were constables. As evening approached, Li Xianxiao recalled Rule 2, which stipulated that he must have a candle by his side when night fell. He walked along the cobblestone streets, noting the unusual silence that enveloped the town, as though no signs of life lingered here. The inability to use his powers left him somewhat uneasy. Soon, he spotted an inn, its lights ablaze. The waiter, noticing a stranger, lazily lifted his gaze. "Guest, would you like a room?" Chapter 44. Decoding the Rules of Innkeeping. Li Xiankong retrieved a handful of coins from his pocket. At that moment, several cultivators entered from outside. "Brother, what on earth is happening here? We cannot use our powers, and we cannot leave. I have never encountered such a bizarre situation. I'm not certain either. Perhaps we should ask someone." The innkeeper had just handed Li Xiankong the key to his room. The eldest of the three, Wen Qi, approached with a respectful bow. "I am Wen Qi, a disciple of Qingmen Mountain. May I inquire about the situation here?" "Qingmen Mountain?" Li Xiankong searched his memory, but could not recall this sect. It was likely a small, obscure sect. The highest cultivation level among the three, Wen Qi, was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. They probably had no idea that those in the integration stage could establish rules, nor had they any way of knowing. Li Xiankong took a moment to explain the circumstances to them. The trio appeared astonished, as if they had just heard something utterly incredible. Li Xiankong cautioned them to be vigilant. Wen Qi quickly expressed gratitude. "Thank you, friend. Since we have all inadvertently entered this place, let's look out for one another." Li Xiankong nodded in agreement, not rejecting the notion. He did not believe in the adage that many hands make light work. Under such circumstances, it would hold little significance. However, recognizing that the three were inexperienced and eager, he felt inclined to assist them. It was a fundamental principle for righteous individuals to help one another. One should not turn a blind eye to suffering unless extraordinary circumstances arose. Li Xiankong entered his room. Staying at the inn afforded him 2 complimentary candles. The windproof candles were encased in lamps. He lit the candles without taking a moment to rest, swiftly contemplating a strategy. Other rules were not pressing, but Rule 5 mandated that newcomers to the town must report to the government office within 3 days. Rule 6 stated that anyone entering the government office would permanently lose their 5 senses. Failing to report would mean violating Rule 5, potentially leading to immediate eradication. Although he had refined a superior-grade golden elixir, the gap to the integration stage was still immense. If he reported to the government office, he would lose his sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch forever. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly drifted through the wall. "Zhang Tianxin, my pure yang body is to be broken today. There is no helping it. We have arrived in this place and must fall in love. If this is fate, then I shall not hold back. Please, ravage me." 5 seconds later, Zhang Tianxin, "What do you think is the meaning of life?" Li Xiankong pressed his ear against the wall, confirming that the voice belonged to Zhang Tianxin before knocking on the door. After a brief delay, Zhang Tianxin opened the door, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Li Xiankong. Without further ado, the three gathered around the candle in Li Xiankong's room. According to Zhang Tianxin, after escaping from the hands of the Empress of Shura Palace alongside Li Xiankong, he initially intended to return to his sect. However, fearing retribution from the Empress, who lacked the formidable backing Li Xiankong had, he chose to hide. He had heard rumors of numerous disappearances in this area, prompting him to investigate, only to find himself trapped. The female cultivator accompanying him was a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect, who had come along with him. The two recalled the rule that they needed to find a partner and marry within 7 days hence. Li Xiankong immediately discerned Zhang Tianxin's flaw. He overanalyzed and preferred training matches, which left him unprepared for real combat. Of course, now is not the time for such discussions. Have you both not reported to the government office? No, Zhang Tianxin and Han Yao replied in unison. Han Yao added, "That rule is simply too inhumane." Zhang Tianxin remarked, Many in this town have already lost their five senses, yet there are still those who haven tea. They seem to possess methods to cope, but when I asked, they refused to share. Li Xiankong nodded. Rule 11 prohibited residents from disclosing information about the town, particularly its rules, which meant they had to devise their own strategies. Han Yao sighed, her spirits dampened. Tomorrow is the final day. I wonder how many have stumbled into this place and perished here. The graves in this town are innumerable. Only a few have managed to grasp the rules. A night passed in silence. The following day, Li Xiankong, Zhang Tianxin, Han Yao, and when she arrived at the government office, they were not alone. Over a dozen others who had also found themselves trapped were present. As they walked, they observed many sitting despondently by the streets, awaiting their demise. Stripped of their five senses, they felt nothing, could touch nothing, and heard nothing, merely allowing time to slip away. In this town, the number of normal people was alarmingly few. Witnessing this scene, the thought of becoming one of them was more torturous than death itself. The gathering stood before the government office, exchanging glances but lacking the courage to step inside. As time ticked away, Zhang Tianxin finally could not contain himself. I must see what lies within. I will take the lead. Li Xiankong glanced at him. Through their previous encounters, he recognized that aside from his lack of intellect, Zhang Tianxin had many commendable qualities. Li Xiankong reached out to stop him. He had already devised a plan the previous night. His current challenge was how to convey his thought process to the others. Since residents were forbidden from disclosing information, they were now considered town residents themselves. Even if they understood the solution, they could not share it without violating the rules. A gentleman does not intervene in another's plight unless the cost of assistance is minimal. If aiding someone required risking one's own life, one could choose not to help. At such a moment, feeling guilt was unnecessary. After all, one must first love oneself before extending that love to others. Li Xiankong, faced with such a dilemma, would not hesitate. Yet, at this moment, he conceived a method that would not breach the rules. The prohibition against disclosing information. Indeed, all solutions resided within the rules. He stepped forward, addressing the gathering, who regarded him with puzzled expressions. Li Xiankong pressed his sword against his forehead. He forfeited his sense of touch, then pierced his eyes, followed by his ears, and finally extinguished his sense of smell. This shocking display startled everyone present, causing them to instinctively retreat, believing him to be mad. Why would he deprive himself of his senses before even entering the government office? Li Xiankong remained silent, turning to walk into the office. A voice resonated from the depths of his mind. "Who goes there?" Li Xiankong replied. Li Xiankong, a new resident of Luoshui town. "Good." Li Xiankong exited the government office. As he stepped out, the onlookers were astonished to discover that all of Li Xiankong's senses had been fully restored. Since entering the government office would lead to the permanent loss of one's senses, it followed that those who had already lost their senses would not lose them again upon entry. Chapter 45. Integration period. Is the Empress Feng experiencing a midlife crisis? Why does she constantly seek me out for a duel? Lu Qiushui had just finished a confrontation with Empress Feng and returned to her cave abode, exhaling softly. One day, I shall rid myself of this nuisance. I have yet to settle the score from our last encounter. Lu Qiushui could not help but recall the youth named Murong Mo. She reached for her shoulder, contemplating that boy. He was not entirely displeasing. Memories of that moment flooded back to her. In her life, she had never experienced anything like it. After all, she had been a saintess since birth, existing in a realm beyond reproach. No one dared to defy her, and even meeting her gaze was considered a grave offense. Yet there she was appearing so delicately before that boy in the cave. At that time, Lu Qiushui had felt exceptionally weak, a state she had never encountered before, nor had she ever met a youth quite like him. What a pity that he perished so soon. No, the mere thought ignited a blaze of fury in Lu Qiushui and Appo's, his eyes. That scoundrel, Empress Feng, had been a thorn in her side since childhood. Now, she had even slain her benefactor. Just as Lu Qiushui was about to stride out, a subordinate reported that another former elder of the integration period was about to be resurrected at the Heavenly Calamity Hall. Lu Qiushui glanced at the name on the token, Elder Sikong. Reflecting on her memories, she recalled that Elder Sikong had perished around 500 years ago. After his death, he had set up prohibitions in the surrounding area to conceal himself from being discovered by the righteous path. Now, after all these years, it seemed he was finally ready to return. Lu Qiushui nodded. It appeared that the power of the integration period would gain yet another formidable ally. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to visit Elder Sikong. Where was he? Luo Shui Town. In Luo Shui Town, as Li Xianxiao severed his 5 senses and entered the government office, onlookers were left speechless. However, when they witnessed Li Xianxiao emerge from the office, his senses restored. They quickly comprehended his actions, exploiting the loopholes in the rules. They promptly emulated Li Xianxiao's method, relinquishing their own 5 senses. Truth be told, few possessed the resolve to undertake such measures. Yet, faced with the imminent threat to their lives, they had no choice but to steel their hearts. Thus, anguished cries echoed at the government office. "Senior brother, I can't. I don't want to live anymore. Just bear with it for a moment." Back at the inn, Lu Jing pondered Rule 4. Within 7 days, find a suitable partner and wed in the presence of witnesses. Why must they compel others to seek a partner? What peculiar whimsy does a being of the integration period possess? Do they delight in witnessing love and affection? Zhang Tianxin assured Lu Jing that he need not worry about this matter. She would procure a female cultivator for him. Li Xianxiao did not refuse, albeit reluctantly. Finding a suitable candidate now would serve as a precautionary measure. However, he had never contemplated marriage. To do so would entangle him in karmic ties, potentially jeopardizing his cultivation. If he were to ascend in the future, such worldly attachments might shatter his dreams of immortality. In truth, if he could resolve the restrictions imposed by the integration period within 7 days, he could circumvent the predicament entirely. Li Xianxiao mused silently. If he could not devise an escape within the allotted time, marriage could be postponed. Zhang Tianxin proved to be efficient in her endeavors. Soon enough, she introduced a female cultivator. The girl appeared youthful, with a timid demeanor. I am Li Mingyun, without a sect. I ran away from home," she said cautiously, casting a glance at her future husband, who was utterly unremarkable. Was I to marry such a person? Disappointment washed over Li Mingyun. This was nothing like the world of heroes she had envisioned. She had imagined encountering a strikingly handsome and aloof master, powerful and cold-hearted, yet inexplicably drawn to her. But now, Li Mingyun stifled a sniffle, feeling a sense of injustice. Li Xianxiao, oblivious to her turmoil, introduced himself succinctly before returning to his thoughts. He had another matter to verify. His gaze fell upon 2 black-clad constables appearing on the street, their eyes surveying the group. Suddenly, one of the constables pointed at them, proclaiming, "You lot must engage in mutual combat. Only the last one, standing, may survive." The group froze. Rule 10. Those in black are constables. Their words must be heeded. They exchanged glances, uncertainty evident. The duo of constables crossed their arms, reminding them, time is running out finally. Under the looming threat of death, someone took action. One individual struck, prompting the others to join in the fray. With no magic at their disposal, they resorted to the most brutal combat with their weapons. Blood soaked the ground. Ultimately, the sole survivor gasped for breath, standing amidst the crimson pool. The 2 constables nodded in satisfaction and sauntered into the inn. Witnessing this scene, the town's residents recoiled in terror, while newcomers stood in shock. Li Mingyun felt a surge of fear. This was nothing like the heroic tales she had dreamed of. It was all so wrong. She longed to return home, to escape the prospect of encountering a cold master. "We must leave." Li Xianxiao rose and headed downstairs. Zhang Tianxin, alarmed, grasped his arm. "The constables are still below. Are you courting death?" "It is precisely because the constables are down there that I must go," Li Xianxiao replied. Zhang Tianxin was perplexed. Li Xianxiao broke free from her grip and descended alone. At that moment, all the patrons who had been in the inn hastily fled, not daring to remain in the presence of the 2 constables. The constables, indulging themselves, remarked, "We need a singer." The portly constable wiped grease from his lips, his gaze falling upon Li Mingyun, who was peeking down from the staircase. "You come sing for us." Li Mingyun stiffened, her face turning pale. yet she dared not refuse. Trembling, she descended the stairs. The portly constable scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. "New here? Just remember to obey us, understand?" Li Mingyun nodded. The portly constable continued, "You look obedient. Take off your clothes and sing." Li Mingyun trembled all over. Chapter 46. Weighing the pros and cons, the slender constable chuckled. "Time is running short. My dear beauty, do hurry and disrobe. It would be a pity if you were to perish shortly." Suddenly, a glimmer of silver flashed through the inn, cold and blinding. Li Xianxiao wielded his long sword, its edge glistening with the blood that dripped like pearls. Alongside the blood droplets fell the head of the slender constable. The rotund constable was momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for someone to dare lay hands on them. Through tear-filled eyes, Li Mingyun beheld the unremarkable figure surge forward. He was not particularly handsome, nor was he the dashing hero described in novels, but there was a certain feeling about him. Although he could not wield magic here, his martial prowess remained intact. Li Xianxiao extended his arm and delivered a punch that shattered the fat constable into Oppo's teeth. If one must heed the constable's words, then silence would render him exempt from listening. Just as the rotund constable attempted to speak, blood gushed forth, silencing him utterly. Li Xianxiao seized the opportunity, grasped the rotund constable's head, and slammed it against the floor, creating a dent in the wooden planks. With one hand gripping his sword, he aimed for the constable's neck. A muffled sound echoed as the blade tore through flesh, blood splattering and sinew parting, until Li Xianxiao finally severed the entire head from the body. Scalding blood poured forth, splattering across Li Xianxiao and Oppo's face. This was the first time Li Mingyun witnessed such a gruesome sight. She gazed at Li Xianxiao, oddly intrigued rather than frightened. In fact, that unremarkable face, now stained with blood, appeared to her more valiant and gallant. Li Xianxiao then turned, pointing the sword's tip at Li Mingyun. "Disrobe." Li Mingyun was taken aback. Without hesitation, Li Xianxiao swept his sword, its tip gracefully carving arcs through the air, causing her upper garments to slip away. She gasped in shock. He tossed her his own garment, then ignored her, turning his attention to the black clothing of the fallen constable. Rule 9. There are no constables in the town. Rule 10. Those in black clothing are constables, and their words must be obeyed. In this town, there are no true constables. Anyone donning black attire may assume that role. The words of a constable must be followed, but naturally, they can be slain. They are not invincible. Rule 12. Constables may freely enter and exit Luoshui town. Should the number of entrants exceed 1,000, they earn the chance to leave Luoshui town, losing all memories of it upon departure. The moment Li Xianxiao donned the black clothing, an additional Rule 12 appeared before him, specifically concerning constables. Free passage in and out of Luoshui town. It would be far more advantageous to become a constable, report the happenings here to his sect, and then depart. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Adhering to the rules would likely bind him to the town's constraints, meaning he could not divulge any information about it. Prudently, Li Xianxiao tucked away another black garment to prevent anyone from using it against him. Outside Luoshui town, Lu Qiushui fixated her gaze upon it, or rather, upon Li Xianxiao within. He was still alive? Murong Mo yet lived, having inadvertently entered the restriction left by Elder Sikong. Lu Qiushui never anticipated encountering Li Xianxiao, who had assumed the alias Murong Mo. She believed he had perished at the hands of the Imperial Princess Phone. Subsequent inquiries had confirmed Murong Mo's demise, leaving Lu Qiushui momentarily sorrowful, a rarity for someone like her. Thus, when she encountered Li Xianxiao again, she hesitated on whether to intervene and extract him. However, this notion was soon quashed. If she forcibly extracted someone from the restriction, it would shatter Elder Sikong's barrier. With her strength, breaking that barrier would mean it could never be revived. Was she to sacrifice an adept to the Shushan sect, who had once saved her? Lu Qiushui found herself in a dilemma. This was reality, not some female-centric cultivation novel or male-centric tale of triumph. As the leader of a dark sect, Lu Qiushui might occasionally feel wearied by her current existence, or she might find herself intrigued by the boy who had, in a sense, rescued her. Yet, that was the extent of her interest. Lu Qiushui could choose to save Li Xianxiao, bestow treasures upon him, or grant him status, provided it bore no burden upon her. It was akin to how one might indulge a cherished pet with treats. But when it came to the potential costs that could harm her, she would need to reconsider. The value of a cultivator compared to Li Xianxiao was evident. Lu Qiushui could indeed choose to save him for her own pleasure. But the Shura Hall was not hers to command. Engaging in a restriction would be tantamount to killing Elder Seacombe. How would she explain this to the higher-ups? To save merely a Shushan disciple? It was not worth it. After a brief contemplation weighing the pros and cons, Lu Qiushui made her decision. I shall consider you dead and compensate your family, she resolved within herself. This individual seemed to have grasped the loopholes in Elder Seacombe and Amp. Oppo's rules. Surely, no unforeseen mishaps would arise. Nearby, a disciple from the Tiansha Hall observed with unease as Li Xianxiao donned the black attire of a constable. What was there to worry about? Elder Seacombe was a formidable cultivator. Lu Qiushui raised an eyebrow. The likelihood of that seemed rather slim. Within the Luoshui town's mountain god temple. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is safe. Rule 8. There are dangerous beasts within the mountain god temple. Li Xianxiao, holding a candle, entered the mountain god temple alone amidst the darkness. From the outside, the temple appeared modest, but upon entering, he discovered it was vast. A colossal azure dragon coiled within, its immense form occupying nearly half the temple's space. Each scale glimmered with a chilling light, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Its sharp fangs resembled swords, instilling a sense of dread as if it might roar and devour him at any moment. Standing before the azure dragon, an unparalleled pressure enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. This terror did not stem from a physical threat, but rather from a deep-seated reverence for the unknown power that loomed before him. The azure dragon regarded Li Xianxiao with a mocking gaze, and he met its stare unwaveringly. Suddenly, the dragon opened its massive jaws, attempting to engulf Li Xianxiao. He remained still, unmoved. The dragon roared, extinguishing the candle's flame. Rule 2. A candle must be present at night, and it must not be extinguished. At that moment, the only candle beside Li Xianxiao was snuffed out. Yet, he remained resolute, allowing the azure dragon to roar and frolic before him. The mountain god temple is safe. Chapter 47. The life and death of the morning and evening. Lu Qiushui gazed at Li Xianxiao, who had ventured alone into the mountain god temple, and let out a barely audible sigh. The crux of the barrier lay within the temple, and indeed, Li Xianxiao was quite astute. Unfortunately, he had only guessed half the truth. I shall remember you. You saved my little companion, but that is all there is to it. It can only be considered your fate. Having ascended to his current position, Lu Qiushui understood the art of discernment. He cast one last glance at the figure of the youth ensnared in the barrier before turning to depart. Stay here and await Elder Seacombe and Amp. Oppo's revival, he commanded. Yes, the power of the barrier was already formidable, and it was expected to culminate within a day or two. When Elder Seacombe reawakened, all those within the barrier would perish. Lu Qiushui could not bear to witness the young man's untimely death. Alas, so be it. In Luoshui town, Li Xianxiao stood within a mountain god temple, seemingly indifferent to the lurking Qinglong. Hurry, shouted a cloaked constable as he rushed to the temple entrance. Those inside, come out quickly. The rules of Luoshui town dictated obedience to the constables, yet now he himself was a constable. Li Xianxiao glanced at his own attire. Just as the constable outside was raising a ruckus, Zhang Tianxin suddenly appeared. With a swift strike, she shattered the throat of one constable, though her powers were diminished. Her physical prowess remained intact. Stop! Another constable bellowed. Zhang Tianxin paid no heed, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Under the night sky, clad in black, she melded with the shadows, dispatching all the constables outside the temple with remarkable ease. Witnessing this, Li Xianxiao began to contemplate his next course of action. He shed the black garb, relinquishing his role as a constable, revealing beneath it a crimson garment. Upon closer inspection, it was not a red robe, but rather an undergarment soaked in blood, transforming its original white fabric into a vivid scarlet. Rule 3. Wearing red is forbidden in Luoshui town. Red garments were utterly absent in Luoshui town. Rule 7. The mountain god temple is a sanctuary. Li Xianxiao pointed his sword at the mountain god statue. As he donned the crimson attire, a new rule materialized before him. Rule 13. Destroy the mountain god to leave Luoshui town. The 13th rule emerged. The shrine began to awaken, manifesting before Li Xianxiao. He radiated an aura of lethal intent, bracing himself for battle. The figure that appeared was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of scholarly refinement, even imbued with a sense of righteousness. He resembled a Confucian practitioner. "What is the matter?" the middle-aged man implored urgently. "Might I have a word?" Stalling for time, Li Xianxiao and Appo's knees bent slightly, poised to spring into action. The man pointed a finger, and memories not belonging to Li Xianxiao flooded his mind. Zhang Haoran, the Haoran sword. He had garnered a modicum of fame, single-handedly sustaining a sect. Yet his sword bore a flaw, prompting him to clandestinely join the Tiansha Hall to compensate for it. During a breakthrough, he inadvertently unleashed his power, resulting in the demise of all his disciples. Zhang Haoran subsequently lost all reason to live, consumed by a desire for death. However, in his suicidal journey, he encountered a mayfly transformed into a spirit. The mayfly maiden proposed, "Since you wish for death, why not spend a day with me?" That day felt like an entire lifetime to Zhang Haoran. The maiden bestowed upon him a reason to continue living. Yet, like the fleeting existence of a mayfly, she could only experience a single day in human form, which was a tremendous honor. Zhang Haoran declared, "We accomplished much together, swore oaths to heaven and earth. She has become my wife. Yet despite this, I could not save her. I had never seen a mayfly, and by the time I realized my wife had departed from this world, that was her entire life. I could not resurrect her, even as a powerful being in the harmonization stage. However, once I'm gone, I can achieve it. Through this confinement, I shall channel all my strength to grant her another chance at life, to live as a normal person, to pursue the life she desires." Tears welled in Zhang Haoran and Appo's eyes as he gazed at Li Xianxiao, his voice choked with emotion. "Thus, my friend, this is not for myself. I am already a man destined to die. I seek only to fulfill her dream. Please, she is innocent. Success is imminent. We are so close. Will you not wait a moment longer? This confinement is about to vanish. She has yet to see the ocean, to witness the splendor of the capital, to ride in a carriage, to taste candied fruits. She deserves all of this." As he spoke, the divine altar, embodying the harmonization stage powerhouse, knelt before Li Xianxiao. "I can grant you anything you desire. Upon my death, I shall repay your kindness. I implore you to give her a chance. If I must descend into the depths of hell, so be it. I only wish for your life." Li Xianxiao thrust his sword through the altar's head. "Ah!" Zhang Haoran gazed in shock, his anger directed at Li Xianxiao. Why? Li Xianxiao offered no explanation, delivering a swift stroke that severed the altar and Appo's head, embodying the principle of striking first and speaking later. "She gave you a chance. Since the fate of the mayfly is to live and die swiftly, why must you force it? In her brief existence, she encountered you and saved you from despair. You accompanied her through life. Alas, your obsession was too profound and your demands too great. How many innocents have perished by your hand in pursuit of your desires? You lament that your girl has not yet seen the capital and Appo's grandeur, has not experienced a carriage ride, has not savored candied fruits. But who shall seek redress for the innocent lives you extinguished? Zhang Haoran, I comprehend why your swordsmanship bears a flaw and why you succumb to chaos during your cultivation. It is a consequence of your own choices. I will not accept this. Unwillingness. The confinement of Luoshui town gradually dissolved, reverberating with Zhang Haoran and Appo's anguished cries. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. I shall haunt you eternally, dragging you into the abyss. In the face of Zhang Haoran and Appo's curses, Li Xianxiao remained unfazed. Zhang Haoran, all of this is what you have earned. I shall kill you. Li Xianxiao paid no heed. Luoshui town dissipated entirely, buried alongside the countless bones that had inadvertently wandered into its confines. Chapter 48. Child, you are playing with fire. Outside the town of Luoshui, an ominous change was palpable in the air. It seemed that Lord Sikong was preparing for revival. The disciples of the heavenly evil temple stationed at the periphery distinctly sensed the transformation in Luoshui town. Remarkably, this occurred sooner than the master had anticipated. Could it be that we are free to roam for a few days? Ha ha! Are you, young lad, planning to frolic in the flowers again? I advise you against such folly. Let us wait until we see Lord Sikong. The conversation flowed amongst them, completely oblivious to a shadow approaching at great speed. Li Xianxiao descended without unleashing a piercing sword aura. The air remained undisturbed. Yet, before they could react, his sword danced through the crowd at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Each stroke of the blade precisely claimed an enemy's life. With the blood only erupting after Li Xianxiao sheathed his sword, he swiftly vanished, ensuring that none of the malevolent cultivators harbored toxins that would detonate upon death. He then set the area ablaze. Li Xianxiao expanded his consciousness, confirming that no one remained nearby, and he breathed a small sigh of relief. Has it been 2 days already? He examined his own condition. Although trapped in this realm of bliss, the spiritual energy within had indeed been beneficial, even though it had only been 2 brief days. With the disappearance of restrictions, all rules naturally faded away. Those confined here did not flee, but instead stood numbly in the town, exchanging glances as if accustomed to this life. The ones who had lost their senses continued to huddle in corners, completely unaware of their surroundings. Though the rules had vanished, their senses remained sealed. Zhang Tianxin laughed heartily, declaring, "It is merely the harmonization stage. With my brother Li, we are invincible." Then, she murmured to herself, "What a twist of fate that we should encounter each other twice in perilous situations. Perhaps it is destiny. I should swear brotherhood with brother Li, abandon this dangerous notion." Li Xianxiao thought secretly as he observed from the shadows. Li Mingyun, who had prepared a farewell letter, now felt a profound sense of unreality after surviving the ordeal. Is it truly over? These few days felt interminable. She recalled the 2 occasions when Li Xianxiao had rescued her and looked around. Where is he? Why has he vanished? Her mind drifted back to the moment she was about to be humiliated, that figure whose blood-stained visage appeared so grand. Her cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed she had found the protagonist of a romance novel. Just as she indulged in her daydream, Zhang Tianxin inadvertently discovered a note left behind by Li Xianxiao. He had departed ahead of her. What? Li Mingyun pondered. He claims to have a master-esque command, and that he is injured and needs to recuperate. Disappointment washed over her as she whispered, "He must be a disciple of Shushan. Such a kindness deserves my heartfelt thanks." In the shadows, Li Xianxiao reacted with surprise. "Child, you are playing with fire." Zhang Tianxin opened the note, which bore the 6 words, "Fate will reunite us in the Jianghu." Li Mingyun pouted slightly. In the letter, Li Xianxiao had also requested Zhang Tianxin to assist those in the town who had their senses sealed, should it be convenient. Zhang Tianxin agreed, leading those individuals back to their sect. As for Li Xianxiao, once everyone had departed, he set up a simple large formation around Luoshui town and recited the rebirth incantation, allowing the souls of those who perished there to return to the dust. He then discovered numerous letters among the bodies. Some were from wanderers who had received news from home after a decade of absence, longing for their families, only to stumble into this place on their way back. Others carried marriage contracts, evidently waiting for a beloved in some distant land. Some letters expressed the writer's resignation to their fate, urging their siblings to care for their parents, while suggesting their wives remarry. There were even letters addressed to unborn children, wishing them peace. At the letter's conclusion, addresses and names of family members were inscribed, hoping that should anyone find these letters, they might deliver them to their loved ones, sparing them the agony of worry. Li Xianxiao sat on the grass, meticulously opening each letter. After carefully collecting them, he hastily departed. Months later, as the morning sun illuminated the village, a couple preparing for their agricultural tasks discovered a letter and 5 taels of silver at their doorstep. The couple and their young son, unable to read, took it to their eldest daughter-in-law, who had some education. After reading for a while, she burst into tears, her weeping causing her child to pat her cheek in confusion. From a distance, Li Xianxiao sighed softly. Indeed, the ephemeral girl Zhang Haoran lived and died in a blink. He would willingly exchange his life for the hope she had given him. Yet, how many families were shattered in the process? What fault did the masses bear? After delivering the last letter, Li Xianxiao hurried back to Shushan. The path of the heartless is not devoid of emotion. It is a path of compassion, selfless love. Once embarked upon the journey of cultivation, why cling to worldly matters? Confusion leads to suffering in the cycle of rebirth. Enlightenment reveals the vastness of the universe. Amid the sea of sentient beings, the wheel of cause and effect turns. If the world is fraught with disappointments, the more one clings, the greater the suffering. Zhang Haoran is the perfect example of this. Are you saying that during my absence, the restrictions were broken? Elder Sikong is dead. The disciples at the periphery have gone missing? Inside the Shura temple, Lu Qiushui raised an elegant brow. The disciple delivering the news dared not move an inch. Lu Qiushui suddenly smiled, and the disciple turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. The master is amused by my underestimation of him. You may leave now. Waving her hand dismissively, the disciple rushed away as if granted a reprieve. Lu Qiushui lightly drummed her slender fingers against the armrest of her chair. The ability to form a perfect golden core and break the restrictions of the harmonization stage is indeed not to be underestimated. Yet, how curious that he did not come to the Shura temple to seek me out. Lu Qiushui mused softly to herself. With a casual gesture, a circular mirror appeared before her. A gentle touch revealed a face within. Your subordinate greets the master. How was your undercover work in Shushan? Did you not inform me that Murong Mo had perished? How is he still alive and well? What? Murong Mo is alive? He was indeed dead. Fool! Lu Qiushui squeezed the air as the undercover agent clutched his heart, wailing in agony. Chapter 49. The undercover of Mount Shu. The undercover agent sighed in despair. He should have returned to Mount Shu by now. Find him. Lu Qiushui spoke coldly. The agent nodded repeatedly. Master, I understand. I will locate Murong Mo. Should I eliminate him? No need. Just lure him out of Mount Shu. Understood. After severing the connection, the agent rose from the ground. Murong Mo. Wasn't he already deceased? The Murong family held a funeral for him, and I even attended the banquet, offering 5,000 spirit stones. Could this all be a deception? It's simply a swindle for the banquet. My 5,000 spirit stones. The agent lamented his lost spirit stones. The undercover agent was Song Qizai, a disciple from Shao Qiongfeng. His journey as an undercover agent for the Azura Palace was fraught with twists and turns. Years ago, while journeying down the mountain, he encountered Lu Qiushui, who was also wandering nearby. At that time, Lu Qiushui was recuperating and masqueraded as a wandering cultivator in a small town. Song Qizai was immediately captivated by her beauty and naively believed he had found true love. Upon learning of Lu Qiushui's real identity, he could not help but cry out to the heavens, why? Why? Is it fate that we cannot be together? Lu Qiushui initially had no desire to engage with Song Qizai, as she did not wish to offend Mount Shu. However, she soon realized that he could be of use to her. Thus, Song Qizai was deceived into joining the Azura Palace, where he was coerced into becoming an undercover agent. Clutching his aching heart, Song Qizai murmured, Qiushui seems to have become even more beautiful. Was she asking me to find Murong Mo? Could it be that she wishes to see me, perhaps missing me? Leaving Shao Qiongfeng, he exchanged a word with Li Xianxiao, a disciple from Yinjian Peak. As he headed towards the Murong family estate, Li Xianxiao turned back, puzzled, wondering why he had just heard the name Murong Mo. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in his mind. Li Xianxiao had spent nearly half a year descending the mountain to undergo tribulation. Upon his return, he exchanged the orders of Mount Shu, explaining that he had failed his tribulation and had been recuperating outside. Upon arriving at Yinjian Peak, he encountered his junior sister, Zhao Lu, who was leisurely strolling about. Brother, you have finally returned, Zhao Lu exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air. She opened her arms to embrace Li Xianxiao, but he nimbly dodged and lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. Have you been practicing diligently? Of course. Zhao Lu nodded enthusiastically, her bright eyes fixed on her brother. Brother, did you succeed in your tribulation? Not all. Li Xianxiao was unconcerned about revealing his true cultivation level. He wore a spirit veil cloak and a spirit veil lining, both bestowed upon him by the elder. Having cultivated the concealment technique allowed him to control his spirit energy, achieving the effect of hiding his cultivation. However, against beings of the caliber of the Imperial Daughter Feng and Lu Qiushui, any concealment would be futile. Zhao Lu nodded, mumbling softly, not successful. Given your character, that likely means you succeeded. You claim to be at the pinnacle of qi refinement, but you should actually be a foundation establishment. If you break through this time, it will be golden core. Little sister, you have a death wish. Li Xianxiao retorted. Has there been any news from within the sect? Zhao Lu skillfully produced her notebook, recounting the latest gossip from the sect to Li Xianxiao. He listened absently, his thoughts drifting to the disciple of Mount Shu he had just encountered, Song Qizai. With over 10,000 disciples in the Mount Shu sect, not to mention the servants, it was improbable for anyone to know every individual. Yet, Li Xianxiao was the exception. He even recognized the old man who swept the floors at the servant peak. In his plans, he even imagined that the old sweeper was a hidden master due to the tragic fate of the dining hall matron, who was looked down upon and ultimately perished at the hands of the disciples. Subsequently, the old man unleashed his wrath, annihilating the entire Mount Shu sect. This led Li Xianxiao to frequently visit the servant peak to build rapport with the matron, and he once intervened in a conflict where a disciple was slapped by a still-living spirit fish while eating. Seeing the situation escalate, he swiftly acted as a peacemaker, even compensating the disciple with some spirit stones. However, he could not fathom why the matron and Appo's gaze towards him felt peculiar. After the old sweeper learned of the incident, his look became even more strange, tinged with the essence of an enemy. Li Xianxiao checked on his junior sister's progress before greeting several senior brothers and sisters. Upon learning of his failed breakthrough, they offered words of consolation. Little junior brother, you are still young. There will be many opportunities ahead. Afterward, Li Xianxiao began investigating the relationship between Song Qizai and Murong Mo. They had undertaken missions together multiple times, and when the Murong family held a funeral for Murong Mo, Song Qizai had attended, offering 5,000 spirit stones as tribute. Could they have been close friends? He needed to uncover the truth behind Murong Mo's death. Although Li Xianxiao was confident that his actions in Murong Mo's demise were flawless, he was troubled by the existence of Su Wan, who could deduce that he had killed Murong Mo out of affection for her. The magnitude of such a conjecture left him astounded. Indeed, Li Xianxiao and Appo's diligent nature paled in comparison to Su Wan and Appo's abstract prowess. With minimal effort, she reached realms he could scarcely imagine. Li Xianxiao inquired about Song Qizai's whereabouts and learned he had gone to the Murong family. Could it be that Song Qizai had received some earth-shattering information from Su Wan and believed it to be true, subsequently informing the Murong family? Li Xianxiao paced back and forth in his chamber. Days later, Song Qizai returned to Mount Shu. He had already visited the Murong family, where no body was found at the time of Murong Mo and Appo's death, leading the family to erect merely a ceremonial tomb. Song Qizai sought out several individuals who had acted alongside Murong Mo. However, Sister Su Wan was in seclusion, and junior sister Jiang Luo Shui was indifferent to Murong Mo's fate. When Song Qizai mentioned Murong Mo, she seemed lost in thought for a while, as if trying to remember who he was. Thus, she dragged Song Qizai to chat about Su Wan for a considerable time, leaving him speechless. Nevertheless, he gleaned a vital piece of information. Li Xianxiao had also gone missing alongside Murong Mo. Consequently, he made his way to Yinjian Peak to find Li Xianxiao. However, he could not shake the feeling that Li Xianxiao was regarding him with a peculiar intensity. Perhaps it was just his imagination, he mused. Chapter 50. The Burden of Espionage. Xianxiao. Were you present when Murong Mo was killed? Song Qizai inquired. No. Then where were you at that time? How can you be certain that senior brother Murong is dead? Did you see his body? Li Xianxiao's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was in turmoil. This was a trap set with words, fraught with pitfalls. At that moment, the two formidable beings were engaged in battle, and the Wuong Mountain was in chaos. I took refuge and later seized the opportunity to escape. I did not encounter Senior Brother Murong. After speaking, Li Xianxiao sighed deeply, clenching his fists as he bitterly remarked, "What a pity. The strongest among us was indeed Senior Brother Murong. Who would have thought he would cross paths with the Imperial Daughter Feng and Lu Qiushui? Those vile scoundrels. Senior Brother Murong. He must have been slain by them." Song Qizai and Amp, Appo's gaze intensified. "So, you did not see Senior Brother Murong and Amp, Appo's body? You are uncertain of his demise?" "Indeed, however, we thoroughly searched Wuong Mountain afterward and could not find Senior Brother Murong." Song Qizai fell silent for a moment. "Do you think it in Amp, Appo's possible that Murong Mo is not dead?" "Impossible. That is mere rumor. I burned his soul. I chanted the soul-releasing incantation myself. Yet, he could not voice this outright. So he asked, 'Brother Song, what do you mean by that? Have you discovered something?' Naturally, Song Qizai would not divulge that he had received news from the demonic sect, indicating that Murong Mo was still alive. A sudden thought struck him. Could it be that Lu Qiushui mistook Murong Mo for Li Xianxiao? Perhaps Lu Qiushui was actually seeking Li Xianxiao, but mistakenly believed she had encountered Murong Mo. This revelation made everything click into place. "Xianxiao, did you recently return to the sect?" "Yes." Receiving affirmation, Song Qizai was elated, growing increasingly convinced of his theory. He quickly bid farewell to Li Xianxiao and set out to contact Lu Qiushui. After his departure, Li Xianxiao wore a solemn expression. Master, please stop. I and Appo's am going to die. Please spare my life." Song Qizai writhed on the ground in agony due to the life and death talisman. Lu Qiushui and Appo's gaze was cold as she fixed her eyes upon him. "Do you think this master would mistake a name? He would not deceive me. His name is Murong Mo. Master, I was wrong. Useless wretch. You deserve death. You cannot even manage this simple task. I understand. I will ensure to be of use to you, Master." Days passed. "Master, could you describe Murong Mo and Appo's appearance?" After extensive inquiries, Song Qizai still believed that Murong Mo was dead. The person Lu Qiushui sought was Li Xianxiao. "Useless fool. How could I send a simpleton like you as an undercover agent in Shushan? You cannot even handle this." "Master, I was wrong." After several more days, Song Qizai presented Lu Qiushui with an image of Li Xianxiao. Lu Qiushui glanced at it and confirmed, "Indeed, this is him. Master, this person is named Li Xianxiao. He is not Murong Mo." Song Qizai spoke with a tone full of grievance. "Fool, you knew this all along. Why did you not take action?" Song Qizai once more writhed in pain. "Draw him out of Shushan. Someone will be waiting to assist you." "Yes." The following day, "Xianxiao, let us descend the mountain together." Song Qizai wore a face of despondence. Li Xianxiao responded, "Brother, your intentions are written all over your face. Will you not even provide a reason? I discovered a burial site left by a nascent soul cultivator filled with treasures." Li Xianxiao regarded Song Qizai, finding the rationale utterly absurd. "Moreover, our relationship is not particularly close. Why seek me out? At least concoct a more plausible excuse." Li Xianxiao found himself in a quandary. For safety and Appo's sake, he should certainly refuse. However, if he declined this time, Song Qizai would undoubtedly seek to ensnare him in unforeseen ways. Perhaps it would be wiser to feign cooperation and observe Song Qizai's true intentions. The question remained, what was his backup plan? Reinforcements from the Murong family? Contemplating this, Li Xianxiao resolved to meet Song Qizai outside the mountain gate the following day. Song Qizai even cautioned him that treasure hunting and grave robbing were strictly prohibited within the sect, advising them to leave in succession and concoct suitable reasons, ensuring the matter remained undisclosed to others. Li Xianxiao nodded in agreement. What a clumsy scheme, utterly inept. The next day, Song Qizai departed the mountain gate early, arriving alone at the designated meeting place. He inwardly lamented how Li Xianxiao had offended Lu Qiushui. prompting her to risk revealing her long-hidden undercover agent to draw him out. To assuage Li Xianzhao's concerns, the meeting point was chosen by Li Xianzhao himself. However, Lu Qiushui had secretly arranged for 2 hidden nascent soul cultivators to lie in wait. As soon as Song Qizai led Li Xianzhao there, the cultivators would swiftly act to abduct him, ensuring no awareness from Xu Shan. The nascent soul cultivators could be sensed by Xu Shan's sword formation, necessitating a rapid operation to avoid detection. Thus, they were not stationed here, as Li Xianzhao had selected a location within the bounds of Xu Shan and Amp, Oppos, as sword formation, which the cultivators dared not enter. While Song Qizai idled, suddenly a hand emerged from the ground. Huh! Song Qizai was abruptly pulled into the earth, followed by severe beating. He found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. This was Li Xianzhao's first confrontation since achieving the Golden Core stage, albeit in a rather unrefined manner, against an opponent who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Li Xianzhao had transformed his appearance, donning a jade ring to obscure his aura and a hairpin to alter his features. A sharp talisman blade pressed against Song Qizai's neck. Song Qizai, today's events are of your own making, Li Xianzhao declared in a low voice. Despite his words, he did not strike immediately. True to his nature, if he intended to kill, he would not utter a word. Indeed, Song Qizai was frightened into a panic. I am a disciple of Xu Shan. This is Xu Shan's territory. Who are you? Huh? Are you unaware of your own actions? You are from the law enforcement hall. Song Qizai's face drained of color. Smart enough. It was over. His identity as an undercover agent had certainly been discovered. Chapter 51. The Azure Lotus Banner. Since the day Song Qizai became an undercover agent, he anticipated this moment. Captured by the disciples of the law enforcement hall, he feared he had reached an impasse. Song Qizai, it is not too late to confess now. I shall reveal nothing. To betray the master, you must be dreaming. The title sounded familiar. With a cold smirk, Song Qizai declared, ever since I met the master, I joined the Shira Hall. Have you heard of Lu Qiushui? I have developed feelings for her. If you release me now, I shall consider this a mere incident. Otherwise, developed feelings? Lu Qiushui? Li Xianzhao shook his head. Lu Qiushui was certainly not that kind of person, though she appeared less deranged than the Princess Feng. Beneath her exterior lay a remorseless cruelty, even more pronounced than Feng and Oppos. Yes. The notion of Lu Qiushui being attracted to Song Qizai was absurd. It was likely a figment of his imagination. Li Xuanxiao's gaze shifted slightly. He recalled a mole located 3 inches below the left side of Lu Qiushui's neck. You? How do you know? Song Qizai gasped, his expression changing dramatically. This was a secret only he should know. Stop dreaming. Lu Qiushui does not like you. Allow me to inform you. She also has a red flower of the other shore on her back. Have you seen it? By the way, she prefers to eat with chopsticks in her left hand. Stop. Who are you? Did I not say? You are merely a fish in someone else's pond. Do not take it too seriously. Moments later, in despair, Song Qizai began to spill the truth like beans from a bamboo tube. I was instructed by Lu Qiushui to lure the disciple Li Xianzhao of Silver Sword Peak out of the mountain. She forced me, placing a life-and-death talisman on me to act as an undercover agent in Mount Shu. Li Xianzhao and Oppos' silence was deafening. Not related to Morong Mo, an undercover agent. His heart surged with turmoil. Now Lu Qiushui of the Shura Hall and the Princess Feng of the Heavenly Evil Hall both sought to target him. Li Xianzhao felt overwhelmed. However, it seemed an excellent opportunity had arisen. Do we not agree on today? Why is there still no sign of them? It was supposed to be the day before yesterday, and it has been delayed for 2 days. Could something have gone awry? We are merely responsible for the interception. Other matters need not concern us. This is the territory of Mount Shu, and their sword formation is no joke. I have heard that it can now sense the presence of nascent soul cultivators. The 2 demonic cultivators whispered to each other. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "They are here. Remember, the master specifically instructed to bring them alive." Understood. On a desolate path, the undercover agent Song Qizai walked ahead, followed by a young man. The 2 nascent soul cultivators leapt out instantly, unleashing a flurry of blows upon the young man. After subduing him, They bound him with ropes and fled, acting with utmost efficiency, without unnecessary words. Capturing someone in Mount Shu required extreme caution. The two nascent soul cultivators dared not linger for a moment, constantly wary of their aura leaking, avoiding the use of flying vessels or floating brazenly. They could only traverse the deep mountains and forests, running for days and nights on end. As for the person they sought to capture, they administered a tranquilizing pill, ensuring he would not awaken for at least 10 to 15 days. In the Shura Hall, within the sacred temple, Lu Qiushui stood by the lotus pond, gazing at the spiritual fish within. In the reflection upon the water and Appo's surface, she seemingly caught a glimpse of the young man's silhouette. Interesting. Lu Qiushui held no interest in the weak. Had the young man been merely that, she would not have entertained any thoughts. Yet his action surprised her, revealing potential. Given time, he could become a cornerstone of the righteous path, if he were to join her ranks. However, he dared to deceive her, claiming his name was Murong Mo. At this thought, Lu Qiushui felt a flicker of anger. With her status, she had encountered countless talented youths. Yet among them, it was the disciple of Mount Shu who had saved and deceived her that truly piqued her interest. Why is Song Qizai so slow? Where's the person he is supposed to bring? Lu Qiushui clenched the life and death talisman, causing Song Qizai further agony. Just then, a servant finally reported, "The person has been brought." Lu Qiushui composed her expression and stepped outside. Li Xianxiao, bound hand and foot, stood before the grand plaque within the temple. He scanned the Shura Hall. Moments later, a figure emerged like a ghost, clad in vibrant red attire, flowing elegantly. The crimson garment appeared to be dyed with the hues of the evening sky, radiating an enchanting glow that drew attention. Her stunning visage, with skin like cream, brows like distant mountains, and eyes like deep lakes, exuded a subtle chill amidst their shimmering depths. Beneath her high nose, her ruby lips curled slightly, a smile that was both inviting and disdainful. At this moment, she raised her beautiful eyes, surveying Li Xianxiao with keen scrutiny. "Mulong Montak, we meet again." She had already discerned Li Xianxiao and Appo's as true name, and thus spoke with a hint of mockery. Li Xianxiao remained silent. Lu Qiushui and Appo's expression suddenly shifted, her beautiful eyes flashing with cold light as her alabaster arm rose. In an instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted as two massive fire dragons, ablaze with roaring flames, erupted from the ground like ancient beasts awakened, exuding boundless might and searing heat. These fire dragons writhed and twisted, igniting the surrounding air into a sea of flames. They spewed thick smoke and scorching fire directly towards Li Xianxiao, as if intending to engulf him and reduce him to ashes. Facing the full-force assault of the renowned Shura Hall master, Li Xianxiao remained unperturbed, his protective talismans warding off the flames. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Lu Qiushui snorted coldly. The Mount Shu hidden spirit technique was indeed formidable. The hidden spirit technique, created by the previous leader of Mount Shu, was designed primarily to conceal one's cultivation level. Though not particularly rare, the hidden spirit technique of Mount Shu was unrivaled among such abilities. Li Xianxiao's form began to shift, transforming swiftly into a white-browed Taoist, holding a floating dust and robed in brocade clouds. Lingshu Daoist, the current leader of Mount Shu. He raised his head and softly declared, "It is nearly time." At that moment, outside the Shura Hall, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. A dazzling white light streaked by at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of pure radiance that illuminated the entire sky. This phenomenon was caused by the powerful sword aura released from a flying sword. The might of that sword was earth-shattering, cleaving through the thick clouds above while effortlessly breaking the long-standing restrictions in that location. This fierce sword aura did not dissipate swiftly with time. Witnessing this, Lu Qiushui understood the terrifying power contained within that sword. In an instant, the entire hall began to tremble violently, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tumultuous. Had she not activated the protective formation of the hall in time, the magnificent structure would have been reduced to rubble in an instant. The flying sword returned to the hands of Daoist Lingshu, its magnificent sword aura seemingly imbued with sentience, swiftly swirling around his form. As the foul energies within the hall attempted to encroach upon him, they were rendered to naught before even grazing the hem of his garments, vanishing into thin air in an instant. It resembled fragile droplets of water falling upon a searing iron, evaporating entirely in the blink of an eye. Lu Qiushui, exuding an aura of lethal intent, declared, "Ling Xiu, do you truly believe that you can dare to invade my sacred hall single-handedly?" With a sweeping motion of his grand sleeves, he suppressed the aura of the cave dwelling. Taoist Ling Xiu responded with a calm smile. What fear can one man hold? Yet he mused, nonetheless. I do prefer the righteous chaos of a collective brawl. With that, he summoned a grand banner from within his sleeve. The banner unfurled without wind, revealing the innate spiritual treasure, the azure lotus banner. At that very moment, the numerous elders and disciples of Mount Shu, standing vigilant within the grand formation, sensed the surge of power. In but a fleeting moment, they were collectively transported into the Azura Hall. Chapter 52. Solid Foundations and the Pursuit of Perfection. This battle resounded through the heavens and the earth. On the battlefield, the cacophony of war cries and the clashing of weapons reverberated, deafening all who heard. Within an 800-mile radius, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The clear skies that had just graced the land were now shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Strikes of lightning pierced the sky, followed by torrential rain that pounded the ground, creating splashes of water. The mingling of rainwater and blood formed a crimson stream that flowed slowly. The Shushan sect reaped substantial rewards. The demonic sect was never a match for the righteous path. The four major demonic sects, when combined, could perhaps contend with Shushan for a time. This time, Shushan caught Lu Qiushui off guard, penetrating deep into the enemy's sacred hall. The Shura Hall suffered grave losses, with the majority of its disciples either captured or slain on the spot. Many confidential documents and precious spirit stones were left behind in haste. Lu Qiushui, gravely injured, managed to break through the encirclement. The news spread quickly, bringing joy to many. The inability to completely eradicate the demonic sect was not due to their overwhelming strength, but rather because they hid themselves deeply, making it challenging to mobilize sufficient forces for annihilation. This incident served as a lesson to all righteous sections. Lu Qiushui never anticipated that she would stumble in such a manner, nearly losing her life. To her, Li Xianxiao seemed like an intriguing toy or a delectable morsel. In essence, his mere ability to pique her interest was already a stroke of fortune for him. Thus, she never considered the threat he might pose, nor did she foresee that this encounter would nearly cost her life. Weakness and ignorance do not claim lives, but arrogance certainly can. News of the incident reached Shushan. At Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao did not feel elated upon hearing the news. Among a plethora of accomplishments, he retained only one phrase. Lu Qiushui had escaped severely injured. Nevertheless, Li Xianxiao held no great hopes of directly killing Lu Qiushui this time. After all, she had dominated the Central Plains for years and surely possessed some means of escape. However, following this setback, the Shura Hall would likely experience a period of quietude. Although the various branches had not been attacked, the Shura Hall and Appo's Sacred Hall was akin to a city that had been razed while the enemy's main forces were not present. This was more than merely a significant loss. The imperial daughter, Feng, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Li Xianxiao nodded to himself, realizing he could enjoy a respite for a while. In the following days, Shushan was bustling with activity. The fruits of their assault on the Shura Hall were bountiful. Numerous prisoners were captured, revealing the locations of many Shura Hall branches. Consequently, the remaining four major sects of Shushan united to take joint action against the Shura Hall's branches. As for Li Xianxiao, he did not partake in the battles, instead choosing to cultivate diligently in his secluded abode. Fortuitously, he obtained an exceptional golden elixir, originally aiming for at least a second-grade elixir, ideally a first grade with third grade acceptable, and fourth grade being satisfactory, while fifth grade would not be a loss. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he acquired an exceptional golden elixir. Realizing this, Li Xianxiao, finding himself alone, couldn't help but chuckle quietly. He then solemnly admonished himself with a slap. Do not become complacent. Focus on solidifying your cultivation. Strive for perfection and lay a strong foundation. Hastiness leads to failure. Achieving a golden elixir at his age was already several times, if not dozens of times, beyond the norm. Therefore, he need not rush. Li Xianxiao sensed that since he had condensed the exceptional golden elixir, the power it bestowed had the potential to break through to a small realm. Yet, he firmly suppressed it, for breaking through with a golden elixir was an irrevocable commitment. It was akin to a blank canvas upon which one could paint freely. Thus arose the notion that a golden elixir could determine one's path. Practitioners must inscribe their intentions upon the golden elixir, a process known as golden elixir composition. Consequently, the golden elixir realm places great emphasis on one's heart and intent, while the refining of qi and foundation largely disregard such matters. Each stroke in the golden elixir composition makes it rounder and more solid. To this end, Li Xianxiao devised a 5-year plan for himself. Year 1. Identify and rectify deficiencies, solidify the foundation. Year 2. Identify and rectify deficiencies, solidify the foundation. Year 3. The same. Year 4. The same. Year 5. Review everything once more, pursue perfection. A good book is not afraid of being reviewed. Revisiting material during exams never harms one's understanding. After 2 months of seclusion, Li Xianxiao, as was his custom, began his daily divination. His expression soured at once. The divination indicated that he was afflicted by romantic entanglements. Romantic entanglements, ulterior motives, possible malice, threats to safety, intent to kill me, enemies. Enemies were afoot. Li Xianxiao sprang to his feet. Quickly, he deduced the source of this trouble. The process was surprisingly smooth, as the opponent had yet to even begin their cultivation. It was none other than Li Mengyun, whom he had encountered in Luoshui town. Old man, is this Shushan ahead? Just a bit further. The old man, riding a donkey and cracking his whip, replied. Little girl, Shushan isn't accepting disciples at this time. You'll have to wait a few years. Clearly, the old man had encountered too many seekers of immortality. Li Mengyun smilat. She was not there to seek immortality, but to find the one who had saved her. She had been tormented by thoughts of him, as if her soul had been ensnared. Just a glimpse would suffice. With a satchel slung over her shoulder and leading a fine steed, she walked along the official road. She had secretly run away from home, traveling for 2 months, and had finally arrived. Unable to restrain a yawn, she beamed with joy. The next moment, she knew nothing more, having fainted. A figure swiftly lifted her and fled into the distance. Li Mengyun awoke languidly, blinking her eyes, looking around at the familiar surroundings. She noticed her father and mother standing by the bedside, their expressions dark and holding a bamboo stick. Suddenly, she smiled, scaring herself. I must have been dreaming again. Her father, standing by the bed, raised the bamboo stick with a grin. Moments later, the room echoed with Li Mengyun and Appo's screams. I told you not to run away. Do you know how dangerous it is outside? Li Mengyun felt as though she had encountered something nefarious. Undeterred, she attempted to escape again 6 months later. This time, she found herself at the foot of Shushan once more, only to faint yet again, not knowing when she returned home. On the 3rd attempt, she climbed halfway up Shushan, and once more, she was knocked unconscious and found herself back at home. The 4th and 5th attempts followed. Li Mengyun was remarkably tenacious. Gradually, as she matured, she shed the naivety of her youth. Lacking any innate talent for cultivation, even if she were to join a sect, she would likely fall to the lowest ranks. Eventually, she forgot about the Shushan disciple named Li Xianxiao. She married her ideal husband and bore children. On an unintentional outing, she found herself at the foot of Shushan with her child in her arms, holding a string of candied hawthorns. At that moment, a familiar figure brushed past her. Li Mengyun turned to look, but the person had already merged into the crowd and vanished. Li Mengyun reminisced about her reckless escapades in her youth, a smile escaping her lips. At last, she comprehended the reason behind her previous fainting spell upon arriving at Shushan, subsequently being sent back home. Thank you, she exclaimed suddenly. Amidst the cacophony of voices, her words were swallowed by the crowd. Li Xianxiao approached briskly, a gentle breeze gracing her face. Chapter 53. The Fleeting Years. Touching and profound, Li Xianxiao recently found himself ensnared in financial difficulties. The reason was simple. He had been diligently honing his skills within the sect. During this time, he refrained from leaving the mountain gate, fearing encounters with the imperial princess Feng and Lu Qiushui, who were actively searching for him. By the time he came to his senses, he realized that his resources were nearly depleted. This was one of the drawbacks of concealing 1 and amp, Oppos, as cultivation level. The sect distributed resources monthly, but because he was regarded as a Qi refinement stage cultivator, Li Xianxiao only received resources suitable for that level, rendering them ineffective for his golden core stage. To address this predicament, Li Xianxiao devised a dual strategy. On one hand, he sought tasks that would be suitable for him, and on the other, he turned to alchemy. As a proficient alchemist, he took out a small loan from the sect to procure medicinal ingredients, which he then used to concoct pills. This endeavor resulted in a substantial increase in their value. Unable to sell these elixirs within the sect, Li Xianxiao prepared a venture down the mountain to various markets to peddle his wares. He had concocted a plausible excuse, claiming he was visiting his parents in the lower realm, who, according to a letter from his elder brother, had passed away. Despite the divide between the immortal and mortal realms, he felt compelled to pay his respects at their graves. Li Xuanxiao's memories of his parents were faint, but he recalled the softness of his mother's hands. Leaving Shushan, he did not travel far. After 2 days, he reached a market named Qingshui, where he disguised himself to sell the pills in batches. He then moved on to another market to continue his sales. Besides the spiritual pills, he also sold some of the magical tools he had crafted. Now, a golden core cultivator, he had little use for the majority of the foundation establishment stage tools, keeping a few for his junior sister Zhao Lu and selling the rest. This process continued across 4 markets until he had sold all the pills. Although some wished to purchase more, he declined, leaving others to speculate he was dealing in stolen goods. The markets were protected by various sects, yet beyond their confines lay a vast expanse of freedom, where ill intentions could easily arise. Fortunately, his journey was uneventful. Subsequently, Li Xianxiao made his way to the place of his childhood, Songyang Town. The prominently family had recently lost the elder couple, who had passed peacefully in their sleep. Today marked the final day of their mourning, as they were to be buried. The couple was deemed fortunate by others, having raised a son and a daughter. The elder son had found success in the restaurant business, while the daughter had married a local scholar. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the Li family had a younger son, who was the true pillar of the family. Upon his arrival in this world, Li Xianxiao had felt grateful for the second chance fate had granted him. In his previous life, he had suffered from a debilitating illness, enduring great torment. This life, however, was also fraught with challenges. He had once faced starvation, subsisting on tree bark and narrowly escaping death from the cold. Fortunately, he encountered an old master wandering the world, who took him under his wing, thereby securing his family's fortune and preventing their complete annihilation. Though Li Xianxiao had dedicated himself to his studies in the sect over the years, he had not neglected his family's well-being. Yet, the divide between the immortal and mortal realms became evident. He understood that having embarked on the path of cultivation, he had bid farewell to his mundane life. Moreover, should enemies come seeking vengeance against him, they could easily target his loved ones, bringing disaster upon them. Thus, aside from correspondence, he had not returned home in many years. Hidden among the willows at the sect's entrance, Li Xianxiao observed the stream of mourners arriving to pay their respects. The Li family was well known for their generosity, and those who arrived were visibly grief-stricken. His now-grown younger sister welcomed guests at the door, accompanied by a child who appeared to be his nephew. Witnessing this scene stirred complex emotions within him, prompting memories of his sister trailing behind him as they foraged for bird eggs in their youth. Time had flown by, leaving him in a daze. As his parents were laid to rest, Li Xianxiao offered 3 sticks of incense, bowed several times, and then departed. He had initially intended to return directly to Shushan, but nostalgia for the place of his childhood compelled him to slow his pace. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a desolate well within a courtyard. though it was broad daylight. A chilling aura emanated from it. Through his spiritual sight, he perceived the flow of energies. Quietly, he approached the well and stomped once with his foot. Come fort. From the depths of the well, an ominous sight emerged. Countless black tendrils, resembling serpents, writhed upward, and a figure clad in a white robe gradually materialized. Her pallid visage was devoid of color, and her eyes were hollow and lifeless. Not a malevolent spirit, she had not taken a life. Faced with this feeble apparition, Li Xianxiao formed a single-hand seal and recited a rebirth incantation to guide her onward. Ah! The female ghost emitted a sound of struggle. Li Xianxiao calmly replied, having already passed, you should swiftly enter the cycle of reincarnation. The longer you linger in this realm, the greater your suffering will be. Please, no, she implored. Li Xianxiao remained silent, completing the incantation. He then observed that the female ghost, through sheer will, was resisting the spell. What unfulfilled desire do you hold? I await my husband, she murmured weakly. Li Xianxiao paused, sensing the echoes of a cliché detail. He prepared to forcibly disperse the ghost. Aware of her own inability to resist, she had already exhausted her strength in breaking free from the rebirth incantation. Li Xianxiao halted momentarily and inquired, your attachment is profound. Why not seek power through the act of killing? The ghost replied timidly, I dare not. I have never harmed even a chicken in my life. And how did you meet your end? The tale unfolded simply. The ghost, named Su Xiao, had been a performer in a brothel, selling her art but not her body. Later, she fell in love at first sight with a scholar and left the brothel to follow him to this place. Just as he was to leave for the capital to take the imperial examination, he promised to return for her. Alas, he never returned. Su Xiao waited for 2 years, and during a heavy snowfall, she slipped while drawing water and fell into the well, meeting her demise. Due to the well and damp, Appo's has peculiar position. It became a gathering place for Yin energy, transforming her into a ghost who continued to wait for her beloved. The narrative felt all too familiar. Li Xianxiao had heard variations of such stories countless times. He set up a formation around the well and addressed the ghost within a month if your attachment remains unresolved. This formation will forcibly send you into reincarnation. Remaining in your current state will only lead to your soul's disintegration. Take heed. With that, Li Xianxiao vanished from the scene. Chapter 54. All is fate. Not in our control, Li Xianxiao departed from Songyang town. As he journeyed alongside a rushing river, he observed a child struggling in the turbulent waters. Those on the bank shouted in desperation. Just as Li Xianxiao prepared to secretly cast a spell to rescue the child, he noticed a force within the river lifting the child and tossing him back onto the shore. How intriguing! The savior turned out to be a water ghost. A water ghost, having met an untimely death in the water, or having taken their own life in rivers, lakes, or seas, is a malevolent spirit unable to reincarnate. They lurk beneath the surface, luring or directly dragging the living into the depths to drown in their stead, thus earning the chance to be reborn. Yet this particular water ghost was remarkably peculiar. Rather than harming others, it had taken action to save a life. Li Xianxiao sensed the fragrance of virtue. Cultivators accumulate merit, which manifests during each tribulation they face. He landed on the opposite bank and gently touched the river's surface, employing a technique to summon the water ghost to him. Startled, the ghost hurriedly bowed, addressing him as a mortal master. How strange it is for you, a water ghost, to seek not a replacement for your own rebirth, but instead to save lives, Li Xianxiao remarked. The ghost managed a forced smile and replied, initially, I had indeed intended to do so, targeting an unfortunate soul who fell into the river. I thought it was fate that would allow me to be reborn. However, the man's daughter on the shore was crying out, and I couldn't bring myself to push him in. Li Xuanshou Nudda. How did you meet your demise? The ghost answered honestly, years ago, I passed through this area during a great flood. I was unable to cross and join the villagers in their rescue efforts, only to be unexpectedly swept away by the waters. Li Xianxiao inquired about the ghost's birth date and, after a moment of calculation, stated, you possess a hidden virtue. Upon my return to Mount Shu, I shall strive to grant you the title of River God, hoping that you may remain true to your original intentions. Upon hearing this, the water ghost bowed fervently in gratitude. Yet, with a stammer, it added, "I have one more request, Master. I hope you can fulfill it." "What is it?" "I lost my parents at a young age and have no relatives left. Years ago, I intended to travel to the capital for the imperial examination, leaving behind my unwed wife. I dreamed of returning home to marry her after achieving success. Unfortunately, I perished here and cannot leave this river region. I only wish to know how my wife is faring now. Is she happy? I beseech you to help me." Li Xianxiao was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, this story sounds familiar. Is your wife's name Su Xiao, residing in Sanyang town? You have seen my wife," the ghost exclaimed. Li Xianxiao replied honestly. "Your wife has also passed away, trapped by a dry well at your home. Even if you become the river god, you cannot leave this river region, and it remains uncertain when Mount Shu will act on your behalf. Your wife may not live to see that day. If she lingers in the mortal realm, her soul may dissipate." The water ghost sighed. "I see. Then there is nothing to be done. I have wronged her in this life. Had she not followed this poor scholar, she would not have met such a fate. All is fate, and not in our control." In Sanyang town, in a narrow alley, the rain began to fall. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, each step leaving a wet footprint. A figure pushed open a door, and Su Xiao, trapped in the dry well, glanced up at the overcast sky. Just as she was about to retreat back into the well, her expression froze. She burst into tears, exclaiming, "You have finally returned." Her first words were not of reproach, but of relief. "I thought you had forsaken me. I could not reach the capital, drowned in the water, and became a water ghost, unable to return." Su Xiao sobbed, "How foolish we both are. I fell into the well and died too." Su Xiao's form began to fade. "I must go now. If you reach the underworld and encounter the king of hell, tell him that your husband wishes to become a river god. Let him grant me this favor." "I understand. Take care of yourself. I must leave. In this life I have wronged you," the water ghost choked out. "Do not speak such words." Su Xiao's attachment faded as she re-entered the cycle of reincarnation. With a soft sigh, Li Xianxiao exhaled, observing a treasured artifact in his hand shatter into two pieces. "What a loss," he murmured. "This amount of merit hardly covers the value of my artifact." Holding an umbrella, he stepped forward, moving into the distance. Suddenly, he recalled a rather obscure game he had played in a past life. The creator, fond of dramatic twists, had designed two endings. The first was the simplest, where the protagonist, despite saving the world, lost everyone they cared for, left only as a broken shell. The second was a hidden ending, where the protagonist not only saved the world, but also rescued everyone. Li Xianxiao had tried again and again, starting over countless times. After 3 months of relentless effort, he finally devised the perfect strategy to achieve the ideal conclusion. Watching the protagonist attain a beautiful ending on screen, he smiled knowingly from his sickbed, feeling that his 3 months of toil had not been in vain. Reflecting on this, a smile crept across Li Xianxiao and Appo's face. After over 20 years of cultivation, he found himself unchanged, yet grateful for his constancy. Upon concluding his journey, Li Xianxiao returned to Silver Sword Peak. After settling a small loan with his sect and its interest, he estimated that he had earned about 40%. However, he did not keep this sum for himself. Instead, he purchased spiritual herbs and precious materials to continue his alchemical pursuits. By refining elixirs and selling them, he hoped to reinvest the earnings, thus compounding his profits and expanding his resources. Of course, all of this hinged on the prerequisite that he possessed the skills of an alchemist. The prospect of living out his days in such a tranquil manner brought sweet dreams to Li Xianxiao. In a few days, the decennial disciple selection at Mount Shu would commence, and he wondered what new disciples would join Silver Sword Peak. That night, Li Xianxiao experienced a nightmare. "If you dare harm her even a little for your disciples, I will slaughter your entire clan. If you dare harm her for the sake of the world, I will annihilate the world." The 4th chapter nears 10,000 words. Chapter 55. I will strike with unmatched vigor every decade. Mount Shu opens its doors to recruit disciples. In comparison to other sects, this 10-year cycle is rather brief, which further underscores the profound heritage of Mount Shu, possessing ample resources and manpower to cultivate a multitude of new disciples. Li Xianxiao has only experienced one such recruitment event at Mount Shu thus far. Looking back, he can only recall the overwhelming exhaustion it brought. Fearing the admission of peculiar individuals, Li Xianxiao diligently conducted thorough investigations into the backgrounds and personalities of all new disciples. However, at that time he was still youthful, his methods and abilities somewhat immature, resulting in the infiltration of numerous potential threats that left lingering hazards. This time, I shall strike with unmatched vigor. With ample time before Mount Shu's recruitment conference, Li Xianxiao prepared to enter seclusion, locking himself away in the alchemy chamber to devote himself entirely to pill refinement, exchanging his efforts for the resources necessary for his cultivation. After all, the future is uncertain, and possessing a reserve of resources brings a sense of calm. Before entering seclusion, Li Xianxiao habitually surveyed Mount Shu. Although he appeared to be merely enjoying the scenery during his arduous training, he was actually vigilant for any potential dangers lurking within. All is well at Little Qiong Peak. Li Xianxiao made note of this in his small notebook. At Dragon Head Peak, a couple was embroiled in a breakup. As the woman discovered that her partner's affections lay not with her, but with her brother, Li Xianxiao found this perplexing. At Big Bamboo Peak, a senior brother had failed to break through and was often seen despondently wandering down the mountain. Notable point: is there a possibility of him turning dark? At Small Bamboo Peak, a junior sister was isolated by her peers out of jealousy for her beauty, led by a senior sister. This requires immediate attention. Mount Shu's Fade of leadership is held by the false sect master, Taoist Lingxiu, while the true master is Li Xianxiao. In a remarkably short period, he resolved these trivial matters. Li Xianxiao then made his way to the servants' peak. Upon his arrival at the dining hall, the elder woman swiftly grabbed a small mirror and hurriedly touched up her makeup. The janitor, engaged in conversation with her, cast a glance at Li Xianxiao, his expression filled with resentment. Li Xianxiao discerned that the janitor harbored affections for the elder woman. However, the dining hall lady seemed somewhat dim-witted, genuinely so, with an intellect stunted at a teenage level. As a result, she was often subjected to bullying. Apart from the janitor, only Li Xianxiao treated her kindly. The reason for his kindness was rather absurd. In Li Xianxiao and Appo's imagination, the janitor was actually a reclusive master of immense power, known to only a select few. Weary of conflict, chose to sweep the floors here, captivated by the simplicity of the elder woman. Yet, due to her naivety, she was often taken advantage of, even to the point of being harmed. In a fit of rage, the janitor would unleash his wrath upon Mount Shu. This narrative is quite plausible. After conversing with the elder woman for a while and ensuring no one was bullying her, he departed with a sense of relief. The elder woman smiled shyly, sending a heart gesture. The janitor, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "This is infuriating. In this day and age, do the disciples of Mount Shu share such proclivities? Competing with me for women. Beasts, scoundrels, shameless rascals." Deep within a concealed cave at Mount Shu, the janitor was unleashing his power, leveling the mountain before him with a single punch. Only those at the combining phase possess the ability to create their own space. Observing the janitor's current spatial range and distance, it was clear that his strength far surpassed that of the combining phase. After venting his frustration, the janitor returned to his cave, dejected. Is it him who is unwell? This disciple, namely Xianxiao, is undoubtedly troubled, and profoundly so. With so many beautiful female cultivators within the sect, the youthful and vibrant junior sisters, the cool yet warm senior sisters, the alluring little masters, he disregards them all, yet is inexplicably enamored with the dining hall lady. He showers her with kindness daily. What a forbidden romance. Originally, he was the only one treating her well, but now there is another. This young man is not only younger, but more handsome than me, a disciple of Mount Shu, while I am merely an inconspicuous janitor. No, I cannot allow this young man to remain idle. I must find him something to do. The janitor pondered this as he sat cross-legged. That night, Li Xianxiao experienced yet another nightmare, a continuation of the previous one. Everything was shrouded in indistinctness. Yet, He could faintly hear a voice resonating from the heavens. If you dare harm her for the sake of your disciples, I shall annihilate your entire sect. If you dare harm her for the sake of the world, I shall slay all of humanity. Li Xianxiao jolted awake, sitting on his meditation mat, his expression grave. It was impossible for him to dream the same dream twice without reason. Contemplating the source of this disturbance, he concluded that it must be related to the upcoming recruitment at Mount Shu. Perhaps he should gather his belongings and leave Mount Shu under the cover of night. Li Xianxiao thought helplessly. Of course, this was merely a jest. The outside world is far more perilous, and Mount Shu, as one of the 5 great sects, boasts a commendable safety record. Moreover, the old man had saved him in the past. During his time at Mount Shu, his master had guided him with care. Such grace cannot be forgotten. Now that he had personally brought about the old man's demise, he absolutely could not allow any misfortune to befall Mount Shu. More critically, without Mount Shu and Appos as protection, it is certain that Lu Qiushui and the Emperor's phone would tear him apart. Thus, it is best to adapt as the situation unfolds during the recruitment. I must focus on alchemy and not allow distractions. Li Xianxiao hastily reined in his unsettling emotions. Reciting the purification mantra 3 times, Supreme Tai Xing, adapt without pause. Exorcise evil and bind spirits, safeguard life and body. Wisdom is clear, heart and mind at peace. 2 months later, Li Xianxiao emerged from the alchemy chamber, his face marked by vigilance. Special circumstances necessitate special treatment. Time was of the essence, and this time he had exerted 5/10 of his strength in alchemy. It is well known that the process of alchemy is fraught with danger for alchemists. Countless alchemists have been betrayed and met their demise. Others have invested too much energy into their craft, resulting in explosions that have harmed them. Typically, Li Xianxiao would employ only 3/10 of his effort, reserving 7/10 for safety. What if, during the alchemical process, the furnace exploded, and he encountered an invasion by demonic forces at Mount Shu? What if a zombie crisis erupted, leading to mutual slaughter? What if the apocalyptic floods of 10,000 years arose, or the earth-shaking dragon emerged once every 20,000 years? What would be done? Yet this time, he had exerted 5/10 of his strength, concealing only 5/10. There was no choice. Time was pressing. He had to take the risk, and no one could fathom the resolve Li Xianxiao had summoned to add those additional 2/10 of effort. Next, he would need to sell these pills in batches at various markets. Another conundrum awaited. Chapter 56. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits in the bustling market of Fengming. A nondescript rogue cultivator set up his stall. His elixirs were genuine, affordably priced, and abundantly supplied, quickly attracting a throng of cultivators. Li Xianxiao's first avatar bore a smile, while 500 meters underground, his second avatar concealed itself. 3 miles away, nestled within a locust tree, his third avatar lay hidden. Clearly, all 3 were manifestations of the same individual. 10 miles distant, Li Xianxiao leisurely fished by the riverbank. Indeed, all 3 were his avatars. This time, he had merely changed locations thrice, selling out his concocted elixirs. Despite his caution, he was still targeted upon exiting the market. With a sigh, Li Xianxiao reflected on the harshness of the cultivation world. This was not the realm of Mount Shu. The market was jointly managed by several surrounding sects, teeming with both fish and dragons. 4 peak foundation establishment cultivators and 1 at the early golden core stage were tailing him. Li Xianxiao swiftly gauged their numbers and cultivation levels. He had sensed their presence while still in the market. They had followed him covertly the moment he departed. Instead of confronting them outright, he feigned ignorance and maintained his pace. Although his first avatar was only at the qi refining stage, dispatching foundation establishment cultivators with the poison he carried was not overly difficult. The critical threat lay with the golden core cultivator. The poison concocted from the golden silver blood serpent was with his second avatar, suggesting that both the first and second avatars would need to act in unison to deal with the 5 pursuers. The first avatar continued at a steady pace while the second stealthily shadowed the 5. Just like the mantis stalking the cicada, the yellow bird lay in wait. The first avatar arrived at a prearranged escape route, at which point the golden core cultivator quickened his pace. The first avatar suddenly halted, turning to face the golden core cultivator who stood with a magical artifact underfoot. "Why do you follow me so closely?" he questioned. "An innocent man has nothing to fear. Yet a mere chi refining cultivator possesses such a wealth of elixirs. Who else should perish if not you?" The golden core cultivator's words were his last as he fell, his body plummeting from the air, a silver needle lodged in his neck. The needle had effortlessly pierced his protective aura, evading his spiritual senses, and the poison swiftly coursed through his veins. Li Xianxiao possessed two personal magical artifacts. One was a sword box bequeathed to him by an elder, still not fully refined. The other was the crane-top silver needle, of which he had refined 3. Thin as a hair, it struck silently and swiftly, a treasure crafted from red letter or obtained by a demonic cultivator. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, taken aback, failed to grasp the imminent danger. They dismissed him as merely a chi refining cultivator. How could he possibly eradicate them all? Just then, the meticulously prepared 4 symbols formation erupted to life. Fiery flames, reminiscent of infernal wrath, lunged towards the ensnared. As they barely evaded, a fierce wind sliced through the air, thunderclaps resonating like a cacophony of silver serpents. Torrential waters surged forth, roaring as they approached. Within a mere incense stick's duration, the 5 were utterly annihilated. The first and second avatars swiftly rummaged through the corpses, scattering bone-eating powder, which rapidly dissolved the remains. While the first and second avatars carried out their meticulous tasks, a figure suddenly appeared before the true Li Xianxiao, 100 miles away. "Ah, I must admit, your caution is commendable, but alas, you have encountered me." Li Xianxiao raised his gaze to meet the intruder. It was a bald cultivator, stronger than the early golden core individual he had just dispatched. More alarmingly, he had already slain Li Xianxiao as 3rd avatar. The bald cultivator smugly proclaimed, "I notice you in the market. You divided your essence into 3. One sells elixirs, another hides underground, and the last lurks in the trees, while your true self remains far off, fishing. Each manifestation is stronger than the last, so should one be discovered, it is presumed the next is the true body. In reality, you possess 3 avatars. Truly impressive." He clapped his hands in delight. But such tactics are too crude, easily deceiving those of lesser cultivation. Before me, however, you are laid bare. Furthermore, splitting your essence greatly diminishes your true strength. The strongest of your avatars has already fallen to my hand. Once an avatar perishes, the caster suffers harm as well. I have seen through your ruse. With a flourish of his sleeve, the bald cultivator unfurled a magical umbrella. "This artifact of mine counters your silver needles. How will you respond now? Allow me to impart a lesson. Those who scheme against others will ultimately be outmaneuvered themselves." Below, Li Xianxiao's expression turned grave. His crane-top silver needles, formidable as they were rendered ineffective against this umbrella. The needles lacked raw power, serving only for ambushes, while the umbrella generated a chaotic energy field that would disrupt the needle's trajectory upon nearing. The umbrella descended. Li Xianxiao drew his sword. The first and second avatars lacked the strength to influence the outcome significantly, and the third was already dead. He pointed his sword, and suddenly, golden chains burst forth from behind the bald cultivator, ensnaring him unexpectedly. The sword was a feint. Its true purpose was to control the chains. Yet, it was evident that they would not hold him for long. Li Xianxiao retrieved another item, a gleaming rod. The bald cultivator turned his head to see the glimmering hook behind the rod. "What treachery is this?" he exclaimed, realizing the true intent behind Li Xianxiao's actions. With the hook secured, 2 crane-top silver needles flanked him from either side. The genuine Li Xianxiao remained hidden in the depths below. The bald cultivator had miscalculated. There were not 3 but 4 avatars. The pursuer had never encountered Li Xianxiao's true form. From the first market to the last, the real Li Xianxiao had remained in his concealed lair. Once the bald cultivator had targeted him, Li Xianxiao had devised an ambush plan. However, even in victory, he felt no joy. The intruder had nearly reached his true self, having already identified 3 avatars. Such terror was formidable. He was compelled to exert 50% of his strength to contend with this threat, grateful that he had not faced unforeseen complications. The technique of splitting one's essence bore significant flaws. As the bald cultivator had noted, the strength drawn from the true body diminished with each avatar created. It could deceive those of lesser cultivation, yet against a stronger opponent, it was insufficient. Moreover, if an avatar fell, the true body would suffer a corresponding loss of power and injury. Should the enemy locate the true body at that moment, the danger would be dire indeed. Chapter 57. Bionic Techniques. Li Xianxiao collected all his avatars and returned to the mountain gate with his recent gains. Instead of heading straight back to Mount Shu, he took a detour. This time, he had been discovered with 3 avatars at once, which made him realize the shortcomings of the avatar technique. It was far too easily detectable. Moreover, the speed at which he could deal with golden core cultivators was disappointingly slow. When the bald-headed cultivator appeared before his 4th avatar, he was already poisoned. Yet, the battle dragged on for a full 15 seconds. Suddenly, Li Xianxiao halted his steps upon sensing a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the distance. Someone was engaged in a duel. No, it was a spirit beast being hunted. The waterfall cascaded down, where an octopus was being mercilessly besieged by 5 cultivators. Master, this octopus is quite troublesome. It possesses an ancient bloodline and is cultivated into an octopus with 8 limbs, an exceedingly rare specimen. We cannot let it escape today. Upon finishing his words, the 5 cultivators unleashed their skills. The octopus, unable to withstand their combined might, was ultimately struck down by a seal and fell unconscious. Overjoyed, the 5 cultivators quickly ensnared the octopus with a magical rope and hastily departed. They could not afford to linger in the area. However, once they left, the true body of the octopus emerged from the water, having only lost a single tentacle to them. Its disguise was so masterful that even 2 cultivators, whose prowess surpassed that of the octopus, failed to detect it. The octopus chuckled to itself, preparing to swim away swiftly. Suddenly, it felt an uncontrollable force, and then it fainted. A figure swiftly dragged the octopus underwater and vanished into the distance. It was none other than Li Laolu. Having witnessed the entire encounter, he was originally about to leave, not realizing that the octopus had utilized a decoy. However, as the 6th, he habitually lingered on the battlefield for a moment. This wait unexpectedly yielded a windfall. It is said that in ancient times, there were no so-called techniques. After the emergence of humanity, all knowledge was derived from the myriad races. For instance, the tiger demon fist imitated the tiger, the dragon elephant bone tempering technique, and the eagle claw carving art. This genre is referred to as bionic techniques. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from the octopus to compensate for the flaws in his avatar technique. Li Xianxiao quickened his pace and returned to his planned escape route, dismantling the formations and traps he had set. He then moved to his backup escape route, again removing the formations and traps. These formations and traps could not be triggered without his activation, so he had no fear of others stumbling into them. After making a large detour, he finally returned to Mount Shu and swiftly vanished once more. Only after a familiar figure passed by did Li Xianxiao dare to reveal himself and leave. That figure was none other than his fellow abstract talent, senior sister Su Wan. For entities of such abstract caliber, it was best to evade them. Ever since Li Xianxiao had clarified matters with Su Wan, she had not sought him out again, and he deliberately avoided her. Consequently, the two had had little interaction recently, which greatly pleased Li Xianxiao. After walking for a while, Li Xianxiao once again slipped away. The second gifted individual, Jiang Luo Shui, bounced past, presumably on her way to find senior sister Su Wan. The relationship between these two was indeed complex, Li Xianxiao mused, as he uneventfully returned to Silver Sword Peak and entered his humble abode. Once inside the secret chamber, Li Xianxiao settled onto the meditation mat and exhaled deeply. Returning to his sanctuary after an outing was an unparalleled comfort. The sensation of safety and tranquility was simply divine. After resting briefly, Li Xianxiao laid out all his recent acquisitions. First were the various materials, herbs, treasures, and crystals he had obtained in exchange for refining pills. Then came the treasures he had pilfered from the ambushers. These artifacts were unusable in their current state and required dissolution to revert them to their primal forms. Lastly, there was a technique book. When Li Xianxiao opened it, he found the elephant-suppressing prison technique, a body-refining method. Upon achieving mastery, it would leave one completely bald. He promptly abandoned the idea of practicing it, not out of concern for his appearance, but because a bald head was too distinctive and would attract undue attention. He decided to sell it when the opportunity arose. The final acquisition, which Li Xianxiao deemed his greatest gain from this venture, was the octopus in the cage. He turned it over, and the octopus looked at him with fear. Despite possessing the bloodline of an ancient spirit beast, its innate talents were not geared towards combat, and it was timid. Oh no, I am surely destined to become its supplement. My blood and every part of my body are treasures. Li Xianxiao bowed solemnly. I beg your pardon. My name is Li Xianxiao, and I wish to seek your guidance. 2 months later, Zhao Lu arrived at the hut. Noticing her senior brother was absent, she took out her love potion, preparing to sprinkle it on his pillow. This time, having learned from her previous experiences, she had concocted a very small dose, intending to subtly influence her senior brother over time. After all, he was overly sensitive to toxins. Just as she was about to lift his blanket, her gaze fell upon a sticky object. What is this? Upon uncovering the blanket, a small octopus appeared before her. Sky is falling. At that moment, Li Xianxiao walked in. Zhao Lu, wiping her tears, said pitifully, "Senior brother, how could you be with an octopus? I misjudged you." Li Xianxiao gently tapped her head. "Clear your mind of such impure thoughts. This is my spirit pet." Oh, Zhao Lu's tears turned to laughter. "I knew it. Senior brother would never like an octopus. I thought you were going into seclusion for 3 months. Why are you looking for me after only 2 months? It was then that Zhao Lu recalled the pressing matter. "Senior brother, I heard that this recruitment will commence a month early. Preparations have already begun at the mountain gate." Oh, Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. "The road ahead is long and arduous. There's one more thing. We will have a new peak master at Silver Sword Peak." Li Xianxiao fell silent as the two matters converged. He couldn't shake the feeling of a chill creeping down his spine. Chapter 58. Wealth and Prosperity on Silver Sword Peak. The former leader, Master Lingxiu, took over after the old sect leader was driven to eliminate his own kin by Li Xianxiao. In a natural course of events, it should have been the esteemed senior brother Shui Yun of Silver Sword Peak who ascended to the position of Peak Master. However, Shui Yun chose to pursue love and departed from Mount Shu, leaving the peak without a suitable candidate for a time. At last, a worthy successor emerged. Lu Xin, the youngest nascent soul and the youngest transformation stage cultivator in Mount Shu's history. Though this record was later surpassed by Shui Yun, Lu Xin had been in seclusion for the past 15 years and had just emerged to assume the role of Peak Master. "Greetings, Master," the disciples said in unison as Lu Xin nodded and glanced around. Silver Sword Peak boasted 18 direct disciples, excluding the miscellaneous disciples. "We must strive together to strengthen Silver Sword Peak and Mount Shu," they pledged. Lu Xin, being of the same generation, was the first among the young disciples to take on the mantle of Peak Master. He then issued several directives, as the sect was about to recruit new disciples. Having just taken the helm, he was determined to make an impact and intended to seize this opportunity to venture down the mountain in search of talented candidates, hoping for a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, the other disciples were to remain at the sect, scouting for promising individuals among the new arrivals. Although Mount Shu attracted aspiring disciples from all corners, some potential talents might miss the opportunity due to various circumstances. Thus, the Peak Master's expedition served the dual purpose of seeking exceptional disciples. Xianxiao and Zhao Lu, you both are still in the Qi refinement stage. Focus on your cultivation in the cave. These tasks can be entrusted to your senior brothers and sisters, Lu Xin advised, demonstrating his foresight. It was essential for those in the Qi refinement stage to prioritize their cultivation. Furthermore, sending 2 of them out to recruit would be somewhat embarrassing. Zhao Lu had no objections, but Li Xianxiao interjected, "Thank you for your concern, Master Brother. However, I have recently broken through the Qi refinement stage and entered the foundation establishment phase. Recruitment profoundly impacts the future of Silver Sword Peak, and I wish to contribute in any way I can. His senior brothers and sisters turned their attention to him, their consciousness confirming his newfound strength. Congratulations, junior brother, on your breakthrough, they exclaimed. Keep it up, but don't become complacent. You still have a long way to go to catch up to your master brother in the Golden Core stage. Enough of that. Don't listen to him, junior brother. Don't rush your progress. They bantered, clearly delighted for Li Xianxiao. Lu Ziyin acknowledged. Your enthusiasm is commendable. Li Xianxiao continued. Master brother, I would like to accompany you on your journey to seek out talented disciples. He was concerned that Lu Ziyin might decline, so he added, having recently achieved my breakthrough, I intended to travel down the mountain to solidify my state of mind. With the sect and Oppos, grand recruitment underway, I thought there would be no opportunity. Fortunately, since you are heading down, I can learn greatly by being by your side. After hearing this, Lu Ziyin reconsidered his initial reluctance and changed his response. In that case, you may accompany me. Li Xuanxiao's motives for following Lu Ziyin were simple. He didn't know much about him, having been in seclusion for 15 years. He only knew that Lu Ziyin was reserved and solely focused on cultivation, having mastered the path of detachment. Clad in a pristine white robe, Lu Ziyin possessed an unparalleled beauty, exuding an air of refined elegance that seemed untouched by the world. His every gesture radiated an ethereal grace, combining the warmth of jade with an effortless serenity, making him a figure of extraordinary allure. Such a person could be dangerously susceptible to corruption. The following day, Li Xianxiao set off with Lu Ziyin down the mountain. Their journey took them westward over several days. Lu Ziyin moved swiftly with his sword, and after a brief pause to enjoy tea along the way, they continued their leisurely trek. Days passed, and after traversing multiple towns without finding suitable candidates, Lu Ziyin began to lose hope. However, one evening, as they passed through a village, they were met with chaos. Flames engulfed the village as a ferocious beast wreaked havoc. Help! Cried a sweet-faced girl, clutching a branch in panic. The black wolf, unhurriedly, opened its massive jaws, waiting for her to fall. In that dire moment, a figure flashed past and caught the girl. She gazed up in astonishment at the handsome face of her savior, a visage that would be forever etched in her memory. Lu Ziyin held her, spinning gently as they descended. Cherry blossoms fell from the trees around them. Li Xianxiao watched the scene unfold, blinking in confusion, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Watch out! The girl's eyes reflected the wolf demon. In the next instant, the wolf demon smoothly knelt before Lu Ziyin. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Ziyin dispatched the beast and set the girl down. She stared at him, captivated. Just then, two small boys ran up, crying out for their sister. This is my brother, Wealth and Prosperity. You're an immortal, aren't you? Thank you for saving me, she exclaimed. Slaying demons and monsters is merely a cultivator and Oppos' duty, Lu Ziyin replied. The girl and Oppos' brilliant eyes sparkled. My name is Feng Lioli. May I ask for your name? Nearby, Li Xianxiao thought. Wealth and Prosperity? And you're called Feng Lioli? How selfish. Couldn't you have chosen a more common name, like Sui Hua? Is your master a disciple of Mount Shu? Feng Lioli inquired curiously. Indeed, Lu Ziyin affirmed. My grandfather told me before he passed that I must join Mount Shu when I turn 16. And who is your grandfather? My grandfather is Iron Pillar, the blacksmith of the village. As they spoke, a group of villagers armed with various farming tools approached menacingly. This calamity has befallen us because of her. It's her fault we suffer. You calamity bringer, you've already caused your own family's demise. Do you wish to bring us to ruin as well? Chapter 59. The Ordinary Fate. Kill her. Kill her. Lu Ziyin shielded Feng Lioli behind her. Li Xianxiao furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and quietly retreated behind Lu Ziyin. Who are you? Step aside. Today we intend to slay this fateful star, the leading man declared. The fateful star? Lu Ziyin and Oppos' expression remained impassive. From the moment of her birth, a meteor had fallen, and shortly thereafter, her grandfather had died. Since then, fierce beasts had occasionally appeared in the village. If she was not the fateful star, then who was? The notion of a fateful star is preposterous. Such a thing does not exist in this world. It is sheer fabrication. Who are you? How do you know? I am Lu Ziyin, the master of Yinjian Peak of Mount Shu. Mount Shu? Even a simple villager knows of its renown. Observing Lu Ziyin and Appo's appearance and attire, it was clear she was no ordinary person. Lu Ziyin continued, "If you do not believe me, I can discern the truth." She then inquired about Feng Liuli's birth date and calculated accordingly. Huh. Lu Ziyin silently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "See? I told you. Her fate is ordinary." Li Xianxiao remarked. "It does not seem very ordinary." The villagers, deterred by Lu Ziyin's identity as a disciple of Mount Shu, dispersed one by one. Lu Ziyin scrutinized Feng Liuli once more. Her aptitude and foundation appeared quite average. Yet, why was her fate so peculiar? At that moment, Li Xianxiao spoke. Could it be that she is the reincarnation of some great being? Lu Ziyin nodded thoughtfully. Li Xianxiao added, "I examined the corpse of that fierce beast. Such creatures should not inhabit this area, especially not during this season of migration. It is unlikely it came here without reason. This girl may possess some unique bloodline that attracts fierce beasts." Lu Ziyin cast a surprised glance at Li Xianxiao. She had not expected this junior disciple, whose cultivation and talent were average, to make such keen observations. Some great beings, upon nearing death, may shroud the heavenly secrets to achieve reincarnation, endowing their next life with a lineage and talent. This is not uncommon. However, why does this girl possess only a bloodline, devoid of talent and foundation? Feng Liuli then said, "My grandfather told me to go to Mount Shu when I turned 16. Joining Mount Shu is not so simple. With your aptitude and foundation, do not harbor such thoughts," Lu Ziyin replied. "No, I must join Mount Shu. Why? To grow stronger? Or to take revenge on those villagers who sought to kill you?" Lu Ziyin inquired. Feng Liuli shook her head. "No, it is to protect more people. My grandfather said that true strength is defined by one's willingness to uphold the freedom of the weak. He also told me to never lose hope in this world, regardless of what I encounter." Lu Ziyin nodded approvingly. "The journey to Mount Shu is not an easy one. I'm not afraid." Lu Ziyin glanced at the burnt grass hut that had once belonged to the girl. With some time remaining before the sect recruited disciples, she decided to teach Feng Liuli a few skills to ensure she would not encounter danger before reaching Mount Shu. Just as she was about to speak, Li Xianxiao interjected. "Senior brother, the sect is currently very busy. Although there are a few senior brothers and sisters at Yinjian Peak, the affairs are numerous, and we cannot be without a leader. As the master of Yinjian Peak, since you have not discovered any celestial seedlings this time, it would be best to return to the mountain as soon as possible." Lu Ziyin replied this. "I can handle the matters here." Having reached this point, Lu Ziyin had no further reason to refuse and nodded. She had just assumed the position of master of Yinjian Peak, and with the sect recruiting disciples, she indeed could not afford to waste too much time. Thus, she relinquished the thought, offered a few parting words to Li Xianxiao, and departed. Feng Liuli watched Lu Ziyin leave for a long while before shifting her gaze to the seemingly unremarkable Li Xianxiao. Compared to Lu Ziyin, Li Xianxiao appeared as inconspicuous as an ordinary passerby. "Are you also a disciple of Mount Shu?" Feng Liuli, hesitant earlier, had assumed Li Xianxiao was merely an attendant. "I am Li Xianxiao, a disciple of Mount Shu," he replied with a respectful gesture. "This place is not close to Mount Shu, and dangers are inevitable along the way. I will teach you a few self-defense techniques." "Thank you." Earlier, Lu Ziyin had spat blood after calculating Feng Liuli and Appo's birth date. Li Xianxiao dare not attempt such a thing. Thus, in the following days, he helped Feng Liuli rebuild her grass hut, foraged for fish in the river, and hunted wild beasts in the mountains, ensuring Feng Liuli and her two younger brothers enjoyed delicious meat. Coincidentally, one day marked Feng Liuli's birthday. Li Xianxiao prepared a more lavish dinner, including a bowl of longevity noodles, and patiently continued to explain sword techniques to her. This was all quite normal. Yet Feng Liuli sensed that his gaze towards her had changed. It must be an illusion, she thought. Even if there is affection, it should be directed towards senior brother Lu Ziyin. I humbly request that if one day you annihilate Mount Shu, you spare my life for the kindness shown today. Mount Shu focuses on the path of detachment. Once one enters this path, they must take it upon themselves to protect all beings and must not misuse emotions. Do you understand? Li Xianxiao emphasized the concept of emotional detachment to her. Feng Liuli nodded. Great love is devoid of sentiment. My grandfather taught me. When Feng Liuli's father returned, Li Xianxiao also prepared to take his leave. This Feng Liuli must be carefully noted. In truth, it would be simpler for Li Xianxiao to eliminate all dangers. He could discreetly dispose of Feng Liuli along the way, unnoticed by anyone. However, such actions would undoubtedly align him with the demonic sect. To suspect a person and indiscriminately eradicate both good and evil would only make him more abstract. Of course, the most critical aspect is that he did not know whether she was the reincarnation of a murderous demon lord or a being of immense virtue. Killing the former, like slaying Fan Yue, would enhance Li Xianxiao and Appo's path, allowing him to attain a superior golden elixir during tribulation. But if he were to kill the latter, a reincarnation endowed with boundless merit and the aura of the Tao, he would find himself in peril. He could only wait for the next tribulation and see how the heavens would respond. Would he be struck down? Therefore, one must not act recklessly in such situations, but rather engage gradually. Was it possible that his dreams foretold Feng Liuli and Appo's arrival? He hoped that this time, the selection of disciples at Mount Shu would not attract any peculiar individuals. Li Xianxiao documented in his notebook, a girl named Feng Liuli, suspected to be a reincarnation of a great being with a unique bloodline, innocent and pure, likely to become entangled with Lu Xin. This type of fantasy romance protagonist often faces slander from those around her, antagonism from despicable elders, and blame from others, ultimately leading to her downfall and ascent to become the supreme ruler of the demonic sect. Chapter 60. There is no staying in Shushan for another day as Li Xianxiao made his way back. He arrived just in time for the grand selection of disciples at Shushan. He hurried to Silver Sword Peak, tidied up briefly, and then proceeded to Tontian Peak. At that moment, the main peak of Tontian was bustling with activity, teeming with people and lively chatter. Disciples from the 7 peaks were gathering here, preparing to welcome the new entrants to Shushan. Li Xianxiao discreetly approached the gathering of his fellow disciples at Silver Sword Peak. He took the initiative to assist his senior brother by recording the names, origins, ages, and addresses of the candidates. However, he tended to inquire in greater detail, often indulging in personal musings. Consider the scenario. You are tasked with forging a magical artifact that requires the sacrifice of 100,000 lives. Once created, this artifact would sweep across the world. What would be your choice? Remember, answer from the heart, for the sincerity stone before you will discern truth from falsehood. What do you believe is the essence of cultivating immortality? Why do you aspire to become a cultivator? How well do you understand the life of a cultivator? What is your perspective on the ethical conduct of cultivators? What are your future aspirations and goals? What are your thoughts on love? The other disciples swiftly completed their registrations. When it was Li Xianxiao and Appo's turn, he had just recorded the 3rd name. He had no authority to decide who to accept or reject. He could only note down those candidates he deemed noteworthy. Li Xianxiao maintained a list, categorizing danger levels into 4 tiers: low risk, moderate risk, considerable risk, and major risk. As for safety levels, there were none. No individual could be deemed utterly safe, including himself, who could potentially fall into darkness. Li Xuanshou Nuda. Satisfied with the responses from this disciple, he was a promising candidate, and a sense of relief washed over him. After all, having another upright cultivator in Shushan would benefit everyone. By the way, what is your name? Yefan. Li Xianxiao thought to himself. What a formidable name. He glanced at the young man again and gave a slight nod. Young man, strive diligently in your cultivation. Next, your name? I am Hanli. Li Xianxiao and Appo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He cleared his throat, realizing he had lost his composure. It's merely a name that resembles another. The world is vast, and many share the same names. When did I become so unsteady? I must be cautious not to reveal my thoughts. If the future protagonist, particularly one as careful as he, were to harbor any ill feelings towards me. Name, Wang Tong. My son Wang, tongue possesses the essence of the earth. Li Xuanshou Musha Silanli. You are with that Yefan, are you not? However, this Wang tongue had a mixed root, and what was with that oddly pointed head? The earlier Yefan and Han Li, only the latter showed decent potential, yet it barely met the ordinary standard. Moreover, I saw him arguing with someone over his place in line. The authentic Han Laomao would never stoop to such behavior. It seems I have indeed overthought this. It is merely a name. Li Xianxiao chuckled softly. Sometimes it is permissible to relax. The world is not as perilous as one might believe. It is just a name. After all, with that thought, Li Xianxiao exhaled, feeling considerably more at ease. Next, your name? Su Fengyan. Thud. Li Xianxiao collapsed from his seat onto the ground. Supporting himself on the table, his legs trembled slightly as he struggled to regain his balance. What is this? Su Fengyan. What brings you here? He sat back down. From Beiliang. Beiliang is harsh, but the harshest is the white-clad man. Is this the Su Fengyan, known for his profound love, yet surrounded by eccentric companions, who sacrificed 30,000 soldiers and then retreated with a horde of women? Curiously, this young man, named Su Fengyan, displayed considerable talent, likely to be accepted as a disciple of Xu Shan. Junior brother Xianxiao, you appear unwell. Could it be that your journey back has exhausted you? Perhaps you should rest, suggested a nearby senior sister. Li Xianxiao waved his hand. It's nothing. I simply felt a sudden pain in my chest, an old ailment. He flipped open his notebook. Su Fengyan, major risk. Plus, 3 exclamation marks. Brother Xianxiao, we meet again. At that moment, a familiar face appeared. Li Xianxiao looked at Feng Liuli before him, managing to force a smile as he adeptly recorded her information. By the time everything concluded, the sun had set. All the registered disciples were assigned to the servant peak, and the assessments would officially commence the following day. What is this feeling of unease within me? Inside the cave, the master of Silver Sword Peak, Lu Xin, concluded his meditative session. He emerged from seclusion due to sensing an impending calamity of life and death. Yet, the nature of this calamity remained unknown to him. Lu Xin retrieved a precious pearl, a gift from the sect leader, Ling Su Daoist, not long ago. It was a primordial treasure that could assist him in locating his impending calamity. At this moment, the pearl began to glow. Lu Xin frowned slightly and silently left his cave. The closer he approached, the brighter the pearl shone, until he reached the servant peak, his gaze drawn to 3 uninitiated disciples in a certain room. His attention was captured by Feng Liuli, who was asleep as the pearl shimmered. So it is, his calamity of life and death is tied to her. The calamity of life and death is a trial that cultivators may face due to the heavenly will's retribution. Once one surpasses this trial, the path of cultivation will become smooth sailing. However, should 2 individuals be entangled in this calamity, misfortune will ensue if they cannot resolve it. They risk becoming demons without suffering or death. Lu Xin sighed silently. Such is fate. What can be done? He turned and departed. He could easily eliminate Feng Liuli, but he refrained from doing so. As a cultivator of Xu Shan, that would violate his moral code. To do so would surely breed inner demons, undermining the foundation of his cultivation. He recalled what Feng Liuli had once said: a true strong man is willing to allow the freedom of the weak to be the boundary. Since it is my calamity, I shall face it with equanimity. Meanwhile, within his secluded chamber, Li Xianxiao observed the entire unfolding through the twin soul mirror. I truly cannot remain in Xu Shan another day. He took a deep breath, then another, and a third, finally regaining his composure. The calamity of life and death. This trial must either be weathered together in peace or lead to mutual ruin, resulting in a tragedy. Yet, these 2 are not malevolent beings. They are both earnest individuals, bearing the chance of fate, and cannot be easily harmed. Li Xianxiao paced the room. What to do? The assessments begin tomorrow. If all goes as anticipated, even if Feng Liuli possesses mediocre talent, she will be accepted into Xu Shan and subsequently taken under Lu Xin's wing, becoming the newest disciple of Silver Sword Peak. As Lu Xin's foremost disciple, their paths are bound to intersect. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Li Xianxiao snapped his fingers. Chapter 61. Suspected another transmigrator. The entrance examination of the Shushan sect consists of 3 trials. The first trial assesses one's aptitude. The second trial is the heart's inquiry, which examines whether one possesses a pure heart dedicated to the path of cultivation. The third trial involves a contest of skills among disciples on the martial arts platform. Li Xianxiao, during these 3 trials, crossed off several individuals from his previous records, including a youth named Yi Fan, Wang Teng, and Han Li. None of the 3 passed the heart's inquiry. Subsequent investigations revealed that they lacked a steadfast commitment to cultivation. It seemed they merely shared names. Although this world had its peculiarities, it was not entirely chaotic. In truth, encountering Yi Fan, Han Li, or Wang Teng would have been manageable. The real concern lay with one individual, Su Fengyan. That name was utterly terrifying. Moreover, he had successfully passed the first 2 trials and demonstrated considerable strength. What chilled Li Xuanxiao's heart was the moment during the examination when, while recording observations, Su Fengyan cast a glance in his direction. Li Xianxiao thought, "A glance from him signifies great malice, a serious threat to my safety, an intent to refine me and elevate his own aptitude, a foe that must be eliminated." Yet, the following day during the examination, Su Fengyan chose to ignore him entirely. Li Xuanxiao suspicions dapanat. Not looking at me? Is there something he wishes to conceal? Concealment implies a desire to ambush or harbor resentment against me, a severe threat to my safety, a foe that must be eradicated. There was no time to waste. That night, Li Xianxiao stealthily infiltrated the servant peak. The vigilant old man, sweeping the grounds, pricked up his ears. What is this boy doing here at such an hour? Has he finally decided to target my woman? Scoundrel! Emerging from the ground, Li Xianxiao beheld the still sleeping Tang San. A talisman was affixed to her forehead, followed by the casting of spell. Unbeknownst to Su Fengyan, who was lost in slumber, Li Xianxiao inquired, "Do you harbor malice towards the disciple named Li Xianxiao?" Li Xianxiao? I do not know him. Su Fengyan's lips moved slightly. Relieved, Li Xianxiao thought, "Can you pillage and then claim to be the white-clad young master? The most tormented person in the world? Am I a beast? My parents are healthy, my family harmonious. I'm not so twisted." Nodding, Li Xianxiao continued, "What would you do for the sake of gratitude? For instance, would you annihilate your benefactor's entire family? Would you slay your benefactor's parents? That would be monstrous." Su Fengyan replied. Li Xianxiao nodded again, conducting a thorough examination of Su Fengyan's person. There were no hidden powers or special items. "Are you a reincarnated individual?" "No." Li Xianxiao nodded once more. "May I ask if your lifelong ambition is to have 30,000 people accompany you in death, then retreat with your wives to seclusion?" "Absolutely not. Thank heavens. I can finally rest easy." Li Xianxiao let out a sigh of relief. After the 456th question, he stated, "Now, please listen closely. In a town, there are a mother and her 2 daughters. The mother dies, and the sisters attend the funeral. At the funeral, the younger sister encounters a striking young man and falls head over heels for him. Upon returning home, the younger sister kills her elder sister. Why?" The 459th question. A young man lives between his house and that of a neighboring couple, separated by a lawn. One night, he is awakened by a quarrel next door, followed by the sounds of a blade and cattle grazing. Moments later, he hears someone banging on his door. The next day, he discovers the neighbor and aunt, Appo's wife brutally murdered at his doorstep. Deduce the events that transpired. Love for fellow disciples or love for cultivation? Love for fellow disciples. Love for fellow disciples or love for aptitude? Love for fellow disciples. Love for fellow disciples or love for root talent? Love for fellow disciples. Once all questions had been posed, he declared, "You have qualified." "Very well. I shall take my leave," Li Xianxiao muttered to himself. Subsequently, his presence vanished from the servant peak, and tranquility returned to the disciples' quarters. Su Fengyan remained utterly unaware of any changes. Moments later, Li Xianxiao and Appo's face appeared again by the window, silently observing him. "If you feign being under my control and deliberately answer my questions, then may I ask, if I were to suddenly launch a surprise attack, would you not be caught off guard?" Li Xianxiao scrutinized Su Fengyan. After a pause, Su Fengyan replied, "Indeed, I am truly under your control." It was time to depart. Li Xianxiao and Appo's presence faded once more. After a while, his face re-emerged from the rafters, fixating intently on Su Fengyan. There was no alternative. His name was simply too fearsome, having become a taboo existence. Caution was essential. With all questions completed, Li Xianxiao finally exhaled deeply. He confirmed that it was merely a case of sharing a name. This individual did not exhibit antisocial tendencies. The risk could be lowered, deemed low risk. Your name is, he murmured, it is perilous. Just as he prepared to leave, Su Fengyan spoke. I am not named Su Fengyan. Are you not Su Fengyan? Li Xianxiao inquired, puzzled. My surname is Su, and my given name is Feng. On the way to Shushan, I encountered a senior cultivator who, upon learning my name, found it amusing. He suggested that when I register at Shushan, I should introduce myself as Su Fengyan. Li Xianxiao froze, cold sweat trickling down his back. What? What did you say? Recall the circumstances clearly. Under Li Xianxiao's guidance, Su Fengyan fell into a reverie. Your name is truly interesting, quite amusing. It is nothing, merely thought that if you altered a character, it would be even more intriguing. Thus, when you go to Shushan, introduce yourself by the name I suggested. Ha. Trust me, Shushan will surely accept you. Returning to Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao burrowed into his humble abode. Fearful, weak, trembling cold. This world is exceedingly perilous. Good news, Su Fengyan is not real, and he bears no relation to familiar entities. Bad news, I seem to have stumbled upon another transmigrator. This individual is aware of Su Fengyan's reputation. Therefore, there is a 90% chance he hails from the same world as I. Yet, I cannot recall his appearance, age, or anything useful. Logically, he should not possess no recollection whatsoever. Thus, there is only one possibility. He has deliberately erased his own visage and age, akin to my years of subtle alteration of my appearance, ultimately rendering myself an unremarkable figure. Li Xianxiao diligently recorded this with emphasis. Superlatively dangerous. It is highly likely that another individual exists in this world, akin to myself, originating from another realm. Name unknown, gender unknown, age unknown, cultivation level unknown. This sense of the unknown lurking in the shadows is profoundly unsettling. Chapter 62, Subtle Schemes. The third assessment is about to commence. The disciples who pass the first 2 rounds, filled with both anxiety and excitement, make their way to the Tongtian Peak. Feng Liuli gazes at the resplendent Tongtian Peak, akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. She walks along with the crowd and inadvertently bumps into another person ahead of her. I apologize, she says. The female disciple turns her head, sizing up Feng Liuli with disdain. Humph. What kind of rustic creature dares to come to Shushan? What about you? Where are you? At this moment, a girl named Huang Peiying steps forward to defend Feng Liuli. The two had met during their initiation. Huang Peiying hails from a family with connections, her elder being an elder of Shushan, and she ranks among the top in cultivation among her peers. The disparaging disciple casts a furtive glance at Huang Peiying, reluctant to engage in conflict. Feng Liuli expresses her gratitude to Huang Peiying. Thank you, Sister Huang. Huang Peiying smiles. Do not fear. I will protect you. Li Xianxiao observes the scene with keen interest. He has some understanding of Huang Peiying. While her threat level is low, her nature easily incites those with pure intentions to turn dark. She is narrow-minded, self-important, and capricious. Despite appearing friendly towards Feng Liuli now, it is merely the condescension of someone in a superior position. Should Huang Peiying ever perceive Feng Liuli surpassing her, it is likely that hatred would ensue, much like witnessing a former student outshine oneself or both developing affections for the same man. Huang Peiying could very well become a catalyst for Feng Liuli and Appo's as potential darkness. Li Xianxiao diligently records and analyzes the situation in his notebook, predicting possible outcomes. Soon, the crowd proceeds along the bridge, encountering the water Qilin. The water Qilin shakes itself awake. In Shushan, even the ants must adorn themselves before venturing out, let alone the Qilin. Its fur stands upright as if blown by a fierce wind, each strand shimmering with a crystalline sheen. Powerful jets of water erupt from beneath its hooves, intertwining and swiftly forming a broad, solid pathway resembling a bridge crafted from flowing water, extending into the distance. The water Qilin stands proudly atop this path of water columns, its imposing figure exuding an innate authority. As a gentle breeze caresses it, its fur sways gracefully, creating a magnificent tableau. The onlookers display expressions of astonishment. They had only heard tales of such mythical beasts, but had never witnessed one firsthand. Suddenly, the water Qilin strides towards the crowd, causing the uninitiated disciples to instinctively step back. A nearby Shushan disciple reassures them, "Fear not. Everyone, the Qilin is gentle, and those it approaches are destined individuals." Upon hearing this, the crowd halts their retreat, hoping for the Qilin's approach. As it navigates through the throng, Huang Peiying's eyes light up. "Is it coming for me?" She muses. "My father says I possess innate wisdom. Even the water Qilin favors me." Just as she revels in her thoughts, the water Qilin bypasses her entirely and approaches Feng Liuli instead, licking her affectionately and displaying a joyful demeanor. The surrounding disciples are taken aback by this display. Why does the esteemed water Qilin exhibit such behavior? They wonder, their gazes drawn towards the pair. Feng Liuli, however, feels an inexplicable warmth towards the water Qilin. Huang Peiying and Appo's eyes narrow with venomous intent, her earlier warmth vanishing. "Sister, your change of expression is rather swift." Li Xianxiao quietly observes the interaction between Feng Liuli and Huang Peiying. It appears that in her previous life, Feng Liuli was not an irredeemable villain, but rather someone endowed with a fortune of destiny. Otherwise, the water Qilin would not be so drawn to her. Should anything happen to her, either directly or indirectly, he would face considerable repercussions. Caution is paramount. This incident is but a minor interlude and swiftly passes. However, it further solidifies Li Xuanxiao's confidence in the feasibility of his strategy. The third round entails a duel of skills. Concerned about any potential oversights, he summons his junior sister, Zhao Lu from Silver Sword Peak, to document the lower-risk participants while he focuses on several high-risk individuals. As anticipated, during her first match, Feng Liuli, despite her inferior strength, astonishingly emerges victorious. The same occurs in her second bout. Few had faith in her capabilities, and even fewer spectators gathered to watch her fight, yet she quietly wins. The pattern continues for the following days. Feng Liuli starts poorly, making foolish moves, finds herself in dire straits, struggles desperately, and ultimately delivers a victory speech. Remarkably, she advances to the top four, facing Huang Peiying directly. Huang Peiying's eyes gleam with malice. Feng Liuli joyfully approaches Li Xianxiao to share her success. "Brother Xianxiao, if I secure first place, can I become a disciple of the master?" The master refers to Lu Ziyin. Li Xianxiao nods. "Theoretically, yes, but do not overexert yourself. You have already reached the top four, which is sufficient to become Brother Lu's disciple." Feng Liuli insists, "No, if I am to do this, I must aim for first place and choose the master as my teacher." "Ah, such ambition. Do your best." "Thank you, Brother Xianxiao." "Oh, why must we even express thanks in our relationship?" From a distance, Lu Ziyin casts a glance at Feng Liuli, surprised that she has advanced to the top four. Is it fate? What is meant to occur will inevitably happen. From the day I encountered her, I have fallen into the trap of destiny. That evening, Lu Ziyin returns to his abode, his thoughts tangled. He seeks a calming tea, but discovers it has run out. Has it been consumed so quickly? I must go to the miscellaneous peak to procure some. Just as he begins his journey towards the miscellaneous peak, he recalls a conversation with Li Xianxiao from a few days prior. Calming tea is available in the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak. Thus, Lu Ziyin heads towards the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak. Having presided over Silver Sword Peak for so long, he has never ventured to the back mountain. Upon arrival, he is struck by its breathtaking beauty. As he enters the tea grove at the back mountain, he casually picks some tea leaves and brews them with the nearby river water. Raising his head, a vibrant fruit hanging from a tree catches his eye. He plucks it and takes a bite. Quite delicious. Using his magical powers, he brings the water to a boil and leisurely sips his tea. Just as he prepares to return to his dwelling, he suddenly finds himself unable to leave. Chapter 63. Do we still need a wrapper? What is happening? After circling for a while, Lu Xing finally realized that he was trapped in a maze. It was likely a unique formation of the Silver Sword Peak's back mountain, inadvertently activated. A mere minor formation. I shall break it. Lu Xing found it rather amusing. He had studied formations since childhood. The myriad formations ultimately adhere to a singular principle. Once, an elder from Mount Shu categorized all formations into one, which he named the formation of the world. The disciples of Mount Shu, eager to prove themselves, scrambled to break formations. To accomplish even a single solution signifies a novice's entry into the realm of formations. Mastering 2 solutions indicates a modest proficiency. Hence, the more solutions one possesses, the higher one's level in formations. Before his seclusion, Lu Xing had already set a record, 9 solutions, which remains unsurpassed to this day, even by the esteemed elders and peak lords. Of course, this assumes one does not disregard their cultivation level and resort to brute force. What Lu Xing did not know was that a certain elder, secretly, had already discovered 11 solutions, surpassing him by 2. As Lu Xing wandered within the formation, time slipped by unnoticed. The corner of his eye twitched. As it returned, things are becoming rather interesting. Lu Xing cast 3 coins. Now I shall be earnest. After a considerable time, Lu Xing surveyed his surroundings, fingers calculating, muttering incantations. He had fallen from the initial maze into an even more intricate one. With no escape in sight, he resolved to forcibly breach the formation. Although this formation was undeniably sophisticated, the creator's strength paled in comparison to his own. If he were to break it by force, he could unravel it. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought upon realizing that this formation connected to the medicinal forest and tea gardens of the back mountain. Should he forcibly destroy it, those areas would inevitably suffer damage. If word got out that the peak lord of Silver Sword Peak was ensnared within his own formation, ultimately resorting to brute force and causing destruction to the medicinal forest and tea gardens, would he still have the face to continue? The wrapper, would it still be needed? The day is still young. I'm certain I can find a flaw in this formation. From Lu Xing's perspective, the day was still early. However, at this very moment, the competition among the 4 strong factions of Mount Shu had already commenced. The tea he drank and the fruits he consumed were, in fact, parts of the grand formation. This was not poison, but rather a subtle influence on his perception of the passage of external time. Moreover, within the grand formation, Li Xiandao had deliberately laid out traps, intending for Lu Xing to miss the final disciple selection assessment. The contest among the 4 strong factions had begun. Feng Liuli faced off against Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying gazed at Feng Liuli in disbelief, astonished at her rapid progress within just a few days. How infuriating! Huang Peiying clenched her silver teeth. Having trained diligently since childhood with exceptional talent, how could she lose to a mountain village peasant woman? With that thought, Huang Peiying and Appo's attacks grew ever more ferocious. Li Xiandao once again witnessed the enhancement of the Chosen One. He could hardly fathom how Feng Liuli might emerge victorious. Yet each time, Feng Liuli managed to deftly counter Huang Peiying's moves. Although she was being pushed back relentlessly, her spiritual energy soon replenished. In contrast, Huang Peiying found herself growing increasingly drained. Ultimately, Huang Peiying could only rely on a treasure bestowed by her father to narrowly secure victory. The disciples entering the top 8 held the privilege of being prioritized in selection. The top 2 could choose which peak to join. Even in defeat, many peak lords recognized Feng Liuli's potential and extended olive branches. However, Feng Liuli's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Silver Sword Peak. Yet, the one she sought was absent. Where is Peak Lord Lu? Why isn't senior brother Lu present? I do not know. Where could he have gone? This disciple, named Feng Liuli, is a rare talent. We cannot allow her to be snatched away by another peak. It is too late now. How could senior brother Lu falter at such a critical moment? Feng Liuli, to which peak do you wish to pledge yourself? The disciple wishes to join Silver Sword Peak under Peak Lord Lu. Lu Xing, the gaze of Taoist Lingshu fell upon the empty seat of Silver Sword Peak. How could Lu Xing be absent from such an important occasion? According to the rules, since Lu Xing is not present, can we not seize this opportunity to accept the disciple? The head of Shao Qiong Peak remarked. It was evident that they did not wish to miss out on this disciple. Indeed, it is not fair to claim we old codgers are bullying the younger generation. Yet Lu Xian's absence from such an important event is unacceptable. The head of Shaozhou Peak was the first to extend an olive branch. Feng Liuli, my Shaozhou Peak consists solely of female disciples. How does that sound? Would you consider it? Let's disregard those foul men. Feng Liuli cupped her hands and replied, I thank the esteemed Peak Lords for their kindness. Yet I have long admired Peak Lord Lu and wish only to join Silver Sword Peak. If you had defeated Huang Paying, you would have the right to choose. However, you did not best her. Now that Lu Xian is absent, if you miss this master selection event, you will be relegated to an outer disciple, awaiting the next decade. The head of Shaozhou Peak reminded her. Feng Liuli's expression grew anxious as she frequently glanced towards Silver Sword Peak. All right, make your decision swiftly, or you may truly become an outer disciple. I. In that moment, Feng Liuli found herself unable to choose. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Feng Liuli, would you be willing to join Silver Sword Peak under my tutelage? Huh. Upon hearing this, not only the various peak lords, but even Taoist Lingshu seated at the head was momentarily taken aback, turning in surprise to look at the speaker, Li Xiandao. Old man, am I not your master? Taking a disciple on behalf of your master? Have you consulted my opinion on this matter? Li Xiandao raised the jade slip in his hand. Suddenly, Lingshu recalled that this was from before he became a master, when he had lost a game of chess to this young man, resulting in a wager of 2 jade slips. According to the terms, Li Xiandao could demand Lingshu to perform a deed that did not contravene righteousness. Yet, Lingshu had not anticipated that Li Xiandao would present the jade slip at this moment. He glanced at the disciple named Feng Liuli, whose talent was mediocre, yet she had managed to reach the top 4. Perhaps this reminded him of his own past, a common talent who persevered against all odds. The Peak Lords collectively turned their gazes toward Taoist Lingshu. With no alternative, Lingshu could only nod. Everyone assumed this was Lingshu's tacit approval. Feng Liuli stared blankly at Li Xiandao. A gentle smile graced Li Xuandao's lips. He would personally mentor Feng Liuli, shaping her into the ideal disciple of Mount Shu. After all, placing her on any peak would seem insecure. It would be better to keep her close, maintaining the initiative. What? Are you dazed? Li Xiandao raised an eyebrow, casually adding that as the master is occupied with numerous affairs, I shall take her in as my disciple. Are you willing to join Silver Sword Peak? Liuli is willing. I pay my respects to senior brother Li. Feng Liuli then turned to Taoist Lingshu and performed a respectful bow, addressing him as master. Taoist Lingshu waved his hand, closing his eyes once more. It matters not Chapter 64. When humanity's stars shine bright, a Qi refinement stage practitioner serving as a master to take on disciples. No, Li Xianshao has already reached the foundation establishment stage. This indeed sounds rather absurd. Yet, upon further contemplation, it becomes clear. Silver Sword Peak, among the 7 peaks, inherently has the fewest disciples. After Ling Su ascended to the position of sect master, Lu Xian took over. Coincidentally, he was absent at that time, and the sect master, intent on developing Silver Sword Peak, entrusted disciple Li Xianshao to take on students, thus counting them as disciples of Silver Sword Peak. This arrangement falls within the realm of reason. At this moment, within the grand formation, Lu Xian and Appo's fury was palpable, his frustration mounting. It was impossible. How could this be? How could I be so foolish, falling into yet another maze? This maze was crafted with exceptional cunning, a large trap encircling a smaller one, each layer intricately linked. Seemingly inescapable, Lu Xian cursed his lack of skill for repeatedly succumbing to such tricks. His once immaculate, snow-white robe was now sullied with withered leaves and muddy soil, clinging to him in a disheveled state. Furthermore, his aura had become chaotic and disordered. At that moment, Lu Xian had long forgotten about the matter of taking on disciples at Mount Shu. He gazed at the grand formation before him, vowing not to return until it was broken. This was a matter of his dignity. Chanting incantations, Lu Xian continued his calculations. Logically, If he entered from the life gate in the east and exited through the rest gate in the southwest, and then re-entered through the north gate, this formation could be shattered. Indeed, this was the most fundamental formation principle. However, Lu Xing found himself entering through the life gate without sight of the rest gate, instead ensnared in another grand formation. Calming himself, Lu Xing continued his efforts. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally halted his steps. At last, he had located the formation's core. Lu Xing exhaled, feeling as if the world had opened up before him, as if he had accomplished something remarkable. His gaze suddenly fell upon a blue-covered book resting on a stone. As he opened it and examined its contents, he was astounded to discover it was the 10th method of solving formations. How could this be? My records have been breached? It dawned on Lu Xing that he was not at the true core of the formation, but rather at a deliberately set false core, which contained this book of the 10th method, designed to assist him in unraveling the present predicament. Meanwhile, at Silver Sword Peak, Feng Liuli followed Li Xianxiao up the mountain. Standing upon a massive sword several meters long, she blinked, staring blankly at the solitary figure of her senior brother. Li Xianxiao inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. This might well be the most audacious decision of his life. However, it was the best method he could devise to take the initiative. Upon returning to Silver Sword Peak, he was surprised to find Su Wan and Jiang Luoshui also present. Upon inquiry, he learned that due to the scarcity of disciples at Silver Sword Peak, they had been invited to assist. Su Wan's gaze towards Li Xianxiao was somewhat awkward. Since returning from Wuang Mountain, they had scarcely met, and she suspected that he might be deliberately avoiding her. Even more unexpected for Li Xianxiao was the return of senior sister Lin Wanqing. She had not found any trace of Fanyue at the foot of the mountain, and now, with the recruitment of disciples at Mount Shu, she had come back to lend a hand. Li Xianxiao glanced back at Feng Liuli. He nodded. Indeed, when humanity's stars shine bright, what merit does Mount Shu possess to gather so many remarkable individuals at once? Li Xianxiao gazed skyward, contemplating his life as he treaded upon thin ice, uncertain if he could reach the other shore. Before him lay a collection of books authored by Li Xianxiao. The Heartless Sutra, Chronicles of Romantic Mishaps, 100 Tragic Tales of Romantic Misadventures, How to Identify Scoundrels, Detecting Plastic Friends, Countermeasures After Being Schemed Against, 1,000 Phrases After Being Wronged, Facing Humiliation, Do Not Simply Endure, and more. Feng Liuli stared in astonishment. Senior, brother, what are all these? These are the subjects you will be studying next. Feng Liuli bit her lip. Brother, is this a cultivation sect? She felt as though she had unwittingly joined some peculiar organization. Of course, cultivation begins with the heart. A solid foundation is essential. Otherwise, if your skills advance later on, it is easy to lose everything, leading to utter failure. Do you understand? I understand. Excellent. Now, let me share the first real case. To Feng Liuli and Amp, Oppos, as surprise, her first day at Silver Sword Peak had already commenced with lessons. The first case was about Miao Lu from Bamboo Peak, who had once been an exemplary disciple. However, she chose to leave Mount Shu for her childhood fiancé and join a lesser sect as an elder. Yet, she had to manage sect affairs while contending with resource shortages. Eventually, the small sect integrated into a larger one, and Miao Lu, engrossed in her responsibilities, missed her opportunity for a breakthrough. Ultimately, she was abandoned by her fiancé, who married a senior sister from the larger sect. Heartbroken and disillusioned, Miao Lu's resolve shattered, leading her to a decline and an untimely death. Li Xianxiao paused, asking, after hearing this true story, what are your thoughts? Feng Liuli blinked. That man is so heartless. Was Miao Lu not a victim? Her greatest error was her endless trust in her fiancé. It was her indulgence that allowed him to repeatedly challenge her boundaries, ultimately draining her of all value and discarding her. Remember, in this world, there is no one you can rely on entirely but yourself. Feng Liuli bit her lip. Now, let me present the second case concerning Lu Yun, a female disciple of the Tongtian Peak at Mount Shu. During a descent from the mountain, she fell in love with a disciple from the demonic sect. This disciple falsely claimed he needed to enter Mount Shu's sacred pool for treatment. Lu Yun willingly led him into Mount Shu in secret, unaware that his true intention was to steal the sect scriptures. Fortunately, an unknown passerby intervened, narrowly averting disaster. That unknown passerby was Li Xianxiao. When the demonic disciple's plan was thwarted, he persuaded Lu Yun to escape Mount Shu with him. Lu Yun believed he would take her to live in seclusion deep in the forest, but instead, he used a soul-searching technique to forcibly extract her memories, gaining access to many secrets of Mount Shu. Consequently, Lu Yun, having suffered a forced soul search, was left with diminished faculties, becoming a fool. Feng Liuli frowned. Seeing the impact of his words, Li Xianxiao nodded. Today, we shall discuss these two cases. After returning, write a reflection on each story, no less than 2,000 words. Next, we will study in AMP, Oppos, how to identify plastic friends in AMP, Oppos, and in AMP, Oppos, 1,000 phrases after being wronged, and AMP, Oppos. This evening, I shall teach you the Heartless Sutra. Thanks to the great Gung Jiao, who loves onion stir-fried liver tips for the support. Additional content, Chapter 65. Long-planned Lu Zine felt as though he had encountered a life-and-death tribulation. Not only had he been trapped in the array of the back mountain of Mount Shu for a full fortnight, but he had also spent another 2 months studying the 10th formation. When he finally grasped its intricacies, he couldn't and amp, Oppos, he helped but chastise himself. As a master of Silver Sword Peak, how could he neglect his duties so egregiously? The recruitment of disciples at Mount Shu had already passed, and he had failed to secure even one disciple for Silver Sword Peak. According to the rules, the remaining disciples of Silver Sword Peak were ineligible to take on apprentices. Only he, as the Peak Master, had that privilege. Yet, he had missed the disciple recruitment meeting. However, there was a silver lining. Li Xianxiao, acting on behalf of his master, had accepted Feng Liuli as his disciple. Was this fate? Even without attending the recruitment meeting, Feng Liuli had still become a member of Silver Sword Peak. Lu Zine realized this was his destiny, a life-and-death tribulation he could not escape. If that was the case, then let it come. Li Xianxiao was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. It was he, the Peak Master, who should instruct the disciples. Lu Zine resolved to personally guide Feng Liuli. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the very next day, he found himself poisoned. To be honest, Lu Zine initially did not realize he had been poisoned. He had been meditating and dozed off, thinking he had attained a new level of understanding. It was only later that he discovered the truth. However, once he recognized the issue, he quickly dispelled the discomfort with his cultivation. Subsequently, he was accidentally injured by the sword array of Mount Shu. This incident was truly unexpected. The core of the Silver Sword Peak's sword array resided within the Peak Master's cave. Perhaps due to years of disrepair or Lu Zine's unfamiliarity with the array after recently taking over, somehow, the sword array of Mount Shu was triggered. In an instant, sword energy surged into the cave. To protect Silver Sword Peak from harm, Lu Zine promptly used the Peak Master's Jade token to deactivate the array, though he was still injured by the sword energy. The injury was neither severe nor light. It would likely take a year or more to fully recover. Lu Zine wondered if he was fated to clash with Silver Sword Peak. Upon becoming its master, he faced his life-and-death tribulation, missed the recruitment meeting, and was subsequently wounded by the sword array. Moreover, he felt an invisible hand subtly manipulating his actions, a pair of unseen eyes watching him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Lu Zine entered seclusion to heal an unavoidable situation. The sword energy from the sword array was exceedingly pure, and being injured by it warranted serious attention. This seclusion lasted for 6 months. A year later, Lu Zine emerged from seclusion, his wounds fully healed. The reason for his extended stay in the cave was due to a conversation with disciple Li Xianxiao. An inadvertent remark from Li Xianxiao sparked an idea in Lu Zine regarding the 11th method of breaking formations. This serendipitous revelation led him to study for another 6 months, thus delaying his return by half a year. After a year, he ventured out once more. Silver Sword Peak had not changed significantly. Suddenly, Lu Zine paused, his gaze drawn to a figure in the distance. Feng Liuli. After a year apart, the young woman had become even more enchanting. Clad in a flowing aquamarine gown, Her beauty was ethereal and otherworldly, her graceful figure complemented by long, silky black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her eyes sparkled with innocence, her lips resembling cherry blossoms, pure and untainted. Lu Ziyin found himself inexplicably drawn to her, despite the impending threat of his life and death tribulation. Just then, several figures approached Feng Liuli. Huang Peiying pointed an accusing finger, exclaiming, "That's her. She stole the 7 treasures gourd from our peak, and I saw it with my own eyes." Lu Ziyin furrowed his brow. He recalled that Huang Peiying was supposed to be on good terms with Feng Liuli. Huang Peiying continued triumphantly, "Feng Liuli, hurry up and return our 7 treasures gourd." "What gourd? I don't know what you're talking about." Feng Liuli replied, bewildered. "Stop pretending," exclaimed one of Huang Peiying's underlings, another female disciple of the sect. "I saw her do it." Feng Liuli looked utterly confused. "Me? What gourd? What are you talking about? Stop playing innocent." Huang Linqing interrupted his daughter, turning to Feng Liuli. "Did you go to Longsho Peak earlier?" Feng Liuli nodded, "Yes. My senior brother asked me to deliver medicine to the herb garden at Longsho Peak." Huang Linqing continued. "It was during that time that the 7 treasures gourd from our herb garden mysteriously vanished." "What is the explanation for this?" "It wasn't me," Feng Liuli protested. "Humph," Huang Peiying scoffed. "Just because you say it wasn't you doesn't make it true. Let us go to your cave." "Yes." "Make her hand over her storage ring. She might be hiding it in her clothes," echoed her accomplice. "I didn't steal anything. You have no evidence. Why are you framing me?" Feng Liuli's face was flushed with indignation. Soon, the commotion attracted many disciples in the vicinity. Some were there to collect medicine from Silver Sword Peak, others were passing by, and some simply wanted to witness the spectacle. "What is going on?" "I'm not sure, but it seems Feng Liuli from Silver Sword Peak is being accused of theft." "Really? How could this be? Stealing treasures is truly unethical. I heard someone saw it happen." In truth, the treasure was hidden within Huang Peiying's sleeve. Next, Feng Liuli would undoubtedly take them to her cave to prove her innocence. Huang Peiying planned to feign discovery of the treasure, and at that moment, the rumor would solidify Feng Liuli's guilt. Huang Peiying stood proudly with her arms crossed, gazing down at Feng Liuli with disdain. "Compete with me? You, a mere village girl, think you deserve to enter Mount Shu? You dare to aspire to be among the top 4? What are you even worth?" From a distance, Lu Ziyin watched the scene unfold, his brow furrowed. He turned his gaze back to Feng Liuli. She stood there, fist clenched, her face flushed with shame as she faced the crowd's slander. This kind-hearted girl, confronted with such baseless accusations, must surely feel utterly helpless. Indeed, how could she have encountered such malice in human nature? The young woman lowered her head, sniffling, seemingly on the verge of tears. Seeing the innocent girl being unjustly maligned stirred something within Lu Ziyin's heart. Just as he was about to step forward to defend Feng Liuli, she suddenly raised her head, pointed a finger, and declared loudly, "Huang Ping, you're sitting on a bare bench, talking nonsense. I see you're like a pepper in a sewer, insidious and venomous. Today, I'll show you what I've got." With her words, the crowd fell silent. Lu Ziyin had been ready to rush forward to speak on behalf of the pitiful girl, only to be caught off guard by her clever retort. Chapter 66. Examination of the Tao heart. Before anyone could react, Feng Liuli suddenly stepped forward, seizing Huang Peiying's wrist and lifting her hand. As her sleeve fell away, a treasure was revealed within. Huang Peiying's expression shifted dramatically. With a smile, Feng Liuli remarked, "Isn't this the 7 treasures gourd? It has been in your possession all along. Yet you are still searching for it in vain? Oh, could it be that you intend to frame me deliberately? To come to my cave and feign a search, only to secretly raise the treasure in your hand, claiming it was found in my dwelling? You!" A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Feng Liuli looked triumphantly at Huang Peiying. "Do you know, Huang Peiying? The new path on Longsho Peak is utterly flat." Huang Peiying appeared utterly perplexed. "There are no stones. How could you even think of setting a trap? Go home and ask your father to buy you some brain tonic." You. Huang Peiying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Feng Liuli. Was this truly the Feng Liuli she knew? Shouldn't she be at a loss for words, leading everyone to her cave to prove her innocence? Or, after being wronged, Wu Ti, she simply insists she and Ti done it, followed by an outburst of tears? This was the true Feng Liuli. Yet looking at the Feng Liuli before her now, Huang Ping could no longer contain herself and slapped her across the face. Smack! The sound echoed as Feng Liuli, still gripping Huang Ping's wrist, retaliated with a swift slap. Oh, look how flustered she is. She is desperate, and now resorts to striking me. Have I been struck? It took Huang Ping a moment to register what had happened. Enraged and humiliated, she found herself utterly unable to break free. Feng Liuli's grip was unyielding, leaving her no chance of escape. At that moment, Huang Linqing, witnessing someone daring to strike his daughter, was immediately enraged. He threw a punch and bellowed, "You're outrageous." Huang Linqing, having reached the nascent soul stage, did not unleash his full strength. After receiving the blow, Feng Liuli merely staggered back a few paces. "Do you take me for a corpse?" Huang Linqing's eyes blazed with fury. Feng Liuli looked at Huang Linqing and suddenly smiled. Then, she collapsed on the ground. "Is there anyone from Silver Sword Peak? Hurry and summon the Law Elder. Come to my aid. I can't endure this. They are ganging up on me, a mere chi refinement cultivator, being bullied by a nascent soul cultivator. How shameless." Veins bulged on Huang Linqing and Amp Oppo's as forehead, his rage threatening to boil over. Lu Ziyin, is this really Feng Liuli? Surely, I must have mistaken her for someone else. What on earth happened during my year of seclusion? Soon, the matter escalated to the law hall. Huang Peiying and her father were already in the wrong and had instigated the conflict. Coupled with Huang Linqing's aggression towards the sect's disciples, the verdict came swiftly. Huang Linqing was stripped of his position as a Shushan elder, sentenced to 10 years of confinement. Huang Peiying, for her instigation, faced a 3-year salary deduction and was assigned to toil on the miscellaneous peak for a year. Upon hearing the verdict, Huang Peiying was left dumbfounded. As Feng Liuli passed by her, she softly remarked, "You've peeled the pomegranate but found no seeds, still lacking in power, dear sister." With that, she skipped away, feeling utterly invigorated by the taunt. By chance, she encountered Lu Ziyin, who had just emerged from seclusion. Feng Liuli exclaimed, "Disciple Feng Liuli of Silver Sword Peak pays respects to the Peak Master. Brother Lu, you have returned from your retreat." Lu Ziyin remained silent, lost in thought. "I heard you joined Silver Sword Peak. I was in seclusion during this time, and am unaware if you have adjusted to the life here." Feng Liuli nodded. "I have adapted quite well. My fellow disciples have been very kind, especially Brother Xianxiao, who has taught me much." "Adapted well? How modest. I feel you have thrived here." Lu Ziyin replied, "Brother Xianxiao is still only at the foundation establishment stage, with many cultivation tasks ahead. If you wish, you may come train by my side." Feng Liuli hesitated briefly before gently declining. "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your consideration, but as the Peak Master, your responsibilities are numerous. I believe I shall continue my training alongside Brother Xianxiao for now." "Very well," Lu Ziyin said, not pressing further. He gazed at Feng Liuli with a complex expression, sensing that she had changed considerably. Feng Liuli and Oppo's lips curved into a delicate smile, reminiscent of blossoms in spring. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like crescent moons, bright and lively. Yet her words belied her thoughts. "I must remain wary of that wretched Huang Peiying and her family. Will they seek revenge on our next mission? I cannot rest until she is dealt with." Lu Ziyin swallowed hard. Feng Liuli bid him farewell and returned to Silver Sword Peak. Unbeknownst to her, her decision to join Silver Sword Peak was largely influenced by her desire to be near Lu Ziyin. She believed that through diligent practice alongside Brother Xianxiao, one day she would be able to stand by Lu Ziyin's side. However, as time passed, she seemed to forget about him. Had it not been for their encounter today, she might have entirely forgotten that there was a Peak Master at Silver Sword Peak. Feng Liuli shook her head, murmuring softly, "Why is that initial feeling of meeting Brother Lu faded?" She could not forget the moment she first met Lu Ziyin. As if it were fated, her heart had stirred. In that instant, she grasped the meaning of her grandfather's words about destiny. Yet, merely a year had passed. Nothing had changed. Why then did the feeling elude her? Returning to her cave, Feng Liuli resumed her cultivation. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. I am Li Xianxiao. Open the door for the Tao heart examination. Feng Liuli instinctively tidied her hair, glanced in the mirror, and then opened the door. Brother Li, you have emerged from your retreat. Did you know? Li Xianxiao inquired as soon as the door opened. Yes, I saw you not long ago, Feng Liuli replied. Li Xuanxiao nudda. Now, let us continue with today and Apos. Lesson and Apos. How to forge an iron Tao heart. And Apos. Recite the 5th paragraph. Feng Liuli pressed her lips together, adopting a serious demeanor. The most precious thing for a cultivator is life. One only has one life. Hence, a cultivator's life should be spent in this manner. When a Shushan cultivator looks back on their past, they ought not to regret having wasted their years, nor feel ashamed for their lack of achievement. Thus, when facing death, they can say that they devoted their entire life and energy to the most precious cause of all, striving for the peace and development of the 9 provinces. Working hard for the happiness of the people. Paul Cli Feng Liuli. Chapter 67. I forgive you, I shall end her life. Miss, please remain calm. She is now a disciple of Shushan. What of it? That wretched woman has brought me nothing but disgrace and caused my father to lose his position as an elder. I am determined to kill her. Huang Peiying seethed. The maid urged, Miss, as a disciple of Shushan, she is protected by the sect and Apos, laws. You would face execution, and your entire family would suffer the consequences. Am I to swallow my anger? The maid smirked cunningly. Have you forgotten her origins? She is merely a countrywoman. If we disguise ourselves as bandits and eliminate her whole family, would that not provide you with the satisfaction you seek? Huang Peiying and Apos. S face lit up with realization. What a splendid idea. In Dafan village, it must be said that ever since Feng Liuli departed, the village has been much quieter. Yet, Feng Liuli's family still resides on the outskirts, accustomed to their isolation. Under the cover of night, several figures swiftly approached Dafan village. Eliminate them. Leave no one alive. What of the village? We cannot be sure if there are any relatives remaining. Thus, we must raze it to the ground. Yes, before long, 5 figures descended upon Feng Liuli and Apos' home. At that moment, her father, Guzi, was busy forging iron while her 2 younger brothers, Wang Kai and Fugui, played in the courtyard. They were caught off guard when 5 individuals suddenly appeared before them. Before anyone could utter a word, the ground erupted with numerous hands that dragged the 5 intruders down into the earth. Then, tranquility returned to the courtyard, the entire event lasting but a fleeting moment. Suddenly appearing and just as abruptly vanishing, it was as if nothing had transpired. Guzi and his 2 children remained in a state of bewilderment. Rubbing his eyes, Guzi questioned whether he had lost his sight. What on earth? Meanwhile, Li Xiandao swiftly dealt with the 5 intruders. He did not take their lives, but instead bound them for transfer to the sect. He had gathered substantial evidence through the recording stone, implicating Huang Peiying in her murderous intentions. With both witnesses and physical evidence at hand, this time, Huang Peiying and her family would certainly face repercussions. How despicable. Thankfully, I have prepared 21 contingency plans. Family sacrifices, boundless power. You wish to corrupt Feng Liuli? I shall not allow you to succeed. With that, Li Xiandao stomped his foot and invoked the spirit binding technique. Moments later, the local earth spirit emerged. Greetings, revered immortal. Earth spirits, city gods, and river deities are all sanctioned by the empire, and many sects, including Shushan, hold this authority. Upon seeing a disciple of Shushan, the humble earth spirit addressed him with reverence. Have you remembered the instructions I gave you? The spirit nodded earnestly. Yes, yes. Rest assured, revered immortal. I shall do everything within my power to protect this family from calamity. Li Xiandao handed the spirit a talisman. Use this to contact me should any trouble arise. This is your reward. It is a blessing to serve you, revered immortal. We help one another. Just call me a fellow practitioner. I dare not. The earth spirit feigned reluctance as it accepted the bag of spirit stones. With a smile, it reached in and discovered a piece of paper, examining it closely. Survey questionnaire. Please complete this questionnaire as well. Li Xuandao's voice echoed nearby. The spirit glanced at the first question. Your enemy is clinging to a branch on the edge of a cliff, struggling not to fall. How do you ensure their demise? 1. Stomp on their hand. 2. set it ablaze. 3. Pry their fingers one by one. The spirit was left in shock. Meanwhile, in the alchemy chamber, Li Xiandao, who was controlling his doppelganger, sipped from a cup of enlightenment tea. He had never left Shushan. Through his interactions with the ancient spirit beast, Little 8, he improved his external body technique and forged a pact with Little 8. By entering into a contract with a spirit companion, Li Xiandao could utilize Little 8 and Appo's bloodline to refine his external body technique further. The current manifestation of his doppelganger resembled a severed tentacle of Little 8, thus allowing the doppelganger to become part of Li Xiandao himself, making it increasingly difficult to discern the real from the false. Furthermore, it could now operate over greater distances, enhancing his safety on future travels. Li Xiandao affectionately patted Little 8's small head as it munched on a cabbage. One should not underestimate this cabbage, for it was quite expensive. With Little 8 around, Li Xiandao and Appo's consumption of precious materials increased rapidly, depleting his previously amassed resources. It seemed that once this tumult subsided, he would need to commence his wealth accumulation plan. Little 8, when you have the chance, let us complete the 12th version of the survey. Little 8 froze momentarily as Li Xiandao handed it a questionnaire. Remember to answer from your true heart. Otherwise, I will sense it. Do not worry. This is merely an ordinary survey. Even if you answer incorrectly, it is of no consequence, so do not be anxious. Li Xiandao wore a gentle smile. Little 8 felt an overwhelming sense of dread that if it answered incorrectly, it might face dire consequences. Before long, the 4 assassins sent by Huang Peiying voluntarily surrendered to Shushan. The reason there were 4 of them was that one had already been poisoned. According to the mysterious figure's instructions, they could still live if they confessed the mastermind's identity at Shushan. Otherwise, they would face death without the antidote. Soon after, Huang Peiying was summoned for a confrontation. Feeling guilty and cornered, she was further shaken when they presented the recording stone containing evidence of her collusion with her maid. The entire conspiracy was laid bare, and Huang Peiying collapsed to the ground in despair. This time, not only Huang Peiying, but the entire Huang family faced dire consequences. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Huang Peiying pleaded with Feng Liuli in the hall, "Please, spare me. I was bewitched. We were once so close. I have helped you. Do you not remember? I acted foolishly. I deserve to die." The onlookers remained silent, watching the scene unfold. Feng Liuli sighed, shaking her head at Huang Peiying's distress. Huang Peiying grasped her hand, weeping bitterly. "Liuli, you must be magnanimous. A statesman can bear much. Learning to forgive is an essential lesson in life." An elder offered words of comfort. Though the Huang family has no merits, they have suffered hardships. Now that Huang Peiying has erred, let her sins and virtues balance each other out. Liuli, grant her a chance for redemption. Indeed, someone echoed in agreement. After a long pause, Feng Liuli opened her eyes once more. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? I forgive you. Thank you. Thank you, Liuli. We are still friends, right? Thank you. Huang Peiying exclaimed joyously, clutching Feng Liuli and Appo's hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. I was truly foolish. I was so naive. Lu Ziyin smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, this is the Feng Liuli I know. He patted her shoulder gently, speaking softly. Offering others a chance is also granting yourself one. Liuli, you have done well. In the next moment, Feng Liuli thrust her sword through Huang Peiying and Appo's chest. I forgive you, so you shall forgive me, yes? Chapter 68. Practical application. Huang Peiying coughed up blood, her expression frozen in shock. Feng Liuli leaned close and whispered in her ear, I forgive you. I hope you can be magnanimous as well and forgive me. One must be generous in life, not petty. As she drew her sword, Huang Peiying clutched her wound, staggered, and fell to the ground, struggling for a moment before her breath ceased. Feng Liuli wiped the blade clean and sheathed it, her movements fluid and calm. In the face of oppression, do not simply endure. In the second subsection of the second chapter, it is noted that if someone has previously attempted to take your life and you are aware of it, you should not let her go easily. For even if you forgive her, she may harbor thoughts of whether you hold a grudge or if you will seek an opportune moment for revenge. Such considerations can lead to the ultimate thought, it would be better to eliminate you altogether. Feng Liuli and Amp, Oppo's act of personally slaying Huang Ping was unexpected for all present. According to the rules of their sect, Huang Ping's actions indeed warranted the death penalty. Hence, her demise at Feng Liuli's hands was within reason. However, no one anticipated that the seemingly delicate Feng Liuli could execute the deed so decisively and efficiently, without hesitation or remorse. Lu Xin quietly withdrew his hand from Feng Liuli and Amp, Oppo's shoulder. Who can tell me what transpired during the year of my absence? At Silver Sword Peak, within a humble abode, upon learning of Feng Liuli's actions, Li Xianxiao nodded in approval, a sense of relief washing over him. It appeared that his efforts over the past year had not been in vain. Now, he could enjoy a brief respite as he embarked on an urgent plan to accumulate wealth. Li Xianxiao calculated the tasks ahead. The old man had left him a sword box containing 4 treasured swords. He had fully refined the spring sword, but was presently stalled with the summer sword, requiring additional resources. The process of refining flying swords was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to self-inflicted harm and death. It was also time to upgrade his crane-top silver needles. Since becoming a golden core practitioner, he had yet to enhance this treasured artifact. Moreover, he felt that 3 needles were insufficient. His spiritual consciousness could ideally control at least double that number. As for the remaining treasures, there was no rush to upgrade them. Although he had stabilized his realm after becoming a golden core practitioner, he had not effectively advanced or revisited his own techniques and powers. He had only reviewed them over 300 times, which was quite unsettling. Li Xianxiao primarily cultivated the following techniques: the path of indifference, Changchun formula, which effectively extends lifespan as the practitioners of this world seek longevity. The 5 poisons heart corroding formula, a poison scripture that increases lifespan. The 7 stars rebirth formula, another poison scripture effective in prolonging life. The great compassion and great mercy body refining formula, a Buddhist technique that can dispel internal malevolence. Excessive killing leaves traces of malice within. The turtle body protection formula, which strengthens the body while extending life. The burning formula, a fire-based technique that enhances lifespan. The Shushan sword technique, a fundamental practice for disciples of Shushan. The Shushan sword formation, a formation that transforms one into a sword, essential for Shushan disciples. The Shushan sword formation 2, throw, improved by Li Xianxiao to better suit his needs. His abilities included the art of external bodies, creating clones that significantly enhance survival chances. Spirit cultivation technique, a supportive ability that enhances spiritual consciousness, enabling control over oneself and surrounding entities. The distinction between abilities and techniques lies in the former being the manifestation of one's cultivated essence and spirit, showcasing personal achievements and unity with oneself. Furthermore, Li Xianxiao pursued 3 paths: alchemy, formation, and artifacts, without neglecting any. As a practitioner of the 5 elements route, often referred to as a mixed route, he faced challenges. This route encompassed all 5 elements, making it arduous to channel energy into the body, akin to an ordinary person. The old man had opened the door for Li Xianxiao, granting him the opportunity to seek immortality and enlightenment. Single-element roots, known as heavenly roots, enable practitioners to cultivate their primary attributes swiftly, making it easier to break through bottlenecks. However, those with other elemental attributes often face greater difficulties, sometimes unable to cultivate at all. Practitioners like Zhao Lu and Su Wan possess single-element roots, with some even having mutated roots, which are exceedingly powerful. Yet, Li Xianxiao discovered his own path. The 5 elements root necessitates the simultaneous cultivation of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each element interdependent. Achieving balance and integration among them is no simple feat in the early stages of cultivation. Those with the 5 elements root often progress slowly due to divided focus, lagging behind their peers. However, once they overcome these challenges and successfully breach their cultivation limits, their mastery over spiritual energy far exceeds that of ordinary practitioners, allowing them to wield various techniques and abilities with ease. They can adapt their elemental attributes in response to the dynamics of battle, leaving foes defenseless. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Li Xianxiao emerged from the humble abode, gazing up at the expanse above Silver Sword Peak. There was no such thing as a tranquil existence. Rather, he was shouldering burdens for the future self he aspired to become. The wealth accumulation plan was officially underway, with the goal of amassing a substantial fortune before retreating for intensive cultivation. Chapter 69. The Secret Realm. Oh, my mischievous senior brother. How could you neglect me now that a new junior sister has arrived? Zhao Lu fumed, stamping her feet by the riverbank. Recently, Li Xianxiao had indeed been so preoccupied with Feng Liuli that he had overlooked his junior sister, Zhao Lu's needs. This jealousy brewed within her, leaving her to sulk in solitude. At this moment, within the humble abode, the entire Silver Sword Peak lay under Li Xianxiao and Appo's command. Every word of Zhao Lu's grievances reached his ears without fail. Recently, he needed to enhance emotional support for Zhao Lu to prevent her from spiraling into negativity. Li Xianxiao felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, after years of nurturing, Zhao Lu possessed commendable virtues, presenting a low risk of falling astray. He simply needed to be attentive to her emotional well-being. After a brief moment, Li Xianxiao conveyed a message. Return and transcribe. If I had 3 days of Dao Heart and how the Iron Dao Heart is forged 10 times each. Zhao Lu shivered, her expression one of pitiful distress. Senior brother, these texts are far too lengthy. No meals until you finish copying them, he retorted. Oh, you wicked senior brother. Fine, I shall copy them. Zhao Lu murmured softly. In that instant, Li Xianxiao added, Feng Liuli copied them 20 times. Then I shall copy 30 times. Zhao Lu declared without hesitation. Very well, 30 times it is. Zhao Lu blinked, sensing a hint of being outsmarted. Thus commenced Li Xianxiao and Appo's resource acquisition plan. For cultivators, earning a living could be achieved through various means, undertaking tasks or selling elixirs and magical artifacts. However, the tasks at the sword-holding pavilion were cumbersome and inefficient. Most critically, within the sect, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Accepting tasks meant for golden core cultivators would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. Selling elixirs and artifacts was indeed feasible, yet required borrowing funds from a sect. Constantly borrowing and swiftly repaying would only arouse curiosity regarding his intentions, attracting unwanted attention. Consequently, there remained but one path forward. Li Xianxiao had received news that the Shaohan secret realm would soon open. This realm's maximum threshold was that of golden core cultivators. The secret realm was a blessing bestowed upon numerous cultivators by the heavenly Tao, concealing numerous celestial and earthly treasures, albeit with opportunities intertwined with risks. The realm would only open for a specific period, and once time elapsed, all cultivators within would be expelled. For Li Xianxiao, the greatest advantage of the secret realm was that the highest cultivation level allowed within was that of golden core. This mitigated the possibility of facing opponents beyond his capabilities. It was essential to note that the entrances to the secret realm were not singular, but rather scattered throughout various locations, with peculiar fluctuations in spiritual energy preceding their emergence. Li Xianxiao had previously dispatched a doppelganger to locate a suitably safe entrance. This excursion could last from a month to several months, and Li Xianxiao felt a tinge of unease. After all, Lu Zine roamed Silver Sword Peak daily. Thus, before his departure, Li Xianxiao intensified the lessons. Today, and Appo's lesson would recount a true tale involving a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect. A decade prior, this disciple had encountered a feeble white snake. Unable to bear its plight, he had offered a wild chicken to the creature. 10 years later, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white appeared before him, inquiring, "Dear friend, do you remember saving a white snake with a wild chicken a decade ago?" The disciple was overjoyed, believing the white snake had transformed and returned to repay him. He eagerly asked, "Are you that white snake?" To his shock, the woman's expression darkened with rage as she drew her sword and struck him down, proclaiming, "I am the daughter of that wild chicken. After 10 years, I have finally avenged my father." Upon concluding this tale, Li Xianxiao regarded his 2 students. Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli, who were left in stunned silence. What a bizarre twist! After class, each was to compose an essay reflecting upon the story, supported by examples, no less than 5,000 words, which he would review upon their return. Senior brother, Zhao Lu raised her hand. Is there something you wish to ask? No, it didn't amp. Oppose. It's just that senior brother Lu is organizing an outing for the Foundation Establishment Disciples of Silver Sword Peak. Oh, Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow. When was this mentioned? The news arrived this morning. Internally, Li Xianxiao grumbled about Lu Xin and Amp, Oppo's penchant for creating tasks for him. The mention of Foundation establishment meant that both Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu would be participating. When do we depart? Tomorrow, came the reply. Tomorrow, you say. Li Xianxiao pondered thoughtfully. That very evening, he prepared a complete set of protective gear for Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli. Although appearing as storage rings, they would unleash toxic mists upon sensing an intruder. A seemingly innocuous garment would emit poison needles when someone attempted to undress. There were antidotes, powders effective against Foundation establishment cultivators and others potent against Golden Core cultivators. Extreme caution was essential. Let us now reiterate the guidelines for our descent. Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli exchanged glances and recited in unison. Speak of safety. Let safety be paramount. Safety first shall we engrave in our hearts. Safety first. Prevention is key. Avoid trouble. Avoid conflict. Life's journey is long and winding. Companionship is our solace. When faced with slander, speak out promptly. Preserve the scene. Remain observant. When confronting foes, cooperate in battle. Prioritize control. Rescue the distressed first, then proceed generally. When the heart stirs, remain calm. Verify identities, uphold the sect. Appearance is but an illusion. Kindness may be deceit. Strangers should not be trusted lightly. Beware of those who may scheme against you. These principles must be frequently recalled, for their wisdom is profound. Safeguard peace, may joy abound. Li Xianxiao nodded with satisfaction. By the way, who will lead this expedition? Senior brother Lu will personally oversee the team, Feng Liuli replied. Li Xianxiao nodded once more. Then I find this quite concerning. That very night, the dwelling of Silver Sword Peak and Amp, Oppo's master, Lu Xin, collapsed, rendering the cave uninhabitable. Lu Xin gazed at the fallen structure as a nearby disciple proposed. Senior brother Lu, allow me to lead the expedition. It's merely 2 Foundation establishment disciples. No, I must lead personally, Lu Xin insisted. The disciple, bemused, questioned why the Peak Master would undertake the task of escorting 2 Foundation establishment disciples, evoking a sense of absurdity akin to using divine powers to swat flies. The following day, a spirit monkey from the Silver Sword Peak and Amp, Oppo's spirit beast area sneaked into Lu Xin and Amp, Oppo's temporary quarters, urinating on all his garments. The scent of this urine could linger for months, impervious to magical cleansing. Presently, Lu Xin lay on his bed, fastening his only remaining belt. Consequently, the task was reluctantly assigned to others. Chapter 70. The malicious heart of the bear with the date set. There remained but a fleeting span before the opening of the Shaohan realm. Li Xiandao departed from the sect and boarded a merchant vessel. The premise for this journey was a foundational task he had accepted at the sword-holding pavilion. Li Xiandao intended to complete this task expeditiously, thereafter making his way directly to the Shaohan realm. The choice to travel via the merchant vessel was strategic. Recently, the Gold Merchant Guild had struck a lucrative deal with Shushan. Upon returning aboard the vessel, he would be eligible for reimbursement. The consumption of spiritual energy over 100 kilometers was negligible. It was rumored that complimentary meals were provided. At the sect, Li Xiandao had claimed to be at the Foundation establishment stage. While outside, he disguised himself as a mere qi refining practitioner. Typically, no formidable expert would target a lowly qi refining cultivator without cause. Moreover, the vessel was under the protection of powerful individuals, as engaging a qi refining practitioner would only incur karmic retribution without yielding any significant gain. After meticulously inspecting each morsel of food for poison, he began to savor them slowly. At that moment, he sat comfortably in his private quarters. With his left hand, he delicately picked up a piece of exquisite pastry and savored its sweet flavor, while his right hand firmly held a steaming cup of fragrant tea, occasionally sipping to allow the rich, sweet liquid to flow gently over his tongue. His gaze drifted through the window to the world outside. The clouds floated lazily, sometimes spreading like cotton, at other times curling like waves. Li Xiandao felt an involuntary sense of tranquility wash over him, causing him to squint slightly and a smile to unconsciously grace his lips, radiating pure contentment. In the next breath, however, Li Xiandao chastised himself sharply. This was not Shushan. This was a realm fraught with peril and deceit. How could he afford to be so careless? He resolved to punish himself by transcribing the text The Steady Life of an Ordinary Cultivator 10 times. Days later, Li Xiandao arrived at the site of his task. Task objective: a Foundation establishment black bear, rampaging with no confirmed reports of casualties, primarily for training. If it resists fiercely, it may be subdued. Li Xiandao quickly pinpointed his target. On a forest path, a large black bear ambled leisurely. Heh, today is quite fortuitous. My wife and child shall not go hungry. Suddenly, an unyielding iron hand emerged from the ground, yanking it down into the earth. Such a massive creature vanished without a trace. Below ground, the black bear endured a brutal beating. Soon after, Li Xiandao's voice, reminiscent of a demon, echoed in its ears. You have committed a crime. Are you aware of this? Spare me, O immortal. I have never taken a life since I became sentient. The bear pleaded, cradling its head. I have a wife and child at home. Please do not kill me. Li Xiandao struck its head lightly. I know you have not killed. Had you reeked of blood, I would have dispatched you with a single sword stroke. The bear, realizing its mistake, vowed to change. I had no choice. The food in this forest is scarce. Will you not venture elsewhere? Other places are ruled by other beasts. This is the agricultural record. The soil is fertile. Cultivating something here to sustain your family is not a concern. Thank you, immortal teacher. The black bear repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Having swiftly resolved the issue with the bear demon, Li Xiandao departed, heading directly for the Shaohan realm. After his departure, the battered bear returned to its lair. Husband, why have you returned so late? What happened to your face? Another black bear hurriedly greeted him within the cave. Do not mention it. I encountered a cultivator who gave me a thorough beating. Another righteous cultivator? That is far too dangerous. We should leave this place. The black bear, brimming with confidence, responded. What is there to fear? With this 100-beast fire, I can kill as many as I wish without tainting myself with blood. The 100-beast fire was a technique intrinsic to the black bear, akin to Li Xiandao's encounter with the octopus Xiaoba. This bear possessed a trace of the bloodline of an ancient spiritual beast. Though a mere offshoot, it inadvertently harnessed the power of the 100-beast fire, thus embarking on its own path of cultivation. Aware that as it killed more, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of various sects or the Demon Suppression Bureau of the kingdoms, the bear exercised caution in its actions. It would strike when the time was ripe and then hastily relocate, ensuring no witnesses remained. It would refrain from unnecessary roars or leaving tracks. Indeed, as the bear had anticipated, it encountered several individuals sent to capture it. However, upon realizing it bore no blood on its hands, they mistakenly believed they had misidentified their target. Moreover, with its rapid prostration, it managed to escape unscathed each time. Today was no different. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within the bear. It confided in its mate. We shall leave this place tomorrow and find a new one. The black bear surveyed its surroundings. What troubles you, dear husband? I cannot quite place it. I simply feel unsettled. The blood food has diminished. Perhaps we should consume a few more? The black bear nodded in agreement. Just then, a pair of unyielding iron hands pulled both bears underground. You dare deceive my affections. I merely intended to monitor you for 3 months. How vile. Do you comprehend the pain you have caused me? Li Xiandao once again witnessed the treachery inherent in the cultivation world. No, it was the heart of the bear that was treacherous. In the Shaohan realm, the entrance to this secret domain was on the verge of opening, drawing numerous cultivators. The region where it opened was precisely at the intersection of 3 sections. Upon learning of the impending opening, The three sects convened and agreed to take turns guarding the area, thus avoiding a scene of mutual slaughter at the entrance. In contrast, the other entry points were chaos incarnate, with turmoil erupting even before entering the secret realm. The crowd watched anxiously as the previously tranquil space began to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was awakening. Soon after, a faint glow emerged from the void, gradually intensifying into a brilliant radiance. As the light grew more intense, a massive circular entrance appeared before them, resembling a profound vortex that spun ceaselessly. The entrance to the Shaohan realm had materialized. Immediately, someone surged ahead, charging inside. Treasure awaits the swift. The first to enter undoubtedly held the greatest advantage, yet they also faced the most peril. Thus, the crowd pressed forward, voices of ire echoing amidst the chaos. After a while, the entrance to the Shaohan realm fell silent, with only a few latecomers hurriedly arriving. Moments later, the entrance was entirely still. Just as it was about to close, a figure darted in with the speed of a lightning strike. Chapter 71. Brotherly Xianxiao opened his eyes, feeling that his true self had entered the secret realm. He emerged stealthily from the earth, casting a furtive glance at Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu, who were receding into the distance. Unsettled, he decided to split off a doppelganger for surveillance. The Qi refining stage posed no significant threats. Originally, Lu Xin was to lead the expedition, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the duty fell to the 11th senior brother, a man of utmost integrity. Remarkably, the journey commenced with smooth sailing. Yet as they progressed into the latter half, an unexpected incident arose. They encountered a beast tide, a violent uprising of ferocious creatures. Fortunately, both Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu possessed the poisons that Li Xianxiao had prepared for them. "Take cover behind me," the 11th senior brother shouted. Instantly, Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu drew forth their small vials of poison. As the contents were scattered, the beasts fell one after another. The 11th senior brother, astonished, glanced at the duo but had little time to ponder as he urged them to flee with fervor. In the end, they escaped with little more than fright, albeit scattered. Feng Liuli found herself walking alone along a mountain path, uncertain of her whereabouts. At this moment, the full moon hung in the sky, and a flicker of firelight from a nearby village caught her attention, suggesting a scene of liveliness. Approaching the village, she beheld a crowd of villagers prostrating before an individual, ceaselessly bowing their heads. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the figure at the center, a person of extraordinary beauty. Impossible to discern if male or female. If deemed a man, he was too exquisite. If a woman, she was flat-chested and boyish. The individual noticed Feng Liuli and regarded her with a playful smile. "Elder sister?" Feng Liuli instinctively called out. "Elder sister? How amusing! It has been many years since anyone has called me that," the figure replied with a smile. "You are truly beautiful," Feng Liuli remarked sincerely. The figure gracefully rose from their seated position, standing tall with fluid movements that exuded an unmistakable rhythm. Clad in a striking crimson robe, the fabric shimmered like flames under the moonlight, casting a radiant glow. Though evidently male, he donned feminine attire, his features fair and delicate, with arched brows like crescent moons, bright eyes akin to stars, and lips naturally tinted red. His long, lustrous black hair cascaded down his shoulders, further blurring the lines of gender. "Are you not afraid of me?" he inquired. "Why should I fear you?" Feng Liuli retorted. "Everyone else fears me," he said, waving his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, a formidable and terrifying force surged forth from him, sweeping the surroundings like a torrential flood. The villagers, who had been standing moments before, were consumed by this dreadful power before they could utter a single cry. In the blink of an eye, their bodies erupted, transforming into countless fragments of ash, a black cloud that filled the air. Simultaneously, fierce flames erupted, spreading with a devastating fervor. The fire licked every inch of earth and every structure, reducing all to charred remains. In a mere sweep, the entire village was annihilated, succumbing to a cataclysmic fate. What was once a tranquil haven had vanished, leaving only ruins and swirling dust. The streets that had once echoed with laughter and life were now engulfed in flames and obliteration. As the wind blew, the ashes scattered like a mournful requiem. In this desolation, not a sound of suffering could be heard, nor a trace of life felt. Everything transpired so swiftly that death appeared to descend upon the villagers and livestock in the blink of an eye. Thus, an entire village, along with all its inhabitants, vanished without a trace. "Are you afraid of me now?" he asked with a light laugh. Feng Liuli hesitated, her body trembling slightly. You killed them?" "Yes, I killed them." "What of it? Why did you kill them?" She pressed. Why? Why do you eat meat, chicken, duck, pork? Why do you slay them?" Feng Liuli fell silent. "It is simply because you are strong. Your strength allows you to consume them. To me, they're no different from pigs or dogs. If I wish to kill, I shall." He chuckled softly. "Now, do you fear me?" Feng Liuli pondered momentarily before shaking her head. "Why?" His voice lowered. "I don't know. I just find you quite endearing," she replied earnestly. The figure narrowed his eyes slightly. "I am Shangwan Suiyun, the Ghost King of Wushang City. I am Feng Liuli, a disciple of Mount Shu." "Feng Liuli," Shangwan Suiyun murmured, "you bear a striking resemblance to my sister. It has been ages since anyone has called me brother." "Do you have a brother?" "Yes, my brother cared for me deeply, but he fell ill and passed away," Feng Liuli said, a hint of sorrow in her voice. Shangwan Suiyun tentatively proposed, "Then, may I be your brother from now on?" "Really?" "Indeed." He reached out to gently ruffle her hair. "I will protect you with my life, my sister." "Okay, brother," she nodded. "Where are you headed?" "I became separated from my companions and must return to Mount Shu." "Do not return just yet. Let us go play together instead," Shangwan Suiyun suggested. All right, I will follow my brother." In the rain, Shangwan Suiyun and Feng Liuli ran together, sharing their innermost thoughts beneath the moonlit sky. They traversed ancient paths, listening to the sounds of galloping horses and the distant songs of merchants. They savored candied treats and sat in tea houses, captivated by storytellers recounting legends. They encountered people from all corners of the world, only to part ways once more. Chapter 72. Do not move from this place, sister. Observe how the rain descends from the heavens and meets its demise upon the earth. Each droplet witnesses a different landscape, and is this journey not akin to life itself? Feng Liuli, concerned, inquired, "Brother, what troubles you? Why such sudden sentiments?" "Nothing, merely the knowledge that our parting is imminent. The approach of separation fills my heart with sorrow," sighed Shangwan Suiyun, before continuing, "Sister, come with me. Let us return to my supreme city, where we may revel in carefree bliss and live freely." "How splendid that would be! But I am a disciple of Shushan, and I have family there. I cannot abandon them." "What does it matter that you are a Shushan disciple? Do you look down upon me, a practitioner of the sinister path?" Shangwan Suiyun and Appo's expression darkened. "Of course not. You are my brother. Yet, I cannot bear to part with those from Shushan. They have treated me with such kindness. They are merely a bunch of hypocrites, priding themselves on being righteous. If you wish to leave, then go. I shall not stop you." Shangwan Suiyun stood abruptly, turning away, resembling a petulant child. Feng Liuli, exasperated, tugged at his sleeve and said, "At your age, tempering your emotions like a child, I do not wish to part from you either." "Very well. I will return briefly to bid farewell to my senior brothers and my master." Shangwan Suiyun's eyes brightened. "Really? You truly wish to accompany me back to Supreme City?" "Yes, as long as I am with my brother." Shangwan Suiyun embraced Feng Liuli. "My dear sister, I have not loved you in vain." That night, he watched over Feng Liuli as she slept soundly. With his head supported on his hand, he gazed at her fondly. The scorching summer sun blazed high, causing temperatures to rise and waves of heat to engulf him, as if he were ensconced within a vast steamer. The air was thick with oppressive warmth. Each breath felt as if it could sear his throat. With a gentle wave of his hand, a cool breeze soon enveloped them. Yet, concerned that the wind might be too strong for his beloved sister, he tenderly draped a blanket, an exquisite magical artifact, over her. Days later, they reached the outskirts of Shushan. "Beyond this point, I cannot accompany you," Shangwan Suiyun stated. "The Shushan sword array can sense cultivators at the nascent soul stage. My presence here would alert them immediately. Feng Liuli nodded. All right, you must remain here. I shall return shortly. Indeed, Shangguan Suiyun affirmed. No matter what transpires, I will await your return. As she walked a few paces away, she turned around and embraced him. If only, you truly were my brother. What nonsense! I am your brother. Shangguan Suiyun wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Why are you crying? Nothing, she replied, quickly drying her tears and skipping away. Shangguan Suiyun settled in the pavilion they had agreed upon. Brother, you must wait for me here. Feng Liuli called out. Rest assured, regardless of what happens, I shall remain here for you, be it the collapse of heaven and earth or the transformation of the seas. He declared, steadfast in his promise. Suddenly, the Shushan sword array activated. Shangguan Suiyun's expression shifted as he beheld over a dozen silhouettes materialize before him. Demons and malevolent spirits, how dare you trespass upon Shushan? Attack, he commanded, incantations spilling from his lips as he formed hand seals. A beam of light erupted from his palm, transforming into a magical artifact that exuded an ominous aura. As this artifact emerged, the atmosphere around them shifted. Dark energy surged forth like a tidal wave, obscuring the sky. The overwhelming malevolence swept through the surrounding Shushan disciples, who felt an irresistible force bearing down upon them. The whistling swords, in the presence of such evil power, were as fragile as twigs, easily swept aside. Various powerful talismans and magical items lost control, plummeting to the ground like kites with severed strings. Gasps of shock echoed as the cultivators exhibited expressions of terror, astonished by the might of Shangguan Suiyun's artifact. I await my sister here. Who dares obstruct me? He scoffed. Arrogance! A commanding voice echoed from the heavens. Shangguan Suiyun looked up to see the once calm sea of clouds being violently stirred, scattering in all directions. In an instant, a blinding light burst forth from the depths of the sky, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through the fog. Then a colossal sword descended from the heavens, its edge sharp beyond compare, radiating a terrifying pressure as it aimed directly at Shangguan Suiyun. He felt as though he stood beneath a volcano poised to erupt. The searing and violent force cascading down upon him, nearly choking him. Summoning all his magical energy, he proclaimed, I await my sister. Those who impede me shall perish. The earth shook as two immense powers collided, with Shangguan Suiyun clearly at a disadvantage. To dare venture alone into Shushan's domain spoke volumes of his audacity. Meanwhile, atop Tongtian Peak, through the divine mirror, Feng Liuli watched intently, her fists clenched as she witnessed Shangguan Suiyun's desperate struggle. Her body trembled slightly as she bit her lip. No, please, do not struggle any further. Act now, quickly, end his life. If he survives, I shall never find peace in my slumber. The words of brother Xian Xiao echoed in her mind. Never allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Do not naively believe that a fiend will ever love you alone. And do not aid in their tyranny. Upon discovering their true identity, act with caution and strategy. In that moment, having witnessed the slaughter of innocents, Feng Liuli finally grasped brother Xuanxiao's teachings. She cried out, Hurry, do not let him live. Once again, a fourth update. The fierce winds offer no recompense for the 5-star accolades and gifts bestowed upon everyone. Thus I can only respond with an additional update. Chapter 73. The woolly capture of sheep. Splendid. You are ready to embark on your journey. Amidst the Shaohan realm, after witnessing the actions of Feng Liuli, Li Xiankong, the teacher could not help but nod in satisfaction, filled with a sense of accomplishment. His year-long guidance had not been in vain. The pupil had not succumbed to temptation. At last, he could busily attend to his own matters. Meanwhile, Li Lao Lu concealed himself 500 meters underground, sensing a fierce confrontation above. The battle was intense. To the southwest, others were engaged in combat. And to the northeast and northwest, one might mistakenly believe it was a gladiatorial arena. Li Xiankong focused his mind. The true Li Xiankong remained a kilometer underground, manipulating his doppelgangers until the skirmish concluded, allowing him to emerge from the earth. At that moment, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground. Swiftly, Li Xiankong searched the corpses, discovering items of value. Once his search was complete, he fled without a trace of regret. His consciousness surveyed the area. 2 doppelgangers were positioned to the left and right ahead, while 2 others flanked the rear. Like migrating geese, robust and formidable on either side, the frail and vulnerable Li Xiankong was safeguarded in the center. However, these geese were somewhat oversized. Li Xiankong journeyed northward, deliberately avoiding crowded areas. His haul thus far was modest, primarily due to his excessive caution. He refrained from engaging in conflict. Spotting others, he would evade them from a distance, consequently missing numerous opportunities for treasure. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. A hasty pursuit might yield some valuable artifacts beneficial to his cultivation, yet could also lead to fatal consequences, resulting in his demise. The balance of reward and risk was entirely disproportionate. Days passed. Li Xiankong crouched beside a stream, observing the herbs growing along its banks. This was yujiao grass, an essential ingredient for concocting soul elixirs. He carefully dug it up, roots and all. Glancing at his storage ring, he noted it was already filled with an array of precious materials. Indeed, the secret realm was extraordinary. Li Xiankong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He continued his swift pace, seeking more valuable materials. As a competent alchemist, he could not afford to be unfamiliar with the raw ingredients. Under his discerning gaze, treasures were laid bare before him. He plucked a spirit fruit, confirming its safety before savoring it. The sensation of gathering materials was exhilarating, imbued with a profound sense of security, reminiscent of his previous life playing online games. Li Xiankong had never enjoyed engaging in battles. He preferred to wander in desolate corners, slaying harmless minor creatures and collecting various spoils, relishing the sight of them arrayed in his vault, a comfort beyond words. After traversing over 50 miles, Li Xiankong sensed a presence nearby and promptly concealed himself. "Help! Help me! Is anyone there?" A colossal spider web spread out, and within it lay a striking woman, her body trembling slightly. Her once fair skin now appeared pallid, a result of fear and cold. Her limbs were ensnared by resilient threads, rendering her immobile. The threads seemed to possess a life of their own, tightening ever more around her. A massive brown spider slowly crawled closer, its grotesque visage sending shivers down one's spine, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. As it approached, the woman's breathing quickened. Her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The giant spider reached her side, wrapping her in more threads, layer upon layer, encasing her like a meticulously crafted cocoon. "Help! Someone save me, please." With each desperate cry, her voice grew weaker. "I don't want to die. The washing bone flower I just found. I can't die like this." Even in her plight, she clutched the washing bone flower, a vital ingredient for crafting the washing marrow elixir. Assessing the flower's hue, it was clear it ranked among the finest herbs, even within this Shaohan realm. At that moment, after years of lurking in the shadows, Li Xiankong made his move without hesitation. His speed was remarkable. He flashed past so swiftly that the woman barely glimpsed his face. A smile crept across her lips. "Come save me, handsome." But then, the washing bone flower in her grasp vanished. "Your mother." Li Xiankong swiftly retreated, holding the flower tightly. The woman's expression contorted with rage as she broke free from her bindings, the spider that had threatened her now immobilized. She leapt onto the spider's back, commanding, "Chase him. Don't let him escape." The spider was her spiritual pet, initially intended to use the washing bone flower as bait for a heroic rescue scenario, followed by a surprise attack to kill and seize the treasure. However, she never anticipated that her adversary would be even more despicable. Not only did he stand idly by, but he also took advantage of her predicament. The female cultivator scanned the area, but the foe and Oppo's presence had completely vanished. He ran swiftly, trembling with anger. She patted her chest and muttered, "Stay calm. Stay calm. There will always be slip-ups. Remain composed." Having lost the washing bone flower, I mustn't let small losses lead to greater ones. Once she had regained her composure, she allowed the spider to bind her once more, retrieving another treasure from her storage ring. "Oh dear, help! Someone save me. The longevity fruit I just obtained can be used to concoct longevity elixirs, extending my lifespan. I cannot perish like this." the woman and Oppos, as pitiful cries echoed. In the next instant, a shadow darted past. The woman blinked, and the longevity fruit in her hand had vanished. Her fury reached a boiling point. Are you not finished yet? A woolly capture of sheep. In an instant, the woman reacted, sprinting after him. She summoned a magical artifact, fixating her gaze on the shadow ahead. A silver hairpin transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the figure. The woman felt a rush of vengeance as she unleashed a venomous palm strike, sending her adversary crashing to the ground. Having endured my venomous strike, don't expect to return alive. The figure collapsed, convulsing on the ground, his face turning a shade of purple. Where is my longevity fruit? He doesn't even possess a storage ring. With a sudden puff, the figure morphed into the tail of an octopus. What a masterful spell, the woman thought, alarmed, and turned to see a figure swiftly incapacitating her spider pet, carrying its lifeless body away. Stop right there, you scoundrel. Chapter 74. A kind-hearted bystander, had he vanished? He fled with remarkable speed. The female cultivator's face flushed with rage, her eyes nearly bursting with fury. She had lost 2 precious herbs in one breath, and even the spirit beast she had tamed was gone. Gritting her teeth, she clutched her aching chest. Damn it! May you suffer a miserable fate, she cursed, turning to leave. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground, silently snatching the silver hairpin from her hair. Immediately, it sealed its aura, followed by the small poison vials tucked at her waist. The female cultivator remained oblivious, still muttering curses under her breath. Li Xianxiao re-emerged from the earth, appearing in a safe location. He swiftly dealt with the spider, its legs, eyes, and fur, all valuable components. The task was completed with remarkable speed, taking less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Li Xianxiao activated the Brahma mantra, unleashing flames to reduce the creature to ashes. He then collected the ashes in a small vial, for they too were treasures. The female cultivator's mastery of poisons was commendable. After a brief examination of her concoctions, he deemed it worthwhile to sacrifice a doppelganger from the qi refining stage to confront her. After all, the purpose of a doppelganger was to serve as a substitute in perilous situations. Li Xianxiao adhered to the principle of non-aggression. He preferred to avoid killings unless absolutely necessary. To kill would invite karma, and no one could ascertain the extent of another's merit. Peace. Having expunged all traces of his presence, he swiftly departed. In the days that followed, Li Xianxiao encountered no one, exploring the wilderness in solitude. His current objective was to locate some refining stones to enhance his cherished treasure, the crane-top silver needle. However, after several days of searching, no sign of the refining stones had emerged. The treasure pavilion of Mount Shu did sell them, but purchasing would leave a record, revealing the rank of his treasure. Judging the size of his treasure by the quantity of refining stones could make him a target for schemes. Moreover, they were quite expensive. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy directed him to a specific location, refining stones, and in considerable quantity. Li Xianxiao halted, sensing something amiss. He could only perceive the refining stones, while the surrounding circumstances were shrouded in secrecy. Moments later, a puppet squeezed through a crack in the rocks. Within the cavern, numerous corpses lay strewn about, either victims of poison or those who succumbed to severe injuries. The puppet scoured the area, ultimately uncovering hidden mechanisms within the cave. These traps were likely left by a craftsman of the Mo family. The puppet swiftly dismantled the traps, ultimately meeting its demise alongside them. 2 additional scorpion puppets burrowed deeper, inspecting for any overlooked threats. At that moment, a snake puppet stealthily ambushed one of the scorpion puppets. The venomous strike resulted in another loss for Li Xianxiao. Furrowing his brow, Li Xianxiao executed a spell, commanding the scorpion puppet to engage the snake puppet in battle. This was a confrontation between puppeteers of the Mo family. The adversary's snake puppet was formidable, yet Li Xianxiao's scorpion puppets outnumbered it. He dispatched 3 more scorpion puppets into the fray. For reasons unknown, the opposing puppeteer faltered, allowing Li Xianxiao to seize the opportunity. 3 scorpion puppets severed the snake puppet's body. In the forest, a figure darted swiftly, clutching a talismanic brick. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Today, I shall demonstrate what it truly means to be a puppeteer. A battle between puppets? Why not simply defeat the puppeteer himself? Employing a reverse search technique, he spotted the puppeteer's figure and could hardly contain his excitement. Suddenly, boom! A cloud of toxic mist erupted from beneath his feet. The puppeteer froze, collapsing to the ground. No, this is bad. When the puppeteer regained consciousness, he felt an intense chill. Looking down, he noted the good news. The enemy had spared his life. The bad news, he was left with but a pair of undergarments. He adjusted his pants, dismayed that all his puppets, storage rings, clothing, and all the treasures within the cave had vanished. This aura, a disciple of Mount Shu, Li Xuanshou, with a nose shielded against toxins, donned protective garments, and held an antidote pearl in his mouth, while talismans adorned his forehead and shoulders. He found himself in a poisonous forest where toxic vapors lingered in the air. Each time the outermost protective talisman changed color, indicating that over 10% of its potency was lost, he promptly replaced it. As he traversed the toxic forest, Li Xianshao was surprised to sense the presence of a Mount Shu disciple nearby. Observing her features, he recalled the records he had compiled on the disciples of Mount Shu. Shang Linqing, a 93-year-old female cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Of ordinary talent and background, this disciple had likely snuck out during the recent Shaoan event, as the disciples of Mount Shu had not participated for various reasons. Given that cultivators in the foundation establishment stage have a lifespan of 200 years, yet after reaching 100, achieving the golden core stage becomes exceedingly difficult. Shang Linqing likely sought to make a final push before it was too late. This reflected the plight of most practitioners. Even within a sect, there were hierarchies of status. Li Xianshao led her away from the toxic forest, unwilling to abandon a fellow sect member in peril, and placed her in a safe location. Shortly thereafter, he returned. Unable to shake his concern, he left behind a twin-image stone, a small measure of precaution in a situation where their encounter was an unlikely occurrence. Perhaps she would soon stumble upon a fortuitous encounter or discover some nefarious technique that would elevate her cultivation. Such possibilities, though slim, warranted his vigilance. Finally, Li Xianshao departed with a sense of relief, only to return once more, depositing several surplus treasures beside her. Shang Linqing awoke slowly. Am I still alive? She surveyed her surroundings and noticed the treasures beside her. A message remained inscribed on the ground. Cultivation cannot be rushed. One must understand that nurturing great clumsiness leads to true skill, and only through genuine foolishness can one recognize the wise. A kind-hearted bystander. P.S. Remember to walk the righteous path. Chapter 75. Meeting a fellow villager. A month had swiftly elapsed, and the time for the closing of the Little Cold Realm was drawing near. Li Xiandao concealed himself within a cave. This time his harvest was truly abundant. The resources he had gathered remained unrefined, belonging to their primal state. Once he began alchemical processes, their worth would likely double. It was akin to the distinction between a watermelon and watermelon juice. One could purchase a whole watermelon for 20 coins. Yet the likelihood of affording a glass of watermelon juice was minimal. He estimated that he could remain on Silver Sword Peak for several years without need to depart. Li Xiandao exhaled with satisfaction. Despite the arduousness of his endeavors, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Calm down. He was still within the secret realm. He would allow himself a moment of respite upon returning to Silver Sword Peak. As he patiently awaited the closure of the Little Cold Realm, Li Xiandao, through his avatar, observed the combat conditions of the other Golden Core cultivators from distance. The more one learned and practiced, the greater the chances of success in actual combat. Suddenly, all cultivators within the Little Cold Realm sensed a formidable force. Everyone paused involuntarily, including Li Xiandao. The hair on his body stood on end, and in an instant, he utilized Earth Escape to burrow underground. At that moment, golden letters flickered before his eyes. Greetings, fellow cultivators, and welcome to the Little Cold Realm. I have left behind a treasure trove within this secret realm, containing various rare resources and techniques. A special reward for all of you. However, you must answer my questions. What is this? A treasure trove? In all his experiences within secret realms, this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Could it be a relic left by some great being? The crowd murmured with anticipation. Li Xiandao swiftly scanned the golden letters, his expression growing grave. Now, please listen carefully to the questions. First question, the odd changes. The even remains unchanged. Please answer the next line. Second question, Imperial Palace Jade Liquid Wine. Please answer the next line. Third question, how are you? Please answer the next line. Please read your answers aloud to qualify for entry into the treasure trove. Li Xiandao. From the information he had previously gleaned from Guyu and Shushan, he had surmised there was a high probability of another transmigrator existing. Now, he was 100% certain. Besides himself, there was indeed another transmigrator. No, perhaps not just one. Based on his readings of numerous female-oriented and countless male-oriented novels, the common themes emerged. Female-oriented tales often depicted fellow villagers shedding tears and falling in love, while male-oriented ones typically involved transmigrators killing fellow villagers first. Furthermore, this transmigrator had deliberately left behind the treasure trove and posed these questions, seemingly to seek out another transmigrator like himself. The implications were chilling. A treasure trove? More like a graveyard. Li Xiandao dismissed the thought entirely and began reciting a calming incantation to dispel distracting thoughts. Otherwise, he would involuntarily reveal the answers to the questions. The odd changes, the even remains unchanged. Symbols observe the quadrants. Although the other party clearly stated to read the answers aloud. Who could know if they would employ deceit and discern the answers through one's thoughts? Those who plot against others must always remain vigilant against being ensnared themselves. After reciting the calming incantation several times, he opened his eyes once more. The golden letters had vanished. It seemed he would need to be more cautious in the future, ensuring not to disclose anything from his original world. The little cold realm began to seal itself off, repelling outsiders. Li Xiandao safely departed the little cold realm and returned to the sect. This time, he made an exception by using the wind carriage obtained from Fanyue, which was astonishingly swift. Originally meant for Lin Wanqing before Fanyue and Appo's reincarnation, it ultimately fell into Li Xiandao and Appo's hands. Riding the wind carriage, he returned to Shushan in half the time it usually took. After completing his tasks at the sword-holding pavilion and placing the jade slips, he turned and burrowed underground, perfectly avoiding the approaching Su Wan. Li Xiandao sensed something was amiss with Su Wan's aura. She seemed quite restless. Would it be wrong? Alarm bells rang in his mind. Upon returning to his humble abode on Silver Sword Peak, he was greeted by Zhao Lu, who emerged from the warm spring water. She had deliberately wrapped herself in a snow-white towel, which perfectly encased her alluring figure while subtly accentuating her enchanting curves. Her long hair clung to her delicate shoulders, droplets cascading down her skin like morning dew rolling off a lotus leaf, crystal clear and radiant. Her skin, having been nourished by the spring water, appeared exceptionally smooth and delicate, as if a gentle touch could elicit moisture, exuding an enticing glow. In truth, she had been soaking in the hot springs daily for this moment, eagerly awaiting the return of her senior brother. However, he had taken his time, and she feared she would become puffy from prolonged soaking. Today, upon his return, Zhao Lu had already spotted him, hurriedly shedding her clothes to swim a lap in the spring before pretending to just notice him. Naturally, all of this did not escape Li Xiandao and Appo's keen gaze, though he chose not to expose her intentions and tossed her the precious materials he had prepared. Focus on your cultivation. You have reached foundation establishment? Li Xiandao suddenly detected a change in his junior sister and Appo's aura. Yes, Zhao Lu exclaimed, but she was still far from her senior brother and Appo's golden core. Li Xiandao and Appo's expression darkened. Who told you I was a golden core cultivator? Just a guess, Zhao Lu replied candidly. Given your cautious nature, isn't it normal to conceal one or two realms? Li Xiandao fell silent. Brother, tell me quietly, what grade of golden core have you achieved? Is it the third grade? It can end amp, Appo's, be the first grade, can it? What golden core? Li Xiandao waved his hand dismissively. This golden core is not the same as what is understood in Shushan or the cultivation world. I merely improved upon the foundation of foundation establishment. As he walked, he continued, it's not easy to attain a golden core. Others take 2 to 3 decades. I and amp, oppose, am not even planning to pursue that yet. Do you think it could be achieved with a mere puff of air? Such a thing is impossible. Upon returning to his humble abode, Li Xiandao intended to review Feng Liuli and oppose, as progressed later that evening. However, he presumed it would not require his intervention, allowing him to focus his energies elsewhere. He needed to remain vigilant against potential transmigrators. He required a period of seclusion to digest the treasures he had acquired this time. Before doing so, though, he needed to address a particular matter. Noticing Su Wan's unstable aura today, Li Xiandao opened the recording stone from her cave residence to replay the captured images. He was unaware of the specific events that had unfolded in Shushan during his absence. So many positive reviews. Why did the rating drop? My friend told me it was due to too many updates, which is perplexing. Can too many updates be a bad thing? Chapter 76. Unstable Heart of Tao within the cave. Su Wan took a deep breath. Once again, her attempt at breakthrough had failed. It seemed she had developed a mental block, preventing her from successfully forming her Dan. A rather delicate visage floated before her eyes, and Su Wan shook her head, softly murmuring, does Li Xianxiao truly harbor no feelings for me? Then why does he treat me this way? Why did he help me when I was wrongfully accused, when no one stood up for me? Through the twin soul reflection stone, Li Xianxiao furrowed his brow. Surely, Su Wan cannot be affected by my rejection and fall into despair? That would be disastrous. An unstable heart of Tao, succumbing to demonic thoughts? Darkness? Li Xianxiao felt a surge of anxiety. Su Wan's personality indeed made her prone to overthinking. Recalling his blunt rejection, he realized he might have been too straightforward. Mourning for Murong Mo and then rejecting Su Wan must have dealt her a double blow. Her confidence would surely be shattered. At this moment, Su Wan pondered in the cave before slowly speaking to herself. Why would he go so far as to kill Senior Brother Murong to protect me? He deliberately avoids me and even uttered those words to distance himself from me. Yes, that must be it. He intentionally distances himself. But why? Because he wishes to protect me from the shadows, fearing the Murong family's retribution and the sect's punishment. That must be it. His declaration of disinterest signifies his willingness to sacrifice everything for my sake. How foolish of me. I thought I had misunderstood his rejection, believing he held no affection for me. Only now do I realize he concealed his feelings so deeply. Li Xianxiao, silently observing the entire process through the twin soul reflection stone, lay quietly on the ground. I wish to die. He had meticulously calculated everything, envisioned countless possibilities, and prepared thoroughly. Yet, none of it could withstand Su Wan and Appo's sudden epiphany. The good news, Su Wan and Appo's heart of Tao had stabilized. The bad news, Li Xianxiao was on the verge of a breakdown. At that moment, a woman clad in purple entered Su Wan and Appo's cave. She was not a resident of Shushan. The woman in purple bowed to Su Wan, saying, Miss, regarding your engagement with the young master of the Shao family, my master has decreed that unless he dies, he must uphold his promise. Furious, Su Wan retorted, that engagement was unilaterally decided by him. Why should I marry someone I do not even know just because he wants to keep his word? Tell that old man, I already have someone I care for. That person treats me well. As thoughts of Li Xianxiao and his silent guardianship flooded her mind, Su Wan couldn't help but shed tears. But the master will not agree, miss. You must think carefully. Give me 3 years. After I successfully form my Dan, I shall annul the engagement with the Shao family without needing that old man's consent. In the thatched hut, Li Xianxiao mused, choose a decent coffin. Perhaps fleeing Shushan overnight was the best choice. He initially thought the other party was following a typical narrative of a white lotus heroine, only to realize she was Nalan Yinran. Annul the engagement? The Shao family? Li Xianxiao recited the heart-calming mantra several times to soothe his agitation. Calm down. It's merely a matter of names. He had previously encountered Han Li and Yifan. Such a fuss. An annulment was not an uncommon occurrence. As long as he handled it with care, nothing was insurmountable. 3 years. He still had 3 years. The immediate task was to process the treasures he had acquired this time. refine artifacts, and solidify his foundational cultivation. With this in mind, Li Xianxiao sprang into action. Before that, he intended to pay a visit to Feng Liuli. Lu Ziyin, clad in a pristine new robe, finally emerged from the cave. He had once again regained his ethereal appearance in flowing white garments. He sought out Feng Liuli, who sat alone in a pavilion atop Silver Sword Peak, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down her cheeks. The wind tousled her hair, and she exhaled, the voice of Shangwan Suiyun echoing in her ears. "Sister." Observing Feng Liuli's sorrowful silhouette, Lu Ziyin sighed gently. He had heard of her entanglement with Shangwan Suiyun. Though he was a member of the demonic sect, everything else was false. Her love was genuine. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, speaking softly, "Paths that diverge cannot conspire together. Do not be too distressed. I know that what you have done is already quite remarkable. You have tried your best." Feng Liuli shook her head through tears. I am still too young. Do not regret your past actions, Lu Ziyin said, his tone soothing. Life offers 3 keys: acceptance, change, or departure. If you cannot accept something, then change it. If you cannot change it, then depart. He gently patted the girl's head. Let your tears flow. It is good to cry. Though he belonged to the demonic sect, he had wronged the world, yet he had only ever been true to her. Feng Liuli looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting Lu Ziyin's. "Senior brother Lu, I have failed Brother Xuanqiao's teachings. It is all right. If you feel unhappy, I can teach you personally." Lu Ziyin believed that since this was his own trial, he must face it himself rather than burden Li Xianxiao. Feng Liuli shook her head. "No, it's just, I have failed too much. I should have drawn Shangwan Suiyun in deeper, ensnaring him like a fish in a net, rather than striking at the outskirts of Shushan and allowing him to escape heavily wounded. I truly feel useless. Will he seek revenge on me in the future?" At this thought, she couldn't help but weep. Lu Ziyin fell silent, gazing skyward, nearly shedding tears himself. Where had the innocent and kind-hearted Feng Liuli gone? Hidden in the shadows, Li Xianxiao nodded approvingly, giving Feng Liuli a thumbs up. A retrospective evaluation would yield fruitful insights. The future held promise. Though this time there had been a misstep, and Shangwan Suiyun had not been completely eradicated, he had certainly suffered, and it would likely be a century before he dared to show his face again. Chapter 77. Who can predict? Upon returning to her secluded chamber, Feng Liuli discovered the precious materials left for her by her senior brother, Xianxiao. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried over to inspect each item. Indeed, her brother had shown her the utmost affection. At the very bottom of the materials lay a note penned by Li Xianxiao. Compose a 10,000-word essay inspired by this incident, with a self-determined theme and chosen style, excluding poetry. The title is at your discretion. Originality is paramount. Do not plagiarize or resort to formulaic writing. The content should be healthy, positive, and aligned with mainstream societal values, radiating positive energy. Inside the alchemy chamber, Li Xianxiao affixed a notice reading "No trespassing" at the door. He entered, activating the array surrounding the chamber. At its center stood a dilapidated cauldron, battered and mismatched in color, clearly patched. Li Xianxiao pressed a mechanism, and soon a brand-new, higher-grade cauldron materialized, larger, stronger, and more formidable. Settling cross-legged, he prepared to commence his alchemical endeavors. Clad in the postnatal spirit treasure, the Jiao dragon armor, he bowed respectfully to the 3 purities, beseeching their favor. May my endeavors be free of misfires. In truth, alchemy is not an overly complex undertaking. The primary objective is to purify the medicinal constituents from the raw materials while ensuring they amalgamate with the newly infused spiritual energy to form a high-value medicinal aura. The secondary aim is to eliminate any harmful substances. The challenges to address are: 1. How to ensure that the medicinal constituents within the spiritual herbs fully integrate with the spiritual energy, maximizing the transformation into medicinal aura. 2. How to maintain equilibrium, preventing the cauldron from exploding due to the increasing repulsive forces of the medicinal aura. Congratulations, you have now mastered the art of alchemy. Let the process begin. The journey consists of 3 steps. This time, the alchemical endeavor would differ from past efforts. likely requiring 6 months to fulfill the material accumulation plan. The second step involves refining his innate treasure from the materials. The third step is to enhance his cultivation and solidify his foundation before ultimately emerging from seclusion. His senior brother had returned only to enter seclusion. It was said he left a letter for the junior sister Lioli, while his own note was 5 words shorter, 5 whole words. Zhao Lu laid her head despondently on the table. Truly, love can fade away, can it not? At that moment, her gaze caught a figure soaring through the sky. Initially indifferent, she soon recognized the approaching silhouette, and her heart raced. It was none other than Sister Su Wan. Zhao Lu sprang to her feet. Surely, she was not here to seek her brother? Indeed, Su Wan's first inquiry upon seeing her was, "Is Xianxiao here?" Zhao Lu replied, "My brother is in seclusion and has instructed that no outsiders disturb him." "Oh," Su Wan acknowledged, and Zhao Lu let out a sigh of relief, grateful that Su Wan understood the boundaries and did not overstep. "Since that is the case, Zhao Lu, you may leave. Do not interrupt your brother. I shall visit him," Su Wan stated. Zhao Lu and Appo's expression changed in disbelief. "Sister, my brother is in seclusion and has forbidden outsiders from interrupting him." She thought perhaps Su Wan had not comprehended her words and reiterated her message. Su Wan smiled, thinking, "How could I be considered an outsider? I am his beloved." Zhao Lu offered tea to Su Wan and glanced at the junior sister Jiang Luo Shui beside her. She could not fathom why Jiang Luo Shui followed Su Wan everywhere. Feng Liuli and Zhao Lu sat opposite one another. For the most beautiful women in Shushan, they exchanged glances, creating a moment of palpable awkwardness. Zhao Lu felt on guard against Su Wan, rumored to be her brother and Appo's, as romantic interest, and against Jiang Luo Shui, a lively and cunning junior sister who had also sought out her brother at Silver Sword Peak. As for Feng Liuli, she was her fiercest rival. It was overwhelming. Zhao Lu could not help but lament the abundance of competitors, numerous and of exceptional quality. Unable to endure the tension any longer, Zhao Lu broke the silence. "Sister Su Wan, Sister Luo Shui, may I inquire what brings you to seek my brother?" Su Wan and Appo's expression shifted slightly as she replied softly, "There are certain matters I wish to discuss with him in person." "Then why not share them with me? I can relay your message once my brother emerges from seclusion." Su Wan shook her head. "It is inconvenient. I prefer to speak with him directly. But my brother and Appo's seclusion may last a considerable time," Zhao Lu protested. "That is of no consequence," Su Wan replied gently. "Seclusion? Most likely a means to evade me," she mused inwardly. Thus, the four lapsed into silence once more. Feng Liuli remained oblivious to the nature of Su Wan and Appo's relationship with Xianxiao, lost in thought about the task her brother had entrusted to her. Meanwhile, in the alchemy chamber, Li Xianxiao paused his work. "What are you four gathered here for? Brewing poison? A contest of toxicity to see who survives?" To alleviate the awkwardness, Zhao Lu suggested they share a drink, offering to prepare some snacks. Li Xianxiao deemed it a minor affair and resumed his alchemical practices while maintaining awareness of the situation around him. Days passed, and as dawn broke, the room was thick with the scent of alcohol, garments strewn haphazardly. Zhao Lu lay sprawled on the floor, limbs outstretched. Jiang Luo Shui clung to Su Wan's feet. Su Wan's head dangled from a beam in a peculiar position, and Feng Liuli was buried headfirst into the ground, an even stranger sight. It was merely a gathering over drinks. Li Xianxiao, dividing his focus, glanced outside and chuckled at himself. Before long, the four gradually regained consciousness. "In that case, I shall not escort you, dear sister," Zhao Lu remarked. Su Wan nodded. "Do not see us off, dear second sister. Next time, I shall return with third sister to drink with you and fourth sister." Feng Liuli added, "Let us drink together again next time. This occasion was delightful." Jiang Luo Shui embraced the three, exclaiming, "We are the best of sisters." Li Xianxiao could only stare in disbelief. A bond of sisterhood? Who could have foreseen such a development? Chapter 78. Mount Shu still thrives. By the grace of the heavens, the alchemical process proceeded smoothly this time. After successfully refining the elixirs, Li Xianxiao ventured out. He spent over a month selling the elixirs, converting them into resources for cultivation. Remarkably, the endeavor unfolded with unexpected ease. He had initially anticipated a far longer duration. Upon returning to the sect, Li Xianyao entered seclusion once more. The alchemical chamber transformed into a forging room, where the sounds of metal clanging resonated intermittently. The crane-top silver needle was already a superior spiritual artifact. Spiritual artifacts are categorized as inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional. Beyond spiritual artifacts, treasures are similarly classified. However, innate and acquired spiritual treasures are not included in these classifications. These correspond to the realms of cultivators. From chi refinement to great ascension, artifacts exceeding a cultivator's realm necessitate a more potent and precise consciousness. Thus, a higher-grade artifact is not inherently superior. Rather, the most suitable one is the best. Li Xianyao, originally at the Foundation establishment stage, should theoretically only wield middle-grade spiritual artifacts. However, due to his mastery of divine skills and the cultivation of his consciousness, he could operate at a higher level. Now ascended to the Golden Core stage. His artifacts naturally required an upgrade. Yet, the resource expenditure was daunting. The savings accumulated over the years have been entirely consumed. Thus, 3 years swiftly elapsed. For cultivators, 3 years is hardly a significant span. At Mount Shu, on Tongtian Peak, the summit leaders and the sect master, Taoist Lingxiu, gathered to discuss matters concerning the Mount Shu flying boat business. As discussions progressed, the leader of Zhaoqiang Feng suddenly raised a concern. 5 disciples from Zhaoqiang Feng had mysteriously vanished in the Daxia dynasty. Had they been slain, their jade talismans would have shattered, alerting Mount Shu. However, their talismans remained intact, and no trace of their presence could be felt. Could it be that they were deliberately concealed? This possibility exists. Most likely, they encountered an unforeseen incident. What does the Daxia dynasty say? They have asked us to wait for news, as they are searching diligently. By the time they find them, it may be too late. Someone scoffed. At that moment, a timid voice spoke up. If the esteemed elders agree, I shall undertake this mission. The group turned to the speaker, Lu Ziyin, the leader of Silver Sword Peak. Since assuming leadership, she had been inadvertently harmed by the Mount Shu sword formation thrice, had her clothes soiled by a spirit monkey, lost her way in the back mountain once, suffered poisoning twice, and experienced 2 cave collapses, resulting in the destruction of the orchard at Silver Sword Peak. It could be said that she had accomplished nothing for her peak. The silver lining, however, was that her cultivation had indeed improved. Consequently, many disciples regarded Lu Ziyin with peculiar gazes, prompting her to feel the urge to prove herself. Grant me a chance, Lu Ziyin implored sincerely. Several peak leaders nodded contemplatively. After departing from Tongtian Peak, Lu Ziyin felt invigorated. This time, success was imperative. She could not accomplish this alone. Since her arrival at Silver Sword Peak, her attempts to initiate any endeavor were thwarted by a series of unforeseen mishaps, as if a hidden adversary was intent on opposing her. This time, she resolved to bring along an assistant, Li Xianyao. Lu Ziyin suddenly recalled her junior apprentice. During their descent from the mountain, she had observed that although Li Xianyao and Amp, Oppo's, as cultivation was modest, his meticulous approach to tasks stood out. However, it seemed that Li Xianyao had been in seclusion for a considerable duration. Just as she pondered this, she returned to Silver Sword Peak and spotted that familiar figure. Li Xianyao emerged from his seclusion. Thanks to the providence of the heavens, all had gone smoothly. The alchemy was successful, the sales were successful, and the forging was successful. The crane-top silver needle had transformed into an exceptional spiritual artifact. His cultivation also progressed without any oversight. Mount Shu still thrives. How delightful. Just as Li Xianyao prepared to relax, a figure landed before him. Senior brother Lu, he greeted respectfully. Lu Ziyin nodded. Junior brother Xianyao, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Is all well? Thank you for your concern, senior brother. All is well. Do you have time recently? Oh, do you have something to discuss? Lu Ziyin explained the situation and emphasized that all rewards from this mission would belong to Li Xianyao. His expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of intrigue crossed his mind. This time, he contemplated engineering a little surprise for senior brother Liu. Oh wait, this mission seemingly had no connection to Feng Liuli. The other party had not planned to involve Feng Liuli at all. Li Xianyao silently apologized to senior brother Liu. It had become a subconscious habit to set senior brother Liu up. After a swift contemplation, he realized that accompanying senior brother Liu on this mission was an excellent excuse. After all, the 3-year period had concluded, and Sister Suin had successfully reached the Golden Core stage. Sister Suin intended to annul her engagement, and the Xie family, from whom the engagement was to be annulled, was also situated in the Daxia dynasty. This conveniently spared him the need to fabricate reasons. Moreover, undertaking a mission to the Daxia dynasty with senior brother Liu would ensure safety. Li Xianyao had considerable confidence in Lu Xin and Appo's strength. Thus, he agreed. Satisfied, Lu Xin nodded and set a departure date with Li Xianyao. Li Xianyao returned to make preparations. Although he had just concluded his seclusion, there were no trivial matters requiring his attention on Silver Sword Peak. Firstly, while he had been in seclusion, he had not been wholly engrossed. His avatars and puppets diligently managed tasks. Secondly, there was his junior apprentice, Zhao Lu, a master of gossip. Whenever she had free time, she loved to brew tea and chat with others about trivial matters, subsequently relaying the gossip to Li Xianyao. This ensured he did not miss any significant happenings. Most importantly, he had a monitoring system in place at Mount Shu. He observed the disciples of particular interest through the twin spirit stones, meticulously recording their details. For instance, which disciple had failed to break through. He would thoroughly study the cultivation methods of such disciples, delving into their intricacies and essence, analyzing their habitual practices, while contemplating potential weaknesses and strengths. Other noteworthy issues were also considered. Ultimately, through his precise grasp of various factors, he adeptly guided those disciples toward discovering the critical clues to overcome their predicaments, concealing his contributions. Additionally, if a disciple encountered a string of misfortunes that affected their morale, Li Xianyao would intentionally orchestrate a series of fortunate events for them in the following days to mitigate their descent into negativity. Once a disciple from Tongtian Peak, during a celebratory feast, indulged in seafood from the deep sea, resulting in an allergic reaction. When taking detoxifying medicine, he encountered counterfeit products, leaving him bedridden for a month. Finally recovered, he went to the miscellaneous peak for a meal, hoping to save some money. However, while purchasing inexpensive food, he accidentally knocked over an entire shelf of vegetables, compensating a month and Appo's worth of income. When he set out on a mission, he was ambushed by malevolent cultivators. Fortunately, after witnessing a series of unfortunate events, Li Xianyao had taken notice of him. Thus, when he was besieged and on the brink of death, Li Xianyao intervened and saved him. One could not help but marvel at fate. If not for those misfortunes, Li Xianyao would not have paid him particular attention. Then this disciple is likely to have perished at the hands of the malevolent cultivator. Chapter 79. Panlong City. The following day, a modest flying vessel departed from the Shushan Mountains, heading towards the direction of the Daxia dynasty. On board were 4 individuals: Lu Xin, Li Xianxiao, Su Wan, and Zhao Lu. Su Wan was en route to the Daxia dynasty to annul her engagement with the Xiao family. Upon learning that Li Xianxiao was also bound for the Daxia dynasty, she decided to accompany him. As for Zhao Lu, she hailed from the Zhao family, which was part of the Daxia royal lineage. Given that 5 disciples from Shushan had gone missing within the territory of the Daxia dynasty, their involvement with the royal family was inevitable, and Zhao Lu and Appo's status as a princess would facilitate their endeavors. Coincidentally, she also wished to return home for a visit. Standing on the deck of the flying vessel, Lu Xin observed Li Xianxiao, who sat nearby in quiet meditation. Although he appeared relaxed, his body remained tense. He sensed Su Wan's gaze upon him, and, to avoid eye contact, chose to close his eyes. Su Wan's actions were within his expectations. Rather than allowing her to act alone, it was more prudent to accompany her. The engagement Su Wan sought to dissolve was with Xiao Ran, the son of the current patriarch of the Xiao family in Panlong City. The Xiao family had once been among the foremost powers of the Daxia dynasty, but after a catastrophic war, their ancestral leader had perished. and the family's elite had been lost, leaving them in decline. Su Wan's grandfather had once shared a close friendship with the Shao family's ancestor, leading to a betrothal agreement between their grandchildren. Shao Ran, gifted with extraordinary talent, had been a prodigious practitioner until he returned from a mysterious forbidden place years ago. His cultivation utterly destroyed, the reasons shrouded in mystery. Li Xianxiao furrowed his brow at the unfolding narrative, sensing it had the makings of a lengthy tale. Based on the current speed of the flying vessel, they would reach their destination in 2 days and nights. Interestingly, the location of the 5 missing Shushan disciples coincided with the Shao family's stronghold in Panlong City. As they traveled, they encountered an elderly sword cultivator returning home, who eagerly clutched a gourd of wine and expressed his gratitude for their company, humorously lamenting how long the journey would have taken without them. Upon standing to bid farewell, he noticed the quartet gazing at him with peculiar expressions. Confused, he jested about offering payment for their assistance, only to be met with silence. Lu Xin then spoke. "Elder, you cannot enter the city. It is time for you to depart." "Excuse me?" the old man responded, slowly realizing the gravity of his situation as he glimpsed his own lifeless body nearby. A smile of acceptance spread across his face, and he requested the group to check on his family. After receiving permission from Lu Xin, the old man's spirit dissipated into the ether. Upon their arrival at Panlong City, the city lord awaited their arrival, accompanied by officials who extended their greetings to the princess. Zhao Lu, with her hands on her hips, could not help but lift her chin proudly, having almost forgotten her royal status during her time in Shushan. She playfully taunted her senior brother. "What do you think? Marrying me means marrying a princess. Are you still hesitant?" Li Xianxiao shot her a glance, signaling her to exercise discretion in public, advising against unnecessary familiarity or communication. Zhao Lu sheepishly withdrew her gaze. The throngs of citizens lining the streets offered warm welcomes as they made their way to the city lord and Appo's residence. Meanwhile, Li Xianxiao discreetly informed Lu Xin of his intention to temporarily part from the group and ventured towards the elder sword cultivator and Appo's home, anticipating to deliver news. He was dismayed to find the place abandoned. Concerned, he sought out a neighbor, but discovered none were nearby. After some time, he finally encountered a passerby who seemed indifferent. The passerby remarked, "It's strange. Many people used to live here, but one by one, they've vanished. How many have gone missing?" Li Xianxiao inquired, intrigued. There were complaints at the official residence. Many disappeared near the western side of the city, but the cases ultimately faded away. The passerby replied casually. While it seemed trivial, Li Xianxiao felt a surge of alarm, prompting him to conduct a swift inquiry. To his astonishment, he unearthed numerous unsettling details regarding the disappearances in Panlong City. Reports indicated that dozens had gone missing, initially unnoticed, but growing increasingly alarming. The local authorities and the Demon Suppression Bureau had intervened, yet the investigations yielded no conclusive results. Though the citizens' accounts were likely embellished, the numerous empty houses bore testament to a grim reality. This was merely the outcome of Li Xuanxiao's brief investigation, yet he remained troubled, recalling the 5 missing Shushan disciples. It was conceivable that they, too, had vanished under similarly mysterious circumstances. A profound sense of urgency took hold of him, and realizing time was of the essence, he made his way to the city lord's residence. At the city lord's banquet in honor of the Shushan group, Li Xianxiao maintained an expression of composure, though internally he wrestled with the convergence of several pressing matters: Su Wan and Appo's wish to annul her engagement, and the troubling connection between the disappearance of his fellow disciples and the larger pattern of vanishing citizens in Panlong City. Just then, a servant approached, announcing, "Your Highness, the head of the Shao family, Shao Chengshan, along with his son Shao Ran, has arrived." Su Wan set down her cup, her brows arching in curiosity. "Senior sister, what shall we do?" Li Xianxiao asked. "Now, right here," she replied, her voice laced with anticipation, wishing everyone a happy new year. With an abundance of updates. Chapter 80. Annulment of engagement. Your Highness, the head of the Shao family, Shao Chengshan, has arrived with his son, Shao Ran. A tall, middle-aged man entered the grand hall, accompanied by a handsome young man. Shao Chengshan first bowed to the city lord, then turned his gaze to Zhao Lu, who occupied the main seat. "I pay my respects to your highness." Zhao Lu returned the courtesy with grace. Next, Xiao Changshan saluted Lu Ziyin, the master of Shushan, demonstrating his attentiveness to all present. Finally, he looked towards Suwan. "Cousin Su, it has been a long time. You have grown even more beautiful. My father sends his regards. How are Uncle Xiao and Annie Xiao? All is well." Although Su Wan conversed with Xiao Changshan, her gaze lingered on the young man beside him, Xiao Ran. They had met in their childhood, but held no significant memories of each other. Su Wan rose, seemingly ready to announce the annulment of their engagement right then and there. Li Xianxiao and Appo's expression turned grave. To cancel an engagement in front of so many people at the city lord's residence seemed rather inappropriate. It would be intolerable for anyone present. "Uncle Xiao, I have matters to discuss with Xiao Wan," Su Wan stated. "Feel free to speak." Lu Ziyin and Zhao Lu were aware of Su Wan and Appo's intentions. Yet they were taken aback by her timing. As Su Wan began to speak, her words faltered into incoherent murmurs. The crowd was bewildered. What language is she speaking? Su Wan blinked, realizing her tongue had gone numb. Suddenly, she staggered and collapsed onto the table. At that moment, Li Xianxiao smiled calmly and said, "It appears that Sister Su Wan has had too much to drink. She had consumed quite a bit before arriving. Allow me to escort her to her room for some rest." With that, he helped Su Wan away from the banquet and into the accommodations provided by the city lord. Fortunately, I was prepared. In the banquet hall, the city lord of Panlong City, Yu Qianqi, expressed his commitment to assist in the investigation of the missing disciples from Shushan. The presence of the master of Shushan underscored the seriousness of the matter. "Rest assured, we at Shushan are reasonable individuals and will not hastily blame Panlong City. However, anyone who chooses to harm our disciples shall be considered an enemy," Lu Ziyin declared solemnly. The city lord took a sip of tea, maintaining a composed demeanor. The following day, upon awakening from her drunken stupor, Su Wan learned that Xiao Qingshan and his son had returned to the Xiao family. She felt an urgent need to annul the engagement without delay. "I must convey my stance. I will show Xianxiao that I recognize his affections and am responding in kind." With determination, she swiftly departed the city lord's mansion. As she left, her eyes inadvertently fell upon a sign that read, "Reciprocity is the essence of communication." A sudden thought struck her, even in annulling the engagement. She could not arrive empty-handed. Upon further reflection, she realized she might have acted too impulsively. After all, Xiao Ran was also a victim in this situation. Her forceful intent to annul the engagement could cause him pain. Surely, some form of compensation was warranted. Contemplating this, she glanced at her storage ring, finding no valuables within. However, she was certain that her senior brother, Lu Ziyin, possessed something of worth. With this in mind, she turned to seek him out. After she departed, a hand emerged from the ground to reclaim the sign that proclaimed, "Reciprocity is the essence of communication." Meanwhile, at the Xiao family residence, Xiao Ran lay restless in bed, tossing and turning. After meeting Su Wan yesterday, an ominous feeling had settled within him. "Second young master, the clan leader requests your presence in the parlor," a maid announced. "In the parlor? Who has arrived?" The maid shook her head. Xiao Ran had already formed a conclusion in his mind. Rising, he quickly freshened up, a simple yet ancient pendant around his neck gleaming with a faint, mysterious light. As he made his way to the clan's parlor, he sensed the peculiar gazes of his family members. In the parlor, all the elders of the Xiao family were gathered. At the head of the table sat the current clan leader, Xiao Qingshan, facing Su Wan, who was adorned in a delicate purple gown with intricate patterns. Though young, she exuded a unique charm with every gesture, enhanced by her striking features. Xiao Ran's foreboding feelings intensified. "Xiao Ran, what brings you here?" one of the elders inquired, surprised. Xiao Ran stood perplexed, realizing that no one had summoned him. "No one called for you," the second elder remarked. As he scanned the room, he noted that there was not even an extra chair available. A bitter smile crept onto his face. His status within the family had undeniably diminished, and the warmth of human connection felt cold and distant. When he was just 5 years old and began his cultivation journey, the family had treated him with utmost reverence. Now, it seemed that the tables had turned. At this moment, Su Wan spoke, I have come primarily to discuss matters with young Master Xiao. Someone, please bring in a chair. Xiao Qingshan and Amp. Appo's voice was cold. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Ran remained his son. Witnessing the treatment he received from the elders, it was only natural for him to feel indignant. Xiao Qingshan, a man of maturity, prioritized the greater good. Since becoming the clan leader, he had faced considerable opposition from the elders, particularly after his son, Xiao Ran into Appo's perceived failure. Younger Miss Su Wan is exceptionally talented and has joined Shushan, achieving the foundation establishment at such a young age. Her future is indeed promising, several elders praised, causing Su Wan to feel somewhat shy. After a brief exchange, Su Wan finally directed the conversation to its core. Uncle Xiao, the engagement between Xiao Ran and myself was arranged by our grandfathers without my consent. At that time, I was too young to voice my thoughts. Now, I have come to the Xiao family to formally annul this engagement. As her words fell, time seemed to freeze for several seconds. The forced smile on Xiao Qingshan and Appo's face faltered, revealing a countenance fraught with discomfort. His clenched fist trembled slightly. Chapter 81. The Will of Heaven. Bang! Xiao Qingshan smashed the table before him with a single slap. The elders in the hall immediately turned their gazes towards him, exclaiming in unison, "Qingshan, do not be rude." After all, the other party consisted of disciples from Shushan, and the Su family was in its prime. How could the Xiao family afford to offend them at this moment? The years of humiliation seemed to have coalesced into that one strike. With the passing of his wife and the painful decline of his once promising son, who had become a laughingstock in the eyes of others, Xiao Qingshan felt the weight of exclusion within his own family. As the patriarch, he could only endure for the greater good. With a heavy sigh, Xiao Qingshan succumbed to despair. He knew that the situation had become unavoidable. From now on, he and his son would indeed become the laughingstock of the entire Panlong city. I truly apologize. Su Wan is willing to compensate the Xiao family, but the engagement must not be dismissed, she added. This is not due to Xiao Ran and Appo's inability to cultivate, nor is it because I have become a disciple of Shushan. It is not because the Su family has grown powerful while the Xiao family fades into obscurity, nor is it because Xiao Ran is unattractive or flawed. Li Xiandao, who had been eavesdropping, rubbed his temples in exasperation. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, perhaps it would be wise to keep your lips sealed. Su Wan had laid the groundwork for quite some time, oblivious to the growing discontent on the faces of the Xiao family members present. You wish to break off the engagement, yet you speak so harshly? Finally, Su Wan reached the crux of her argument, continuing, in essence, I wish to clarify that I, Su Wan, am not one to curry favor. I have simply found someone who treats me exceptionally well, and I cannot betray him. At that moment, Xiao Ran, seated at the back, rose to his feet. The young man, filled with indignation, fixed an intense gaze upon Su Wan. Su Wan, you have insulted me beyond measure. Spare me your excuses. If you look down upon me, just say so. Though I, Xiao Ran, am currently unable to cultivate. Do not forget, fortunes shift, and the young must not be scorned in their poverty. One day, I shall repay this humiliation in full. Su Wan replied sternly. I have already stated that it is not a matter of looking down on you. I simply cannot fulfill this engagement. If I, Su Wan, wish to wield my power over you, I would not have come here alone today. Shushan and the Su family are my backing. Which Xiao family could afford to offend us? Xiao Ran retorted. It is merely that the Su family is powerful now, with you having successfully formed your core and relying on Shushan. Why did I not see you come to break off the engagement when I was 5 and refining my qi, or at 12 when I laid my foundation? You only come now, a mere opportunist, as I lie low in the face of misfortune. I accept today and Appo's defeat, but do not let me rise again. Su Wan was not one to be easily intimidated. She gazed at the young man, her own age, who was now seething with rage. Rising sharply, she declared coldly, the law of the jungle prevails in this world. Your cultivation has been destroyed. You are weak, and you dare blame me? It was your own foolishness that led you to trespass into forbidden territory. Very well. Xiao Ran's expression twisted with rage. The derision and humiliation he had endured since losing his powers now reaching a boiling point. One must remember how proud he once was. He had swallowed his pride until this moment when the engagement was brought forth. It was a complete affront to his dignity. Outside the conference hall, numerous young members of the family had gathered, whispering among themselves. Xiao Ran felt as though he would shatter his teeth in frustration and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. Su Wan and Amp, Appo's face softened with compassion. Xiao Ran braced himself with one hand on the ground, struggling to rise. Su Wan, I will remember this humiliation. He suddenly drew a sword that hung on the wall. Su Wan and Amp, Appo's heart raced. She thought he meant to attack her and instinctively unsheathed her own sword. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the elders present all changed expressions. Su Wan had come to the Su family not only relying on her golden core cultivation, but also on the formidable backing she possessed. Should the Xiao family dare to harm her today, they would likely face annihilation tomorrow. Yet, given Xiao Ran and Appo's current state, could he truly harm Su Wan? To everyone in Appo's astonishment, Xiao Ran thrust the sword into his own chest, aiming directly for his heart. He sought to end his own life. Su Wan gasped in shock. With the blade embedded in his chest, Xiao Ran and Appo's eyes filled with hatred as he spoke to Su Wan. If heaven permits me to survive today, I shall ensure that this humiliation is repaid in full. Su Wan observed the scene, feeling a mix of compassion and shock at his resolve. She had not expected him to possess such pride. Our engagement is dissolved, but one day I will seek you out at Shushan, she declared, her voice steady. Xiao Ran and Amp, Appo's eyes twitched slightly as he replied, very well. I will await you at Shushan. Opus, Xiao Changshan lifted his son, desperate to prevent his child from following his wife into the void. Quick, call for help, he shouted angrily. Several younger members outside were instantly overwhelmed by Xiao Changshan and Amp, Appo's formidable aura collapsing in shock. His furious gaze fixed upon Su Wan, who felt an ominous sense of impending danger. Her expression grave. Veins bulged on Xiao Changshan and Appo's forehead like coiled dragons, each pulse revealing the depth of his anger and agitation. His fingers, strained from the effort, turned white, as if he might crush the very air in his grasp. The engagement is off. See her out. Su Wan felt a powerful aura wash over her. She instinctively took a step back, glancing once more at the fallen Xiao Ran. From her storage ring, she produced a special healing salve from the Su family. Xiao Changshan did not hesitate to accept it. Now was not the time for tempers to flare. No one could predict the severity of Xiao Ran's wound from that self-inflicted blow. Unexpectedly, however, the injured Xiao ran through the salve aside with great effort. I do not need it. Take it away, he gasped. If I die today, it is the will of heaven. If I survive, it is a chance bestowed by the heavens. My life is not meant to end here. One day, I shall repay this humiliation tenfold. With those final words, Xiao Ran succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Wan cast a lingering glance at him before turning to leave. Very well, I await your return. Chapter 82. The 3-year term has expired. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Ran beheld his mother once more. He felt as though he had perished, for it had been many years since he last laid eyes upon her. If she were to see him in his current state, she would surely be filled with disappointment. Ranner, Ranner. As she called his name, Xiao Ran opened his eyes. Father, am I still alive? At that moment, Xiao Changshan appeared haggard, as though he had aged several decades overnight. He gripped his child in Appo's hand tightly, feeling the warmth within, and nodded gravely. You are mere inches from death. Xiao Ran managed a faint smile and softly declared, since heaven has granted me life, I shall prove to everyone my worth. Good. A shadow lifted from Xiao Changshan and Amp, Appo's face. This is indeed my son, Xiao Changshan. Xiao Ran needed to remain in bed for a while. That sword strike had nearly claimed his life. It had also ignited a spark of hope within him. Summoning his strength, Xiao Ran quietly made his way to his mother's grave. Sitting before it, he gazed into the distant horizon. The humiliation of today, I, Xiao Ran, shall forever remember. I shall never endure such disgrace again. Mountains of challenge loomed before him. Shushan, Su Wan, the Su family. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran realized that his cultivation was now lesser than even the Qi refinement stage, while Su Wan had successfully reached the golden core stage. To the members of the Xiao family, his words seemed nothing more than a jest. Even if Xiao Ran were to achieve the golden core stage in the future, would Su Wan and Amp oppose, as cultivation remained stagnant at that level? What a farce. However, Xiao Ran spoke with conviction, indicating he possessed a certain confidence. He tore the pendant from around his neck. Elder Soul, are you there? Elder Soul. The voice of Elder Soul, a fragment of spirit concealed within the pendant, resonated back. 3 years prior, Xiao Ran had stumbled upon this pendant and discovered a voice within it. That voice identified itself as Elder Soul, a once great cultivator who had tragically perished during ascension, leaving behind a trace of his spirit within the object that fortuitously found its way into Xiao Ran and Amp Oppo's hands. Elder Soul had vowed to cultivate Xiao Ran into a top-tier powerhouse, eventually aiding him in reconstructing his physical form. Yet, over the past 3 years, Elder Soul had not imparted any of his esteemed techniques or teachings to Xiao Ran, leaving him perplexed. The lessons taught were peculiar, such as, after being jilted, I chose forgiveness. Disaster does not befall one and oppose. As fellow disciples, take a step back, and the sea is vast. Endure a moment, and the winds will calm. Learn to let go, and only upon understanding my former fiancée did I grasp her reasons for breaking off the engagement. He recounted numerous tales, often of revenge that ended in tragedy, either dying alone or being slain in the streets, or meeting a tragic end while reuniting with family. In contrast, the protagonist who chose not to involve the innocent enjoyed fulfilling endings, surrounded by loving spouses and a lifetime of happiness. Xiao Ran could not fathom why a cultivator of the Great Ascension stage would practice such teachings. Nevertheless, Elder Soul had promised him that if he diligently studied under his guidance, he would receive the methods of cultivation after 3 years. Now that the term had expired, coinciding with his profound humiliation, Xiao Ran's first course of action was to hold Elder Soul to his word. Elder Soul, Elder Soul. After several calls, a resonant voice emerged from the pendant. What is it, my dear Xiao Ran? I was merely resting when you sustained such grave injuries. Xiao Ran recounted the day and Oppo's events. Upon hearing this, Elder Soul pondered, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on Su Wan. Both of you have unspoken grievances. Xiao Ran clenched his fists. The humiliation I suffered today, I shall undoubtedly repay. Do you hate her? No. I only hate my own weakness, my inability to defend myself against such indignities, and the disgrace I brought upon my father. Elder Soul continued, when the day comes that you seek vengeance, would you take her life? Xiao Ran shook his head, his gaze resolute. I would not seek her life for this matter. I simply refuse to remain trampled upon. I have waited 3 years for this opportunity, and I will reclaim what I have lost. Elder Soul fell silent for a moment. Very well, the child is teachable, he declared from this day forth. I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Xiao Ran rejoiced, but after entering the forbidden zone, my meridians were destroyed, and I can no longer cultivate. The old man possesses a solution. In my lifetime, I concealed a treasure within the city of Panlong. If you seek it, it shall aid in restoring your meridians. Xiao Ran hastily stood up. I shall go immediately. Wait until your injuries have healed, Elder Soul advised. No, I cannot afford to wait any longer. The flames of hope burned brightly in Xiao Ran and Oppo's eyes. Indeed, he could not wait any longer. Since his cultivation had been nullified, he had endured years of waiting. Ultimately, after Xiao Ran and Amp Oppo's insistence, Elder Soul divulged the location of the treasure. Xiao Ran, despite his injuries, ventured forth to find it. Upon reciting the incantation, he entered the treasure site, which resembled a cavern, appearing rather unremarkable and seemingly of recent origin. Xiao Ran paid little heed to these details, as his attention was drawn to a box within the cavern. Opening it revealed a pill. This is Elder Soul and Amp Oppo's voice echoed from the pendant. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Consuming this pill is a matter of life and death. However, if you survive, you shall regain your ability to cultivate. Are you willing? Xiao Ran answered with his actions, swallowing the pill without hesitation. In mere moments, he felt an unusual sensation coursing through him. His head spun, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Subsequently, a small head emerged from the earth, brimming with mischief. Li Xiankong surfaced, casting a glance at the unconscious Xiao Ran. The pill had been nothing but a common sedative. The true healer of Xiao Ran and Apos meridians was none other than Li Xiankong himself, employing the simplest of methods. In a business battle, there is a certain beauty in severing the opponent and Apos as connection. After 3 years of meticulous observation of Xiao Ran and the entire Xiao family, Li Xiankong had yet to gain complete confidence, estimating his certainty to be around 90%. 3 years prior, upon learning from Su Wan about the impending broken engagement, Li Xiankong had visited Panlong City, secretly observing Xiao Ran and the Xiao family, setting up a surveillance operation and intentionally leaving behind a pendant for Xiao Ran to discover, transforming into Elder Soul to guide him. Dear protagonist, do you wish to gain power? Follow the path of the Medicine Elder, and leave him with no avenue to escape. Happy New Year to everyone. The following 5 lucky readers have won. Yucho Sha, He Luo 1111. The scholar who loves purple sweet potatoes and snow pears. Sakura Ring. Update. Update. The 5 readers, please leave a comment with V beneath this message to receive the author's New Year red envelope blessing. Not much. Just a small token of goodwill. Lastly, I wish everyone a happy new year, and may all your endeavors be successful. Chapter 83. The unspeakable existence. Xiao Ran gradually awoke within the cavern. He surveyed his surroundings and lifted his hand. The familiar power, that well-known sensation, the comforting flow of absorbed spiritual energy coursing through his body, had returned. Everything had returned. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiao Ran could not suppress the urge to roar with exhilaration. Master Hun, indeed a formidable being of the great ascension stage, had provided him with an extraordinary elixir. Even the injuries he had suffered seemed to have healed significantly. Xiao Ran removed the pendant, then knelt on both knees, bowing his head before it. In a solemn tone, he declared, Master Hun, your immense kindness deserves my heartfelt gratitude. I, Xiao Ran, am not one to forget my benefactor, and I shall repay this debt in due time. Master Hun replied nonchalantly, What need is there for such gratitude? Should you find yourself in trouble in the future, simply refrain from mentioning my name. Xiao Ran conducted another inspection of the cave, discovering that aside from the elixir, nothing else remained. He promptly exited the cavern, and as he did, the cave collapsed as if nothing had ever transpired. Within the city lord and Apos' mansion, Li Xianxiao exhaled softly, contemplating the chessboard before him. So far, all that had unfolded remained within his control. Although Xiao Ran's sudden change was significant, Li Xianxiao had transformed into Master Hun 3 years prior, gradually earning Xiao Ran and Apos' trust. This turn of events was akin to paving an alternate path, allowing others to traverse wherever they wished. Henceforth, one may refer to me as the king of strategies for Mount Shu. In truth, this was born out of necessity. Before Li Xianxiao stood Su Wan, the progenitor of the abstract realm, unpredictable, indescribable, and inscrutable. Her ancient and sinister presence rendered her thoughts forever enigmatic. One could never ascertain her intentions or anticipate her next move. To gaze upon her directly would lead her to believe you harbored affection for her. Engaging in dialogue with her left one uncertain as to which words might incite her deductions. Had Su Wan become the sword-bearer, the Trisolarians would scarcely stand a chance. Her deterrent capability far surpassed that of Luo Ji. Thus, Li Xianxiao shifted his approach. If Su Wan was unpredictable, then perhaps a change of personnel would suffice. He resolved to address the matter at its source, extending a nefarious hand toward Xiao Ran. Li Xianxiao regarded the chessboard and placed a piece, marking the conclusion of the engagement dissolution. As for Xiao Ran's future inquiries about the Sword of Mount Shu, those were matters for another time, and under his control, events would not deviate from expectations. Next, the disappearance of the disciples of Mount Shu and the citizens of Panlong City loomed large. During his previous visit to Panlong City, Li Xianxiao's intentions had been clear as he headed straight for the Xiao family, thus failing to notice the widespread vanishing of the populace. The current disappearance, which also involved 5 disciples from Mount Shu, suggested a deeper intrigue. Li Xianxiao conducted a simple investigation and estimation. The Daxia dynasty comprised over 1,400 counties, each with an average population of 200,000 to 300,000. Panlong City, being a municipal hub, governed 5 counties and housed over 1 million inhabitants. After several days of investigation and statistics, he estimated that approximately 20% of the populace, encompassing men, women, and children, had vanished, amounting to a staggering 200,000 individuals. Even Li Xianxiao was taken aback by this figure. How could such a significant number of disappearances go unnoticed by the local officials and the imperial court? He felt himself ensnared within a web of conspiracy. Just then, a servant from a city lord's mansion hurriedly informed Li Xianxiao that Lu Ziyin had discovered the 5 missing sect members. Without delay, he departed the mansion to seek Lu Ziyin. What he found, however, were not the 5 disciples but their belongings. The Demon Suppression Division had uncovered these items while pursuing a cult stronghold. Lu Ziyin nodded, confirming they were indeed from Mount Shu. He turned to the cult leader and inquired, "Where are the others? If I tell you, will you spare my life?" The leader pleaded. "Speak," Lu Ziyin demanded. "They were killed," the leader stammered. "And you?" Lu Ziyin pressed. "Not me. I lacked the strength. It was a messenger from headquarters who encountered those disciples and deceived them to a location where they were all slain. He claimed to possess sealing techniques that could suppress the jade talismans within the Mount Shu disciples, rendering them untraceable," the leader confessed. "Were they?" Lu Ziyin questioned sternly. "I cannot say. The messenger will kill me." The leader quaked. "If you remain silent, I can kill you now." Lu Ziyin's voice was icy. After a moment of hesitation, the leader divulged the information. Li Xianxiao glanced at the so-called cult leader as Lu Ziyin seized him and made haste towards the messenger's hideout, with Li Xianxiao and the Demon Suppression Division swiftly following. However, Lu Ziyin moved with such speed that by the time they arrived, he had already engaged in combat with an individual, presumably the messenger. A fierce battle erupted in the skies as numerous citizens gazed upward, witnessing a dazzling white light streaking through the heavens like lightning, accompanied by a mysterious blue light that surged forth. The 2 beams of light, one white and one blue, approached each other at an astonishing velocity before colliding violently in mid-air. Following this clash, a sharp and piercing sound of swords rang out. Ultimately, Lu Ziyin descended from the sky, dragging the bloodied messenger with him. Observing this scene, the newly arrived city lord could not help but smirk. Indeed, the peak master of Mount Shu was remarkable. The messenger and Appo's cultivation was on par with Lu Ziyin's, yet while Lu Ziyin had just surpassed 40, the messenger had lived for over 300 years. In terms of age, Lu Ziyin was merely a fraction of his opponent's experience. Age often equated to experience, combat skills, and inherent depth. Regrettably, in the realm of cultivation, age seldom catches up to genius. The confrontation lasted but a fleeting moment, and Lu Ziyin emerged with overwhelming dominance. Grasping the messenger by the neck, he demanded, "Did you kill the disciples of Mount Shu?" Cough, cough. Who are you?" The messenger rasped. "I am Lu Ziyin, peak master of the Silver Sword Peak of Mount Shu." Lu Ziyin replied calmly. "Mount Shu." The messenger continued to cough blood. How'd you find me? Did you think that by killing the disciples of Mount Shu, you could escape unscathed?" Lu Ziyin addressed the arriving city lord. "This has been quite the endeavor for you and your associates. While we have not been of much assistance, I wonder how you intend to deal with this individual." "Naturally, we will take him back to Mount Shu for proper handling," Lu Ziyin responded. As they spoke, the messenger, previously bound by magical artifacts, suddenly unleashed a surge of power and attempted to flee. Trying to escape, Lu Ziyin's hand formed a sword gesture, and his flying sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing toward the messenger and Appo's shoulder. In an unexpected turn, the messenger suddenly turned his head and collided with the flying sword. Lu Ziyin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this display of iron-headed stubbornness. In the next moment, The messenger's head was pierced by the flying sword, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Lu Xing remarked, "I hardly exerted much effort. Has my swordsmanship reached such an extraordinary level?" Chapter 84. Utterly despicable, the envoy has perished. Undoubtedly, he was the perpetrator behind the murders of 5 disciples from Shushan. After slaying the disciples, he carelessly bestowed their belongings upon a local cult leader. Consequently, when this leader was apprehended by the Demon Suppression Division, the disciples' possessions were unexpectedly discovered, leading to the envoy and Appo's exposure. Following his defeat at the hands of Lu Xing, the envoy attempted to flee but was inadvertently slain by Lu Xing. Within the Lord and Appo's manor, Lu Xing pondered, gently stroking his chin with his fingertip. Although he had eliminated the killer, it was of little consequence. The matter had been satisfactorily resolved. He had ascended to the position of the Silver Sword Peak's leader, finally accomplishing his first task. Lu Xing nodded in satisfaction and meticulously documented the entire incident on paper. It was a rule of Shushan that every disciple must submit a detailed report after completing a mission. If 2 disciples undertaking the same task provided conflicting accounts, it indicated a mistake had been made during the execution of the mission. This regulation was unique to Shushan, reportedly suggested by an unnamed disciple to a former sect leader. Consequently, every mission-bound disciple grumbled incessantly, cursing the ancestor of that particular disciple. Nevertheless, despite the inconvenience, it effectively curtailed numerous issues. Lu Xing glanced over his report, the handwriting immaculate and flawless. He gently blew on the ink to dry it. Just then, Li Xianxiao entered. "Senior brother Lu, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I sought out the old sword cultivator we encountered earlier, but his home was already deserted." Lu Xing nodded. "After all these years, perhaps something unfortunate occurred, or he may have relocated. Did you inquire with his neighbors?" "His neighbors have vanished as well. In fact, many people in that area have gone missing." "Oh, missing?" "I heard it from the common folk, though I'm uncertain of the specifics. Perhaps they have all moved away." Lu Xing was lost in thought, contemplating the implications of such disappearances. Li Xianxiao continued, "I believe that as well. Speaking of which, isn't there a notable lack of people on the streets of Panlong City? I've also heard that many are searching for their missing relatives. They wish to post notices, but have instead been apprehended by the authorities. Initially, I thought this might be related to the disappearance of the Shushan disciples." He muttered under his breath as he shook his head and left. Lu Xing blinked, pondering the scale of the civilian disappearances. Li Xianxiao lingered at the door for a moment before departing, observing Lu Xing as he exited the Lord's manor. Inside the Lord's manor, the Lord watched Lu Xing leave through the twin reflection stone, his brow furrowing in displeasure. Interfering meddler. The twin reflection stone revealed images of Shushan disciples, including Lu Xing, Li Xianxiao, Su Wan, and even Princess Zhao Lu, all within his surveillance range. Although Lu Xing was his primary concern, he harbored some apprehension regarding the actions of the other disciples. Among them, the most unassuming appeared to be Li Xianxiao, who spent most of his time in quiet meditation or following Lu Xing closely. Whatever Lu Xing commanded, he complied without question. Yet, what could one expect from a Foundation establishment disciple? The real trouble lay with Lu Xing. He was indeed a variable. Should he become aware of the events unfolding in the city, complications would surely arise. The Lord scrutinized the image within the twin reflection stone, now reduced to only Li Xianxiao. Having lost interest, the Lord turned away. At that moment, Li Xianxiao reclined comfortably in his room, perusing the monthly report. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, he was being observed by the Lord, who in turn was being watched by Li Xianxiao. Surveillance? How utterly despicable, Li Xianxiao thought. What kind of shameless individual places a reflection stone in another's chamber? Indeed, this Lord harbors ulterior motives. The large-scale disappearance of the populace. How could the Lord remain oblivious? Only he could conceal such matters. Li Xuanxiao's gaze sharpened. A lord? The higher echelons of the Lord? Even a royal family? He mentally prepared for the worst. How terrifying! Lu Xing ventured into the city, inquiring about the missing citizens. Nearly 20,000 individuals had vanished, a fact that could not be suppressed. Thus, he easily gathered information about the disappearances. Initially prompted by Li Xuanxiao's hint, He had merely intended to ask, but discovered the alarming scale of missing persons in Panlong City. This did not even account for those without family or friends. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Ziyin returned to the Lord's manor, where he encountered the Lord. He directly inquired about the missing populace of Panlong City. The Lord maintained an untroubled expression as he replied, "Panlong City has a large transient population and a prevalent cult, resulting in many being deceived into leaving. Recently, a conscription led to a further exodus, coupled with a recent flood that left many citizens struggling to feed their families. And the lurking beasts in the deep mountains, it is no wonder such rumors of disappearances have emerged. However, among these claims, some are true, while others are exaggerated. The situation is far from as dire as claimed by others." Lu Ziyin nodded in understanding. "I see. Since the Peak Master has come all this way, it will be best to remain in Panlong City a few more days to extend my hospitality. Alas, I must return to Shushan to report on my mission at the earliest opportunity, departing at dawn tomorrow. I shall not detain you further." They exchanged pleasantries before Lu Ziyin returned to his room. The Lord requested that Lu Ziyin remain in the manor that evening for a farewell banquet in honor of the Shushan delegation. Back in his room, Lu Ziyin muttered to himself that he was overthinking things. Street gossip was hardly credible. He paced about, his gaze landing on the bookshelf. A cursory glance revealed nothing of interest, until he noticed a particularly vibrant tome. Initially indifferent, he was drawn in by its color, one he favored. The title, only the most astute can guess the conclusion, captured his attention. Is this not tailored for me?" Lu Ziyin opened the book and began to read. The narrative unfolded as that of a constable unraveling a case. The murderer, in an attempt to conceal the truth, deliberately provided misleading clues to the constable, creating a scapegoat to take the fall. The constable, believing he had resolved the matter after eliminating the scapegoat, remained unaware that the murderer's actions were merely a ruse to hide an even greater truth. Lu Ziyin pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, he realized that this story seemed rather familiar. Chapter 85. Your greatest mistake is to oppose me. As Lu Ziyin pondered over the unfolding narrative, a sudden clarity washed over him. He retraced his thoughts. The Demon Suppression Bureau had unearthed relics belonging to the disciples of Mount Shu, which subsequently led them to a malevolent cult leader. This, in turn, unveiled the true mastermind behind the sinister plot. Ultimately, this villain was subdued, and in the moment of his potential escape, Lu Ziyin had initially intended to inflict harm, yet the adversary seemed bent on self-destruction. Gasping in realization, Lu Ziyin recognized that this true culprit was merely a scapegoat intended to obscure the truth, and he, the constable, was at the center of it all. He sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with revelation. How astute I am! The mass disappearance of the citizens of Panlong City concealed this very truth. However, among the missing, the culprits were oblivious to the presence of Mount Shu disciples, which triggered their investigation. To counter Mount Shu's scrutiny, they hastily produced a fall guy. A smirk curled upon Lu Ziyin and Appo's lips as he muttered, "Your greatest mistake was to stand against me. Your failure was destined from the very start. I must swiftly convey this intelligence to the city lord." Meanwhile, Li Xiandao, who had been monitoring Lu Ziyin, thought to himself, "You truly are a clever one. I overestimated Lu's intellect. The narrative should have been simpler to grasp." As Lu Ziyin exited, he encountered Li Xiandao around the corner. Li Xiandao bowed and inquired, "Brother, where are you rushing off to in such haste?" "I am on my way to find the city lord." Lu Ziyin replied, "What is of such urgency?" "A grave matter. I was on the verge of being deceived, but fortunately my wits prevailed." "Oh, who in Mount Shu does not know of your keen intellect, brother? Who could possibly deceive you?" Li Xiandao feigned surprise. Lu Ziyin, basking his own pride, shared his discoveries. Li Xuandao's expression gradually stiffened, revealing a mix of astonishment and profound respect for Lu Ziyin. "Brother, your attention to detail is remarkable. I am in awe." Lu Ziyin waved dismissively. "It is nothing of consequence. But who is this mastermind behind the scenes?" "That remains unknown," Li Xiandao acknowledged. "This hidden hand must possess considerable influence in Panlong City, given the scale of the disappearances without drawing the attention of the court. Perhaps they have garnered notice and there are accomplices within the government. Most alarmingly, the number of missing citizens, even if deceased, should amount to a mountain of corpses. Yet Panlong City has not found a single body. If the true culprit operates within the city lord's residence should have sensed something amiss. However, not only has the city lord's residence failed to notice, but it also appears to be complicit in concealing the matter. This mastermind wields extraordinary power, likely surpassing that of the city lord himself. Given that the city lord is the highest authority and most powerful figure in Panlong City. Once again, Lu Xing experienced a moment of clarity. The true mastermind was none other than the city lord. His father, Li Xiandao, felt a slight pang of discomfort. In Panlong City, the only individual above the city lord was indeed his father. Lu Xing smacked his forehead in realization. Li Xiandao remarked, "Brother, you are indeed astute, but I have heard that the city lord's father has been deceased for many years. That must be his grandfather, or perhaps his third uncle, or the second aunt, or great-grandfather, or even a distant relative." Lu Xing counted off, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Or perhaps it is the city lord himself. Li Xiandao clapped his hands together in genuine admiration. "Brother, you are truly a genius, possessing both wisdom and valor, astute and resourceful, with an exceptional eye for detail. Damn it, I must confront him immediately. Wait, brother, do not forget this is the city lord's residence. There are countless of his men within the city. We are at a disadvantage on their turf." Lu Xing scoffed. "What do I have to fear? The sword command of Mount Shu." With a swift motion, Lu Xing summoned a sword from his sleeve, which soared into the heavens like a shooting star. In a mere moment, Mount Shu would receive word of this. The sword command of Mount Shu signifies that whoever lays eyes upon it, regardless of their location or purpose, must hasten to the place where the command resides. Boom! The sword command erupted in the sky, radiating an extraordinary light. The citizens of the entire city beheld this spectacle. However, Lu Xing furrowed his brow. The sword command should not have been obstructed. The city's protective formation must have interfered with its ascent. Li Xiandao promptly reminded him, "Sometimes it is quite exasperating. Must you be in such a rush? Would it not be better to quietly depart Panlong City, return to our own territory, and gather our allies to confront him? Let us go. Where are Su Wan and Zhao Lu?" Lu Xing inquired. Li Xiandao responded hastily, "Sister Su Wan is on the street, while Sister Zhao Lu seems to have been summoned by someone from the palace." Reluctantly, Lu Xing decided to bring Li Xiandao along as they swiftly exited the city lord's residence. At that moment, outside the city lord's residence, the lord stood surrounded by a throng of armored soldiers, advancing rapidly. "Master Lu, where are you heading?" The city lord inquired gravely. "I have urgent business with Mount Shu and cannot linger," Lu Xing replied. "Why not stay a few more days? I can assure you, there is no lack of provisions here," the city lord insisted. Lu Xing chuckled. "I appreciate your hospitality, but it is unnecessary. No need for such formalities," the city lord retorted. Lu Xing firmly grasped his sword and declared, "Enough of the pretense. Will you surrender willingly, or shall I force you to admit your guilt? I choose to end you here." "Arrogant," Lu Xing coldly replied. "Do you believe Mount Shu to be non-existent, or do you underestimate me?" The city lord raised his artifact and commanded, "The disciples of Mount Shu collude with the evil cult, intending to ensnare Panlong City. Soldiers, heed my command. Let us eradicate the traitors. Kill." With a deafening roar that echoed through the heavens, a wave of potent energy surged forth, as vibrant banners unfurled against the wind. The military formation, once established, could unleash a force sufficient to terrify any foe. Most of those comprising this formation were not ordinary mortals. They were seasoned warriors, honed through relentless training. Unlike those who sought longevity, these fighters had forsaken the desire for extended life, dedicating themselves entirely to the path of combat and physical mastery. Thus, while they possessed extraordinary strength, their lifespans were often tragically short, rarely exceeding 40 years. The soldiers before Lu Xing were evidently the city lord's elite assassins, clad in armor inscribed with runes. Connected to the city's protective formation, drawing upon an endless supply of true essence. "Xiandao, stay behind me," Lu Xing intoned as he slowly unsheathed his sword. "Gentlemen, It is still not too late to flee. Chapter 86. No innocent souls beneath the sword, ladies and gentlemen. There is still time to retreat. Otherwise, there will be no innocent souls beneath the sword. The city lord chuckled, having long heard of Lu Xing of Mount Shu being the foremost swordsman of the younger generation. Today, he sought to learn from him. One final question. What is your intent behind the massacre of the citizens of Panlong City? To cultivate. Oh, with so many citizens, how do you intend to deal with the corpses? The city lord uttered 3 words, the Wandering Soul's banner. Upon hearing these words, Li Xuanxiao's expression subtly shifted. However, Lu Xing appeared completely oblivious to the nature of the Wandering Soul's banner, as evident from his demeanor. What is this? An ancient artifact capable of refining both body and soul, causing them to vanish without a trace, the city lord replied nonchalantly. There is no record of such a treasure by that name in all of Zhongzhou. Li Xianxiao could comprehend this due to his status as a transmigrator. In the novels of his past life, the Wandering Soul's banner was indeed a device that could devour souls. A classic artifact of the demonic path that could seal both soul and flesh within it for summoning during battle. Typically, it contained the souls and bodies of cultivators, as well as spirits and beasts. The inherent magical power of the Wandering Soul's banner would grow in accordance with the quantity and quality of the souls it contained, evolving into a growing artifact. Yet in this world, no such artifact existed. Suddenly, Li Xianxiao recalled another fellow transmigrator. Could it be him? But judging by the city lord's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Evil spirits and heretics prepare to meet your demise. Lu Xing unsheathed his sword. The darkened sky appeared shrouded in a massive, black curtain, with heavy clouds densely piled together, resembling undulating mountains, imparting a sense of oppressive weight. A dazzling flash of lightning, akin to a silver serpent, suddenly tore through the endless darkness, illuminating the sky as bright as day. In an instant, the brilliance of the lightning vanished, only to be followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Amidst this heart-stirring moment, Lu Xing abruptly drew his sword from his waist. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the long sword was unsheathed. Instantly, a fierce sword aura erupted from the blade, swirling around him like a spirited dragon, interweaving with the streaks of lightning that pierced the night sky, creating a most magnificent and awe-inspiring tableau. Simultaneously, the previously gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, as if a colossal sluice gate had been opened, unleashing a deluge from the heavy clouds above. Torrential raindrops pounded the ground, splashing into clouds of mist. Lu Xing entered the path of the sword. Since he first grasped a sword in his youth, he had no rival among his peers. Countless talismans and arrows were shot forth from precision bows, but Lu Xing regarded them with indifference as he strode forward. The sword aura guarded him. He glanced back at Li Xianxiao. Stay behind me. Lu Xing surveyed his surroundings, looking in every direction. Where was Li Xianxiao? Senior brother, do not worry about me. I will not be a burden to you, Li Xianxiao relayed telepathically. Lu Xing paused for a moment. This lad runs remarkably fast, yet it was a wise decision. Remaining here as a Foundation establishment cultivator would only complicate matters. With this thought, Lu Xing tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, raising it sharply and sweeping it downwards. Accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, an invisible force surged forth from the blade. In the space between him and the others, an exceedingly thin, nearly transparent thread appeared, advancing with unmatched momentum. As it passed, dust was sent swirling, and the ground was forcefully torn apart, creating deep chasms. This tremendous power was unleashed by Lu Xing and Amp, Appo's S-Sword Aura, which seemed to possess boundless strength, sweeping away the soldiers in its path as effortlessly as autumn winds strip leaves from trees. Those heavily armored soldiers, once deemed impervious, found themselves utterly defenseless against this terrifying sword aura. The armor, meticulously crafted from unyielding black stone and inscribed with mysterious runes, crumbled as if made of paper. Shards of armor flew in all directions, while the entire Panlong city trembled violently from this earth-shattering blow. One might call Lu Xing foolish or somewhat narcissistic. but one could never label him weak. At this moment, a burly man stepped forward, crossing his arms before him to block the sword. A radiant glow seemed to swirl behind him as a substantial manifestation of hard energy extended its arms. Yet, this only served to delay the inevitable for a brief moment. As numerous death warriors sought to stall Lu Xing, a magical seal descended from the heavens. The city lord had made his move. Not only the city lord, but also 4 other cultivators of the transformation god stage converged from 4 directions, joining forces to besiege Lu Xing. With a furious shout, he commanded, "Rise." Instantly, the ground began to tremble violently. Thick vines erupted from the earth, like slumbering beasts awakening from their long dormancy. They grew at an astonishing speed, intertwining to form a dense web in the blink of an eye. Each vine wriggled like a serpent, swiftly coiling toward Lu Xing in the distance. The city lord was at the pinnacle of the transformation god stage. Lu Xing, with his initial cultivation at the transformation god stage, faced off against 1 at the pinnacle, 2 at the middle tier, and 2 at the initial stage. Engaging 1 against 5, he held his ground nonetheless. Li Xianxiao observed this scene from the shadows, nodding repeatedly. He could learn much from his senior brother's combat. Regrettably, Lu Xing relied too heavily on his own strength, perhaps allocating all his talent points to cultivation, neglecting intelligence. Originally, Li Xuanxiao's 20th plan involved feigning cooperation with the city lord before returning to Mount Shu for reinforcements. The city lord would not act against Mount Shu unless absolutely necessary. However, he had not anticipated Lu Xing to directly unleash the Sword Order of Mount Shu, nor that others would predict this move in advance. Now, trapped within the city and besieged, it was fortunate that everything remained within a controllable range. As the 6 transformation god cultivators engaged in fierce battle, no one noticed that the previously dark mass of soldiers now lay sprawled on the ground. Indeed, Lu Xing and Amp, Oppos, S-Sword Strike had repelled many, but not all. Yet now, they were all down. Forming a military formation, their defense and combat power naturally surged. Their resistance attributes soared. Alas, formations cannot dispel poison. Li Xianxiao swiftly navigated beneath the ground. The earth veins of Panlong City remained, and the city's protective array was intact, including the city lord. 5 transformation god cultivators outnumbered Lu Xing, and these 5 could draw strength from Panlong City. Even if you were a prodigy, facing multiple opponents, one would inevitably tire. Chapter 87. The Wailing of Vengeful Spirits, the Transformation of Heaven and Earth. Haha. Lu Xing, your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. If you surrender now, I may consider sparing your life. Enough with the nonsense. In the skies above Panlong City, 6 figures continuously intertwined as magical artifacts and flying swords clashed incessantly. Lu Xing faced 5 adversaries, yet he remained undaunted. Astonishingly, the 5 cultivators of the transformation stage found themselves at a complete disadvantage against him. The claim that he was unmatched among his peers in swordsmanship was not mere rhetoric. The city lord produced the city lord's Jade token and activated the city's protective array. A small formation draws upon the spiritual power contained within its core materials, while a medium formation typically leverages the natural terrain. A large formation, however, not only utilizes the geography, but also connects with the Earth's veins, harmonizing with the very essence of the world. The most formidable formations harness the power of the stars. The protective array of Panlong City is classified as a large formation, intricately linked to the Earth's veins. Its primary assault method relies on fierce flying swords. Most of the world's protective arrays are modeled after the Shushan sword array. At this moment, a dense swarm of flying swords surged forth from the sword tower. The city lord commanded the array to attack Lu Xing. As Lu Xing beheld the oncoming swords, a chill ran through him. He found himself encircled by thousands of swords, forming an impenetrable barrier akin to a swarm of locusts. Yet, in the very next instant, those swords suddenly seemed to be propelled by some mysterious force, scattering like celestial maidens dispersing flowers. Shooting off in all directions with breathtaking speed, they traced brilliant and lethal arcs in the air, hurtling towards the city lord and his companions with unmatched ferocity. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the city lord and his associates were taken aback. Their faces were etched with shock as they witnessed the myriad sword lights sweeping towards them, a chilling sensation creeping up their spines, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. City Lord, what are you doing? City Lord, you've targeted the wrong person. I don't know. The flying swords are out of control. The city lord and Apos' expression was one of utter disbelief. Let us retreat for now. Within the heart of the protective array, two nascent soul guardians lay unconscious on the ground, their fates unknown. The crane-headed silver needle returned to Li Xuandao's palm. The true essence of Panlong City's protective array was not solely dependent on the two nascent soul guardians. In fact, the city concealed over 100 seemingly ordinary false array eyes, scattered like stars throughout its expanse, each harboring unfathomable mysteries. These false array eyes concealed up to 160 perilous death traps, lurking like ferocious beasts in the shadows, waiting for unsuspecting prey to stumble into their meticulously crafted snares. However, even if one were to evade all false array eyes and death traps, there was no guarantee of safety when attempting to breach the protective array. For surrounding the sole, true array, were intricately laid killing formations, interwoven and nested together, forming a labyrinthine maze. Once ensnared, one would find themselves lost in an endless expanse, where a moment's carelessness could lead to utter destruction. Alas, standing before them was Li Xuandao, the creator of 11 distinct solutions to the world's array formations. Rather than simply destroying the array, which would leave Panlong City vulnerable to the ferocious beasts hidden in the surrounding mountains, he cunningly set up a reverse array at the core. In essence, he altered the operational pathway, such that when the City Lord's Jade token was activated, the protective array would turn against its user, the City Lord himself. With the assistance of the protective array, Lu Xin quickly gained the upper hand. Li Xuandao calculated the time, observing Lu Xin sweeping through the chaos. To his surprise, Lu Xin was holding his ground admirably. The situation appeared far better than he had anticipated. There was roughly a 30% chance of success, though it had not reached 50. Li Xuandao nodded, continuing to evaluate the unfolding scenario. The city lord stared at the shattered defensive artifact in his hands, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Xin. You forced my hand. One of the transformation stage cultivators had already perished beneath Lu Xin's sword. In a 5-on-1 confrontation, they had lost one. Chanting incantations, the city lord's words caused the surrounding air to quiver, revealing a palpable chill. A powerful, malevolent aura erupted from him, cold and suffocating, evoking a sense of dread. A massive banner materialized in the air, fluttering ominously, adorned with bizarre symbols and patterns that shimmered with a dark light. At the instant the banner appeared, a haunting wail of vengeful spirits echoed from all directions, a sound as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld, piercing the heart with its sorrowful resonance. In that moment, the very heavens and earth shifted in hue. A fierce wind howled, shaking the trees and stirring up clouds of dust. The city lord swung his arms, bellowing, Wanyan banner, manifest. The banner obeyed, spinning rapidly, faster and faster, eventually transforming into a black whirlwind that surged towards the heavens. Countless vengeful spirits erupted from the banner, clawing and screeching as they spread out in all directions, their faces twisted with rage. Lu Xin's expression changed dramatically. What kind of artifact is this? The emergence of the Wanyan banner thrust Lu Xin into a defensive position. The city lord wielded the banner, forcing Lu Xin to retreat step by step, the malevolent energy tainting his sword-wielding hand, turning it a ghastly hue. The city lord cackled maniacally. Foolish child, come to me and join the Wanyan banner. Lu Xin coughed up blood as he plummeted from the sky. The dark energy cascaded down like a shroud. A tremendous crack split the ground. The city lord frowned slightly, realizing Lu Xin had vanished from sight. Deep beneath the earth, Li Xuandao tugged at Lu Xin and Apos' head, diving deeper into the ground. Time for a change, brother. How dare a mere foundation establishment cultivator challenge us? The dark energy surged unimpeded into the earth, yet it had lost its target. How swift? What kind of artifact is this? Li Xiandao maneuvered his wind chariot, traversing the depths at an unimaginable speed. Originally intended for fleeing or travel, the wind chariot, as its name suggests, allowed one to ride the winds. Yet, in Li Xuandao's hands, it was repurposed into a tunneling vehicle. As the city lord momentarily lost focus, he turned to see several figures emerging around him, all at least at the transformation stage. A woman clad in green stood atop a celestial crane, snorting coldly. "Surrender now. You are no match for these golden armored guards." Zhao Lu crossed her arms, radiating confidence. Chapter 88. The Hidden Hand, the Golden Armored Guards. An elite force nurtured by the Zhao royal family of the Great Xia dynasty for generations, are few in number, but each possesses cultivation levels above the transformation realm. As protectors of the Zhao imperial lineage, their duty is to safeguard the royal family. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Lu's mother, filled with maternal affection, eagerly left the palace to welcome her daughter. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lu had already found her and explained the current crisis in Panlong City. Consequently, the golden armored guards who were initially assigned to protect the queen appeared at that location. As for how Zhao Lu had foreseen the events and sought assistance days in advance, one must credit Li Lao Lu, not only within the palace, but Li Xianxiao also urged Zhao Lu to swiftly inform Shushan to send reinforcements to Panlong City. Li Xianxiao had instructed Zhao Lu to convey the following. The enemy's cultivation is known to be at the transformation realm. Based on the cultivation hierarchy, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, great completion, it can be preliminarily assessed that the enemy and Oppo's strength may have surpassed the integration realm. Considering this is the enemy's territory, a formidable presence at the tribulation crossing stage would suffice to resolve the matter. However, due to safety concerns, as the number of enemies remains unknown, it was requested that a powerful figure at the Great Completion stage be dispatched. Furthermore, since a single Great Completion expert may overlook details and be easily ensnared, it was ultimately requested that the sect appoint 5 Great Completion experts to ensure the matter is resolved effectively. At this moment, the sect leader, having just received Zhao Lu's message, was utterly bewildered. 5 Great Completion experts for rescue? Has the calamity of annihilation descended upon us? Indeed, the 10,000 Souls banner possesses the ability to challenge opponents beyond its level and is a powerful artifact capable of limitless advancement. However, for a cultivator at the transformation realm to naively believe they could contend with several integration realm cultivators using this artifact is sheer folly. The city lord Yu Qianqi, having committed heinous crimes, was ordered to be captured and brought back to the capital. Do not assist him in his tyranny, Zhao Lu declared with the dignity befitting a princess. The few transformation realm cultivators who had previously surrounded and attacked Lu Xin immediately fled upon witnessing the turn of events. Yu Qianqi, witnessing this scene, was filled with rage, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. It seems that using the 10,000 Souls banner does indeed come with its own side effects. Capture him alive. Zhao Lu heard the transmission from her senior brother and ordered, capture him alive. Several integration realm golden armored guards swiftly closed in, and regardless of how the city lords struggled with the 10,000 Souls banner, it was ultimately a futile effort. One guard dislocated the city lord and Oppo's S-arm. Another ensnared him with a magical artifact, while yet another chanted Buddhist incantations to momentarily suppress the agitated banner. You, Junior, surrender, and you may live. The city lords struggled desperately, attempting to maintain control over the banner. I refuse to accept this. A surge of malevolence erupted violently from his body, causing unprecedented injury. His once tall and imposing figure shattered like fragile porcelain, his limbs, torso, and head dispersing in a horrifying manner. Each piece flew through the air, leaving a trail of blood mist, before crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. The entire scene was gruesome and eerie, sending chills down the spine. The 10,000 Souls banner had backfired. Utilizing a malevolent artifact always carries the risk of backlash. After consuming its master, the banner suddenly shot up into the heavens, disappearing in an instant from Panlong City. Just as the city lord perished, a small hand emerged from the ground, grasping the city lord's jade token. With the jade token in hand, Li Xianxiao swiftly took control of the city's defensive formation, aiming to intercept the 10,000 souls banner. However, the banner vanished midair, as if entering another dimension. Li Xuanxiao's expression grew grave. The 10,000 souls banner has disappeared? Shortly thereafter, reinforcements from Shushan arrived. In Panlong City, the death of city lord Yu Tianqi spread rapidly through the streets, eventually reaching the Great Xia Court. The entire assembly of officials was shocked, unable to believe such a horrific event could transpire within their jurisdiction. City lord Yu Tianqi had long been secretly colluding with factions for personal gain and had ruthlessly employed a mysterious and malevolent soul artifact to conduct a bloody massacre against the innocent citizens of Panlong City. Preliminary estimates indicate over 20,000 individuals missing, inciting the wrath of both heaven and humanity. Such a crime is intolerable. The Great Xia Emperor immediately ordered severe punishment, decreeing the execution of Yu Tianqi's family. Concurrently, a tremendous storm brewed within the political arena of Panlong City. Due to Yu Tianqi and his associates' extensive misconduct, numerous officials connected to him fell from grace. In total, over 500 officials were dismissed and investigated, with more than 50,000 others implicated. In an instant, the political landscape of Panlong City was completely reshaped. Those once powerful and arrogant now found themselves either imprisoned or fleeing like lost dogs. The newly appointed officials were wary, fearful of making even the slightest misstep and following in the footsteps of their predecessors. Meanwhile, Shushan launched a thorough investigation into the missing 10,000 souls banner, an artifact capable of disposing of over 20,000 people without leaving a trace. Such a terrifying power. Su Wan and Lu Ziyin returned to Shushan first. This mission was originally intended to resolve the issue of the missing Shushan disciples, yet it had inadvertently entangled the disappearance of over 20,000 citizens of Panlong City. A truly shocking revelation. Upon returning to Shushan, Lu Ziyin was immediately commended. Senior brother Lu is indeed formidable. He must have sensed the peculiarities from the onset of this task. If not for senior brother Lu, how many more innocent lives might have been lost? Senior brother Lu is truly the youngest sect leader of Shushan. He is a role model for our generation of disciples. He deserves to be regarded as the foremost among us. Indeed, I shall take senior brother Lu as my benchmark from now on. Lu Ziyin was nearly unable to suppress a smile. During this mission, he had first discovered that the city lord was the true mastermind behind the scenes. He had fought alone against 5 transformation realm cultivators, and despite not holding the advantage of time, place, or manpower, he had still managed to slay 1 transformation realm cultivator. It was only when the city lord unleashed the 10,000 souls banner that Lu Ziyin was ultimately defeated. Fortunately, Zhao Lu had arrived just in time. Speaking of which, why had Zhao Lu unexpectedly brought reinforcements at that critical moment? After basking in the accolades, Lu Ziyin returned to his cave dwelling to review the entire storyline. He found it somewhat odd, but could not pinpoint exactly what was strange. He had a vague feeling that an unseen hand was manipulating his actions like a mere pawn. Lu Ziyin had inquired of Zhao Lu, but she merely claimed it was a coincidence that she had arrived, not by design. He shook his head, muttering to himself, I must be overthinking this. How could I doubt my own intelligence? An unseen hand? Ridiculous. Who could control my actions? Chapter 89. Finally deceived, after resolving the matters concerning Panlong City, Zhao Lu returned to the palace accompanied by the golden armored guards and her mother. After much persuasion, Li Xianxiao reluctantly agreed to accompany her back. The journey was silent, and soon the group arrived at the capital of the Great Xia. Zhao Lu secretly smiled. Finally, she had succeeded in her scheme. Upon entering the royal palace, Li Xianxiao slowly raised his head, squinting slightly against the glaring sunlight. In the distance, he could hear the sounds of celebration, drums beating and Swana horns blaring, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, he realized a wedding procession was approaching, with participants dressed in vibrant red garments and moving in perfect unison. A grand bridal sedan chair was being carried by several strong men, adorned with exquisite patterns and silk, exuding a festive charm. At that moment, two figures appeared like phantoms, swiftly positioning themselves beside Li Xianxiao. Both were cultivators at the transformation stage, exuding a formidable aura that trapped Li Xianxiao in between them. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu had completed her outfit change in the blink of an eye. She now wore a splendid red gown, resembling a blooming flower. Her beauty was captivating, her skin as smooth as jade, her brows like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Senior brother, this is what you taught me. When encountering someone stronger, one must feign humility and act with caution, biding one's time before striking. It is best to lure them into one's territory before making a move. Li Xianxiao thought to himself. All her cleverness is directed at me. Senior brother, just give in to me. Li Xianxiao surveyed his surroundings with his divine sense and noted that, aside from the two transformation stage cultivators, there were over 10 golden elixir stage guards present, along with a powerful formation laid down by a talisman master. The stone tiles beneath them had been specially treated to prevent earth escape, a technique Li Xianxiao excelled in. He nodded in approval, recognizing the ingenuity of his pupil. Looking at the storage ring on his hand, he recalled that it had been required to be stored outside upon entering the palace. Truly, those who engage in deceit are themselves ensnared by deceit. Senior brother, do you truly despise me so? Zhao Lu pouted. If you marry me, you will be the prince consort. My father and mother dote on me, and when I inherit the throne, I shall pass it to you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Not at all, Li Xianxiao replied without hesitation. Zhao Lu pouted her lips. Senior brother, then do not blame me for being ruthless. A forceful plucking of fruit may not be sweet, but quenches thirst. Let us make it official. With a wave of her hand, the two transformation stage cultivators marched Li Xianxiao toward the sedan chair. First, let's get you dressed. Zhao Lu clapped her hands, and a group of palace maids approached with light and graceful steps, carefully carrying a magnificent red wedding gown. Upon closer inspection, it was intricately woven with gold filigree, each golden thread shimmering like the stars in the night sky. The gown depicted exquisite phoenixes and mandarin ducks, symbolizing marital bliss and eternal love. It was evident that this gown was the result of extensive planning and craftsmanship, taking considerable time and effort to complete. Zhao Lu had clearly been preparing this for quite some time, not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Senior brother, isn't it beautiful? Once you are with me, all of this will belong to you, including my inner treasury. Inner treasury? No, I mean my inner vault. Zhao Lu blushed. My mother prepared it for me since childhood. It contains many rare treasures and endless wealth. Li Xianxiao nodded. So do you agree? I mean, we should return to Shushan soon and not wander about, Li Xianxiao replied. Suddenly, his body began to dissolve, transforming into an octopus tail. Zhao Lu gasped, realizing it was her senior brother Appo's avatar. You bad senior brother. You promised to come home with me, yet you sent only your avatar. Crying and complaining would resolve nothing. She needed to remember today's events. With the theme of one who deceives is also deceived, write a 10,000-word essay for me, plus an 8,000-word summary afterward. The essay should clearly state its central theme, deepening the significance of the argument. As the voice of the octopus tail faded, it began to dissolve, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to study its essence. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Lu prepared to pay her respects to her father. Entering the emperor's chambers, the inner eunuch, spotting Zhao Lu from afar, hurriedly approached to greet her. Zhao Lu had long been favored by the emperor and frequently visited his quarters. Moreover, now that Zhao Lu had joined the Shushan sect, the inner eunuchs were eager to curry favor with her. Thus, Zhao Lu followed the eunuch into the chambers. How is my father? Zhao Lu inquired. The eunuch wiped the sweat from his brow. Princess, you have finally returned. His Majesty has been in a foul mood lately, and no one can placate him. Only you might have a chance. Is it because of the Panlong City incident? Zhao Lu asked. We, the servants, dared not inquire, said the eunuch as they walked. Princess, let me announce your return. The emperor will surely be delighted. Zhao Lu nodded. The eunuch entered, and shortly after, the sound of the emperor's furious voice echoed from within. Get out. I will not see anyone. Moments later, The eunuch emerged, looking sheepish. "Princess, it seems it is I, your daughter, Zhao Lu," she called out. "Get out! Everyone get out!" The emperor roared. Zhao Lu frowned. "Enough! You all need to leave." In anger, she stomped her foot and turned to leave. Within the opulent chambers, the elderly emperor, his hair white and face wrinkled, stood furiously at the center. His once dull eyes now ablaze with rage and despair. He frantically grabbed anything within reach, fine porcelain, precious paintings, ornate decorations, and mercilessly hurled them around the room. As the sounds of shattering glass echoed, the chamber became a chaotic mess, littered with broken pottery and scattered debris. How infuriating! Where will I find another puppet at the transformation stage? In the end, it was my own daughter who led the golden armored guards to destroy my puppet. After refining so few, what good are they? Your Majesty, in this cohort of examinees, no one could answer your questions. Get out, the emperor bellowed. They don't even know that Chao C02 C AC 03, nor do they know that the palace's fine wine costs 180 a cup. They don't even know the lines of looking up at the moon. I lower my head and think of home. What are they even studying for? They should go home and sell sweet potatoes instead. Keep searching. Find that person for me. They must know the next line of an amp. Amp, oppose. The vast horizon is my love. And amp, oppose, what comes next? They should know what a car is and what an airplane is. Chapter 90. Irrelevant persons after returning to Shushan. Li Xianxiao received a generous reward for his mission from the Jian holding pavilion. What began as a quest to locate 5 missing disciples unexpectedly unveiled a shocking truth, which significantly inflated the value of the reward. Lu Ziyin had previously declared that he would not take a single coin from this reward, instead bestowing it entirely upon Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao graciously accepted the gift. Lu Ziyin gained a sense of accomplishment and reputation, solidifying his position as the master of Silver Sword Peak, while Li Xianxiao acquired valuable resources. Both were destined for bright futures. Upon his return to the humble abode, Li Xianxiao performed his usual ritual of lighting incense and sitting in meditation. With closed eyes, he meticulously reviewed the arrangements he had made 3 years ago regarding Shaoran, revisiting them no less than 70 or 80 times. After some time, he inscribed the lingering doubts about the situation on paper. Where had the soul-devouring banner gone? Did the city lord of Panlong City, Yu Qianqi, have connections within the court? As a city lord, how could he possess such power to deceive everyone? It seemed implausible. This matter required his close attention. The soul-devouring banner. Out there, he must guard himself against a formidable antagonist capable of annihilating humanity at any moment, along with one or more transmigrators seeking to bring about his demise, including the imperial daughter Feng and Lu Qiushui, not to mention the numerous infatuated souls of Shushan. Li Xianxiao rubbed his temples, pondering why his life was so arduous. Other novels did not depict such a fate. Ultimately, he concluded that all his troubles stemmed from his insufficient strength. If only he were stronger, he would not fear the soul-devouring banner, nor would he dread the imperial daughter and Lu Qiushui, nor worry about being ensnared by other transmigrators. Cultivation. As the saying goes, to cultivate is to shed tears, while tribulations should bleed less. Months passed, and at Jinlei's sect, Zhang Tianxin, accompanied by her junior sister, set out to embark on a mission. Along the way, boasting was inevitable. The imperial daughter Feng of the Tiansha Hall is not so impressive after all. Brother, isn't she reputed to be one of the most fearsome villains in the world? It all depends on who she encounters. With me and my brother, it would be a piece of cake. Zhang Tianxin pounded her chest. When my brother and I infiltrated the Tiansha Hall, we fought our way from south to north and back again, never stopping, always slaying. Blood flowed endlessly, and we drove the imperial daughter Feng away. Brother, you are so formidable, just average third in the world. Zhang Tianxin waved her hand dismissively. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Who dares to be so rude? The junior sister furrowed her brow. Upon seeing the face of the newcomer, Zhang Tianxin's expression soured drastically, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Imperial daughter Feng, draped in a long robe as dark as ink, the sleeves danced lightly in the wind. Beneath the cloak, a pair of long, Delicate legs peeked through, and her snow-white visage was shrouded in a gloomy aura. "She is the imperial daughter Feng, so beautiful," the junior sister blurted out instinctively. The imperial daughter's expression softened somewhat as she glanced at the junior sister. "I was inclined to kill you, but seeing that you are honest, I shall spare your pitiful life." The junior sister immediately pointed at her. "Imperial daughter Feng, do not be arrogant. My brother spared your life once, and now you have the audacity to appear before him. You truly are a sparrow trying to challenge an eagle, utterly ignorant." After speaking, she patted Zhang Tianxin's shoulder. "Brother, it's up to you now." Zhang Tianxin's lips twitched slightly. The imperial daughter Feng suddenly smiled. "Life and death are unpredictable." At Silver Sword Peak, Li Xianxiao observed his senior sister Su Wan wandering outside and decided against leaving his abode. Since returning from Panlong City, Su Wan had taken to frequenting Silver Sword Peak. Sometimes Li Xianxiao felt a desire to report her to the authorities. It was akin to being cornered by a schoolyard bully. At that moment, Feng Liuli entered with a letter in hand. "Brother, this is a letter from a friend of yours from the foot of the mountain." Li Xianxiao was taken aback. "Friend? Such a foreign term. Do I even have such a thing?" He cautiously examined the letter. Although all correspondence delivered to Shushan was inspected by the disciples, Li Xianxiao remained wary. There would always be those with malicious intent. The letter was from Zhang Tianxin, inviting him to dine and stating there was an urgent matter to discuss. Zhang Tianxin was the Jinlei sect cultivator he had encountered twice before. Li Xianxiao ignited the letter, reducing it to ashes. He had no intention of attending the invitation, nor did he plan to respond. Ultimately, he simply wished to avoid trouble. And friends are the most troublesome of all. "The vastness of the Tao is daunting. I shall walk alone." After some time, a series of loud claps echoed. "Why isn't he?" replied. At the edge of a cliff, the imperial daughter Feng was dangling Zhang Tianxin, preparing to strike. How infuriating! The imperial daughter Feng discarded pretense and had someone write a threatening letter. "I have Zhang Tianxin in my grasp. If you wish for her to remain alive, come to rescue her. Please no." Despicable and shameless, Zhang Tianxin cried out. "It's over. Falling into the hands of the imperial daughter Feng is akin to certain death. Last time, I had a glimmer of hope due to Xianxiao Daoist. Now it seems she is intent on exacting revenge upon him. And Xianxiao Daoist, being a righteous man, will undoubtedly come to my aid without fear of danger. But this will surely lead him into the imperial daughter's trap. How vile! She is exploiting his kindness." At this thought, tears streamed down Zhang Tianxin's face. "It is my inadequacy. I have implicated Xianxiao Daoist." In the medicinal garden, Li Xianxiao sat upon a stone, skillfully controlling his flying sword to harvest herbs. It was not a difficult task. He could easily multitask, cultivating while gathering. However, he never practiced outside his humble abode, even within Shushan. "Brother." In the distance, Feng Liuli rushed over. "Brother, there's a kidnapping letter. It states that your friend Zhang Tianxin has been abducted and demands your rescue. Otherwise, they will harm her." "Why threaten me for someone I barely know?" Li Xuanxiao Rublia. Confused, Feng Liuli paused for a moment. "Brother, isn't Zhang Tianxin your friend?" "Just an irrelevant person." Li Xianxiao waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 91. Cackling laughter, Li Xianxiao penned an anonymous letter to the Jinlei sect, conveying the distressing news that their disciple, Zhang Tianxin, had been abducted. As for Li Xianxiao himself, he harbored no intentions of departing from Mount Shu. He was well acquainted with Zhang Tianxin and considered her an adversary. He had surmised the identity of her captor, none other than the imperial princess, Feng. It appeared that Feng was indeed searching for him, causing Li Xianxiao great anxiety. As for Zhang Tianxin, he could only wish her a fortunate rebirth in her next life. He could not fathom how he might escape the clutches of the imperial princess once more. Over a month passed, and a reflective stone was delivered from the mountainside. Within it, Zhang Tianxin was seen enduring a brutal beating at the hands of Feng. "Li Xianxiao, if you do not come soon, I shall beat her to death. You will never see her again, and you shall bear the guilt for a lifetime." Zhang Tianxin's anguished cries echoed. "Xianxiao, do not come for me. I implore you. Do not approach." The scene was punctuated by Feng and Amp, Appo's, as sinister laughter. Li Xianxiao, observing the image, nodded in resolute determination. Rest assured, I shall not come. You despicable witch. Using my name to threaten Xianxiao. Feng scoffed. In due time, I shall select a fitting resting place for both of you. How vile. Xianxiao must be in a panic now. Hastening to my aid, the thought of Xianxiao's suffering due to her plight filled Zhang Tianxin with sorrow. A month passed. 3 months. Half a year. Zhang Tianxin blinked. Xianxiao, surely he will not forsake me? At Silver Sword Peak, within a thatched cottage, Li Xianxiao faced his doppelganger. He administered 2 pills to the other Li Xianxiao, who then began to channel his energy. The original Li Xianxiao meticulously scrutinized him, subsequently channeling a significant portion of his focus into his clone. The destination for this venture was the capital of the Great Xia, a considerable distance away, making it prone to complications. Unlike the last time he accompanied Zhao Lu, when his original self was nearby, this time, he intended for his main body to remain at Mount Shu while sending his clone directly to the capital. Li Xianxiao had prepared 2 spirit pills and made modifications to his second self, sacrificing much of its combat prowess in favor of enhanced control. This particular clone was the most adeptly managed of all his doubles. If he could not reach the capital, none of the other clones would succeed either. He gathered an array of poisons and toxins, having relinquished much combat capability for the sake of control. In the event of danger, he could only rely on the shadows. Additionally, he had 8 scorpion puppets at his disposal. While his original self engaged in meditation, the second Li Xianxiao stealthily departed from Mount Shu, disguised, and boarded a merchant vessel he had previously arranged. The mission was to investigate the situation in the capital. Li Xianxiao suspected that the incident involving the refining of 200,000 souls in Panlong City was tied to a greater power at play, necessitating early preparations. As the vessel sped along, the world outside blurred past, the scenery ever-changing. His consciousness swept over a young shepherd tending his flock, who looked up with wide-eyed wonder at the speeding craft, filled with dreams of the unknown. Nearby, a couple engaged in a heated argument, their voices disrupting the previously serene atmosphere. Further afield, several Qi practitioners engaged in a display of martial prowess, each showcasing their skills. Amidst the noise of the bustling world and the misty southern mountains, my heart retained its tranquility. Time flowed swiftly, leaving unspoken tales of grandeur and hardship in its wake. I sought only to tread the path of longevity, yearning for a life of ease and serenity. The journey's sights were mere passing travelers. Only the peace and resolve within me accompanied me through each dawn and dusk. 3 days later, Li Xianxiao donned a rough cloth garment, his complexion darkened. Sporting a scruffy beard, with a broad-brimmed hat, he followed a group of bodyguards towards the capital. With just a day and Oppo's journey remaining, they would soon arrive. He had assumed the identity of an inconspicuous merchant in the caravan 6 months prior, marking his first foray into trade. Entering the city under this guise ensured that even in the event of trouble, his true identity would remain concealed. The snow in the capital was heavy, validating the adage about the color of dogs in winter. The escort service halted here, as there was generally little danger around the capital. The group prepared to return along the same route. Li Xianxiao cast a lingering glance at the escort team. On their return journey, a band of enemies lay in ambush, poised to strike as the escort departed. Both parties comprised ordinary people, yet the assailants were equipped with crossbows and had been lying in wait. In matters of grievances among common folk, Mount Shu had issued a strict edict against interference, maintaining that if no cultivators were involved, the authorities would handle it. Li Xianxiao wished to remain uninvolved in such entanglements. As the escort team bid farewell, the lead bodyguard clasped his hands. May we meet again, should fate allow. In the vastness of the world, partings in the martial realm often meant uncertainty of ever-crossing paths again. Li Xianxiao returned the gesture and was about to turn away when a small hand tugged at him. He glanced over to see a child, barely knee-high, offering him a piece of candy. Is this poisoned? A nearby bodyguard chuckled, scratching his head. Did you instruct him to do this? Li Xianxiao maintained an impassive demeanor. The child was the bodyguard and Oppo's offspring, who had been brought along due to the early passing of his mother. The child distributed candies to the other members of the caravan as well. Uncles, when you need a bodyguard next time, remember to choose our family. The others laughed in agreement. Yet Li Xianxiao and Appo's expression turned grave. This was a ploy to confuse. Only his own candy was likely poisoned. Or perhaps it contained a miniature twin reflective stone to surveil him. Alternatively, it might conceal a tiny venomous snake ready to strike. Why was Li Xianxiao so familiar with such tactics? Because he had orchestrated similar schemes himself. The escort team departed, leaving Li Xianxiao deep in contemplation over the candy. 2 days later, in an inn. How long have we slept? Not sure. It feels as though we have been asleep for days. What the escort team? No idea. My head feels heavy, as if I've been poisoned. For heaven and Appo's sake, wake up. If they escape, how shall we explain ourselves upon our return? The group hastily donned their attire and armed themselves, rushing to the escort's usual path. Brother, it's the escort team. Prepare the crossbows. Brother, my legs feel weak. I have no strength left. At this moment, they could hardly muster the energy to fight, let alone run. We have been ensnared by scoundrels. Chapter 92. At last. I have found you. Although the Great Xia may not be the foremost dynasty in the Central Plains, it undeniably stands as a formidable power. The capital is bustling with prosperity. Upon entering the capital, Li Xianxiao parted ways with the merchant caravan and ventured into a tea house alone. He ordered a pot of tea and a few small delicacies, settling down to enjoy them while blending in as an inconspicuous passerby. The tea house was a hub of gossip, much of which could be traced back to its origins. Li Xianxiao, munching on sunflower seeds, perked up his ears to listen. Tea drinker, eh? Have you heard? There's a temperamental old gentleman at the private school in Guyi Lane. Tea drinker B immediately chimed in. I know about this. Tea drinker, this old man is over 60 and quick to resort to hitting his students. Once, he beat a student so badly that the poor boy cried out in distress. The more the old man struck, the more exhilarated he became. Li Xianxiao raised an eyebrow, guessing the unfolding drama. Alas, ended in tragedy. He couldn't help but shake his head. Tea drinker A continued. They clashed fiercely. One beat while the other wept. One questioned in sorrow while the other continued to strike. Tea drinker B. Eventually, they ended up together, disregarding societal prejudice. Li Xianxiao found himself perplexed. The townsfolk certainly engaged in peculiar pastimes. How, he wondered, could two men together conceive children? Tea drinker A posed this question. To avoid drawing attention, Li Xianxiao changed tea houses every couple of days. Before long, several days had passed. He had gathered a wealth of information. How should he put it? Sitting cross-legged, snacking on sunflower seeds, he could regale others with tales of the capital as curiosities for 3 days and nights without repeating himself. This day, Li Xianxiao, as usual, switched to a new tea house. Just as the attendant set down the sunflower seeds, he overheard a nearby tea drinker exclaim, Palace Jade Liquor. Palace Jade Liquor. The vast horizon is my love. Li Xianxiao maintained a calm demeanor, though internally, he was engulfed by a storm of excitement. A time traveler, encountered so effortlessly? He took a sip of tea, suppressing his spiritual awareness, and cast a casual glance at the source of the voice. Ordinary enough. A group of young men, dressed in scholarly robes, languished at the table. The vast horizon is my love, but what comes next? In which ancient scroll is it found? Why can't I locate it? Can anyone tell me? What follows contracted a fungal infection? Another examinee chuckled. What is the weapon of the second platoon leader? I'll buy some oranges, you stay here, and don't move. What is our relationship? You're called Baiyun, and I am called. How much for the big hammer? And the small hammer? Rituals have fallen into disarray. What strange questions are these? Stop joking. I've heard this as a question posed by the emperor himself. Empty words, empty words. Li Xianxiao, eavesdropping, furrowed his brow. These questions were crafted by the emperor of the Great Xia. Was this an examination for the top scholar or a hunt for time travelers? He hadn't anticipated that his visit to the Great Xia dynasty, initially to inquire about the soul banner, would lead him to uncover the whereabouts of a time traveler. After several days of investigation, he concluded that this traveler resided within the palace, perhaps even the emperor of Great Xia or a close minister. The threads of clues intertwined. The soul banner, the time traveler, the dragon city, the emperor of Great Xia. Li Xianxiao gasped in astonishment. How terrifying! Could it be that the soul banner was in the hands of the emperor? A time traveler naturally possessing a bug-level artifact seemed plausible, excluding himself from the equation. Of course, gazing towards the majestic palace, Li Xianxiao had formed a plan. In the capital, the governor presided over the jurisdiction of the capital and its surrounding areas, wielding significant power. At this moment, the esteemed Confucian scholar observed the assembly below, where someone had claimed to possess answers to all questions. Do you know the answer? Of course. Pray, enlighten us. The individual below promptly responded. Palace jade liquor. 180 per cup. How is this liquor? Allow me to extol its virtues. Go on, go on. Witness my eloquence. 1 cup will whet your appetite. The governor and Appo's eyes darted. What is the weapon of the second platoon leader? An Italian cannon. The governor. I am called Bayun. And you are? Black Earth. I am 71. You are 75. I belong to the rooster, and you to the tiger. The governor. How much for the big hammer? And the small hammer? The big hammer is 80. The small hammer is 40. The governor's eyes widened in astonishment. They matched. All answers aligned with those of the emperor. This was the person the emperor sought. The governor assessed this individual, the one who occupied the emperor's thoughts day and night. From a distance, the figure appeared somewhat frail, with an unhealthy, dark complexion. Upon closer inspection, one could see the individual was quite gaunt, as if a gust of wind might topple him. The face was long and narrow, reminiscent of a goat's, with prominent cheekbones and a sharp chin, exuding a keen yet slightly cunning aura. Is this truly the person? The governor pondered. He instructed his subordinates to keep a close watch and to inform the emperor. After posing several questions, he ordered an investigation into this man's identity. To his shock, he discovered that this individual was a wanted criminal. Not only that, but he was wanted for heinous crimes, having raped and murdered 8 women. The governor was further bewildered. Was this truly the person the emperor sought? What is your name? Zhang Go. Soon, the palace's armored guards arrived to escort Zhang Go into the palace. Within the heavily guarded hall, darkness enveloped him. Not a single ray of light penetrated the gloom. Zhang Go swallowed hard, leaning against the door. Is anyone there? A rumble echoed. Thunder clapped nearby. Zhang Go shuddered. At that moment, an extraordinarily aged visage suddenly entered his line of sight. The face bore deep wrinkles etched in his sagging skin, resembling cracks in parched earth. The eyes drooped heavily, with bags hanging beneath like burdensome sacks. The gaze was murky and dull, akin to 2 nearly exhausted deep wells, no longer reflecting the vibrancy of life. The lips were thin and devoid of color, trembling slightly as they uttered a phrase. The vast horizon is, my love. Zhang Go, pale with fright, stammered. Under the endless blue mountains, flowers are in bloom. What rhythm is the most swaying? What song brings the most joy? The old emperor replied. The winding river flows from the heavens, leading to a sea of myriad colors. If we're to sing, we must sing with the utmost fervor. Together they sang. You are the most beautiful cloud on the horizon. Let me keep you close to my heart. Stay close. Brother, I have finally found you. The old emperor grasped Zhang Go's shoulders, tears mingling with laughter, overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 93. Being true to oneself is enough. Zhang Go felt that the old emperor's laughter was far more terrifying than his tears. He swallowed hard and said, Big brother, I have finally found you. From now on, we shall enjoy the finest delicacies together. Big brother, your hand on my head is a bit painful. The old emperor, with a manic laugh, pressed down on Zhang Go's head. Ah! Big brother, could you please stop laughing? Your laughter frightens me. The old emperor seized Zhang Go by the arm and strode toward the ascension platform, tossing him onto it with exuberance. Ha, it worked. I shall ascend. Brother, if anyone is to blame, it is your ill fate. The old emperor, puzzled, gazed at Zhang Go. Why isn't it glowing? Why is the ascension platform unresponsive? At that moment, Zhang Go and Appo's was trembling like a leaf. The old emperor seized him by the collar, demanding, what is happening? Why is it not glowing? Zhang Go and Appo's or was on the verge of wetting himself. It's your device. Why are you asking me? Why have you not cultivated? Is it because you're not a practitioner? The old emperor interrogated angrily. Zhang Guo and Oppos, or stammered, I have no talent for cultivation since I crossed over. Thus I cannot practice at all. The old emperor, in a fit of rage, shouted, Useless! You are the most incompetent traveler I have ever encountered. If you cannot cultivate, can you not engage in trade? Can you not strive to survive in this world through your own efforts? Look at me. I have ascended step by step, inheriting my father's throne to arrive at this point. And you merely exist and consume a waste. You disgrace all travelers. Suddenly, the old emperor's expression shifted. He stared intently at Zhang Guo. You truly are a traveler? Indeed, Zhang Guo nodded vigorously. The old emperor and Oppos' eyes gleamed with cunning. Now listen closely. My grandmother walks very swiftly. How many meters can she traverse in a minute? A. 800 kilometers per minute. B. 80,000 kilometers per minute. C. 800 million kilometers per minute. Zhang Guo's expression froze. Please answer. How many meters can my grandmother walk in a minute? Zhang Guo and Oppos, recalling a previous remark, responded C. When in doubt, choose C. Slap. The old emperor struck him across the face. Who are you really? Zhang Guo and Oppos, fell to his knees. Your Majesty, spare me. I am Zhang Guo and Oppos, Someone told me that if I said this, I would live a life of luxury and worry-free indulgence. Please spare me. Who? Who is that? I do not know. I cannot recall his appearance. The old emperor, seizing Zhang Guo's head, began to extract his memories through soul-searching. Amit Zhang Guo is angvisit kris. The old emperor glimpsed all his memories, but found nothing of value. What is happening? What is going on? Zhang Guo had already perished. The forced extraction of his soul had left him in a state of nothingness. Even cultivators would either suffer severe damage to their souls, becoming imbeciles, or have their cultivation roots severed, rendering them incapable of further practice. For an ordinary person, soul-searching equated to death. You scoundrel, you dare plot against me. The old emperor bellowed. Golden armored guards, search. Find him for me. Suddenly, the old emperor crushed Zhang Guo and Oppos' head, grasping a tiny insect hidden within. A cursed insect. The old emperor glared at it, and it met his gaze. I know you can see me now. Clever trick, the old emperor remarked. Fellow countrymen, we hail from the same world. Why not come forth and converse? The cursed insect began to dissolve on its own. Clearly, it had no intention of engaging in dialogue. I shall capture you. No matter where you flee, I will find you. The old emperor roared, his voice echoing with fury. Meanwhile, on Silver Sword Peak in Shushan, Li Xianxiao, in quiet meditation, softly mused, I await the day you find me. In a secluded hut, Li Xianxiao sighed deeply. Indeed, the second most complex thing in this world is the human heart. The first, without a doubt, is mathematics. Fellow countrymen betray one another without hesitation. Thankfully, he had remained cautious, or he would not see the sun of tomorrow. What perplexed him was why the old emperor was so adamant in seeking him. For various signs, it seemed the emperor wished to utilize him for a certain ritual. Li Xianxiao could not fathom the reasoning behind it. To his surprise, his junior sister, Zhao Lu, possessed half of a traveler's system. Fortunately, he had made her swear an oath long ago to never disclose anything regarding him. Yet, he still felt uneasy. It was prudent to add more layers of protection. Now, the enemy was visible while he remained concealed. The advantage lay with him. He must not be complacent, nor allow fear to disrupt his plans. He would continue to cultivate his strength and ensure the survival of Shushan. Even if the emperor discovered his identity, he would not dare to openly invade Shushan to seize him. Li Xianxiao nodded thoughtfully. If only I possessed the same cultivation talent as Brother Lu Xin. He reflected on his own journey. At 30, he had only reached the golden core stage, while Brother Lu, at 40, had already attained the transformation stage. Such disparity was daunting. However, the thought of Brother Lu and Oppos' intellect reminded him that he possessed both cultivation talent and intelligence. As this thought crossed his mind, he recited the calming mantra repeatedly. He could not afford to let inner demons arise in the future. Being true to oneself is enough. During these days, Li Xianxiao felt a peaceful tranquility enveloping Shushan. He hoped it was not merely the calm before a great storm. He spent his days teaching his junior sister and pursuing cultivation, wandering around to inspect for any vulnerabilities within Shushan, while keeping an eye on potentially dangerous individuals. Overall, life was blissful and untroubled. Having just left the herb garden, Li Xianxiao observed the clouds drifting like delicate veils, sometimes thick like billowing smoke. A gentle breeze caressed his face, accompanied by the melodious calls of a flock of cranes dancing gracefully in the sky. The refreshing wind carried the unique fragrance and rich spiritual energy of the mountains. Taking a deep breath of this spiritually charged air, he felt as if every pore in his body opened, expelling the impurities within, granting him immense nourishment and relaxation. If only cultivation were always so serene and devoid of conflict. Li Xianxiao arrived at the servants' peak, as was customary, to bring warmth to the cafeteria matron. Chapter 94. The kind-hearted Li in the warm embrace of Yingjian Peak. The cafeteria matron remained silent, diligently serving Li Xiandao generous portions of meat. Observing his bowl brimming with food, Li Xiandao nodded, realizing he had won the favor of the matron. He thought to himself, should you or your admirer, the janitor, ever annihilate Shushan, do remember me. After finishing his meal, Li Xiandao strolled around the miscellaneous disciples and oppos peak, offering assistance and alleviating their troubles. Many protagonists in fantasy novels begin their journeys as disciples of the miscellaneous peak. By helping them today, he was essentially making an investment, one that promised tremendous returns. Lending a hand during times of need is far more valuable than merely adding embellishments in times of prosperity. Who knows if those he aided might become formidable beings or transcendent cultivators in the future. He helped a female disciple locate her lost puppy, provided a fellow disciple with some spirit stones to support his family, and even changed the bandages of an injured disciple who had gone up the mountain to collect firewood. In the realm of the miscellaneous peak, none could rival Li Xiandao and Amp, Oppo's reputation. The cafeteria matron and Amp, Oppo's smile was sweeter than honey, observing Li Xiandao and Amp, Oppo's departing figure. The janitor snapped his broom in frustration. He could no longer contain himself. Action was imperative. That evening, at Yingjian Peak within the humble abode, the janitor initially intended to confront Li Xiandao stealthily. However, he soon discovered that the young man had set up formidable defenses around the hut. These formations were insurmountable, leaving him with no choice but to forcibly dismantle them. Yet, such an action would inevitably awaken Li Xiandao. After a moment and Amp, Oppo's contemplation, the janitor realized this would portray him as weak. He needed to demonstrate the concept of there's always someone stronger. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, the janitor opted for earth escape. To his dismay, he found that the ground was laced with poison. What trickery is this? Even my protective aura cannot withstand it. With a wave of his hand, he rendered Li Xiandao and Oppo's meticulously arranged formations ineffective. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. An ant's trap could never ensnare an elephant. As he gazed at the last barrier before him, a light chuckle escaped his lips, entirely unperturbed. Suddenly, he felt a surge of sword intent emanating from the Shushan sword array. The young man could command the very essence of the Shushan sword array. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily pure and formidable sword intent erupted, as if it had condensed the quintessence of millennia, infused with an overwhelming aura of destruction and resolute intent. The janitor's expression shifted to one of gravity. He took a light step back, retreating several feet like a wraith. His hands danced with his broom, tracing intricate arcs in the air to counter the tempestuous sword intent. Just as he grappled with the imminent crisis, a sliver of sword energy stealthily emerged from beneath him. Within the humble abode, Li Xiandao stood poised with his sword, fixated on the intruder. His true self was ready to activate the Shushan sword array at any moment. The wind chariot was also prepared to be unleashed. The janitor, having emerged from the ground, bore a look of profound resentment. Upon seeing the janitor, Li Xiandao paused momentarily. Taking a few deep breaths, the janitor finally spoke. Well played, young man. I wondered why old Shui chose to nurture you by his side. Do you know my master? The old Shui he referred to was likely the former sect leader of Shushan, who had spent considerable time with Li Xiandao. Young man, don't be so wary. If I intended to harm you, you would have been long gone. The janitor rubbed his backside, gritting his teeth. In truth, I am not merely a janitor. I hold a status equivalent to that of your master and Appo's. As master, I am a revered elder of Shushan. Though few are aware of my identity, the janitor spoke with a hint of pride. Li Xiandao responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. He found the man and Appo's status and strength to be somewhat less than he had anticipated. In his mind, this janitor should possess an unmatched prowess beneath that of an immortal, capable of exacting vengeance upon Shushan if the cafeteria matron were ever wronged. The janitor was silent, contemplating the unexpected reaction. Shuden and Appo's. He be astonished? The janitor, whom he typically overlooked, turned out to be a revered elder of Shushan. Anyone would be taken aback. Yet the young man and Appo's demeanor seemed oddly off. Perhaps he had already surmised the janitor's true identity? Unthinkable. The janitor relished in his concealed identity, often posing as an ordinary person to thwart oppressive cultivators, only to reveal his true power later, leaving onlookers in shock. Yet today, for reasons unknown, his usual tactic had failed. Disciple Li Xiandao pays his respects to the esteemed elder. I am unaware of your purpose for visiting at such an hour. Li Xiandao bowed respectfully. In no particular reason. The janitor stammered. I merely noticed your diligent cultivation and wish to offer you some treasures for your training. Would you accept? Absolutely not. Li Xiandao replied without hesitation. Why not? One must tread the path of cultivation steadily and cautiously. Primarily, I fear deceit. And what about a wife? Not at present. The janitor pondered for a moment, visibly frustrated. Let us not beat around the bush. You fancy my daughter, Dawn and Amp? Appo's, you? Li Xiandao appeared perplexed. I mean the cafeteria matron. Li Xiandao and Appo's, as confusion deepened. I must inform you, the cafeteria matron is mine. You shall not covet her, or else I will end my life to prove my point. Li Xiandao remained silent for a moment, as if envisioning the aged figure of his senior brother, Lu Xin. The elder misinterpreted. You have no such intentions, young man. If that is the case, you shall henceforth avoid the miscellaneous peak. The janitor nodded, surprised by the young man and Appo's unexpected compliance. However, I do have a matter to trouble you with, esteemed elder. What is it? Earlier, as you traversed, you disrupted a significant portion of my formations. I hope you can assist me in reinforcing them. By the way, do the treasures mentioned still stand? Chapter 95. The Art of Poison upon the guidance of Li Xianshao. The venerable sweeper elder diligently assisted him in establishing the foundational formations upon Silver Sword Peak. Protective arrays, isolation formations, bewilderment traps. How can this young man devise so many intricate designs? The sweeper elder furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the schematics provided by Li Xianshao, feeling a growing sense of perplexity. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain his authoritative demeanor. I specialize in formations and can decipher at least 8 types myself, he muttered under his breath while examining the blueprints. Alas, they eluded his comprehension. The youth of today are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. These formations are exceedingly convoluted, and I am not particularly adept at them. I truly excel in other disciplines. I can see that you enjoy embellishing the truth a bit. Li Xianshao reassured him. Do not fret, esteemed elder. Although I am lacking in talent, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the art of formation. However, due to my limited strength, I find it challenging to unleash the full potential of these arrays. Thus, I shall take responsibility for their arrangement, while you may lend your expertise to assist me. The sweeper elder nodded, finding this arrangement agreeable. I shall aid you in setting up the formations, but you must keep your distance from my woman. Li Xianshao replied, Rest assured, elder. I harbor no ill intentions towards the sweeper matron. I merely find her resemblance to my mother endearing. Very well, the elder conceded. In the following days, the sweeper elder frequently visited Silver Sword Peak. It must be said that with his assistance, Many of the shortcomings in Li Xuanxiao's previous formations were rectified. Although Li Xuanxiao's formations were indeed exquisite, they lost their deterrent power in the face of overwhelming strength, rendering them vulnerable to dismantlement. Any intricate formation is but an illusion in the presence of formidable might. However, with the Sweeper Elder-esque guidance, Li Xuanxiao was now equipped to confront more complex challenges. This fruit can induce pregnancy, regardless of gender. Consuming it will lead to such a fate. I have ground it into powder, and inhaling even a small amount can cause excruciating abdominal pain. This is poison, capable of rendering male cultivators impotent. A lethal technique, one that would instill fear in any man. The antidote requires the sacrifice of one's very essence. A most difficult choice indeed. This lad is truly cunning. How could a renowned sect like Shushan produce such a disciple? The Sweeper Elder grumbled. Poison? The Elder glanced at the toxic manuscript in Li Xuanxiao and Appo's hands and suddenly recalled, this manuscript is only half complete. Where is the other half? Li Xuanxiao explained. I stumbled upon this volume during my travels with the late sect leader, finding only this half. The remaining content is derived from my own innovations. Elder, have you perused this second half? I have, but that was in my youth when I encountered the second volume in the desert. Which desert? The Thousand Lakes Desert. The manuscript in Li Xuanxiao's possession was authored by a mysterious poison master, encapsulating his lifelong studies. At the tender age of 7, while journeying with the Elder, Li Xuanxiao had been entrusted with this serendipitous discovery. Thus began his irrevocable path. Regrettably, only half of it remained. In the ensuing time, Li Xuanxiao meticulously studied the half he possessed, tirelessly searching for the other volume. Yet, he had found no leads until today. However, he remained cautious, not allowing himself to be swayed by this newfound information. Having only recently begun to interact with the Sweeper Elder, his trust was minimal. It was entirely possible the Elder sought to lead him astray from Shushan. Consequently, in the days that followed, Li Xuanxiao focused on scrutinizing the Sweeper Elder. The Elder ambled towards the miscellaneous peaks, sipping wine and sighing deeply. Is it easy for an old man to embark on a romance? At this age, I am still toiling for others. And this Li Xuanxiao, does he not seem a bit peculiar? Moreover, he had previously noticed the young man sneaking into others in Appo's abodes, leading him to suspect the lad harbored some strange proclivities. The Elder's own dwelling was rather austere, furnished only with a mat and a tattered quilt. Yet, within lay a hidden depth. As he reclined upon his jade bed, the Sweeper Elder continued his musings. This lad has a penchant for installing dual image stones in others in Appo's abodes. How devious! Yet those individuals are utterly unguarded. This younger generation truly lacks a sense of vigilance. In our time, we faced countless perils. We had to keep one eye open even while sleeping. Within his humble abode, Li Xuanxiao observed the Sweeper Elder through the dual image stone, swiftly jotting down notes. Overall assessment. The danger level is low. Trust is feasible, but for safety's sake, I shall continue my observations for a while longer. Just a bit more time will suffice. 2 years later, Li Xuanxiao finally resolved to embark on his quest for the poison manuscript. Over the course of these 2 years, the Sweeper Elder had undergone numerous trials, ultimately earning Li Xuanxiao and Appo's trust. Naturally, Li Xuanxiao was not one to forget kindness without recompense. Before setting off in search of the manuscript, he intended to construct a hot spring near the miscellaneous peaks. The matron of the dining hall adored soaking in hot springs. Yet only the celestial peak boasted such a luxury, making it a strenuous journey for her to visit. Thus, Li Xuanxiao decided to install a hot spring in proximity to the Sweeper Elder and Appo's abode, allowing the matron and the Elder to enjoy daily soaks, thereby fostering their relationship. Li Xuanxiao undertook the hot spring project, locating a subterranean cavity, opening a spring outlet, and installing a small filtering system of his own design. The water would flow through the fiery geological veins, allowing for automatic heating. Surrounding the spring, he constructed wooden steps and pavilions adorned with bamboo groves. He also infused spirit pearls into the spring water, causing it to radiate a soft glow and exude spiritual energy. The surrounding area was embellished with peculiar stones. all of which the sweeper elder had painstakingly transported. He also transplanted various flowers and plants. By the time all was completed, 3 months had elapsed. The sweeper elder gazed in astonishment at the hot spring before him. This little spring could surely captivate my sister. Li Xianxiao then presented the schematics to him. The sweeper elder inquired, "What is this?" "These are technical terms. Should the matron inquire about the construction of the hot spring, you may refer to these plans to explain, and she shall undoubtedly admire you." The sweeper elder patted Li Xianxiao and Appo's shoulder heartily. "Well done, lad." A few days later, Li Xianxiao resolved to set forth in search of the poison manuscript. He had previously dispatched a clone to scout a safe route, along with 2 alternative paths. This expedition to the desert was of great significance. Before departing, he summoned his 2 junior sisters, Zhao Lu and Feng Liuli, before him. "After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, the time has come to deploy them. I must venture out, and the survival of Shushan rests in your hands. Apologies for the delay. I was unable to fulfill my promise of updates while attending to matters at Qinghe Peninsula." Chapter 96. Ingenious strategies. Rest assured, my senior brother. I shall uphold the honor of Mount Shu. Li Xianxiao nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. During my absence, you must embody the true essence of our sect. Now, please recite our revised incantation. Human hearts are treacherous and merciless, with traps and poisons lurking in tandem. Proceed with caution, lest carelessness leads to peril. A single misstep could cost you your life. Do not be reckless. Steer clear of crowds to avoid calamity. Natural disasters may extinguish lives, so do not flaunt your abilities or gamble recklessly. Should you succumb to the temptation of love, your cultivation shall waver. If you are lured by deceit, you may find yourself ensnared in a quagmire for life. These are the 3 strategies I leave you. Should you encounter formidable challenges or difficult choices on Mount Shu, refer to these strategies in order. Do you understand? This departure from Mount Shu is unlike any before. The Thousand Lakes desert lies far beyond my reach, and I cannot extend my presence there. Moreover, locating the poison scriptures is of utmost importance to me, and I must not allow any negligence. I do not know how long I shall be away, but I hope that when I return, Mount Shu still thrives." Li Xianxiao cast a lingering glance at Mount Shu. After leaving, he followed a preordained alternate route toward the Thousand Lakes desert. The journey was uneventful, with mountains and rivers accompanying him, and the sun, moon, and stars as his companions. Atop the lofty peaks, he witnessed mighty rivers surging forth. Amidst the clustered summits, he confronted the winds, feeling the gusts swell around him. Sitting in the expanse as twilight descended, time passed swiftly over the course of 2 months. The Thousand Lakes desert, located to the northwest of Mount Shu, stretched endlessly beneath the golden sands. Blackwater City, the largest power within the desert, was not inhabited by humans, but rather by a venerable tortoise that had cultivated for countless years. Some claimed this ancient creature had been practicing for tens of thousands of years, while others believed it had existed for 3 great eras. No one knew the true extent of the tortoise's cultivation or how many years it had endured. Blackwater City possessed a divine pearl, said to enhance one's cultivation, prolong life, and preserve youth. This pearl, known as the wind-avoiding pearl, was the cornerstone of Blackwater City's existence. At that moment, within the treasure vault housing the wind-avoiding pearl, a figure stealthily entered. "Hey, hey, hey, the wind-avoiding pearl belongs to me. Who dares to intrude upon this sacred ground?" 2 voices echoed simultaneously as guardians emerged from the shadows. How noisy! A slender, delicate hand reached out from the darkness, grasping the air. The heads of the 2 guardians burst as if they were mere balloons. The figure stepped into the light, gliding gracefully past a reflective metal panel. The Empress Phone lightly adjusted her bangs, a slight smile gracing her lips. Truly a natural beauty. At that moment, a whisper seemed to resonate in her ear. "By the way, Lu Qiushui is far more beautiful than you." Empress Phone inhaled deeply, reminding herself, "Do not become angry. Anger only brings wrinkles. Li Xianxiao, do not let me catch you." Her gaze fell upon the wind-avoiding pearl. "Once I obtain this treasure, the next time we meet, I shall pluck out your eyes to see who is truly more beautiful, myself or Lu Qiushui." As she reached out to seize the wind-avoiding pearl, a phantom suddenly materialized before her. It was an old man, hunched over, leaning on a wooden cane. "Little girl, leave at once. I shall overlook this trespass for the sake of your master," he spoke gravely. "Enough chatter. Either hand over the wind-avoiding pearl, or I shall capture you and prepare a tortoise soup." "Arrogant child," the old man retorted. Empress Feng and Amp, Appo's beautiful eyes widened, and her jade-like hand shot forth like lightning, aiming directly for the mysterious wind-avoiding pearl. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth from the pearl, akin to a flood breaching its dam, sweeping through the entire chamber. The surrounding air twisted and contorted under the onslaught, producing a cacophony of piercing howls. Boom! The vault trembled. Empress Feng lifted her gaze toward the colossal figure looming above. Under the scorching sun and amidst the golden sands, the young girl found herself surrounded by ravenous wolves, her face drained of color. The wolves let out a fierce howl, and she screamed, shutting her eyes. When she opened them again, she was astonished to see the wolves had inexplicably collapsed around her. "Excuse me, is Blackwater City in this direction?" "Yes," the girl instinctively responded. But the voice faded away, and she found herself utterly alone. Deep within the desert's depths, Li Xianxiao rested in the cave he had just crafted. Exhaustion had taken its toll, and he could not continue. Traveling through the desert drained considerable energy, and he sensed a 3% depletion in his true essence. It was perilous. The Thousand Lakes Desert was no ordinary expanse. Its unique geological and spiritual formations created a treacherous terrain. In this desert, cultivators at the nascent soul stage and below would gradually weaken without water, potentially leading to death. Even those at the god transformation stage would feel the effects. Thus, Li Xianxiao had prepared a meager supply of water, just a little. After quenching his thirst, he resumed studying the map meticulously. This map had been drawn from the memories of the janitor, whose recollections were distant and often faded, necessitating years of repeated confirmations, drunken conversations, and leading questions. Ultimately, Li Xianxiao marked 3 locations of utmost suspicion where the poisoned scriptures might be concealed. Taking a deep breath, he pressed an ice pack to his forehead and sprayed a layer of protective mist upon himself before setting forth once more. The dangers of the journey were self-evident. He had to guard against sandstorms while remaining vigilant against venomous snakes, scorpions, and various toxic creatures. Not to mention the mercenary groups that thrived in the desert and Appo's harshness. Fortunately, Li Xianxiao was well prepared. After half a month, he believed he had arrived at his destination. Emerging from the sands, he found himself atop a small dune. Chapter 97. Journey through the Thousand Lakes Desert. Li Xianxiao marked an area on the map with a large cross, indicating that this place did not contain the poisonous scripture he sought. He folded the map and gazed at the sand slope before him. After ensuring the surroundings were secure, he commenced his excavation. According to the old sweeper, the location of the poisonous scripture lay within an underground tomb in the desert. Li Xianxiao instructed his puppet to begin drilling into the ground. Soon, darkness enveloped the land. In the midst of the obscurity, Li Xianxiao and Appo's ears perked up. Something was rapidly approaching. As it drew near, its true form was revealed. A camel? The camel spoke, demanding to know which grave robber dared to trespass on its territory. Beneath the desert lay numerous tombs, thus giving rise to many practitioners who made their living by plundering graves, yearning to discover elixirs capable of altering their fates. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the ground, exclaiming, "Run!" The 2 figures sprinted through the desert. Suddenly, the camel raised its head and let out a long, piercing howl. In that instant, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Gigantic camels, far larger than one could imagine, materialized out of thin air. These colossal beasts were shrouded in thick fur, resembling impenetrable armor. The herd of enormous camels charged toward the 2 minuscule figures with astonishing speed. As they galloped, a fierce wind howled and clouds of sand swirled, creating a colossal wave of yellow dust. Before the unfortunate duo could react, they were engulfed by the stampede of camels. Their terrified screams were drowned out by the thunderous sound of hooves, followed by a series of bone-cracking and flesh-squeezing noises. In the blink of an eye, The two men were reduced to a grotesque smear of flesh upon the ground. Thus perished the two grave robbers. The leading camel snorted disdainfully, casting not a glance at the lifeless bodies. After the camels departed, Li Xianxiao cautiously emerged from the ground, surveying the gruesome remains of the grave robbers. The city lord has repeatedly decreed that grave robbers are to be executed, yet these fools remain undeterred. Truly frightening. He then set up a protective barrier to obscure his presence and resumed his excavation. The digging continued for 2 days and nights. At last, through the efforts of his puppet, Li Xianxiao uncovered the shattered entrance of the tomb, the very door that the old sweeper had previously destroyed. A flicker of joy ignited within him. He had finally found it. He slipped inside, swiftly erasing any trace of his entry. The puppet was the first to enter, followed by a clone, and then another clone, with Li Xianxiao himself being the last to cross the threshold. According to the old sweeper, the tomb posed no danger. It was quite safe. Yet, Li Xianxiao suspected that the perceived safety was likely only applicable to the sweeper. What might be inconsequential to the sweeper could very well spell doom for him. The passage within the tomb was not long, extending just over 5 zhang. Yet Li Xianxiao took over 2 hours to traverse it. He proceeded with utmost caution, every step fraught with trepidation. He tested and probed meticulously, far more vigilant than anyone detecting landmines. Eventually, he arrived at the main chamber of the tomb. Both the puppet and clones emerged unscathed. The protective gloves, antidotes, and all his preparations remained intact. Li Xianxiao cast a glance at the gold, silver, and jewels within the tomb, feeling no interest. His gaze was fixated on an ancient tome resting at the center. The surroundings, the ground, and the ceiling all felt secure. Everything was indeed safe. It seemed that the old sweeper's assessment was accurate. There was no danger here. The sweeper had mentioned that upon observing the absence of threats, he believed it to be an ordinary tomb. Thus, he casually took some treasures, only to later discover their extraordinary nature. Li Xianxiao donned his protective gloves, suited up, consumed 2 antidote pills, and adorned himself with an anti-poison talisman. He first tested the poisonous scripture with another object, finding no issues or detectable toxins. At last, he cautiously lifted the tome with his own hands. In that fleeting moment, Li Xianxiao's expression shifted dramatically. Life to death transpired in an instant. His body fell rigidly to the ground, lifeless. The narrative concludes here. Li Xianxiao crouched in a corner, marking a period. The peril was overwhelming. He glanced at the remnants of his vanished clone, which left not a trace behind. All his meticulously arranged anti-poison measures had failed. Death had come in but a moment. The apparent safety had always been a ruse, designed to lull one into complacency, causing them to overlook the true dangers. Li Xianxiao instructed another clone to grasp the poisonous scripture with 2 wooden sticks. This method proved harmless. It seemed that only human contact would trigger the poison. He then attempted to turn a page using the sticks, but found it blank. After several tests, Li Xianxiao gained a rough understanding of the tome as poison. No storage artifact could contain this scripture. Otherwise, not only would the storage ring be damaged, but its contents would also be eroded by the toxins. Ultimately, he devised a clever plan, to have a clone hold the tome with chopsticks until they reached Mount Shu, where he could study it thoroughly. This expedition into the Thousand Lakes Desert had proven far more fortuitous than he had anticipated. Li Xianxiao secured the poisonous scripture and cast a final glance at the treasures within the tomb. Suddenly, he noticed a stone tablet nestled in the corner, inscribed with the words, "In my lifetime, I have cherished poison, for it has led me to enlightenment. I have both killed and saved. In the end, I am left alone, no one daring to approach. All the treasures I have amassed, should a fated person come across them, I implore you to disperse them." The old man would be profoundly grateful. These treasures were indeed captivating, and Li Xianxiao took a moment to survey them. They were not mere mundane riches for practitioners. They held significant value. It was unlikely that anyone would undertake meaningless endeavors for the sake of a few words inscribed on a stone tablet. Months later, after Li Xianxiao had distributed all the treasures, he was astonished to discover that the poison on the scripture had vanished. The previously blank spaces on the tome had re-emerged with writing. Chapter 98. Is this fate? Cough, cough, cough. The imperial princess Feng coughed violently, her teeth gritted in frustration. That old turtle actually possesses some skill. Where am I being confined? What has he done to me? Why can I not summon any of my powers? Release me, or I shall raise your Blackwater city to the ground. The imperial princess Feng and Appo's language was far from refined. Yet, despite her relentless curses, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Closing her eyes, she sensed something peculiar. It felt as though she had been reduced to an ordinary person. All her magical artifacts seemed disconnected from her, save for one. Drawing a deep breath, the imperial princess Feng settled into a meditative posture, attempting to summon the last remnants of her spiritual energy. This flicker of power was as fragile as a candle's flame in the wind, yet for her, trapped in this predicament, it was a vital lifeline. As moments ticked away, beads of sweat began to form on her brow, yet she gritted her teeth, determined not to relent. After some time, a slight movement stirred the pin in her hair. Success! The imperial princess Feng rejoiced. The pin traced a delicate arc through the air, tearing open a profound rift in the fabric of space, creating an escape route. You think you could trap me? Not a chance. The imperial princess Feng trembled, her strength waning. With a final push, the rift expanded, light streaming through its opening. Suddenly, she froze. At that very moment, Li Xianxiao was traversing the desert, having just completed his last act of generosity. He had finally acquired the rights to the second half of the poison scripture. Concealing his delight, he hurried to return to Mount Shu to study the scripture thoroughly. If joy were to transform into despair, that would be disastrous. Just then, Li Xianxiao felt a chill run down his spine, as if something momentous was about to transpire. Instinctively, he turned around, only to behold a face he never wished to see. The imperial princess Feng. Li Xianxiao had never anticipated encountering her here. In an instant, countless possibilities flooded his mind. Could it be that she had allied with the janitor, who had betrayed him? However, he quickly dismissed this notion upon noticing the look of astonishment on the imperial princess Feng and Appo's face as she locked eyes with him. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, she turned to flee, while he, equally resolute, reached out to pull her back. Nowhere to run. In that fleeting moment when the rift revealed itself, the imperial princess Feng felt her powers returning. Yet, she had clearly made a grave error. Instead of escaping at once, she had drawn Li Xianxiao into the rift with her, thus missing the critical opportunity for her own escape. The last vestiges of her magical energy powered the jade pin, which snapped with a sharp crack. The imperial princess Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as the spatial passage closed. Li Xianxiao exclaimed in disbelief. The imperial princess Feng gasped for breath, struggling to regain her composure. Li Xianxiao stared intently at her, realizing that all his precautions had been in vain. He had been ambushed by the imperial princess Feng. Was there some thread of destiny binding them together? Their encounters were too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. Stripped of his powers and with no spiritual energy in this place, he quickly grasped the dire situation. Observing the imperial princess Feng, he noted her circumstances mirrored his own. No need for pleasantries. Li Xianxiao, she bellowed. At that moment, the imperial princess Feng's ebony hair was elegantly coiled, adorned with a jade pin, and she wore a flowing rose-purple gown, stained with blood and resembling torn burlap. Yet, there existed a haunting beauty in its disarray, accentuating her allure, revealing just enough while concealing the rest. With her exquisite features marred by deep resentment, her autumn-like eyes fixed upon Li Xianxiao, as if she intended to consume him whole. Li Xianxiao met her gaze with equal intensity. The air around them thickened, heavy with unspoken tension. Enclosed within a cold, unyielding chamber, devoid of any escape routes, they found themselves in a precarious standoff, a male and a female, representing the forces of justice and righteousness against the ruthless leader of the demonic sect. In this confined space, they could momentarily set aside their grievances to face the imminent challenge together. In the throes of this ordeal, feelings might awaken, leading to a tumultuous dance of love and conflict. Li Xianxiao made his move. The sword within his sheath was beyond his reach. He felt reduced to a mere mortal, incapable of wielding his flying sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at the imperial princess Feng, his eyes alight with the fervor of battle. "Take this." His foot connected with her stunning visage, sending her sprawling. "Come on, it has come to this." Complaining about fate is futile. Kneeling to beg for mercy is pointless. With her temperament, the imperial princess Feng would never relent without exacting revenge. Li Xianxiao swiftly accepted the situation, choosing to strike first without a hint of hesitation. It was a matter of survival. Either he or she would perish. He mounted her, unleashing a flurry of blows. This was a game-changer. The imperial princess Feng, severely wounded, found herself at a disadvantage in this peculiar realm that suppressed her capabilities. It was akin to a forced matchmaking mechanism, sealing away the skills of a fully level player and recalibrating their attributes to match Li Xuanxiao's level. Refusing to yield, the imperial princess Feng retaliated with a kick to his groin, causing him to wince in pain. Seizing the moment, she pressed her advantage. "You dare strike my face." Yet before she could finish her thought, Li Xuanxiao's fist collided with her jaw. This was an affront she had never endured, leaving her feeling powerless, as if all her strength had evaporated. Li Xianxiao kicked her in the chest, eliciting a sharp gasp from her. In terms of magical prowess, physical strength, artifacts, and cultivation, he was no match for her. Yet, in this place, such distinctions had lost their significance. The only recourse left appeared to be their combat skills. However, the imperial princess Feng had long forgotten the need for technique in battle. The essence of martial arts was simplicity. Only fledgling practitioners clung to elaborate maneuvers. At her level of cultivation, it was merely a matter of delivering a punch or a kick. Chapter 99. Undying Struggle. The imperial daughter Feng had long forgotten the essence of combat. Yet, her opponent, the cunning sixth, was far from forgetful. With a flurry of extraordinary moves, monkeys plucking peaches, crows taking flight, tornadoes wreaking havoc in parking lots, and the dragon and amp, Oppo's S-tail sweeping, Li Xianxiao unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon the imperial daughter Feng. Soon, she found herself utterly defenseless against his onslaught. With a vice-like grip on her neck, he forcefully slammed her head against the ground, following it up with a crushing kick. Finally, he executed a guillotine maneuver. In a moment of opportunity, the imperial daughter Feng retaliated, fiercely aiming her fingers at Li Xuanxiao's eyes. Despite the multitude of blows she had endured, had it been anyone else,